On the riverbank, where torrential rain poured down and the night was as dark as ink, Qin Yao was surrounded by more than a dozen assassins in black. Lin Zhixiao refused to leave, and he lost his best chance to escape. He could only pull her into his arms with one hand to keep her from moving. Sakurai Kogyo gave the order in a cold voice, and a murderous aura instantly filled the air. Everyone drew their long swords and approached through the rain. This is the city center, and they dare not use guns, but the darkness and torrential rain provide them with cover, and the atmosphere is extremely oppressive. Qin Yao showed no fear. The darkness was both his opponent's camouflage and his weapon. He took a step forward, and the stone bricks shattered beneath his feet. A chaotic battle suddenly broke out. Longswords clashed. Rain was torn apart by the wind from the blades, and the air was filled with the echoes of clashing metal. The opponent was well-trained and used a long sword to suppress him from a distance, while he was also protecting Lin Zhixiao in his arms, which restricted his movements. Even so, Qin Yao remained as steady as a mountain amidst the attack of more than a dozen people, and every move he made was precise and ruthless. Danger struck from behind. He turned his head to dodge, the blade grazing his ear. He grabbed the blade with his other hand and seized the knife. The moment the weapon was in his hand, the situation reversed. He protected the person with one hand and held the knife in the other, quickly weaving through the crowd. The difference in cultivation level cannot be compensated for by quantity. The first stench of blood was washed away by the rain, followed by new screams. With a flash of light, enemies fell one after another. He showed no mercy, for in such a moment, those who hesitate would die first. Lin Zhixiao's face turned deathly pale. She smelled the blood in the air and finally broke down, crying out for him to stop. Qin Yao ignored them, pointing his long sword directly at the last assassin, his eyes blazing with cold light, showing no sign of retreat. Just as he was about to deliver the final blow, Lin Zhixiao clung tightly to his arm, begging him not to kill anyone more. With his momentum interrupted, the heavily wounded assassin seized the opportunity to roll away and escape from sight, creating a brief opening in the situation. Qin Yao looked up at Sakurai Kogyo in the distance and coldly questioned her whether she was turning herself in or risking her life. Sakurai Kogyo placed her hand on the scabbard, her aura suddenly darkening, and her response consisted of only two words: arrogant. Qin Yao set Lin Zhixiao aside and told her to wait where she was. He knew he couldn't afford to be distracted in the upcoming battle. Sakurai Kogyo's body was slightly hunched, like a fully drawn bowstring. She closed her eyes, preparing to unleash a sword-drawing slash. The so-called drawing sword slash aims for instantaneous bursts of speed, determining victory or defeat in a single strike. Only by being extremely fast can one survive. Qin Yao chuckled, striking the same pose, but keeping his eyes open, locking onto the other's aura amidst the downpour. The killing intent solidified in the rain, and the air around the two seemed to distort, with the rain churning in the center. With a furious shout, Sakurai Kogyo charged out like an arrow released from a bow, her blade flashing a blinding white light in the darkness. Qin Yao drew his sword simultaneously, their postures similar, but their strengths were completely different. One slashed, the other thrust upwards against the current. The sound of metal clashing was deafening. Sparks flew everywhere, rainwater was evaporated by the high temperature, and scorching air waves burst out. The next instant, he changed from an upward slash to a downward chop, the force pressing down, and a crisp breaking sound rang out in the night. Sakurai Kogyo's long sword snapped in two. She retreated rapidly, only to find that she couldn't create any distance at all. Qin Yao swept his blade across her neck. She raised her hand to block, dodging the fatal blow, but severely injured her left hand. He kicked her more than 10 meters away and was about to give chase when a gunshot suddenly rang out in the darkness. A strong sense of crisis made him dodge to the side instantly, a bullet grazing his scalp, the smell of gunpowder filling the air in the rain. The headlights suddenly turned on, and vehicles were rapidly approaching from a distance. The situation changed once again. Upon hearing the gunshot, Lin Zhixiao rushed out of her cover as if out of control, running towards Qin Yao, completely exposed to the darkness. The second shot was aimed at her. In the darkness, she was like a moving target. Qin Yao lunged forward instantly, pulling her into his arms and rolling away to avoid the bullets, which exploded close to the ground. At the same time, he locked onto the direction of the shot and threw the long knife with a backhand. A muffled thud was heard, and the stench of blood quickly spread through the darkness. Chapter 352. You're not allowed to go. Even after one gunman fell, unknown threats still lurked in the darkness, and Qin Yao knew the situation was far from over. The speeding sports car suddenly stopped, and a figure leaned out of the driver's seat. It was Chen Chuqing calling him to get in the car. Under ambush and suppressive fire, he was grazed on the shoulder by a bullet, and blood flowed down his arm, but he did not make a sound. Lin Jixia touched the bloodstains on his arm. Her expression changed drastically, and she cried out in panic that he was injured. Hearing the commotion from a distance, Sakurai Kogyo immediately ordered his men to kill him while he was wounded. The sound of a gun bolt being pulled back came from 3 directions in the darkness, making it impossible for him and Lin Jixia to dodge. Without hesitation, Chen Chuqing stepped on the gas, and the sports car roared forward, its door struck by a bullet and sparks flew. With one hand on the steering wheel and the other, she drew a pistol from the side of her leg and fired decisively into the darkness. After 3 gunshots, sounds of retreat came from the shadows, and the firepower was temporarily suppressed. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Qin Yao helped Lin Jixia into the car. Freed from his restraint, he moved much more nimbly. He was about to chase after Sakurai Kogyo, but Lin Jixia held him back tightly, worried that he would be shot again. Qin Yao's gaze was cold and hard. He told Chen Chuqing to take her away, and then turned and rushed towards the riverbank. Having already known he was doomed to defeat in the previous battle, and with his arm almost crippled, Sakurai Kogyo dared not continue fighting. Gunfire erupted again, and Qin Yao moved like a ghost through the rainy night, always managing to avoid the bullets in advance. Although the bullet missed, it slowed him down, buying time for the enemy. Seizing the opportunity, Sakurai Kogyo leaped into the river, her dark figure quickly merging into the churning water. At the order to retreat, the hidden gunmen disappeared one after another, leaving only the rain washing away the corpses on the shore. Qin Yao confirmed that the threat had disappeared. He notified Zheng Hanjiang to tell Heng Dian to send someone to handle the scene. The fighting was too intense, and ordinary people could arrive at any moment, so he quickly left the riverbank. When they returned to the hotel lobby, Lin Jixia insisted on waiting for him to come back, and Chen Chuqing did not leave either. Seeing him appear safely, Chen Chuqing breathed a sigh of relief, but Lin Jixia rushed into his arms first. Qin Yao's expression darkened slightly, but he still reassured her in a low voice, telling her not to worry. When Chen Chuqing saw his still bleeding arm, her expression tightened, and she suggested that the wound be treated immediately. He agreed to go upstairs to get it treated. Although the wound wasn't deep, it had been soaked in the rain and could easily become infected if not cleaned. Gun control is strict in China, and going to a regular hospital could easily cause trouble, so he chose to go to the nearest one. But Lin Jixia suddenly became forceful, stopping him from going upstairs and claiming she was going to take him to the hospital. The hostility between the women was palpable, and Chen Chuqing calmly pointed out that it was more appropriate to deal with the situation locally. Lin Jixia refused on the spot, saying that she had done enough as a friend and there was no need to interfere. As the two confronted each other, Qin Yao had no choice but to speak up, saying that stopping the bleeding was his top priority. He asked Chen Chuqing to book another room and bring a doctor up to treat his wounds as soon as possible. Chen Chuqing accepted the arrangements. The doctor was already waiting, and the situation seemed to be settled. Lin Jixia grabbed his arm again, insisting that they had to go to the hospital to feel at ease. She emphasized that as husband and wife, no one knew his physical condition better than her. Qin Yao pressed down on the wound to stop the bleeding and explained in a calm tone why it was inconvenient for him to go to the hospital. The lobby was crowded and noisy, so he told her that if she was worried, she could come upstairs with him. Lin Jixia remained unyielding, her gaze fixed on Chen Chuqing, and suggested that they go to her room so that she could arrange for a doctor. Qin Yao was about to compromise. The air suddenly turned cold. Chen Chuqing suddenly stepped forward and slapped him hard across the face. Smack! Chapter 353. I've disliked you for a long time. Chen Chuqing had studied fencing and self-defense, and her slap was quite powerful, causing Lin Jixia to stagger. Not to mention Lin Jixia. Even Qin Yao was stunned by her slap. You dare hit me? Lin Jixia was somewhat surprised, followed by overwhelming anger. But Chen Chuqing looked down at her, her eyes filled with coldness. There's no one Chen Chuqing, wouldn't dare to hit if I wanted to. Chen Chuqing. Upon hearing this name, Lin Jixia was immediately taken aback. Throughout the entire southwest region, the names of Chen Chuqing and Chen Liuli, known as the Double Chens, are extremely famous. The renowned CEO of Qinghai, worth hundreds of billions, born into a noble family, and possessing unparalleled beauty. Lin Jixia had heard of these labels before, but now the owners of these labels were standing right in front of her, and in front of her, they reached out to support Qin Yao, looking at her with concern. Are you all right? I'm fine. Qin Yao waved his hand, but his face was already pale due to excessive blood loss. Stop talking. Pei Pei is already downstairs. You should go upstairs with her for treatment first. Su Pei Pei arrived just in time. Seeing Qin Yao covered in blood, she was surprised for a moment, but didn't ask any more questions. She went straight to help him up, saying, Mr. Qin, please come with me. Yes, thank you for your help. However, Qin Yao did not accept her help, since it was his hand that was injured, not his leg. If her leg were truly injured, even Su Pei Pei, being small, wouldn't be able to lift it. Seeing Qin Yao about to leave, Lin Jixia, who was still shocked by Chen Chuqing's identity, snapped out of her daze and quickly tried to get up from the ground. Qin Yao, come back here. Before she could catch up, Chen Chuqing slapped her again. By then, the elevator doors had already closed, and Qin Yao hadn't seen them at all. Chen Chuqing looked down at Lin Jixia and said coldly, I've disliked you ever since just now. No wonder you two got divorced. What a stupid woman. After Qin Yao left, she felt something was wrong, so she took the car keys and chased after Su Pei Pei after she came downstairs. However, due to the heavy rain and traffic jams, she wasted a lot of time and almost lost track of Qin Yao. Fortunately, as she walked along the riverbank, she heard the commotion and her intuition told her that it was related to Qin Yao. When they arrived, they saw Chen Chuqing rushing towards Qin Yao, causing Qin Yao to be shot while protecting her. She then disregarded everything else and drove the sports car to the riverbank, where the Lamborghini is now totaled. In a crisis, if you know you can't do anything, you should find a safe place to hide and reduce your presence so that the enemy doesn't pay attention to you. That way, even if you don't think of secretly calling the police for help, you won't become a burden to Qin Yao. But it's one thing for you to shout and expose Qin Yao's injury, but now you don't know what's important and are only concerned with your own romantic feelings. Chen Chuqing was fierce on the outside but weak on the inside, with an overbearing aura that instantly made Lin Jixia look like a delicate white flower that couldn't withstand the storm. If it weren't for the fact that you're his ex-wife, you would have been dead when you exposed his injury just now. Furthermore, if I, Chen Chuqing, really wanted to steal your man, even 10 of you couldn't outdo me. Put away your girlish thoughts, find a place to change your clothes, and forget about tonight. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. With a cold snort, the woman turned and left. But her words left there made Lin Jixia lose even the courage to follow. She sat there in a daze, not even noticing when Susan arrived. Lin Jixia, what's wrong with you? Why are you sitting here? Lin Jixia was completely oblivious, her mind blankly replaying the image of Qin Yao and Chen Chuqing standing together. So, he had already climbed the social ladder. No wonder he left so decisively. Upstairs, after being bandaged by the doctor, Qin Yao was fine. The bullet passed through the skin and flesh, but did not remain inside the body, which was fortunate amidst the misfortune. But this was the first time Qin Yao had been in such a sorry state since his release from prison. Chen Chuqing sat there with a cold face, still analyzing who was dealing with Qin Yao. Don't even think about it. It's definitely not the Song family. Sakurai Kogyo's identity is special, and Chen Chuqing cannot know it for the time being. Firstly, I was afraid she would get involved and cause unnecessary trouble. Secondly, I was also afraid she would be retaliated against by Sakurai Kogyo. Of course it's not the Song family, Those people don't seem like them. Chen Chuqing frowned and said to Qin Yao, "It should be a member of the Hong family." Hearing this, Qin Yao didn't think much of it, assuming that Chen Chuqing was referring to the Hong family because of the incident he caused in Qinghai last time. So he nodded in agreement. "That's possible. It's very likely." Before I could finish speaking, Chen Chuqing said, "I've also dealt with the Hong family before. When I drove down to find you, I happened to see a car parked across the street. It left after I showed up. I remember the license plate number of that car. It should be the Hong family's car." Upon hearing this, Qin Yao, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. "Are you sure?" "Yes, I'm sure." Chen Chuqing said that before she broke ties with the Song family, she had met with Hong Jintao and attended several parties with the Hong family. The Hong family always makes a grand entrance wherever they go, with a large motorcade. She had seen that car once before. Because the license plate number was unusual, ending in 3 nines, and the driver had a special identity, she remembered it. Special identity? Who is he? Qin Yao's eyes sharpened, and he instantly realized something. You should know that he had previously suspected that Sakurai Kogure had an inside contact in Kawa, but he didn't know who it was yet. The biggest suspect now is the person lurking in the shadows, plotting against Panlong Palace, and that person seems to have connections with the Hong family. If today's events are indeed related to the Hong family, then it can be basically determined that Sakurai Kogure, or rather the Sakura organization, must have reached some kind of cooperation with this person. Chen Chuqing could tell he was extremely nervous about this matter, so she didn't hide anything. "He's Grandpa Hong Jintao's butler." "Butler?" Qin Yao asked, somewhat surprised. "Yes," Chen Chuqing nodded. "Although he is just a butler, he has a very high status in the Hong family. He is as close as a brother to Hong Jintao's grandfather. His words are basically equivalent to those of the old Master Hong. At that time, it was the Hong family that proposed a marriage alliance to the Song family. Old Master Hong didn't come, but this old butler did. His car being here, it can't be a coincidence." Qin Yao let out a cold laugh. Now he was almost certain that Sakurai Kogure was at the Hong family's place. However, without evidence, it's impossible to conduct a direct search. A coincidence? I think it's someone's ambition that can no longer be concealed. Chapter 354, 10 Battles, 10 Victories. Because of his injury, Qin Yao spent the night in a hotel. The next morning, he received a call from Chun Liuli, telling him to hurry back to Mianlong to check on things. He was completely bewildered, but he quickly washed up and rushed back to the villa. As soon as they reached the door, Tong Yao rushed out to greet them. "Big brother, you're finally back." After the last incident, Tong Yao has been working part-time at Mianlong, disturbing the sanitation department. "What's going on?" Tong Yao pointed towards the main gate and said helplessly, "Someone came last night and knelt at the gate, saying he wanted to see you. We couldn't get in touch with you and didn't want to bother Miss Chun, so we asked him to go back first. But he refused and wouldn't leave no matter what. He was very agitated." Qin Yao glanced toward the gate and saw a figure as large as a mountain kneeling there. Despite kneeling all night, his spine remained ramrod straight. It was him. "This is none of your business. Go back now." He patted Tong Yao on the shoulder, signaling her to go first, while Qin Yao himself walked towards the main entrance. Upon hearing footsteps, Kaosheng immediately turned around. Where was the arrogance he had been before? Not only was she dejected, but she was also covered in injuries. Her clothes were tattered, and she reeked of blood. No wonder Tong Yao was so nervous just now. "Mr. Qin, please, have mercy and save my master. I'll agree to all your conditions, but please, save his life." Upon seeing Qin Yao, Gao Xiong immediately crawled over on his knees, not caring at all about the bloodstains left on the ground. He knelt humbly at Qin Yao's feet, clutching Qin Yao's trouser leg tightly, as if afraid Qin Yao would leave. Judging from his appearance and recalling the message Zheng Hanjiang gave him yesterday, it's likely that some major chaos must have occurred within the Martial Alliance overnight. Your master was a veteran of the Martial Alliance, and he had only just fallen from grace, yet you were expelled? Qin Yao looked at him coldly, unmoved by his pleas. A kind heart cannot command an army. Qin Yao hadn't forgotten how the master and apprentice had threatened him with the lives of his family. Even if they acted humble and pitiful now, it was hard to guarantee they wouldn't turn around and bite him. Mentioning this, Kaohsiung's dejected expression instantly turned into indignation. Those ungrateful, treacherous dogs. As soon as my master fell, internal strife broke out within the martial alliance. They're all family, so a little fighting wouldn't be a problem, but the Qi family faction actually colluded with the Hong family. Qin Yao raised an eyebrow slightly. Sure enough, the Hong family had also gotten involved. Qin Yao didn't let Gao Xiong in, but made him kneel down and recount the whole story. It turns out that a chaotic battle broke out within the Martial Alliance just yesterday. The current president of the Martial Alliance was originally supported by Jiang Suilio's faction to take office. With his formidable strength, Jiang Suiliu was the only one who could do what he wanted in the Martial Alliance, and the entire Sichuan Martial Alliance was his personal fiefdom. Although this person was narrow-minded and had a close relationship with the Hong family, he understood that if the Hong family really took control of the Martial Alliance, then he would only be a lackey of others. Therefore, under Jiang Suilio's leadership, the Martial Alliance and the Hong family have only ever maintained a cooperative relationship over the years. They're not even friends, they only talk about interests. But now that Jiang Suiliu has fallen, a faction within the Martial Alliance that is closest to the Hong family has instantly gained the upper hand. Just last night, Qi Xiaodong not only joined forces with the Hong family to force the current chairman to step down, but also carried out a major purge of my master's faction after the chairman stepped down. We disciples who strongly opposed the alliance between the Martial Alliance and the Hong family were directly smeared with mud. Qi Xiaodong said that it was we disciples who, together with you, Mr. Qin, persecuted our master and wanted to exterminate us. After Kaohsiung finished speaking angrily, Qin Yao's eyes turned completely cold. Jiang Suiliu opposed the alliance with the Hong family, and his trusted disciples naturally shared the same sentiment. As the largest force within the Martial Alliance, Qi Xiaodong must first eliminate Jiang Suilio's faction if he wants to secure his position as president. However, it's impossible to eliminate them all. The best approach is to create internal conflict among them. The disciples of Jiang Suilio's faction all revered Jiang Suiliu himself. Now that he has fallen, Gao Xiong and the others will be much easier to deal with. By framing them and simultaneously belittling oneself as an outsider, considerable conflict is bound to arise. However, Qin Yao was a little curious. I've fought with you before. Logically speaking, as Jiang Suilio's beloved disciple, you should have received his true teachings. Moreover, you're probably not the only faction within the Martial Alliance that opposes joining forces with the Hong family, are you? The Sichuan Martial Arts Alliance values martial prowess above all else, so how could they have lost out in the competition for the position of president? And you've made such a mess of things. Although Qin Yao was not an expert in medicine, he could tell that Gao Xiong was seriously injured, with both internal and external wounds. Upon hearing this, Kaohsiung became even more agitated. It's all the Hong family's fault. After Qi Xiaotong colluded with the Hong family brought a man whose strength was unfathomable. In the series of battles for the position of chairman, that man actually won 10 out of 10. As he spoke, he seemed to recall the man's terrifying nature, and his body trembled slightly. That man's martial arts were extremely strange. I had never seen such moves before. I couldn't even last 30 moves against him. Qin Yao raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised that the Hong family had such a person under their command. According to Kaohsiung, that man was at least in the late stage of the profound realm. Moreover, it is absolutely the kind of mystical realm forged through fierce battles, without any exaggeration. So, I'm now registered with the Martial Alliance? Qin Yao asked with a half-smile. Kaohsiung's body trembled, and he immediately said in a panic, Mr. Qin, as long as you can cure my master, once he returns to the Martial Alliance and stabilizes the situation, you will be cleared of all charges immediately. Do you think I care that much? Qin Yao's counter-question left Kaohsiung speechless. After all, would someone who offended the Hong family and showed no respect to the two presidents of Hongdian be afraid of the Martial Alliance's wanted notice? Just when he was about to despair, Qin Yao suddenly spoke up. How long have you been kneeling since last night? Kaohsiung's eyes lit up, and he didn't care about saving face anymore. He quickly said, 10 hours. Qin Yao nodded, his cold gaze sweeping over him. Considering your master is currently unable to move, I'll give him a 50% discount and let your disciple do it for him. Where is he? Bring him here. Cao Sheng was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly, pointing to the RV not far away. My master is in the RV. I'll carry him down right now. Qin Yao ignored him and strode into the villa. Cao Sheng and 2 other disciples who had also been expelled followed closely behind, carrying Jiang Suilu, whose only remaining movement was his eyeballs. Chapter 355, Taking Control of the Martial World. Jiang Suilu could have held on for another half a month before collapsing, but his anger triggered his hidden illness prematurely, directly causing his blood vessels to become blocked. When Cao Sheng and the others carried him into the house, his entire aura dissipated. Not long ago, the once invincible leader of the Martial Alliance now looks like an ordinary septuagenarian, his eyes having lost their luster. Upon seeing Qin Yao, a hint of regret appeared in the old man's eyes. Actually, Qin Yao hadn't explicitly said he wouldn't save him. He just wanted to see how sincere he was. However, he resorted to coercion and enticement, even going so far as to approach Elder Dong, hoping to use Elder Dong's power to pressure Qin Yao. Unexpectedly, Qin Yao was completely unmoved by either soft or hard tactics, and he ended up offending him thoroughly. If we had been more patient and sincere back then, we probably wouldn't be in this situation now. Qin Yao saw through his thoughts at a glance. After gesturing for Gao Xiong and the others to go outside and wait, he stepped forward and took off his shirt. I saved you only because your disciple knelt for 10 hours last night. Qin Yao, keep my word. I said I wouldn't save you if you didn't kneel. So if you kneel, I will definitely save you. As for what happens after you're cured, whether you want revenge or to bite back, I don't care. I'm ready to serve you anytime. After Qin Yao finished speaking, Jiang Suilu looked even more guilty. When he was at the height of his fame, Qin Yao was unmoved by his words or actions. Now that he's fallen on hard times and can't even get through the Martial Alliance, Qin Yao is still willing to keep his promise. This is not just about integrity, but also about confidence in one's own abilities. Only now did he belatedly realize that Qin Yao's identity might not be as simple as others thought. Since he couldn't speak, Qin Yao didn't bother arguing with him. He wasn't very good at treating illnesses, but he could easily cure the aftereffects of Jiang Suilu's practice going astray. Firstly, when he was with his master, the old man forced him to practice all the martial arts techniques, whether he liked them or not. Furthermore, the old man said that even if these techniques are not used, they must be mastered, for knowing oneself and one's enemy is the key to victory in every battle. So while he was studying them carefully, he also discovered some hidden flaws in these techniques. Out of boredom, I even looked into how to solve it. For example, Jiang Suilu's current physical condition is due to the disordered meridians and severely damaged Dantian Qi caused by the 9 Gates Poison Dragon Hand. Qin Yao pressed on several acupoints on him, and then used his internal strength to forcefully push the disordered meridians back into their original positions. This was a huge undertaking, and after 4 hours, Qin Yao was drenched in sweat. However, even though Jiang Suilu was lying down, he wasn't feeling well. The pain from repairing his meridians soaked his clothes, but he didn't utter a single cry. Finally, as if sensing something, his fingers twitched, a glint of joy flashed in his eyes, and then his wrist, arm, and entire arm. Exhausted, Qin Yao collapsed onto the sofa. Watching Jiang Suilu stand up and move around, he said calmly, I've only temporarily corrected your misaligned meridians. To completely unblock them and resolve the aftereffects of the 9 Gates Poison Dragon Hand, you must diligently practice the correct last 3 moves. However, you definitely can't train now, as the energy in your Dantian has been completely depleted. After you go back, eat something to replenish your qi and blood for a few days. Then come back to me, and I will teach you the last 3 tricks. At that time, not only you, but also the disciples who learned the 9 Gates Poison Dragon Hand from you will be able to recover. Upon hearing this, Jiang Suilu's face lit up with ecstatic joy. However, he quickly regained his previous seriousness and, without saying a word, knelt down in front of Qin Yao with a plop. Qin Yao frowned. What are you doing? Get up, your disciple has already knelt for you. No, that's different. Jiang Suilu spoke, his voice hoarse. Mr. Qin was willing to set aside past grievances and lend a helping hand, which not only saved me personally, but also my disciple and even the Martial Alliance. Since you are so generous, how can I not keep my promise? My disciple kneels for himself. I kneel for myself as well. Seeing that Jiang Suilu insisted, Qin Yao did not force him, and his impression of Jiang Suilu improved a bit. No one is perfect, and everyone makes mistakes. At least after experiencing the changes, Jiang Suilu has come to his senses. All right, I'm a person of my word. If I said you had to kneel, then you have to kneel. But I said that if your apprentice kneels, you get a share, so you get a share too. Get up, let's wipe the slate clean of our grievances. Qin Yao originally only wanted to use Jiang Suilu's hidden illness to exchange for information about the Hong family. However, Jiang Suilu has now been expelled from the Martial Alliance and is severely weakened, so there is no need for me to use him anymore. He waved to indicate that he could leave. At this moment, Jiang Suilu stood up and said, I know, Mr. Qin, you must want to know something about the Hong family, right? Qin Yao looked at him, unsure whether to agree or not. If it were just because of your feud with the Hong family, I don't think you would have gone to such lengths. What you're after is that guest who recently visited the Hong family, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Qin Yao raised his eyebrows slightly. Seeing his expression, Jiang Suilu knew he had guessed correctly and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Although I have always opposed the Hong family's acquisition of the Martial Alliance, I have also maintained a good cooperative relationship with the Hong family. I have heard about some of the more secretive things. Before Qin Yao could ask any questions, he recounted all the information he knew. 3 months ago, a guest came to the Hong family. After entering the Hong family, he was personally received by the old master of the Hong family. After that, I heard that the Hong family had joined the Panlong Hall as disciples. We people in the martial arts world have all heard of the formidable reputation of Panlong Palace. Others only know that Panlong Palace has tens of thousands of disciples, each with extensive connections, but they don't know that Panlong Palace also has a hidden place. A hidden place? Qin Yao, who was so tired that he could barely stand up straight, suddenly brightened up when he heard this. However, he also remained somewhat wary. The old man had mentioned the secrets of Panlong Palace to him, but had not explained them clearly, only saying that he would know after he came out. But now that Jiang Suilu had casually mentioned it, he remained skeptical. Tell me about it. Seeing that Qin Yao had also heard of Panlong Palace, Jiang Suilu didn't explain further and directly mentioned this hidden place. Actually, I don't know much about it either. I only heard my master mention it when I was wandering the martial arts world in my early years. The core development of Panlong Palace lies far beyond the so-called arena of fame and fortune, but within the martial arts world. The Martial God Hall goes to war, the Hung Hall governs the Imperial Court, and the Panlong Hall controls the martial world. Chapter 356, A Handsome Woman. To control the martial arts world? Qin Yao had never heard the old man mention this before, but when he tried to ask Jiang Suilu for more details, he couldn't give a clear answer. He only said, wherever there is a martial arts world, there is the Panlong Palace. This only made Qin Yao even more confused. At first, he thought Panlong Hall was just a club or organization, but after hearing Jiang Suilu's explanation, it sounded more like a sect or something similar. However, he cannot be sure that what he sees is just the tip of the iceberg. He can only approach it step by step. After chatting with Jiang Suilu for a few minutes, Gao Xiong and the others were already getting impatient waiting outside. If they weren't worried about interfering with the treatment, they would have rushed in several times. When they saw Qin Yao and Jiang Suilu walk out side by side, the disciples breathed a sigh of relief. Gao Xiong was even more moved to tears, not even having time to tend to his own injuries. Master, you're all better. It's not fully healed yet. Further treatment will be needed. Today is just the first step. Before Jiang Suilu could speak, Qin Yao answered his question first. Even so, Cao Sheng was still very happy and thanked Qin Yao repeatedly, even wanting to kneel down again. After kneeling once, it's as if the ban has been lifted, and kneeling a few more times doesn't matter. Qin Yao was tired of seeing him kneel. All right. Even if you kneel before me, It won't cost me an extra 500 yuan. Forget it. But Kaohsiung was still very excited. Mr. Qin, rest assured, from now on, if you need anything, I will go through fire and water for you to thank you for saving my master's life. Qin Yao glanced at him and chuckled. What? You don't need me to save you? Kaohsiung wiped away a tear. As long as you can save my master, it doesn't matter if you don't save me. A teacher for a day is a father for life. I cannot bear to see anything happen to my master. Looking at his expression, which didn't seem like he was lying, Qin Yao felt a bit more appreciative. Although Kaohsiung is a bit arrogant and domineering, at least his heart is truly loyal and filial. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been covered in injuries, braving the heavy rain, and kneeling at the villa entrance for 10 hours, abandoning all dignity. This dedication and perseverance are truly commendable. All right, your skills aren't up to par yet, so the after effects aren't as severe as your master's. I'll tell you how to manage the after effects. Kaohsiung was overjoyed upon hearing this. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Jiang Suilu also cupped his hands in greeting to Qin Yao. Mr. Qin, if you ever need my help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask, and I will do my best. Qin Yao smiled but did not respond, and simply asked the butler to escort them away first. They must be very anxious right now. The martial alliance is in chaos, and the Hong family has overstepped their bounds. It's still unknown what they're planning. Just before Kaohsiung left, he seemed to suddenly remember something and turned back to Qin Yao, saying, By the way, Mr. Qin, there's one more thing. I don't know if it will be of any help to you. During the tag team battle, I saw a young man in his 20s or 30s appear with Hong Mingkong. Moreover, judging from Hong Mingkong's respectful attitude towards him, the middle-aged man who had been so powerful seemed to have come with him as well. A young man? Qin Yao gleaned crucial information from Kaohsiung's words. This young man was very likely the person the woman who had been with Yang Ziheng earlier had mentioned. The middle-aged man might be one of the young man's subordinates. What exactly is the other party plotting by starting with the Hong family and taking over the martial alliance? Before Qin Yao could figure it out, Tong Yao suddenly ran in. Brother Qin, someone is looking for you outside. Looking for me? Who would be looking for him at this time? Yes, it's a woman. Tong Yao nodded, then added, A very cool woman. Women are usually described as beautiful, while handsome is less common. When Qin Yao came out and saw what was going on, he immediately understood why Tong Yao had said that. A Land Rover Range Rover was parked at the entrance of the resort, and a tall, slender woman was standing next to it. A single ponytail, no makeup, wearing a leather jacket over her back, and a pair of Doc Martens boots. When she saw Qin Yao, she looked disdainful and walked over to him, throwing the keys into his hand. Go and park my car. Seeing her throw down the keys and walk inside, Qin Yao frowned. Miss Gao, we don't seem to be that familiar with each other yet. Gao Yaya, who was wearing sunglasses, took them off upon hearing this, and looked at him impatiently. Hee, of course. But don't overthink it. I'm just here on official business. Official business? Qin Yao frowned even more deeply. That's right. She crossed her arms and leaned against the door, her long legs particularly eye-catching. I heard you ran into Sakurai Kogyo yesterday, and that she came specifically to seek revenge on you, right? Therefore, we now have reason to suspect that Sakurai Kogyo will try to seek revenge again after failing once. As the person involved, and also as bait we use to lure you in, Hengdian naturally has to take responsibility for your safety. As she spoke, her gaze fell on Qin Yao's arm. He was shot yesterday while protecting Lin Jixia. It wasn't serious at first, but he suffered a tear during the chase. He also treated Jiang Suilu just now, which is why the gauze on his arm is now soaked with blood. Anyone who didn't know better would think the injury was much more serious. Gao Yaya glanced at it and shook her head dismissively. You got hurt like this just because you were dealing with Sakurai Kogyo. It seems my father really overestimated you before. Qin Yao didn't explain, but simply said calmly, So you haven't found Sakurai Kogyo yet? Gao Yaya's smile froze instantly. After all, the reputation of Hengdian is there, yet Sakurai Kogyo managed to escape right under their noses twice, which is rather embarrassing to admit. Qin Yao ignored her and walked straight into the house, casually tossing the keys into her arms. Now that you know you're here as a bodyguard, Stop acting like a spoiled young lady and go park your car. Oh, by the way, I don't have many rooms here. You can sleep on the sofa. Qin Yao didn't give this Miss Gao a friendly look. After all, this woman had acted superior to him both times they met, so there was no need for him to try and win her over. Seeing his attitude towards her, Gao Yaya said with displeasure, I advise you to talk to me properly. After all, if Sakurai Kogyo comes looking for you again, you will surely die without my protection. You're lucky this time. You actually ran into someone who helped you, and the gunshots alerted the civilians, so Sakurai Kogyo had to run away first. You got such serious injuries just dealing with her. Next time, hee. Qin Yao ignored her sarcasm and frowned, asking, One? What about the others? What other people? Gao Yaya retorted. When we arrived at the scene, we only found Sakurai Kogyo's broken sword. There were no other people. Chapter 357 is suspicious. That's impossible. Qin Yao frowned, his expression instantly turning serious. Last night, besides Sakurai Kogyo, I fought with more than a dozen assassins she brought, as well as 4 gunmen hiding in the shadows. I have killed all of those dozen or so assassins. One was seriously injured, and the gunman was seriously injured. Didn't you find it at the scene? Gao Yaya was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then scoffed dismissively and shook her head. Qin Yao, you read quite good at making excuses for yourself. So you mean that last night you fought a chaotic battle with Sakurai Kogyo and a dozen assassins and 4 gunmen, and you only lost an arm, while more than a dozen of their people died, right? Qin Yao replied without hesitation. That's right. After saying that, Gao Yaya's disdain deepened. All right, I know you were injured in your battle with Sakurai Kogyo, and you feel embarrassed, but actually you did quite well. I fought with Sakurai when I was on a mission before. She was quite skilled, and I managed to let her escape. As for you, you are already incredibly lucky to have escaped her pursuit. You should be grateful. She didn't believe at all that the dozen or so assassins Qin Yao mentioned existed. Because she and Dong Chung arrived at the scene together last night, the only signs of a fight were found at the scene between Qin Yao and Sakurai Kogyo. There were some bullet trajectories on the ground, but that was all. The gunmen did exist, but the bodies of the dozen or so assassins were nowhere to be found, and not even much blood was discovered. Most importantly, she didn't believe that Qin Yao could fight to a draw with Sakurai Kogyo while being surrounded by more than a dozen assassins, and only suffer minor injuries. As for those gunmen, Qin Yao only escaped unscathed because it was too dark and raining heavily. Qin Yao frowned, remembering what Qin Shuqing had said about seeing the Hong family's car by the river. If I'm not mistaken, since there was no one guarding the scene and the dozen or so assassins were connected to the Hong family immediately sent people to clean up the scene. So he persisted, asking, weren't there any signs that the scene had been cleaned up? Gao Yaya was completely impatient now. She clicked her tongue and said, all right, you lost, so what? What's so shameful about it? After all, you're just an ordinary person. Losing to Sakurai Kogyo isn't that embarrassing. You don't need to make up stories to make up excuses. It rained so hard last night that even Sakurai Kogyo's broken sword was washed away. Do you think the scene could still be found if it had been cleaned up? Upon hearing her words, Qin Yao suddenly understood. There was just one thing he couldn't understand. The fact that the Hong family was able to clean up the scene so quickly shows that they were prepared in advance. But chasing Lin Jixia to the riverbank was just an accident, so why was Sakurai able to pinpoint his location so quickly? Moreover, the Hong family's cleanup was so quick, as if they had been waiting for him there all along. That doesn't make sense. Seeing Qin Yao deep in thought, Gao Yaya assumed he was speechless and patted him on the shoulder. All right. I know you men are the most concerned about your image. You must feel ashamed to lose to a woman. But let me put it this way. You and Sakurai Kogyo are not even in the same league, and you are worlds apart from me. I don't need to mock you for my own standards, and you should stop talking nonsense and trying to distract us from our investigation. Don't worry, I'll protect you from now on. But you also need to remember, don't hold me back at crucial moments. If you can avoid it, then do so. Otherwise I won't be able to protect you either. After saying that, she haughtily tossed her hair, turned around, and went inside. Tong Yao had been listening intently from the side, her innocent big eyes wide with confusion. Brother Qin, what's wrong with her? Qin Yao snapped out of his daze, glanced at Gao Yaya who had already entered the room, and shook his head, saying, "Don't worry about her. Just tell the housekeeper to pretend she doesn't exist." Since she insisted on protecting him, he didn't need to stop her. He could just consider her an extra bodyguard, although we may not necessarily need to use it. At the same time, at the Hong family mansion, Sakurai Kogyo woke up in bed, and the first thing she saw was a middle-aged man with a gloomy face. The man was sitting on the edge of the bed with his eyes closed, as if he were resting. Just as she was about to move and sit up, she heard the man's indifferent voice say, "Don't move. The tendons in your right hand are all severed. You won't be able to hold a knife with this hand anymore." "What?" Sakurai Kogyo suddenly opened her eyes and looked down at her arm, which was wrapped in layers of gauze. It seemed like nothing, but when she moved her finger, a sharp, piercing pain instantly shot through her. "Oh!" With a scream, she was instantly drenched in sweat. Only then did the middle-aged man open his eyes, frowning as he said, "I told you, you can't move around in your current condition. Do you really want to become a cripple?" The man was very stern, and he stepped forward and grabbed her arm, signaling her not to move. Sakurai Kogyo was already crying her eyes out, filled with grief and indignation. "Senior brother, my hand. My hand is ruined. I'll be a cripple from now on. It's all his fault. It's all Qin Yao's fault. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been hunted down by Hung Dian, and our whereabouts wouldn't have been exposed. If it weren't for him, we would have killed Chen Chaoxing and taken back the lab long ago. If it weren't for him, my hand wouldn't be ruined. Senior brother, you must avenge me." At this moment, Sakurai Kogyo was heartbroken and vented all her anger on Qin Yao. Upon hearing this name, Murakami frowned slightly. "Just who is this Qin Yao? How could he have injured you like this?" Sakurai Kogyo looked resentful and gripped his arm tightly with her other hand. "He's an advisor hired by the Qin family. He's the one who disrupted our plans when we were trying to assassinate Chen Chaoxing. Later, he reported me and Zhu Yu to Hung Dian, which is why I'm being hunted down by Hung Dian's people." "An advisor?" The village dog's face was ashen. "Is that all it takes to drive you to this point?" As the two were talking, a male voice came from the doorway. "Mr. Murakami, you must not underestimate this man." Hong Mingkong led his men in through the door, and walking beside him was the young man called Young Master Ling. He followed in leisurely, like a carefree rich young master, but no one dared to ignore him. Even the stray dog from the village, upon seeing him, stood up and bowed respectfully at a 90-degree angle, saying, "Young Master Ling." Ling Xiao walked in and sat down, glancing at the badly injured Sakurai Kogyo, and smiled faintly. "Don't worry about me. You two continue. I'm also very interested in this person named Qin Yao." Chapter 358: The Older Generation Dies on the Beach. Hong Mingkong has already sorted through Qin Yao's existing information over the past 2 days and found that this person is indeed quite interesting. First, in Qingcheng, just a few days after being released from prison, he was able to spend a fortune at Baoxin's auction. You have to understand, 100 billion in cash is no joke. Even for a large and powerful family like the Hung family, it would take emptying their coffers to come up with 100 billion, let alone in cash. Afterwards, he clashed with both the Zhao family and the Nangong family. In the end, he not only emerged unscathed but also destroyed the Zhao family and severely weakened the Nangong family. Later, due to a conflict with the Hong family, he came to central Sichuan and by chance saved Chen Chaoxing on the high-speed train. Now Zheng Kai has taken a liking to him and wants to take him in as a son-in-law of the Zheng family. Looking at this series of events, the word outrageous is the only way to describe it. An ordinary person who was unremarkable for the first 20 years of his life, after a period of imprisonment, not only did not fall into depravity, but became even more successful. Isn't that cheating? Ling Xiao listened with great interest, while Murakami Wild Dog's gaze grew increasingly deep. The reason is simple. Although Qin Yao's experience was indeed astonishing, he may have had some extraordinary encounter in prison, like Qindong. But when you really think about it, he's still too small compared to this group of people. Putting everything else aside, just take Hong Mingkong. Given his status in Sichuan, if it really came down to a fight to the death with Qin Yao, he would be no match for him. Not to mention, There's also a mysterious young master named Ling sitting here. I'll take care of him wherever he is." As soon as Hong Mingkong finished speaking, Murakami Wild Dog stood up and took the long sword that was lying next to him. As soon as he stood up, he exuded a chilling aura. The presence of a master was palpable. "I can't let some nobody ruin our plans." He was about to walk out expressionlessly when Hong Mingkong quickly stopped him, saying, "Mr. Murakami, please don't be impulsive. Sigh, the commotion last night was too great, and now the Hung Palace is on alert. Perhaps there are already people from the Hung Palace lurking around that kid, just waiting for you to show your face." "So what?" Murakami scoffed, without hesitation. "Just take them all out at once." Seeing that he couldn't persuade him otherwise, Hong Mingkong could only turn his attention to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao finally spoke up quietly. "You know you have important things to do right now. Why waste your time on such a nobody?" He spoke, and Murakami's stray dog calmed down. "All right, after hearing what you've said, I have a better understanding of this person. Although it's troublesome, it won't cause any major disaster. Just like you said, the scale is too small to be of any use." As soon as Ling Xiao spoke, his aura immediately emanated, and his superior demeanor completely overshadowed Hong Mingkong. In the several troubles that followed, he always played defensively and managed to turn the situation around. "Can't you see why?" Hong Mingkong's eyelids twitched. "Why?" "Because he doesn't dare." Ling Xiao chuckled lightly, as if discussing a trivial matter. The previous times, he only retaliated after things got out of hand, which shows that he didn't want to cause trouble in the first place, but was just forced into it. If he really had the ability to cause a major disaster, he wouldn't just be passively fighting against you. To put it bluntly, if you ignore him, he won't dare to cause trouble. This person is interesting, but he's not good enough to be an opponent. He leaned back in his chair and said casually, "I suggest you prioritize the bigger picture. My time is limited, and I don't have time to waste here fighting with you and an ordinary person." Although his tone was relaxed, a dangerous glint flashed in his eyes after he uttered the last word. Hong Mingkong is clearly an elder, and this is the Hong family's mansion, so he is considered the head of the Hong family. Yet, he was taught a lesson twice by a junior. But considering his status as a young man, he could only swallow his anger. Young Master Ling is right. I will put this person aside for now and devote myself fully to our next task. Ling Xiao nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Murakami and said, "I will cooperate with your God Society to help you connect with the Zhu family and establish 3 laboratories in the country. Although there is one less now, it can only be blamed on your people's carelessness, which allowed Qin Chaosheng to find a loophole. You have no one else to blame. But if you can't satisfy me when you do things for me, then my future cooperation with your divine society is hard to say." With just a few words, he completely stunned the two of them, leaving them frozen in place. Even Sakurai Kogure, who had just been shouting about revenge, could only fall silent now. Compared to the benefits of the divine society, what is her injury? Seeing that they were all silent, Ling Xiao nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. Since none of you have any objections, let's focus on the important matters from now on." He looked at Hong Mingkong. "Jiang Suilu is half dead now, and you should be able to control that Qi Xiaodong. The martial alliance is now completely under your control. Next, my people will step in to help you deal with the Zhang family as quickly as possible. I hope to master the underground of the entire Sichuan region in the shortest possible time. Is that possible?" Hearing this, even Hong Mingkong felt a tremor in his heart. Mastering the underground resources of Sichuan sounds easy, but it's incredibly difficult to do. Although the Hong family now controls the martial alliance, the Zheng family's influence in Sichuan is no joke. Not to mention that Zhang Hanjiang himself was once an elder of the Panlong Hall. His status as a leader of the Jelahui, a secret society, was enough to make him feel secure in Sichuan. Want to bring the Jelahui under your control? It's not that easy. Ling Xiao chuckled upon hearing this. He used to be a leader of the Jelahui in Hanjiang, but he's old now. As far as I know, the leaders of the Jelahui have always been chosen by the most capable, and it is not a hereditary system. If he could sit in Hanjiang, why can't others sit in him? The Yangtze River's back waves push the front waves forward, but what if these front waves die on the beach? What do you think the result would be? Upon hearing this, Hong Mingkong's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly cheered up. The Hong and Zheng families are both long-established families in Sichuan. While other prominent families were gradually declining, only these two families were thriving. The Zheng family relied on the Panlong Palace, of course. As for the Hong family, that remains unknown. Judging from Ling Xiao's words, he plans to start directly with Zheng Hanjiang. If Zheng Hanjiang dies, even if his sons and grandsons join forces, they will find it difficult to control the Jelui, a secret society. This gives them an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Seeing that Hong Mingkong still had reservations, Ling Xiao smiled gently. No matter how glorious Zheng Hanjiang was in the past, that's all in the past. Both he and Panlong Palace are now a thing of the past. This new era needs to be taken over by us young people. After hesitating for a long time, seeing that Ling Xiao still seemed indifferent, Hong Mingkong finally gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, let's do it this way." Chapter 359, I'm Not a Bodyguard. After resting for a night, Qin Yao received a call from his aunt early the next morning. School started these past 2 days, and Tang Kurson registered under the arrangement of the Zhang family. She will be able to go back to school in a couple of days. She also asked about Qin Yao's recent situation, saying that the noodle shop was doing very well recently, and that he would go home if he was too tired from work. Qin Yao asked her with a smile if she planned to let him live off her parents, but his aunt replied very seriously, "I'd be happy to be saddled by my nephew. You've been in Sichuan for almost a month now. Aren't you going to come back and see your cousin off when she starts school?" Qin Yao said helplessly, "It's the company's arrangement. There's nothing I can do about it. I'll be back soon." Although her aunt was urging Qin Yao to come home, she was still very happy to hear that Qin Yao had a stable career. After exchanging a few words, Qin Yao hung up the phone first. He tidied himself up and went out, originally intending to go directly to the hotel to see how Qin Chuqing planned to arrange things for Song Peiyu. But thinking that he hadn't visited Uncle Zhao's house for a few days, Uncle Zhao sent him a message yesterday urging Qin Yao to go to the company to sign the contract as soon as possible. Since he was already out, he figured he might as well go and take a look. As soon as they stepped out, Gao Yaya followed them. Qin Yao didn't stop him, as long as he didn't follow them inside. Unexpectedly, when they arrived at the Zhao family villa, Gao Yaya unconsciously opened the car door and followed him inside. "What are you doing?" Qin Yao stopped and glanced at her. Gao Yaya was unconvinced, even a little impatient. "What else can I do? Protect your safety. I'm just visiting my uncle's house. You don't need to come along, do you?" But Gao Yaya rolled her eyes at him. "You said it yourself. Sakurai Kogure has an inside man in Kawa. Who knows if she found out your uncle's address and ambushed you here in advance. Even if your safety isn't that important, Sakurai Kogure is a member of the Sakura God Society, and her appearance could very well affect the safety of the Dragon Kingdom. I don't want to miss the chance to win her over because of you." Qin Yao was too lazy to argue with this woman, so he could only say helplessly, "Then wait for me outside the door. I'll be out soon." "No way." Gao Yaya rejected the idea outright. "I said, no one can guarantee that Sakurai Kogure won't be waiting for you inside after you open the door, so I have to stay with you every step of the way." She wanted to see what was so special about this man that made old Master Dong value him so much. If she finds him to be mediocre, she will definitely be the first to stand up and reject Hengdian's cooperation with him. Hengdian never keeps useless people, nor will it cooperate with them. Of course, there's an even more important reason. You really think I'm your bodyguard, making me wait outside? Let me tell you, the people who can get me to personally act as their bodyguards are all those who have made significant contributions and have great influence on the country. Even if such people don't speak, Hengdian will send people to protect them. And you are just bait to catch fish. I hope you'll stop interfering with my work, otherwise I'll think you're interfering with my duties." After saying that, she showed no respect for Qin Yao and even walked 2 steps faster than him to the villa door, knocking directly on the door. Qin Yao sighed and had no choice but to follow. There's nothing we can do. They're government officials, and they're on official business. They thought it would be Uncle Zhao or Chun Huiyu who opened the door, but as soon as the door opened, a burly figure appeared in front of them. Qin Yao. "Who is it?" He was injured 2 days ago, but because Qin Yao held back, he only suffered a minor fracture. It hurts, but it heals quickly. Even so, his hands and feet are still in casts, and the smell of medicine fills the air as soon as you open the door. Anyone who doesn't know better would think he's seriously injured. He was initially impatient, but once he opened the door, his eyes were glued to Gao Yaya, and he couldn't take his eyes off her. He even swallowed hard. "Miss, who are you looking for?" Gao Yaya saw the wolfish fire in his eyes at a glance, but didn't take it to heart. She glanced at him and walked straight inside. She was originally there to be Qin Yao's bodyguard, but now it looks like Qin Yao is protecting her. Qin Yao stepped forward. "I'm looking for Uncle Zhao." "It's you." Chen Yong, who was still basking in the beauty, suddenly turned on Qin Yao with a vengeance and grabbed the door, shouting, "Get out! You're not welcome here." Qin Yao coldly glanced up at him, then his gaze fell on his arm. "What? Isn't the injury serious enough?" One sentence brought back the fear of being dominated by Qin Yao that day. Although he looked resentful, he still angrily stepped aside, demonstrating his willingness to follow his heart. When Qin Yao entered, everyone's eyes fell on Gao Yaya. The latter ignored him, walked directly to the sofa and sat down, casually crossing his long legs in front of him, and pointed at Qin Yao with his finger. "I am his friend. You don't need to pay attention to me. Just talk about your things." In the living room, Zhao Ming and Chun Huiyu sat on one side, while Li Mei and the old lady of the Chun family sat on the other side. Zhao Mingzheng looked troubled and was stunned when he saw Gao Yaya come in. Chun Huiyu stood up immediately. "Who are you? How dare you barge into someone's home like that? Don't you have any manners?" Qin Yao with annoyance and said in a shrill voice, "You really are influenced by your surroundings. You have no manners." Upon hearing this, Gao Yaya's eyes turned cold. "Who are you calling rude?" "Hee, I'll talk about whoever trespasses on someone else's property." Chun Huiyu didn't take her seriously at all, especially after she said she was Qin Yao's friend. She was even less inclined to look at her. Although this woman is beautiful, she looks like a country bumpkin or a tomboy. What kind of good person can hang out with a bumpkin like Qin Yao? Gao Yaya had probably never been mocked like this before. She gripped the sofa armrest with one hand, her gaze icy. "Say that again?" Qin Yao was helpless. He had told her not to come in, but she wouldn't listen. Now that they had a conflict, he had to clean up her mess. He stepped forward and apologized to Zhao Ming. "I'm sorry, Uncle Zhao, this is a friend of mine. I had some business to run with her today, and we just happened to be passing by, so I thought I'd drop by to see you." Upon hearing that it was indeed Qin Yao's friend, Zhao Ming quickly pulled Chun Huiyu aside and said with a smile, "Oh, I see. Not bad, not bad. Qin Yao is even bringing friends over to his house now." Seeing this, Chun Huiyu said irritably, someone who can be friends with him probably isn't a decent person either. "Tisk, if you can't speak properly, then don't speak." Zhao Ming glared at her, walked over and affectionately hugged Qin Yao. "Qin Yao, you've come at the right time. I have some great news to tell you." "What's up?" Seeing Zhao Ming happy, Qin Yao was also happy for him. But what Zhao Ming said next made Qin Yao's expression freeze. "I'm preparing to invest in the Martial Alliance." Chapter 360, I was really scammed. Invest in the Martial Alliance? Qin Yao was suddenly taken aback, and then became worried. The Sichuan Martial Arts Alliance is currently in chaos, riddled with internal problems. Why would it seek investment at a time like this? Seeing him stunned, Chun Huiyu proudly puffed out her chest, sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, and said, "Oh my, that's why I say young Master Qi is truly a talented young man from an extraordinary background." They said before that his uncle would take over as the president of the Martial Alliance. Look, it's only been a few days, and he's already taken office. Unlike some young men who, besides relying on women, also sponge off others. Although she didn't name names, there were no outsiders besides Qin Yao and Gao Yaya in her words. Gao Yaya sat on the sofa listening, looking at Qin Yao with great interest. Qin Yao before, but when they first met, she thought he was a promising talent. But after hearing about his relationship with Zheng Hanjiang, and that he was just a gigolo trying to marry into the Zheng family, my impression of him worsened. Hearing his own family say this now, the contempt in her eyes grew even stronger. Which of the disciples who can enter the Hung Palace is not a man of unyielding integrity? No wonder he refused his father's invitation back then. It turns out he was determined to live off his father. She crossed her legs and watched Qin Yao make a fool of himself with a smile, without saying a word in his defense. Qin Yao disregarded other people's opinions and asked Zhao Ming seriously, "Uncle Zhao, how much did you invest in the Martial Alliance?" Seeing Qin Yao's anxious expression, Zhao Ming smiled and put his arm around his shoulder. "Qin Yao, I know what you're worried about, so don't worry. I've invested 50 million in the Martial Alliance this time. The Martial Alliance is a large and powerful organization. It will only make money and will not lose money, so you can rest assured." After saying that, he put his arm around Qin Yao's shoulder and pulled him aside, whispering, "This time I also took out 3 million to help you invest in a share," and young Master Qi agreed. "You don't need to thank me in a hurry. Consider this money as an investment in you. Work hard in the future and pay it back slowly. Putting everything else aside, even though it's just one share, the annual dividends are enough for you to make money while lying down." He patted Qin Yao on the shoulder and said earnestly, "I've heard about what happened between you and Miss Chun. As an elder, I shouldn't interfere too much in your affairs, but Uncle Zhao also wants to remind you that some things are too ethereal and unpredictable for you to grasp. I know you want to use Miss Chen's identity to make a brilliant comeback and achieve great success as soon as possible. But I'm not saying this to criticize you, but the path you've chosen is just too. Sigh. If your aunt knew, she'd be furious. So, Uncle Zhao will give you another hand. You should get out of your unrealistic fantasies as soon as possible and start working steadily, understand?" As Zhao Ming spoke, his words to Qin Yao were filled with sighs. The world is indeed dazzling and tempting. Back then, his nephew was such an outstanding child. Not only did he excel in his studies from childhood to adulthood, but he also found a beautiful girlfriend, and the two were a perfect match. But now, after 5 years in prison, he's actually willing to sell his dignity for wealth and status. It's truly tragic and lamentable, Qin Yao said with a hint of helplessness. "Uncle Zhao, that's not what I wanted to say. You may not know this, but the Martial Alliance is in complete chaos right now and has already been taken over by someone else. At a time like this, when they themselves are unstable, how can they accept investments from others? I suspect this wasn't a decision made within the Martial Alliance at all, but rather Qi Xuanqing is using this opportunity to make money. The Martial Alliance has just had an internal war. Even though Qi Xuanqing's uncle successfully became the president, he is still just a puppet of the Hong family. There's definitely something wrong with accepting so much investment at this time." Zhao Ming had been all smiles, but upon hearing these words, his smile froze on his face. "Qin Yao, are you saying that I was deceived by young Master Qi?" Qin Yao said with a serious expression. "I can't be sure he's lying to you, but investing in the Martial Alliance at this time is definitely not a good idea. The Martial Alliance is in chaos after the new president was appointed, with many people busy trying to make a quick buck. You should still—" "Impossible." Before Qin Yao could finish speaking, Zhao Ming interrupted him with a smile. "Qin Yao, you've been out of the business world for too long. You know too little about it. Young Master Qi has a large and powerful family, and now his uncle has become the president of the Martial Alliance. With such abundant manpower and financial resources, would he really covet my tens of millions? Besides, my 10-year contract with the Martial Alliance is still in effect. It's in black and white. Even if they have some major internal problems, can they deny it? You're overthinking it." The two unconsciously raised their voices, and Chun Huiyu kept eavesdropping. So when she heard Zhao Ming's words, she clicked her tongue twice and said, "Qin Yao, don't be so incompetent that you can't stand seeing others do well." Because of Chun Yang's matter, Li Mei also disliked Qin Yao. Heh, what a petty mind. Young Master Qi has a big family and a big business. Why would he need your 2 coins? Chen Yong, needless to say, was naturally going to retaliate after Qin Yao had made him lose face so badly. "I think you're just jealous of us because you don't have the money to invest. Uncle, count me in this time. I have a few million in spare cash, so I don't need this much." As he said this, he glanced at Gao Yaya, his tone carrying a hint of boasting. To everyone's surprise, Gao Yaya didn't even look at him. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Qin Yao, which she found quite interesting. He naturally didn't know that Gao Yaya was watching a good show and thought she was being affectionate, so he became even more unhappy. Qin Yao was helpless and could only try to persuade him. It really is Uncle Zhao. I know the top leader of their martial alliance. He told me personally that the martial alliance is in a lot of chaos right now. You should reconsider. Huh. Shun Huiyu rolled her eyes without any politeness. The leader of the martial alliance is a high-ranking and powerful figure, even higher than the president. How could you possibly know such a person? Moreover, young Master Qi told us that the head of the household fell ill a couple of days ago and hasn't been saved yet. What? Did someone tell you this in a dream? It was supposed to be a fantastic opportunity, but this kid kept pouring cold water on it as soon as he arrived. To put it bluntly, it's just that he's jealous of Qi Xiao because he's more outstanding than him. Even Zhao Ming sighed this time, shook his head, and said, Qin Yao, jealousy is a bad thing. I've already made up my mind about this, so you don't need to say anything more. I have other things to do tonight, so I won't keep you for dinner. Seeing that Zhao Ming was already unhappy, Qin Yao didn't press him any further. He nodded helplessly. All right, then I'll be going now, Uncle Zhao. However, you should reconsider what I'm saying and take a look. Zhao Ming grunted in response and waved his hand, but whether he actually listened or not is unknown. Chapter 361 The Chase. As soon as they left the Zhao family home, Gao Yaya's sneer rang out. What heinous things have you done that have made even your own family distrust you so much? Qin Yao opened the car door and got in, not even bothering to acknowledge her. He had only one thing on his mind: how to persuade Zhao Ming to withdraw his investment and preferably not to cooperate with the martial alliance anymore. However, for Zhao Ming, cooperating with the martial alliance was an absolutely fantastic opportunity, let alone investing in the martial alliance. Based on the status of the martial alliance in Sichuan over the years, they can easily handle billions of dollars worth of business every year. Although Zhao Ming's company is doing well now, it is still relatively small in size compared to others. Why not do it if you can make money? Therefore, it is still very difficult to persuade them to quit. Seeing that he was ignoring her, Gao Yaya snorted coldly. Only family members truly understand you. Today has really opened my eyes. Qin Yao glanced at her and said indifferently, Yes, no wonder your father said you've been spoiled rotten. He really knows you quite well. You? Gao Yaya glared at Qin Yao, but ultimately held back. If it weren't for the fact that you're the key bait to lure out Sakurai Kogyo, you'd be in the hospital by now. Let me tell you, even in Longdu, there aren't many men who dare to talk to me like that. As for you, I've said too much. In Longdu, you wouldn't even have a chance to speak to me. Qin Yao ignored her and drove directly to the hotel where Chen Chuqing was. They were located near the outskirts, and there weren't many cars around at the moment. Halfway there, Qin Yao suddenly sensed a danger approaching, as sound waves echoed from ahead. Looking up, I saw several cars speeding by in the next lane. The car in front was a Hummer, but its body was in a terrible state, with signs of being hacked. 3 Dodges were chasing after it, speeding at full speed and looking menacing, clearly heading straight for the Hummer in front. Qin Yao glanced at it casually and saw that the Hummer's license plate was from Yunnan province, and it seemed to be heading out of the city via this road, heading straight for Yunnan province. Just then, a head suddenly popped out of the window of the car behind, carrying a crossbow, and shot it through the Hummer's tire. With a loud bang, the tire burst, and the Hummer swerved and crashed into the guardrail. Upon seeing this, Qin Yao instinctively stepped on the brakes. However, Gao Yaya, who was standing next to him, remained leaning against the car door, seemingly unconcerned. Why did you stop the car? To watch the show? Qin Yao turned to look at her. Aren't you going to do anything about it? Those cars were making such a racket, it was obvious they were going to cause a fatality. As a member of Hongdian, Gao Yaya stood by and watched coldly at this moment. Unexpectedly, she actually intended to stand by and watch. The bicycle seat was lowered halfway down, and she rested her head on her arms, with her long, slender legs encased in leather pants draped in front of her. These guys look like they're looking for revenge in the martial arts world. Why should I get involved? She remained indifferent and said disdainfully, My Hongdian is responsible for the safety or cases of those who have made great contributions to the country or may affect the future national structure. Do you think I'd step in to stop every fight between thugs and hooligans? Are you kidding me? As she spoke, she lifted her eyelids and glanced at Qin Yao. Don't tell me you're planning to meddle. Let me warn you. Those pursuers are obviously not simple people. The one who fired the crossbow bolt alone is a Yellow Realm early-stage cultivator. Forget it. You wouldn't understand things like realms of cultivation. Let me put it this way. Even I, your grandma, would find it difficult to deal with these people, let alone without any weapons. If you're planning to go it alone, you'd better save your breath. I won't be responsible if you die. That day, Qin Yao single-handedly defeated more than a dozen of Mo Linjiang's men. But Mo Linjiang's men underestimated him that day, and they had all been drinking. Although Mo Linjiang himself had the title of a ruthless bandit, his martial arts skills were only at the late stage of the Yellow Realm, and he was over 30 years old. To put it bluntly, in her eyes they were just a bunch of rabble. These people are clearly well-trained, have an unusual background, and are armed. If Qin Yao were to go down and fight them barehanded without lifting a finger, he would surely die. The young lady casually knocked on the car door. All right, stop looking and let's go. It doesn't matter if you die, but if we lose an opportunity to capture Sakurai Kogyo because of you, then it will really be a loss. After all, if you die, it's just one person, but if Sakurai Kogyo escapes, who knows how many more people will die. She said this without caring at all about Qin Yao's reaction. Even if he was unhappy, there was nothing he could do. That's how domineering Heng Dian is when it comes to handling cases. Qin Yao didn't actually intend to meddle in other people's business. Just as he was about to drive away, he heard the Hummer roar. One tire has blown out, causing the car to become extremely unstable. It was impossible to drive away in this car, so the pursuers stopped and stared at the Hummer with predatory eyes. No one expected that the Hummer would suddenly accelerate, reverse sharply, and crash directly into one of the Dodges. How ruthless. Qin Yao clicked his tongue inwardly. Since he couldn't escape, he simply rushed back to take them both down with him. Bang, bang, bang. Before anyone else could react, the driver's side window of the Hummer opened, and a dark gun barrel extended out, firing 3 shots in quick succession. Those 3 shots were executed with exceptional skill. Each one was aimed directly at the opponent's head. However, the other party reacted quickly, using the car body to dodge as soon as the window opened. Nevertheless, one person was shot in the arm. With a click, a vulgar curse came from inside the Hummer, and at the same time, the engine roared furiously. The car broke down, and were out of bullets. The pursuers seemed to have noticed this as well, and they surrounded them. The 12 assassins were wearing masks and carrying weapons. 4 of them stood at a distance, their mechanical crossbows pointed at the driver's cab of the Hummer. During this time, Qin Yao's car was completely ignored. Gao Yaya lazily lifted her eyelids and glanced at them, even admiringly saying, "Both sides are good. One side is a ruthless person, and the other side is well-trained. It seems this event is going to be much more exciting than I expected." He shook his head again as he spoke, but a small place is still a small place. This little bit of fuss is nothing. Qin Yao ignored the smugness in her tone and stared at the Hummer's door. He felt that the silhouette of the person inside the car when the window opened just now looked somewhat familiar. The car stopped, the door opened, and Qin Yao raised an eyebrow. It was him. Chapter 362 The Ruthless Bandit is indeed vicious. Hearing Qin Yao speak as if he had met an acquaintance, Gao Yaya subconsciously looked up as well. She wouldn't really call them acquaintances, but she did know the person in front of her. Just a few days ago, Qin Yao had a conflict with him at his bar, and he was beaten up by Qin Yao. Mo Linjiang? Why would he be being hunted down? Although Gao Yaya was not familiar with Sichuan, she had heard the name Mo Linjiang that day, and her subordinates immediately looked up Mo Linjiang's information. Regardless of other factors, Mo Linjiang has a notorious reputation in the underground communities of Sichuan and Yunnan provinces. Especially in Yunnan province, he was an absolute ruthless bandit. Moreover, he was quite well known in the no-man's land between Yunnan province and Yu state, specializing in taking on business between the two places. People who can do business in such places not only need to have manpower and money, but also need to be ruthless. But Mo Linjiang looked much more disheveled than when they met at the bar that day. His head was smashed open. There was a deep gash above his eyebrow that revealed the bone, and if he went any lower, his eye would be ruined. His body was covered in countless wounds, and his clothes and pants were stained red with blood. Yet he was still able to stand up. He truly lived up to his reputation as a ruthless bandit. Among the people surrounding him, a young man wearing a mask walked out, carrying a handgun, seemingly unconcerned about the surveillance cameras that were everywhere on the highway. The young man stepped forward, his tone leaving no room for refusal. "Mr. M.O., my young master invites you to his residence as a guest. Anyone who isn't a fool can see that this guest is no ordinary person." M.O. Linjiang could barely stand. Clutching his chest, he leaned against the Hummer door and spat out a mouthful of saliva mixed with blood. "Pa, you killed more than a dozen of my men and relentlessly pursued me, and you tell me you're just visiting? Do you think I'd believe that? Now that I'm in your hands, I admit defeat. Tell me, what exactly do you want?" The young man maintained an indifferent expression, seemingly unwilling to waste time. "Since that's the case, then I'll get straight to the point. My young master has his eye on a business line that you, Mr. M.O., has crossed over to Yunnan and Sichuan provinces, and is willing to pay 10 million to buy it out from you. If you don't mind, I can write you a check right now, and our people can take over immediately. What do you think?" The man used polite language, but his demands were anything but polite. From crossing to Yunnan province, not to mention anything else, the business involved along this route alone is worth tens of millions a year. Not to mention that this route leads directly to the no man's land on the border, where countless shady black businesses are hidden. The category of weapons alone is enough to fill many people's stomachs. M.O. Linjiang is known as a ruthless bandit, but this business line was earned through bloodshed and sweat. The other party came up and immediately demanded a buyout, and for only 10 million, which was practically robbery. No wonder M.O. Linjiang sneered after hearing this. Dream on. The young man didn't think he had done anything wrong at all. On the contrary, he said confidently, "You probably don't know what kind of person you're dealing with. But I can tell you that my young master's identity means that he can turn your life upside down with just a flick of his finger. He had a million ways to take over your business, but he chose to pay you instead. You should feel honored." He held his chin high and looked down at M.O. Linjiang, saying, "Ordinary people like you are just trying to make a living your whole lives. You should understand the principle that possessing a treasure is a crime. You have too much in your hands right now, which isn't good for you, understand?" M.O. Linjiang almost laughed in anger as he listened. Judging from what the other person is saying, it's as if they were the ones whose business was stolen, yet they still have to thank the other person for making things easier for them? There's probably no such logic in the world. What if I don't give it to them? The young man sighed. Then it's a pity that the legend of the notorious bandit M.O. Linjiang comes to an end today. His sigh immediately drew 4 crossbow bolts aimed at his head. The others, too, gripped long and short swords, staring at him menacingly. Seeing this, M.O. Linjiang showed no fear whatsoever. He merely snorted coldly. "Heh, do you really think that after I, M.O. Linjiang, die, you can take over my brothers and my business? Let me tell you, when I die, everything I own will naturally be taken with me." As he spoke, he glanced at the people surrounding him again. "Of course, that includes you. Tear." As soon as he finished speaking, he ripped open his coat, instantly revealing the explosives strapped to his waist, with one hand already holding the fuse. Upon seeing this, even the arrogant young man was startled and took several steps back. "M.O. Linjiang, are you crazy? Once the explosives detonate, you will surely die. Our young master has taken a liking to your business. You should feel honored. So why are you resisting? For ordinary people like you, achieving even a little success might have already exhausted a lifetime's luck, but your business, under the hands of my young master, can quickly flourish. Why are you refusing? What gives you the right to refuse?" This young man was different from the other subordinates. He seemed to be seeing this scene for the first time and was so frightened that he quickly hid in the car. At the same time, he didn't forget to hurl insults, saying, "How can these common people be so ignorant? They only think about wealth, glory, and endless glamorousness, but do they ever consider whether those things are meant for ordinary people like them? Even if an ordinary person possesses immense wealth, they might not be robbed today, but they could be robbed tomorrow, and in the end, they would have nothing left. But it's a different story if it's handed over to the young master. He was born into a noble family with a powerful clan backing him up. Shouldn't such a person be the one to wield power and wealth? If that's the case, why is Malinjiang still resisting? Mo Linjiang's eyes were already bloodshot. He didn't care what anyone was saying and glared at them angrily, shouting, "Back off. All of you back off." The assassins who came specifically to ambush him were somewhat intimidated by his agitated state. One of them gave a wink to an archer behind Mo Linjiang, signaling him to find an opportunity to finish Mo Linjiang off without giving him a chance to detonate the bomb. After receiving the order, the archers secretly raised their crossbows and slowly aimed them at the back of Mo Linjiang's head. Before he could press the button, a whooshing sound came from the air, followed by a scream. The archer's forehead exploded with a bloody hole, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to get up. "Who is it?" Mo Linjiang was startled, looked around, and nervously tightened his grip on the fuse. At this moment, Qin Yao got out of the car, put his hands in his pockets, and walked over. "What business is so popular that I want to get a piece of the pie?" Chapter 363, Let Me Broaden Your Horizons. With a loud bang, Qin Yao opened the door of Gao Yai's Land Rover, and the eyes of the group of people there immediately focused on him. Mo Linjiang, in particular, was startled the moment he saw him. How could it be him? Just 2 days ago, the two were sworn enemies, and they got into a fight in a bar over a trivial matter. To be precise, it was Qin Yao who unilaterally beat him up. Gao Yaya was annoyed to see Qin Yao step forward. "I told you not to meddle in other people's business. Are you looking for trouble? Let me tell you, if anything happens later, I won't protect you." Qin Yao ignored her, lit a cigarette, walked to the guardrail, and casually sat down. "Aren't you talking business? Keep talking, I want to hear it." The group chasing Mo Linjiang didn't recognize Qin Yao. They looked at each other, completely bewildered. The young man, however, frowned and glanced at him, then angrily said, "You killed my men?" This time, he brought about 20 men with him, and patted his chest as he told the young master that he would definitely bring Mo Linjiang back to him. "But we haven't even brought the people back yet, and we've already lost several of our own people. These people were all trained by the young master at great expense. It would be a pity to lose even one of them. The most crucial question is, who exactly is this person? He was just passing by, but he dared to meddle in such trivial matters and killed one of his own men without saying a word. But if you say he's Mo Linjiang's reinforcements, he seems completely indifferent to Mo Linjiang's life or death, acting like a mere spectator." Qin Yao smiled and glanced at him. "What? Didn't you see it clearly? Let me show you again." As he spoke, Qin Yao casually picked up a small pebble and weighed it in his hand. Before anyone could react to what this uninvited guest was about to do, the pebble was launched directly from his hand. It was just a small pebble that he picked up casually, but when it was launched from his hand, it was like a bullet leaving the barrel, with a whooshing sound accompanied by a groan from a door. Another crossbowman using a car as cover fell instantly, without even having time to scream. The dozen or so men panicked completely, finally realizing how terrifying this person was, and they all pointed their weapons at him. For a moment, even Mo Linjiang, who was strapped with a bomb, was almost overlooked. The young man, protected by several people behind him, was immediately at a loss. Mo Linjiang, who was strapped with a bomb and wanted to die with them, was already difficult enough to deal with, and now an uninvited guest had appeared. This was going to be an inauspicious start. Even so, he maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, not wanting to lose face. "Brother, I think there might be some misunderstanding between us. Even if you want to stand up for justice, you've probably chosen the wrong target. My young master's status and influence are beyond your imagination. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Leave now, and I'll pretend nothing happened." Once they've dealt with Malinjiang, finding someone in central Sichuan shouldn't be too difficult, given their resources. Qin Yao did not refuse, but nodded instead. "Okay, I'll go." The young man was taken aback, seemingly not expecting Qin Yao to be so obedient. Just as he was about to show his delight, Qin Yao pointed at Mo Linjiang and said, "Are you going or not? I can give you a ride." "No, he can't leave." The young man's expression suddenly changed, and his eyes flashed with a fierce light. So you really are the reinforcements that Mo Linjiang brought. Qin Yao smiled and waved his hand, saying, "He's not qualified to ask me for help, and you're not important enough for me to rescue him. Even if he doesn't come with me now, do you think you can get him out of here alive?" As he spoke, he pointed to the explosives on Mo Linjiang's body. The men surrounding him were twitching their eyelids, finally remembering the explosives on Mo Linjiang's body. The young man gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "If we don't take him back, where will the young master's face be? I don't believe he would risk his life for money. It's just a business worth $1 billion. Are you really willing to risk your life?" "Never mind that, kid. Take down Mo Linjiang first." He was initially hesitant, but after Qin Yao intervened, he made up his mind. If we don't take Mo Linjiang away today, he won't have a good time back home. Besides, no matter how ruthless Mo Linjiang is, he wouldn't really risk his life to take them all down for a little business. Now that another person has gotten involved, if this drags on any longer, who knows what other trouble might arise. So he gritted his teeth and made a tough decision, simply ordering someone to take action, betting that Mo Linjiang wouldn't dare. At this point, Mo Linjiang was already seriously injured, and apart from the explosives on his body, he had no chance to resist. Seeing that more than a dozen people had surrounded him, Mo Linjiang could only lean against the car door and roar, "Don't come any closer." He was already at his last gasp. Gao Yaya sat in the car watching the show, and when she saw Qin Yao take down 2 crossbowmen with just 2 pebbles, she didn't think much of it. These are just underhanded tricks, nothing to brag about. The other party didn't take him seriously, so naturally they didn't pay attention to the movements of his hands. With enough finger strength and accurate acupoint placement, a pebble can easily knock someone unconscious. It requires very little skill. But if he were really facing a dozen or so burly men armed with weapons, he would probably already be having second thoughts. He only said a few words to me, and he's already in such a hurry to prove himself. Hee, you can't even handle a couple of provocations. You're still not mature enough. A man like this needs to be brought back to Hengdian and trained at the bottom for a few years if he wants to become successful. She stretched lazily and walked to Qin Yao's side before the other side could make a move. Qin Yao was about to step forward when a delicate hand landed on his shoulder. "All right, rest over there. These people aren't as simple as they seem." She pointed to the 3 people surrounding the young man. "These 3 are all experts in the middle stage of the Yellow Realm, and the others are at least in the early stage of the Yellow Realm. Moreover, they are all well-trained, and it is obvious that they are not simple people. Malinjiang underestimated you that day, but the situation is different now. I didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but since you are the key bait to lure out Sakurai Kogure, I'm going to take action for you today. No need to thank me. This is a good opportunity for you to see the difference between the academics and someone like you who's self-taught." She casually tied her long hair up with a rubber band, leaped up with her long legs, and charged into a group of men with her bare hands. Don't let her being a woman, and an absolute beauty at that, fool you. These people showed no mercy when they attacked her. Apart from 2 people at the mid-stage of the Yellow Realm who were protecting the young woman, the rest of the group rushed forward and quickly shifted their target from Mo Linjiang to her. The sun blazed overhead, while shadowy figures moved about below. With her graceful figure, Gao Yaya weaved through the layers of attacks. For a full 20 minutes, it was a close contest, with the 2 teams even gaining a slight advantage. Chapter 364. No one is spared, only lives are spared. Gao Yaya's skills are indeed impressive. She is clean and efficient, never hesitant or indecisive. While being visually appealing, it also maintains the speed, ruthlessness, and accuracy of its moves, at least at the early stage of the Profound Realm. In this rare and mysterious place, her skills quickly gave her the upper hand. Even with her bare hands, she defeated her enemies one by one within half an hour, truly a heroic and valiant Mulan. The young man hadn't expected this crazy woman who suddenly appeared to be so powerful. Veins bulged on his forehead, and he didn't care about his image anymore. Go, take this woman down. Whoever can win her over, I'll give her to them tonight. If we take them all together, you can split them equally. The 2 mid-stage Yellow Realm experts beside him also moved, but not to share Gao Yaya. As fellow experts, They realized that if they didn't act soon and Gao Yaya defeated them one by one, they would have no chance of returning home to report back. At this point, Gao Yaya was already somewhat exhausted from fighting against more than a dozen Huangjing. Although the gap between the Profound Realm and the Yellow Realm is huge, advancing to the next small realm is a qualitative leap. But after all, she was unarmed, and her opponents were not some ragtag bunch. These specially trained assassins have one characteristic. Although their individual strength is not particularly formidable, they are extremely adept at teamwork and even possess their own formations. In addition, they are all armed, making them quite troublesome. Even so, Gao Yaya still managed to break through the encirclement and fought to a standstill with two mid-stage Yellow Realm cultivators. Qin Yao wasn't in a hurry to help, but instead watched with great interest from the sidelines. Her academic background is indeed different from some of the empty-headed people from the Martial Alliance. Moreover, it's clear that she's even deliberately concealing her level of cultivation. If you're only at the early stage of the Profound Realm, you can't possibly fight Sakurai Kogyo to a draw. So her skill level should be at the mid-stage of the Profound Realm. At this age, she's quite remarkable. Qin Yao calmly commented, and if it weren't for the fact that he and Gao Yaya were about the same age, to outsiders, his words would sound like a highly skilled senior commenting on a rising newcomer. It sounds a bit pretentious no matter how you look at it. After the fight broke out, Mo Linjiang tried his best to avoid attracting attention and moved to Qin Yao's side. He was already too badly injured to escape on his own, so he had no intention of taking the opportunity to leave. "Why are you helping me?" Qin Yao was busy watching the show and didn't look away. "I already said I'm interested in your business and want to invest. Is that not allowed?" Mo Linjiang knew this was just an excuse. He still gripped the fuse tightly, his gaze fixed on the Hummer at the back. "I think you'd better call that woman back first, and we'll leave first. The most troublesome thing here isn't these assassins, but the people in that car." He seemed to recall some terrifying scene, and gently closed his eyes. "Once he makes a move, I'm afraid we won't even be able to escape. We are practically enemies, but I, Mo Linjiang, will remember your kindness in helping me today. If I survive today, my life is yours." Upon hearing this, Qin Yao turned his head and looked at him with interest. "You gave me your life so easily. Why didn't you agree to their demands? That way you might not have died." Without even thinking, Mo Linjiang snorted coldly. "I, Mo Linjiang, have been out in the world since I was 16. What kind of life or death threats haven't I experienced? For them, a business worth billions is just a small amount, but for someone like me, it's something I fought my way to with my blood and sweat. You can pay me to work for you, but you can't threaten me with my life to pay you. To put it bluntly, I'm the kind of person who'd rather die than live." Qin Yao could understand his feelings. The young man clearly came from a privileged background and couldn't understand someone like Mo Linjiang, who had climbed his way up from the bottom. Billions of dollars represent more than just a pair of banknotes. They represent the food that feeds countless men under your command. For that young man, tens of thousands of yuan might just be enough to buy a watch or a woman. He certainly wouldn't risk his life for such a small amount of money. But for some ordinary families, tens of thousands of yuan could really drive someone to their death. So if it weren't for Qin Yao's appearance, Mo Linjiang might have already been blown to pieces with these people. Gao Yaya's battle was nearing its end. Although it was a bit difficult to deal with two mid-stage Yellow Realm cultivators, she had already crushed them both in less than half an hour. With a flourish, she tossed her hair and turned to Qin Yao. "So, how much of my trick did you learn?" Seeing Qin Yao's bewildered expression, she chuckled and said, "Forget it. It's too difficult to correct someone like you who's using unorthodox methods in a short time. You don't need many moves from just now. If you can remember 2 or 3, that will be enough to improve you a lot. My dad wasn't wrong. You have good talent, but it's a pity you lack experience and haven't learned any special techniques. You need to work on your character. You'll achieve great things in the future. I won't become world famous, but at least I won't be as mediocre and unproductive as I am now." Qin Yao on the shoulder and said, "Work hard, young man. You still have a lot to learn." Qin Yao didn't argue. Anyway, he didn't have to lift a finger, which saved him a lot of effort. It was just that it took too long and the weather was too hot. so he was getting impatient while waiting. What are you standing there for? Haven't you come to your senses yet? Help him walk. Gao Yaya was already getting into her car when she called someone to clean up the mess. However, neither Qin Yao nor Mo Wenjiang showed any intention of leaving. One was too badly injured to walk, while the other sat on the guardrail, his gaze fixed on the last dodge. Gao Yaya was a little puzzled and was about to urge him on when she heard an old voice say, "Little girl, you're quite skilled, but you're also quite arrogant." The old man's voice came from more than 10 meters away. Although the volume was not loud, it was clear enough to be heard. Gao Ya suddenly froze, turned around abruptly, and stared intently at the dodge. Who goes there? The young man had already run towards the car with great excitement, crying out in alarm, "Old Chui, save me." The car door opened, and a simply dressed elderly man stepped out of the dodge. The old man remained calm, showing no sign of agitation despite the recent commotion. He walked towards us with his hands behind his back, taking small but powerful strides that made it seem as if the ground would crack under his feet. He seemed to have covered a distance of only a dozen meters in just 4 or 5 steps, reaching the 3 people nearby. "When I strike, I spare no one, only lives. Have you prepared your wills?" Chapter 365. I am not a calf, you are not a tiger. The old man spoke calmly and composedly, displaying the demeanor of a master in every gesture. Gao Yaya, who was originally very proud, froze instantly upon seeing the old man. The oppressive feeling emanating from the powerful was undeniable. She truly sensed the aura of death emanating from the old man. He immediately gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and tensed his muscles, looking as if he were ready to fight to the death at any moment. "Senior, we have overstepped our bounds today. We can apologize now and leave without further concern for this person. How about the 2 of us leave?" If she revealed her identity directly, she believed the old man wouldn't dare to touch her. However, Heng Jian's investigations are confidential, and her identity is also quite sensitive, so it's best not to expose it if possible. As for admitting defeat, that's nothing. After all, when faced with overwhelming strength, there's no reason not to back down. Besides, this matter had nothing to do with her. It was just that the guy next to her was being nosy and meddling. Mo Linjiang was nothing more than a street thug who brought neither benefit nor contribution to the country or the Hengdian. So, it was best to let him go. The old man was satisfied with her explanation and was about to nod when the young man suddenly roared, "Old Chui, we can't agree to that." He glared fiercely at Qin Yao and Gao Yaya. All his men had been wiped out. Even if he managed to bring Mo Linjiang back, he would have lost all face. So no matter what, he was determined to get his revenge. But old Chui tilted his head slightly and glanced at him sideways. "Why don't you do it yourself?" The young man immediately backed down, but still protested. "But we can't just let it go like this, can we?" Don't forget, their actions also slapped the young master in the face. "You're the one who's shameful, not the young master." After speaking calmly, old Chui gave Gao Yaya a deep look. It seems he has already guessed that Gao Yaya is exceptionally skilled. Gao Yaya breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Qin Yao, saying, "All right, that's all you can do about this. You've done your best, and at least I've seen your commendable courage. Don't push yourself anymore. Let's go." After saying that, she turned to leave. But Qin Yao smiled calmly and pointed at Mo Linjiang, saying to Elder Chui, "I must take this person with me." "You can't take this person with you," old Chui replied. Gao Yaya panicked and quickly turned around to tug at Qin Yao. "Are you crazy?" She glanced at Elder Chui, who remained calm, but she swallowed hard and lowered her voice, saying, "This old man's skills are definitely at the late stage of the profound realm, or even possibly at the peak of the profound realm. And look at his age, he might already be a 10th year Xian realm cultivator. If I fight him, I'll be dead within 10 moves. What makes you think you can challenge him?" She was furious with Qin Yao, fearing that he would provoke the old man and cause him to go all out. Even if the other party is likely to have seen through his identity, given their skills, it wouldn't be impossible for them to kill him silently and silence him. If the other party is willing to let you go, it means they don't want any trouble. I know you want to prove yourself, but now is not the time for you to be stubborn. If you don't want to die, you'd better come with me. Gao Yaya tugged at him again, but he didn't budge. I said, I have to take this person with me. Gao Yaya was speechless for a moment, her beautiful eyes blazing with anger, wishing she could slap Qin Yao's mouth to pieces to stop him from continuing to spout nonsense. Old Chui smiled and nodded. They say a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. It seems that I have also met a reckless young calf today. Mo Linjiang collapsed to the ground at this moment. After realizing the aura emanating from the old man, he resigned himself to his fate. He gripped the fuse tightly, looked up at Qin Yao, and said, Brother, I'm lucky to have met you today and survived a little longer. But you should leave now, don't let me drag you down with you. He knew Qin Yao was no match for the old man and didn't want to drag Qin Yao down with him. Once Qin Yao leaves, he will pull the fuse and die together with the old man. What he didn't expect was that since the old man dared to stand up when he had a bomb, it meant he was absolutely confident that he could kill him instantly. Why would he give him the chance to pull the fuse? Qin Yao finally stood up and put his hand on Mo Linjiang's shoulder. I always keep my word. I said I would let you live, and you won't die today. Gao Yaya rolled her eyes so hard they almost reached the sky. What time is it? Can you please stop acting so pretentious? Do you think that old man is some kind of street thug? To put it bluntly, the gap between you and him is so great that he could kill you with a single finger. Why would you want to court death? Let me tell you, don't think that just because you're important now, I'll fight him to the death for you. At this critical moment, I will not waste my life in a place like this. She was furious. She was there to protect Qin Yao. That's true, but only because he was valuable enough to lure out Sakurai Kogure. If he were an ordinary person, and he were involved in today's events, she would also risk her life to protect him. But he wasn't like that. He completely brought this upon himself. He could have left, but he insisted on staying to provoke others. What kind of time is this? Do you think you'll die if you don't show off? However, Qin Yao didn't waste any words. He simply looked at the old man calmly and said, Senior, make your move. I'll give you a chance to leave me here. Give the elderly a chance. What an arrogant tone. The young man was excited. He hadn't expected Qin Yao to seek his own death. Elder Chui, this person was specifically requested by the young master to stay. If this kid wants to take him away, you shouldn't hesitate, right? Even though old Master Chui was calm and had given Qin Yao so many chances, Qin Yao's temper was now rising. His eyes, which had been brimming with amusement, slowly cooled, and he said coldly, Of course not. Young man, you're too arrogant. You won't live long like this. Qin Yao looked at him expressionlessly. I'm not a calf, and you're not some tiger. Just make your move. When masters clash, things are sometimes far too simple. With a whoosh, old Chui's figure had vanished from the spot. With a sharp whistling sound, the person was already in front of Qin Yao in an instant. It leaped into the air and, in a flash, aimed straight for his throat. Gao Yaya stared in disbelief, not daring to even blink, and silently swallowed. If it were me, could I have blocked that first move? The answer is a definite no. If the old man were to fight seriously, she wouldn't even be able to block his first move. This speed, this power, this effortless body control. Is this the power of a master at the late stage of the profound realm? Careful, she gasped, trying to warn Qin Yao to dodge, even though she knew he had no chance of avoiding it. But when she shouted it out, she froze. The place that Elder Chui attacked was now deserted. Where Qin Yao had been standing, only empty air remained. Where are they? Chapter 366, 7-Star Lotus Steps. What's going on? The young man was stunned at first, but when he came to his senses, Qin Yao's figure appeared behind Elder Chui and him. In the blink of an eye, you're already close to him. The young man trembled with fear and almost knelt down. Old Chui, save me. Old Chui reacted quickly. His attack missed, and he immediately turned and fled. In the blink of an eye, a series of air explosions occurred. Gao Yaya and Mo Linjiang watched in stunned silence, completely unable to believe what had just happened. Too fast. Mo Linjiang disregarded his own wounds, his eyes fixed intently on the fight between the two. Qin Yao dodged again, adjusting his posture with a speed that was almost imperceptible to the naked eye, and once again dodged Elder Chui's attack. But this time, Elder Chui quickly caught his direction, his palms clasped together like claws, and he followed with a smooth motion. His speed was already very fast. Gao Yaya, who was present at the scene, could tell that if it were her, she definitely wouldn't have been able to dodge this attack. However, Qin Yao was as slippery as an eel, and his footwork was also very strange. He moved around without any panic, and it seemed as if he was guiding Elder Chui to make a move. One should press on with one's might, but the momentum will wane and eventually be exhausted. Old Chui unleashed several moves in quick succession, causing even the air to crackle and pop from his powerful gusts of wind. But every time he made a move, he couldn't even touch the hem of Qin Yao's clothes. This feeling is quite unpleasant, like having mustered all your strength to throw a punch, only to have that punch land on soft, fluffy cotton. Not only was their strength depleted, but they also wasted a lot of energy. Qin Yao didn't confront him directly, and instead played cat and mouse with Old Chui for more than 2 minutes. In those 2 minutes, the sweat on Old Chui's forehead grew thicker and thicker, and his brows furrowed more and more deeply. Even though Qin Yao hadn't made a move, he felt powerless. The young man grew anxious and urged, "Old Chui, stop playing around. Quickly capture this kid and take him back to report." He couldn't understand it. He only felt that Qin Yao was constantly dodging. But Gao Yaya, who understood, remained silent. Regardless of Qin Yao's actual strength, at least his dodging skills were far beyond her reach. To be able to handle a late-stage Xian realm expert so easily, even if it's just to escape, is enough to make one look at them with new respect. However, she was still very nervous. It's not a solution for him to keep running like this. If this senior gives up on chasing him and sets his sights on us, we won't be able to escape. As she spoke, she still gritted her teeth at Qin Yao's behavior. His speed is indeed amazing, but if he can't win in terms of strength, he will still face a certain death in the end. Although there's an old saying that speed is the ultimate weapon in martial arts, if the difference in strength between two people is too great, speed alone is not enough to make up for it. After all, the stamina of those in the late stage of the profound realm is quite astonishing. Even though Qin Yao is young and strong, he will soon be worn out. For example, right now, it's clear that Elder Chui's attack is no longer going all out, but rather he's engaging in a war of attrition with Qin Yao. In just a few minutes, Old Chui had almost figured out his walking pattern. That bastard. I thought he had some trump card, but it turns out he only has these 3 tricks up his sleeve. She stomped her foot in anger and took the opportunity to call for backup. In the end, she still has to reveal her identity as the eldest daughter of Hungyan Palace. Mo Linjiang had already resigned himself to fate, but felt extremely guilty for implicating Qin Yao. The young man watched as Qin Yao's steps slowed, his face flushed, and he grew increasingly excited. Old Chui is amazing. This kid is about to die. He now hates this unexpected troublemaker with a vengeance. If it weren't for this kid meddling, how could he have lost so much face? At first, Old Chui was a little agitated by Qin Yao's footwork, but he quickly calmed down. "You want to fight a war of attrition with me? Young man, you're too naive." Just as he slowed down, Qin Yao, who had been dodging, stopped after taking a few steps back. Elder Chui wasn't in a hurry to follow, but simply put one hand behind his back and smiled. "Young man, you were just using the 7-star lotus step, weren't you?" Qin Yao raised an eyebrow. "You recognized me?" 7-star lotus steps. Gao Yaya was the most surprised, even staring wide-eyed at Qin Yao without regard for her image. "You actually know the 7-star lotus steps? Isn't that a martial arts secret technique that has been lost for 100 years? Although the 7-star lotus step is not an offensive martial arts technique, if one can cultivate it to its peak, one's speed can be increased by more than 10 times. It is said that as long as you learn the 7-star lotus step, you can recreate the ancient wonders of flying over rooftops and scaling walls. 100 years ago, the 7-star lotus steps could allow one to break through the encirclement of millions of soldiers without being touched by a single leaf. It could be perfectly integrated with any martial art that required strength but lacked speed, making it highly sought after by all schools of thought. And you actually do it. Gao Yaya's voice trembled more and more violently, and her pretty face gradually turned pale. At first, she thought Qin Yao was just faster, but after hearing the words 7-star lotus steps from Elder Chui, her gaze towards Qin Yao became complicated. No, that's impossible. You must be mistaken, senior. She shook her head repeatedly, denying her previous opinion. He's just a self-taught individual, without a master or sect. Moreover, the seven-star lotus step has been lost for 100 years. His speed is indeed very fast, and perhaps that's why you misunderstood him. Qin Yao, a self-taught martial artist, would actually know this martial arts technique that had been lost for 100 years. He's just an ordinary guy. Even Hengdian, which has been dedicated to collecting martial arts techniques lost in the long river of history for so many years, has never found the seven-star lotus step. What makes him so special? To everyone's surprise, old Master Chui snorted lightly upon hearing this. Little girl, you are underestimating me too much. I don't know where you come from, but I can tell you that the world I've seen is far more exciting than yours. The seven-star lotus steps he used just now were not obvious at first, but later there were a few steps that I had seen someone use when I was young. It was undoubtedly the seven-star lotus steps. Upon receiving confirmation from Elder Chui, Gao Yaya was not pleased. Instead, her expression became increasingly complicated. She looked at Qin Yao, unsure of how to respond. It should be noted that 30 years ago, Hengdian spent 1 billion to seek out the first half of the incomplete seven-star lotus steps overseas. Not only was the upper half missing, but it was also incomplete, making it impossible to restore after it was brought back. But judging from Qin Yao's footwork just now, it's not hard to guess. He probably knows the complete version. But how is that possible? He's just an ordinary guy. For a moment, Gao Yaya felt that her previous understanding of Qin Yao seemed to have been flawed. She seems a bit narrow-minded. Chapter 367. Watch out. I'm about to kill you. Old Chui and Gao Yaya reacted differently. Even after learning that Qin Yao was using the seven-star lotus step, he remained calm. Instead, she looked at Qin Yao with more appreciation. Not bad, not bad. Just from those few moves, it's clear that your seven-star lotus steps have reached a first-rate level. Although it's not quite at the pinnacle yet, among the younger generation, this lotus steps alone is enough to put you in the ranks of experts. He stroked his beard with one hand, put the other behind his back, and stood with his head held high, exuding the air of a master. If I gave you another 10 years, you might actually be able to save them both from my grasp today. It's a pity you met me too early. The tallest tree in the forest is bound to be felled by the wind. Although I cherish talent, it's a pity you've come to be on the opposite side of me, so don't blame me. Old Chui sighed softly, seemingly regretting that he was about to destroy a promising talent with his own hands. Seeing this, Gao Yaya hurriedly stepped forward and said, Senior, I believe there is still room for maneuver in today's matter. I am. Before she could finish speaking, Qin Yao smiled faintly and said, The outcome is still undecided. I haven't made my move yet. Shut up. Gao Yaya glared at him angrily. If you were that capable, would you have just dodged? If something really happens, you can run away, but what about us? Qin Yao, don't think you're invincible just because you know the seven-star lotus steps. You're far from it. She pointed at Qin Yao and said angrily, No matter how good the seven-star lotus step is, it is still just a support skill. You don't really think that you can fight against a master in the late stage of the profound realm just by relying on speed, do you? She had just sensed a hint of regret and appreciation for talent in old Chui's words. If she could strike while the iron was hot, reveal her identity, and state that she would not interfere in the matter, she might still have a way out. She truly angered old Chui, and in the end, they would both perish. She would definitely be the one to be buried with Mo Linjiang. But what she didn't know was that Qin Yao's use of the seven-star lotus steps just now wasn't because he was unable to win. Instead, after he left the Netherworld prison, he encountered many masters, as described by others. When he first came out of prison, he thought he was bad enough, and even suspected that the notorious criminals in prison had held back when he sparred with him. After all, the old man is still inside keeping order. Knowing that he is the old man's last disciple, who would dare to kill him? So after he came out, he always wanted to test what level his current realm was. After all, he had only been practicing martial arts for 5 years. But who knew that after they came out, anyone who had the title of Xianjing could be called a formidable expert. After he finished off all the people in one go, He felt it wasn't enough and seriously suspected that they were just trying to gain fame. Having finally encountered a respectable-looking old man, he naturally wanted to take the opportunity to test the level of a late-stage Xian realm cultivator. Moreover, the other party came with the intention of killing him, so they definitely wouldn't hold back when they attacked. This is a good opportunity to test how effective the 7-star Lotus Steps are against late-stage profound realm opponents. It seems he was disappointed. Qin Yao looked confused after hearing Gao Yaya's words. Why should I confront him directly? Gao Yaya rolled her eyes. Indeed, you certainly don't have the strength to fight him head-on. But if you want to wear him down with your speed and stamina, let me tell you frankly, that's wishful thinking. Didn't you realize that this senior has long since stopped going all out against you? His subsequent moves were all designed to force you to use the 7-star Lotus Steps more often, so that he could see them clearly. He is far superior to you in both physical strength and ability. The final result will not be that he is worn down by you, but that you collapse from exhaustion. Don't be naive, okay? She really didn't understand what Qin Yao was thinking. Since he had even learned the 7-star Lotus Steps, how could he not see the difference between himself and Elder Chui? What is he being so arrogant about? But Qin Yao still looked confused. When did I say I wanted to wage a war of attrition against him? Gao Yaya was taken aback. What do you want to do? Why waste time? Just kill it instantly. Gao Yaya was so angry she almost laughed. This kid doesn't even have a high fever, so why is he talking nonsense? How dare you say such a thing when you're being chased and running around like crazy, even having to use a life-saving technique like the 7-star Lotus Step? You should know that the 7-star Lotus Steps is a technique that everyone would use as a last resort. He was forced into a corner. Fine, I won't stop you from going to your death. You want to kill someone instantly? I'll just wait with my eyes open. Go ahead and do it. Seeing how stubborn he was, Gao Yaya gave up and stopped caring. Anyway, she had already sent the message, and reinforcements would arrive soon. Once she reveals her identity, the old man will not harm her. If this kid's courting death, then let him be. Old Chui also showed some displeasure at Qin Yao's words and his indifferent attitude. The young man behind him kept urging Old Chui to hurry up and get started, saying that they couldn't waste any more time. Young man, bring it on. If you really want a settlement, then stop hiding. Old Master Chui gave a deep shout, displaying the demeanor of a master. His clothes fluttered even without wind, and his aura surged. He still stood with one hand behind his back, but his aura of murderous intent was unmistakable. Qin Yao nodded casually, as if he hadn't prepared at all. It doesn't matter whether you watch or not, since my moves aren't very entertaining. After Qin Yao finished speaking, he leaped up in the direction of Elder Chui. Old Chui smiled, dismissing Qin Yao's attack with disdain. It's simple, straightforward, and goes straight to the heart of the matter. Want to test your strength against me? You're too young, His guess was indeed correct. After Qin Yao jumped down, he threw a heavy punch directly at his face. He was very confident and used only one hand to block the punch with his palm. But when that seemingly light punch landed on his palm, his face instantly changed color. So heavy, it felt as if 1,000 pounds of iron had been placed in his palm, or as if he had grasped a red-hot coal, making it feel incredibly hot to the touch. The next second he realized that the burning sensation was just an illusion. It was because Qin Yao's punch had completely shattered his hand bones, and the pain came too quickly, which brought about this burning sensation. Just as he realized something was wrong and tried to back away, Qin Yao in front of him disappeared again. This time, not only Gao Yaya and the others, but even Elder Chui himself couldn't catch a glimpse of Qin Yao. Fast, too fast. So fast that it left no afterimage. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying voice came from behind him, almost whispered in his ear. Watch out. I'm going to kill you instantly. Chapter 368, The True Instant Kill. When Qin Yao's voice reached his ears, Old Chui broke out in a cold sweat. The feeling of impending death made the hairs on his body stand on end in an instant. As a martial arts master, he should have been able to perfectly control certain physiological reactions long ago. But in that instant, he couldn't help but tremble. The sudden feeling of fear made his legs go weak. His first instinct wasn't to turn around. Experience told him he should run forward as fast as he could. Unfortunately, Qin Yao was too fast and didn't give him the chance. With a slight bend of his knee, Qin Yao's knee struck his spine, instantly shattering it. Immediately following was a kick, the enormous force sending old Shui flying. All of this happened too fast, just as Qin Yao said. It was not entertaining at all, because there was no time to watch it. Old man Shui was already lying more than 10 meters away, and he didn't even have the strength to get up. After Qin Yao finished his work, the other three were stunned and stood there. In their eyes, all of this happened in the blink of an eye. If one had to describe it, it would be this. Qin Yao moved, Elder Shui flew away, and Elder Shui collapsed. A true instant kill. Puff. Old Shui tilted his head back, spitting out a mouthful of blood mist. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Qin Yao, but he couldn't utter a single word and fainted. As Qin Yao watched him fall, he murmured to himself, "It seems my master didn't lie to me." The gap between realms is inherently large, even between minor realms within the same major realm. And the transition from the profound realm to the earth realm is a threshold that many people cannot cross in their entire lives. For example, this Elder Shui is over 60 years old and has not yet been able to advance from the late stage of the profound realm to the peak of the profound realm. A Xianjing realm cultivator who has only been in the Xianjing realm for a few decades is indeed more resilient than a regular Xianjing realm cultivator. It was fortunate that Elder Shui had already fainted at this time. Otherwise, upon hearing Qin Yao's words, he would probably have died of anger. He brushed off imaginary dust from his hands, returned to his original position, and glanced down at Mo Linjiang. "Can you still walk?" Mo Linjiang stared blankly at him, swallowed hard, and even forgot to put down the hand holding the fuse. Qin Yao frowned slightly. "The person's already down. Why are you still holding the fuse? Don't you want to live? Cremate him on the spot. Be careful, don't let it go off accidentally." Only after being reminded by him did Mo Linjiang carefully remove his hand, belatedly realizing that he was covered in a cold sweat. He struggled to his feet. I'm fine, I can still walk." "Okay, let's get in the car then. What are you standing there for?" After saying that, Qin Yao turned back and called out to Gao Yaya, "Aren't you leaving?" Meanwhile, Gao Yaya was already deeply shocked and unable to extricate herself. She hadn't actually seen anything clearly what had just happened. But the less clearly you see it, the more it proves what a true instant kill is. But why is that? He's just an ordinary guy, a decent rough diamond, a country bumpkin who's never seen the world. As for myself, I received elite education from a young age and am already considered a true genius among my peers. But when she faced Elder Shui, she couldn't muster any thought of resistance. All she could think about was how to escape. But Qin Yao, this country bumpkin whom he looked down upon, not only tricked old Master Shui with the 7-star lotus steps, but also killed him with a single blow in the end. What exactly went wrong? As an elite from Longdu, I felt so ridiculous in front of Qin Yao. She seemed not to hear Qin Yao's words, and walked forward listlessly. He glanced at the dozen or so assassins he had knocked down. Although they had been defeated, most of them had not suffered serious injuries, and many were already able to get up. This time, however, they weren't eyeing him with predatory intent, but rather Qin Yao, who was not far away. Even when they were defeated by him just now, there was still a hint of resentment in their eyes. But now, looking at Qin Yao, he was filled with fear. Gao Yaya clenched her fists tightly, letting her nails dig into her flesh, and walked toward the two crossbowmen who had been knocked down by Qin Yao at the beginning. As he passed the young man, the latter had lost all his earlier smugness. Now, he was like a frightened bird, trembling and backing away repeatedly. What are you going to do?" Gao Yaya ignored him and walked directly towards one of the crossbowmen. She shuddered at the first glance. A bloody hole the size of a little finger pierced straight through his forehead and into his entire head. She watched Qin Yao throw the stone. Given the distance between him and the archer at the time, the fact that he could achieve such a feat with just a small stone shows how terrifying the force was. It's laughable that she thought Qin Yao had only knocked out the 2 archers with stones. Unexpectedly, only 2 corpses were left here. The further she went, the more violently her body trembled, and she kept muttering, No, this can't be. This can't be." Watching her retreating figure, Qin Yao didn't stop her, letting her check on old Chui's condition. He even leisurely leaned against the car and lit a cigarette. Mo Linjiang's waist wound had stopped bleeding. Seeing Gao Yaya's distraught appearance, he couldn't help but say, "Brother, why don't you call her back? I think she's about to go crazy." Qin Yao glanced at him. "What does this have to do with me?" Malinjiang remained silent. The reason Gao Yaya looked down on him was due to her own sense of superiority and had nothing to do with Qin Yao. Now, reality has slapped her hard twice, knocking out her teeth, and she can only bear it all by herself. After an unknown amount of time, Gao Yaya returned with a pale face. Without even glancing at Qin Yao, she silently opened the car door and got in. Qin Yao ignored her, helped Mo Linjiang into the car, and then got into the driver's seat himself. Only now did the young man finally come to his senses, and he roared at Qin Yao. "You bastard! Don't think that just because you have some skills you can act with impunity. Do you even know who my young master is? You've taken the person he wanted, so prepare to face his wrath." Qin Yao didn't respond to him, but instead turned to look at Mo Linjiang. "Do you know who kidnapped you?" Mo Linjiang smiled bitterly. "If only you knew. You should know that I have a lot of enemies, and there should be a long line of people who want to kill me. It's no exaggeration to say that if I died and my body was left to rot in the wilderness, people would line up for 2 days to spit on me. As for those who want to steal business, there are too many to count." Qin Yao chuckled upon hearing this. "You're quite proud of yourself, aren't you?" Mo Linjiang, clutching his crotch, smiled shyly. "When you're out in the world, you're bound to get hurt. But let me give you a piece of advice. These people don't look like they're easy to mess with. They're probably not from Sichuan. It's best to avoid provoking them if you can avoid it." Qin Yao nodded casually, then started the car and said indifferently to the young man, "Your young master is here, but I can still take him down in a second." Chapter 369. This life is yours. Qin Yao was driving when he called Chen Chuqing on the way. He learned that everything was fine there, so he decided not to go over for the time being. He floored the gas pedal and drove straight back to Mianlong Manor. Even though no one lives in the villa year-round, all the facilities are complete. Butler, nanny, chef, landscape architect, family doctor, everything is available. Qin Yao let Mo Linjiang rest in the living room, and then the family doctor came to give him some treatment. Fortunately, most of the injuries were superficial and didn't damage any internal organs. He was also physically strong, so stopping the bleeding and bandaging was enough. Gao Yaya was distraught on the way there, and once she arrived, she drove off without saying a word to Qin Yao. Qin Yao didn't bother with it and let her be. After the bandaging was finished, Mo Linjiang stood up without saying a word and kowtowed 3 times to Qin Yao. "Brother Qin, from today onwards, my life, Mo Linjiang's life, belongs to you." The 3 kowtows came so suddenly that Qin Yao's lips twitched involuntarily. All right, get up now. No matter how strong your body is, it can't take this kind of kowtow. Don't you think your head is a human head? Besides, I just saved your life. If you want to give me your life now, why would I bother?" Mo Linjiang stood up, but his expression was firm. "Brother Qin, don't worry. I, Mo Linjiang, have been in the underworld for 20 years. I may not be good at other things, but when it comes to jobs that require risking your life, I can definitely do them perfectly for you." Qin Yao chuckled upon hearing this. "What? You've just narrowly escaped death today. Aren't you planning to retire from this life or death situation?" "I'm retiring from this life of crime, but what will my many brothers eat?" Mo Linjiang scratched his head sheepishly, the movement pulling at his wounds, causing him to grimace and grimace, completely losing the murderous aura he had displayed just a few days ago. "Besides, I've been in the underworld since I was 16, 12 years now. I don't know anything else. I've figured it out now. You're a born ruthless bandit." Qin Yao shook his head, poured 2 glasses of water, sat down, and pushed one to Mo Linjiang. "Don't call me Brother Qin anymore. Just call me by my name. After all, you've been in the industry for almost as long as I'm old. It feels a bit awkward." Mo Linjiang didn't hesitate. After nodding, he took out his phone from his pocket. After a series of banging sounds, he said seriously, "My men will deliver the check by this afternoon at the latest. From now on, for every business I do on this route from Sichuan to Yunnan, You'll get a share too. Qin Yao was taken aback upon hearing this. Just as he was about to refuse, he spoke again. I know that with your methods and strength, Mr. Qin, your previous actions were definitely not for money or to take advantage of my gratitude. But if you don't want anything, I can't leave without repaying the debt. There's no such rule in the martial arts world. So if you refuse again, I'll have no choice but to leave my life here with you. This time, Qin Yao was completely helpless. Mo Linjiang lived up to his name. He was indeed a ruthless bandit. If he hadn't intervened today, he would definitely have perished along with those people by now. Even with Elder Cui around, he might not succeed, but when he says he's willing to give his life for Qin Yao, it's definitely not an exaggeration. So Qin Yao didn't bother to refuse and simply agreed. He didn't concern himself with how to proceed afterward and left it all to Mo Linjiang to handle. At the same time, at Emerald Mountain Villa in Sichuan. This area is considered one of the oldest villa districts in Sichuan. The construction of Emerald Villa attracted considerable attention in Sichuan back then. Back then, the starting price per square meter here was close to 6 figures. Now that time has changed. The price of housing here is no longer the key point. The key point is whether you can buy a house at all. It is said that every villa here has an owner, but the owners are rarely seen coming and going on a daily basis. Even if there are any, they are mostly elderly people. However, if someone pays attention, they will find that the elderly people who can come and go here are all prominent figures who came from Sichuan decades ago. After retiring and returning to their hometowns, many people choose to stay there and live in this Emerald Villa. If Mianlong Villa is the most expensive mansion to build, then this place has the highest total value. This value refers not only to the value of the villa itself, but also to the people who live in it. Originally, after retiring, Mr. Dong was qualified to move here, but he was nostalgic and moved back to his old house. Meanwhile, in the study of a 3-story Western-style building in Emerald Villa, Ling Xiao, Hong Mingkong, Murakami Wild Dog, and Sakurai Kogure, who was still recovering from a serious illness, were all present. Besides them, there were 2 other strikingly beautiful girls in the room, dressed in gorgeous clothes. One of them was a little older, in her early 20s, wearing a white long dress with hand-stitched lace trim, her long legs bare, and mid-heeled leather shoes. He exuded an air of superiority, with an indifferent expression, seemingly trying to project an aura of detachment from the world. The other one looked to be about 18 or 19 years old. Her red dress couldn't cover her knees, and her slender legs were encased in black stockings with lace patterns. Despite being only a young adult, her makeup is quite mature, featuring bold red lips and winged eyeliner, reflecting her haughty aura. In an inconspicuous corner stood an elderly man with a blank expression, reading a book. She wore very simple cloth clothes. Her presence was minimal, and she almost blended into the curtains. The young man who had been chasing Mo Linjiang was also here, currently sitting on the sofa opposite the desk, gritting his teeth. That bastard, don't let him fall into my hands, or I'll make him wish he were dead. Hong Mingkong sat calmly to the side, showing none of the anger he had shown before. Instead, he even had the leisure to sip his tea. Young Master Lu, what exactly happened? You can have a cup of water and tell me slowly. There's no need to rush. As she spoke, she glanced at Ling Xiao behind the desk out of the corner of her eye. It's obvious that this young Master Lu is one of young Master Ling's men. His wife and children had previously suffered a setback and were thoroughly humiliated by young Master Ling. Now that his own people had failed, he wanted to see what young Master Ling would say. Ling Xiao remained calm, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. You mean you took Elder Cui to hunt down Mo Linjiang? Not only did you fail to bring him back, but you also lost 2 crossbowmen, and the rest were injured. Even Elder Cui is currently in the hospital with a comminuted fracture of his spine, and his martial arts skills are almost completely ruined. The more he talked, the faster he tapped the table, and the more unpleasant young Master Lu's expression became. After swallowing hard, he dared to reply, Yes, yes. Ling Xiao didn't respond, then asked, and all of this was caused by just 2 passers-by? And no, that's right. Oh, Ling Xiao nodded, then smiled and looked at him. Since they are all in the hospital and the morgue, then why did you come back? Chapter 370, The Lingering Ghost. Even though the person in front of him was still smiling, young Master Lu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Brotherling, those two are really something else. Even Elder Chui couldn't withstand more than a few moves from them. I brought you here from Kyoto, not for sightseeing. The man surnamed Ling crossed his hands under his chin, his smile appearing charming, but his eyes were terrifyingly cold. I only want to know the result, not the process. Lu Feng, in your current state, do you still want to compete with your brother? Go back to Kyoto. Lu Feng immediately panicked and quickly stood up and walked to the desk. No, Brother Ling, I came out with you this time because I wanted to gain some experience. My brother, he's always had a grudge against you, and you don't want to see him rise to power, do you? Don't worry about this. I'll lead my men to dig 3 feet into the ground right now and find that adulterous couple. I'll definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Before Ling Xiao could respond, a woman's soft sneer came from the side. The girl in the red dress shook her head with a tsk. Looking at Lu Feng with disdain, her long legs encased in stockings swaying gently. Lu Feng, after all this time, you don't even know who the other person is? Didn't Brother Yuhai give you a chance? It's because you didn't cherish it. You can't even handle such a small matter, yet you want to compete with your brother for the position of family head. Luo Xiao, shut up. Lu Feng was furious, fearing that Ling Yuhai would really send him back to the capital because of the girl's words. Going back is not the problem. The problem is that he has lost face so badly in Sichuan this time. He has returned in disgrace and lost Ling Yuhai as his support. Now he has no authority or research credibility in the Lu family. Who do you think you are, giving you the right to tell me to shut up? Luo Xiao has a fiery temper, and she actually rushed over and slapped Lu Feng across the face. Lu Feng was enraged and raised his hand to retaliate, but Luo Xiao crossed her arms and said arrogantly, "Do you dare touch me? I am the direct descendant of the Luo family, the eldest granddaughter of the main wife. What about you? He's just an illegitimate child. What right does he have to point fingers at me? If you dare lay a finger on me, your mother, who used to be a dancer, will have to kneel and kowtow to me to apologize." Her words were like a bucket of ice water poured over Lu Feng's head, extinguishing even the biggest fire. Their two families are roughly equal in strength, but Luo Xiao's words are not wrong. If Lu Feng were the legitimate son of the Lu family and had secured the position of heir, then Luo Xiao would definitely not dare to speak to him like this today. At the very least, the two are on equal footing. But he was an unloved, illegitimate son, while Luo Xiao was the most favored youngest daughter in the family. If a fight really breaks out, his life back in Kyoto will definitely not be easy. No matter how humiliating it was, he could only grit his teeth and endure it. Seeing that he had put his hand down, Luo Xiao chuckled smugly, then skipped over to Ling Yuhai's side. "Brother Yuhai, Xiao didn't come with you to sightsee. If you need anything, let Xiao do it for you. I guarantee I did a much better job than this piece of trash." Ling Yuhai did not refuse, but looked at the woman in white, his eyes softening considerably. "Chu Yin, what do you think?" The woman in white raised her head and glanced at the hand that Luo Xiao was using to hold Ling Yuhai's arm. Upon seeing this, the latter immediately released her grip, a hint of panic flashing across her face. But she quickly smiled sweetly and returned to the woman's side. "Sister Chu Yan, in my opinion, this matter is not complicated at all. Lu Feng's incompetence is simply due to his own incompetence. What kind of giant Buddha statue could possibly emerge from such a tiny place as Sichuan? A bunch of lowly country bumpkins. How dare they compare to us?" Her words were full of superiority, and she didn't take Hong Mingkong, a local from Sichuan, seriously at all. Even if the latter felt uncomfortable inside, he didn't show it on his face at all. He prefers to stay out of trouble and doesn't want to get involved. "You decide," Chu Yin said gracefully, taking a sip of her tea. "I'm not interested in these fighting and killing things." Compared to the other two, she seemed to have genuinely come to Sichuan to relax. Ling Yuhai's attitude towards her was completely different. "Yes, don't worry about these things, I'll handle them." He glanced at Luo Xiao again. "If Xiao wants to play, you can have these two people." After saying that, he finally turned his gaze back to Lu Feng. "Considering that you've been with me for so long, I can give you another chance this time. You work with Xiao Xiao to find these two people and find out their identities. As for Malin Jiang, I must get my hands on that business line he has, because it is related to our goods entering the inland from the border. There are other methods, but they're too troublesome. Lu Feng breathed a sigh of relief, his palms sweating, and nodded repeatedly. Okay, don't worry, Brother Ling, leave this matter to me. I will definitely not let you down. But suddenly, something occurred to him, and he immediately said, although I haven't found out who those two people are, I heard that woman call out that bastard's name a moment ago. It sounded like Qinyao. What? Sakurai Kogure, who had been sitting silently in the corner, suddenly stood up, one of her hands wrapped in gauze. The moment she heard the name, her eyes blazed with fury. Even Hong Mingkong clenched his fists at this moment, thinking of his wife and children still in the hospital, and the loss of face for the Hong family. This time, Ling Yuhai raised an eyebrow slightly. Hee, I didn't expect it to be an old acquaintance. Lu Feng was stunned. Brother Ling, you know him? I don't recognize the name, but it's been appearing a bit more often lately. Ling Yuhai glanced at Sakurai Kogure and Hong Mingkong, pondered for a moment, and then said, it seems this person has to be eliminated. However, he shook his head afterward. Forget it, he's just an unknown nobody. We've only run into him, by chance, a few times. There's no need to waste too much effort on him. After saying that, he looked at Hong Mingkong and said, isn't he closely related to Zheng Hanjiang's daughter? When you take action against Zheng Hanjiang this time, take care of him as well. I'll go with you. Sakurai Kogure was the first to step forward, regardless of what Hong Mingkong was trying to do or the extent of his injuries. Ling Yuhai glanced at her. Miss Sakurai, can you still move? Let me state up front that Mr. Murakami is currently one of my trump cards, and he can't be too ostentatious about it. There's no need for senior brother to take action. Sakurai Kogure was very confident, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. I still have people in Kawanaka. I have plenty of ways to make him kneel. Chapter 371, just playing around. After everyone left, only Ling Yuhai and Chu Yan remained in the study. At this time, Qin Yao's information had been delivered to Ling Yuhai's desk, and others, including Chu Yan, had already seen it. Xiaoyan, what do you think of Qin Yao? Chu Yan remained seated elegantly, holding a teacup in her hand, her face expressionless. Upon hearing this, she didn't even lift her eyelids. Aunt. Two simple words, conveying utter disdain. Ling Yuhai laughed, but Lu Feng said that he defeated Elder Chui all by himself. Chu Yan shook her head. So what? Although Elder Chui is in the late stage of the profound realm, he has not yet broken through to the perfection of the profound realm after 20 years. His martial arts have become flawed. Furthermore, before Elder Chui fought this person, he had already been chasing Mo Linjiang for a long time and was exhausted both physically and mentally. When facing such a hothead from a small place, it's hard not to underestimate him. Therefore, I think we can't completely believe what Lu Feng says. Lu Feng was just a pampered young master from a noble family. Although he was considered low class in their eyes, he had always lived a life of comfort and ease since childhood. Because of his status, he had hardly ever been exposed to martial arts. Therefore, what he saw at the time may not have been the whole story, and there is a suspicion that he exaggerated. After all, people who don't understand martial arts can't understand those moves. In his view, as long as it's fast and powerful, it's already terrifying. Ling Yuhai nodded, agreeing with Chu Yan's point, and casually tossed Qin Yao's file aside. That's true. Chu Yan looked up at him. Besides, even if he is as powerful as Lu Feng said, what threat can an ordinary person from an ordinary background pose to you? From the moment we are born, we are destined to be different from these people. Although they don't admit it, that's the truth. Even if these people are truly gifted and work 100% hard, they will ultimately be nothing more than ants in our eyes. Chu Yan said calmly, this world is just so unfair. They say all roads lead to Rome, but unfortunately, some people are born in Rome. No matter how talented or capable you are, you will eventually be trampled underfoot by those who are already at the top. This is reality. Only ordinary people would believe in the idea that everyone is equal. Ling Yuhai raised an eyebrow, clearly agreeing with and satisfied with Chu Yan's words. As expected, you can hit the nail on the head with just one sentence. Chu Yin didn't continue the topic. Instead, she asked, "Did you really come to Sichuan this time to cooperate with those people and take action against Panlong Palace?" She frowned her beautiful eyebrows, seemingly very cautious. "You should know that 10 years ago, the Panlong Palace's influence in the Dragon Kingdom was on par with the Hung Palace and the Martial God Palace. Although the Dragon Lord of Panlong Palace has never resided in the central hub, his existence is still considered extraordinary by those at the core. Although the benefits of success are considerable, the risks are also great. After all, the people from Panlong Palace have a strong sense of Jianghu, a term referring to the world of martial arts and chivalry. They only believe in the so-called Dragon Lord, and their power is considerable. Aren't you afraid?" Ling Yuhai, who had been all smiles, gradually lost his smile after hearing these words. The smile was still curved at the corners of his mouth, but it had lost its warmth. "You said it yourself, that was 10 years ago," he said casually. "The martial world? That kind of thing doesn't exist anymore. In this world, power and status are king, and coincidentally, I have that status." He casually propped his legs up on the desk and said, "Besides, I'm just interested in the Panlong Palace, so I came here to have some fun. If I win, that's to be expected. If I fail, I'll still get away unscathed. I refuse to believe that a mere place like Sichuan could cause me, Ling Yuhai, such a major setback. Even if I agree, my old folks at home won't agree." Chu Yin did not refute. "That's true. People like you and me have nothing to lose." She put down her teacup, wiped her mouth with a luxury brand silk handkerchief, which had a stain the size of half a fingernail, and then casually threw it into the trash can. "They're risking their lives, we're just playing around. That alone creates a gap between us. This is reality." Although Mo Linjiang's injury is not serious, it seems that he cannot leave Sichuan and needs to rest and recuperate. Qin Yao certainly didn't have time to take care of him, a grown man, so he simply called Tong Yao over and put her in charge of the matter. He himself didn't have time to visit Chen Chuqing until the afternoon. Song Peiyu couldn't handle the blow and remained erratic, occasionally appearing normal but then becoming silent. Her flight to go abroad has been arranged, and Chen Chuqing is also extremely busy with work at Xinghai Group. Feeling utterly bored, he originally planned to visit Old Zeng. But as soon as the call was made, Old Zeng said in a serious tone, "Qin Yao, I have some business to attend to here, so I can't have tea with you for the time being." He hung up the phone without waiting for Qin Yao's response. Qin Yao was extremely perceptive and immediately sensed that something was wrong. Old Zeng has been retired for several years now, and he spends his days fishing, reading newspapers, and drinking tea. And judging from his tone, the matter must be quite serious. Qin Yao thought for a moment, and then made a phone call to Su Xian. He is now one of the shareholders of Huangying. "This is Qin Yao." The call connected, and Qin Yao got straight to the point. "Did anything happen at the company today?" At Zeng Lao's age and status, there's not much for him to worry about anymore, except for his family. His sons are now either running businesses overseas or attending meetings all over the country, always surrounded by a group of people. Even the grandchildren are starting to follow their parents around the business world. There was only one person who, despite being pampered and spoiled, did not enter the family's business empire, Zeng Kai. Su Xian, on the other end of the phone, was a little confused after answering. "Nothing's wrong. Why did you suddenly ask this?" She thought Qin Yao just wanted to occasionally show his presence so that people would think he wasn't a waste of his time as a shareholder. "Don't worry. I will report to you if there are any problems with the company." Qin Yao asked a different question. "Where is Zeng Kui?" "Young miss." Su Xian was a shrewd person, and she sensed something was wrong from Qin Yao's tone. "Please wait a moment. I'll ask him right away." Before she even hung up, she immediately made a call to Zeng Kui's agent. She replied quickly, but her tone became unusually urgent. Her agent said that around noon today, you sent a message to Ms. Zeng saying that you were going to visit the set and asked her to wait for you outside the studio. After that, Ms. Zeng dismissed her bodyguards and assistant and went outside to see you alone. She also sent a voice message back to her assistant saying that she and you went on a date. He hasn't returned yet. Chapter 372, Tracking, all the way. Su Xian wasn't stupid, so she immediately realized something was wrong. If Zhang Kai really went out with Qin Yao wouldn't be calling to ask now. Without Qin Yao needing to explain, she reacted immediately. I'll immediately notify the crew on set to check the surveillance footage, and then... No need, I know where she is. Qin Yao hung up the phone without saying much to her, and then called old Zhang again. Needless to say, Zhang Kai's disappearance is something that old Master Zhang must already know about, and he might be on his way there right now. First of all, the other party could not possibly be a simple kidnapper. If they just wanted money, old Zhang wouldn't be so nervous, and he didn't even mention it when he called me. Money no longer holds much significance for the Zhang family, so it's not something that would cause them to be this anxious. Furthermore, given Zhang Hanjiang's status as a leader of the Jelahui, a secret society, if the other party were just an ordinary kidnapper, it would be tantamount to courting death. People who dare to become kidnappers need not only courage but also brains. No one with a brain would earn money that they could live to spend but not live to enjoy. Therefore, the other party not only has ulterior motives, but also has a powerful background. This time he couldn't get through to Mr. Zhang on the phone. No one answered. After a moment's thought, she immediately made a phone call to Chen Xiaosheng. Mr. Chen, are you free right now? Chen Xiaosheng was very clever. He could tell from Qin Yao's tone that he might be in trouble. I just finished a meeting, and I have half an hour before the next one. Just say it. Qin Yao helped him solve a huge problem and had saved his life twice before, so he had to take Qin Yao's affair seriously. I have a bit of a problem here. I need you to help me find out where Mr. Zhang's car is right now and help me locate him. Has something happened to old Zhang? Chen Xiaosheng was somewhat surprised to hear this. In Sichuan, even he, the mayor, would have to think twice before making a move against Zhang Hanjiang. Who would be so bold? However, he knew this was not the time for idle chatter, so he whispered a few words to the person next to him, and then said, My people have investigated and will give you an answer soon. After that, I will have them contact you and report their location to you in real time. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yao was about to go find a car when Chen Chuqing, who was standing next to him, sensed something was wrong and stood up without thinking. Let's go. Qin Yao was taken aback. What do you mean? Chen Chuqing smiled, tied her long curly hair up with a silk scarf, and flicked the sports car keys with her slender fingers. I may not be as good as you in martial arts, but you are definitely not as good as me in driving. Let's go. I'll give you a ride. She rarely saw such a serious expression on Qin Yao's face, and she knew without a doubt that something had happened. When I heard him call and ask for a location, I knew he definitely needed a car. This trip was very dangerous. Old Zhang's granddaughter was taken away. We don't know what their purpose is, but it seems that old Zhang has already gone there. Qin Yao originally wanted to advise Chen Chuqing not to join in the fun. She was quite wealthy, and if something really happened to her, Qinghai would probably be in chaos. But Chen Chuqing gave him a lazy, charming look and said, In that case, you need my help even more. You save lives, I'll drive. After saying that, she walked straight out the door. Seeing that Qin Yao didn't move, she laughed and said, What? Don't you believe in my driving skills? I'm worried about your safety, Qin Yao said. Then there's no need to worry, isn't it because you're here? Chen Chuqing tossed her hair, ignoring him, and walked straight out. You can choose to take a taxi, but I will definitely follow you in my car. Besides, I have a racing driver's certificate, and ordinary taxi drivers may not be able to outrun me. Qin Yao was completely helpless now. He really couldn't stop this woman from doing what she was determined to do. Seeing that he still followed, Chen Chuqing's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. As soon as the two got into the car, Chen Chuqing made one phone call after another, mobilizing all the connections she had to help investigate Zhang Lao's movements. They also organized 2 teams to be ready to provide support at any time. There's definitely no way to report this to the police. The other party dared to directly target Mr. Zhang, so they must have had a foolproof plan. If calling the police alerts the other party, Zhang Kai's life might be in danger. Soon, Chen Xiaosheng also sent confirmation, directly sending Zhang Hanjiang's exact location to Qin Yao's phone. He also contacted Zhang Hanjiang's housekeeper, who said that the old man had left an hour ago. Qin Yao frowned immediately. They left an hour ago. Looks like we need to hurry. I was just about to discuss with Chen Chuqing whether I should drive myself, so we could get there faster. She held the steering wheel with one hand and reached down with the other to take off a pair of high heels and throw them into Qin Yao's arms. "They're in the way. Hold them for me." Qin Yao was stunned. Before he could react, the sports car under his backside shot off like a loaded bullet. Sparks flew as she ran 4 red lights. A police car initially gave chase, but then went silent after Chen Chuqing made a phone call. She herself drove her supercar through the congested traffic, maintaining her speed without slowing down until she broke through the traffic jam. From Qin Yao's perspective, Chen Chuqing's expression was calm, showing no sign of panic despite the dangerous operation at hand. Qin Yao needed speed, so she stepped on the gas. They sped along, getting closer and closer to the location Chen Chaosheng had given them. However, they were also traveling at high speed and had set off an hour earlier. Even though they were stuck in the city for a while, they were now far ahead of them. Half an hour after they caught up, Chen Chaosheng brought bad news. Old Zheng's car had lost its target. The only method he could use to investigate Mr. Zheng was to search all the roadside surveillance cameras one by one. This is easy to handle. We can start with the surveillance footage near Zheng's home and trace it all the way back. But once he entered a blind spot of the surveillance, Chen Chaosheng's efforts were in vain. Suppress the matter of Qin Yao's deployment after gaining a general understanding of the situation. After all, it's impossible for the other side to have no one within the official ranks when they've made such a big move. If the police are deployed now, it will definitely alert the suspect. Upon hearing that Elder Zheng had entered a blind spot of the surveillance cameras, Qin Yao knew that he should be at his destination by now. What do we do now? Chen Chuqing drove without looking to the side, following Qin Yao's instructions. She even brought up a map of the location where Zheng Hanjiang disappeared on the car's center console. This is a map developed by Qinghai Company itself. It is more accurate than ordinary navigation maps and is only for private use. After saying that, she stopped talking and waited for Qin Yao to point out the next steps. Qin Yao stared at the map for a while, then suddenly narrowed his eyes and locked onto a place. Let's go here. Chapter 373 Nothing Special. While Qin Yao relentlessly pursued them, Zheng Hanjiang's car had already arrived at an abandoned factory. There were only 3 people in the car. Besides the driver, Zheng Lao only brought Bo Lao along. After getting out of the car, she told the driver to stay inside and not get out. The 2 elderly people walked towards the abandoned factory. If Chen Chaosheng were here, he would be able to tell at a glance that this place was once the site of the fiercest struggle with the Zhu family, also known as Plot Zero. Hong Mingkong, dressed in a suit, stood with his hands folded in front of him, smiling as he looked at the person approaching. Half a body length to his side, and behind stood a middle-aged man, in his 40s or 50s, dressed in a tight-fitting outfit, with a square face, very upright features, and a serious expression. The rest were more than 20 burly men in suits, each with a fierce expression. "Mr. Zheng, it's an honor to have you here. I'm so sorry I didn't greet you properly." When Hong Mingkong saw Zheng Hanjiang walking over, he took 2 steps forward to greet him with a fake smile. Zheng Hanjiang didn't even glance at him, but instead looked at the middle-aged man. "Qi Xiaotong. As expected, your martial alliance has quite the ambition this time, actually setting your sights on me. However, I am very curious. As the current president of the Martial Alliance, you have chosen to let the Martial Alliance be regarded as the exclusive property of the Hong family. I wonder if this is worthy of the founder of your Martial Alliance." Qi Xiaodong maintained his poker face, showing no embarrassment what Zheng Hanjiang said. "Old Zheng is too serious. Water flows downhill, and people strive for higher places. My choice is simply that a good bird chooses a good tree to perch on." Zheng Hanjiang snorted coldly and stopped looking at him. Just an hour ago, he received a video and an address. The other party left a message saying that as long as Zheng Hanjiang came alone, if he alerted the members of the Jelahui, a secret society, he would never see the person in the video again. The person in the video is none other than Zheng Kai. Although he was forced to come, Zheng Hanjiang still stood tall. His decades-long role as a leader of the Jelahui, a secret society, has imbued him with a strong sense of Jianghu, the world of martial arts and chivalry, and an air of dominance. Despite his advanced age, he showed no signs of decline. "Where's my granddaughter?" He glanced at Hong Mingkong beside him. knowing that Hong Mingkong was probably in charge of most of today's events. Hong Mingkong smiled gently. Mr. Zeng, there's no need to worry. Miss Zeng is resting inside. Apart from being a little frightened, she's unharmed. Why don't we go in and talk? Master. Old Bo opened his eyes and immediately tried to dissuade him. After all, once you step through this gate, you're truly at their mercy, surrounded by dangers. Outside, he was able to carve out a path for Zeng Hanjiang on his own. But Zeng Hanjiang immediately raised his hand to interrupt. My granddaughter is inside. I have to go no matter what. Old Bo, wait for me outside. After saying that, he didn't wait for Hong Mingkong to clear the way and strode forward. Bo Shalai didn't say anything and silently followed. The two, master and servant, grew up together from childhood to old age, and their relationship had long surpassed that of ordinary master and servant. To Bo Lao, Zeng Kai was no different from his own granddaughter, so how could he let Zeng Hanjiang take the risk alone? Seeing him follow, Zeng Hanjiang glanced at him but said nothing. Everything was understood without words. Hong Mingkong and Qi Xiaotong followed with their men and entered the spacious factory. Hong Mingkong, where's my granddaughter? Upon entering, Zeng Hanjiang shouted angrily, his voice full of vigor. Hong Mingkong smiled and said, Mr. Zeng, please don't be in such a hurry. I have another guest here who would like to meet you. Although he spoke politely, there was no respect on his face. Want to see me? Zeng Hanjiang raised an eyebrow. As footsteps sounded, looking up, one could see a group of people walking up to the stairs on the second floor, looking down at them. When Zeng Hanjiang saw the young man in his 30s walking in the middle, he frowned. As for Old Bo, he stared intently at the taciturn old man at the very back of the crowd, who was engrossed in reading a book, his whole body tense. The taciturn old man seemed to notice his gaze and lifted his eyelids to glance at him. He only glanced at it before going back to reading. Ling Yuhai wore a well-tailored suit, his demeanor elegant and his expression relaxed. Chu Yin and Luo Xiaoxiao were by his side, and Lu Feng followed closely behind. Luo Xiaoxiao was still dressed in a striking and flamboyant outfit. She glanced at Zeng Hanjiang and said disdainfully, I knew it. What kind of big shots could come from a small place like Sichuan? I thought the so-called leader of the Jelui was some great figure, but he turned out to be just a decrepit old man. This is so boring. This time, Lu Feng didn't oppose her. Instead, he agreed, saying, after all, this place can't compare to Kyoto. What great figures could possibly emerge from here? Besides, no matter how ruthless a local bully is, it depends on who he's going against. However, he was brought here with such a simple method. The leader of the Jeliohui is just a figurehead. Chu Yin glanced at Zeng Hanjiang briefly, then remained silent with an aloof air. They are both right. Zeng Hanjiang was indeed a prominent figure in the past, but he is now old. Moreover, there are differences in rank even among important figures. For example, right now, you two should say less. Elder Zeng is a senior I greatly admire. How can you two be allowed to criticize him? Ling Yuhai spoke up, sounding like he was defending Zeng Hanjiang, but he still had a smile on his face and didn't seem angry at all because of what the two said. He leaned against the second-floor corridor railing, showing no intention of going down, and said condescendingly, Oh dear, Mr. Zeng, you don't know this, but I heard of your illustrious reputation when I was just a child. Everyone says that in Sichuan, you are the absolute local tyrant and bully. So I've always felt that someone like you must be very great and tall. I am truly honored to have the opportunity to see your esteemed face today. He uttered these fan-like words in a very flippant tone, clearly a provocation. Fortunately, Zeng Hanjiang is not a greenhorn. Having held a high position for many years, he still exudes an air of authority without anger. His first words were full of thuggishness. All right, you look like a handsome young man. Why do you speak so fussily? You kidnapped my granddaughter. I'm too lazy to say anything despicable or shameless, and there's no need for it. I'm all here, so let's skip the lines and get straight to the main course. What do you want in return for releasing them? Just draw up a line. If we can talk, we can talk. If not, I'll just have to take on this old man and challenge you, a junior, again. Zeng Hanjiang made no ambiguity and directly stated his position. He came here, so he certainly didn't come here to be manipulated. If Zheng Kai were even slightly injured, even if others died here, it would still ensure that these people would be completely wiped out. Chapter 374 Hidden Agenda. Old man, who are you calling a jerk? Luo Xiaoxiao glared at Zheng Hanjiang, showing no respect for her elders, and angrily shouted, "How dare you criticize Brother Yuhai?" Zheng Hanjiang wasn't angry with her. He tilted his head slightly, and a white light flew out from Old Bo's hand behind him. Seeing the white light rushing straight towards her, Luo Xiaoxiao was terrified. At that moment, a figure rushed over at an extremely fast speed and blocked the white light in an instant. It was actually a dart. As for the person who blocked the dart, he didn't stop and pass by Luo Xiaoxiao, returning to the back of the crowd to continue reading. Zheng Hanjiang glanced at the taciturn old man again, his expression unchanged, and looked at Ling Yuhai, saying, "Little boy, since you've come to me today with important business to discuss, then quickly list out the details. I'm too old to waste my breath on you little kids." Actually, he was very anxious right now, wanting to confirm Zhang Kui's safety. Being treated like a child who hadn't fully grown up, Ling Yuhai narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of displeasure flashing in them. But soon he smiled again. "All right, since you've said so, I won't waste any more time. However, before we get to the main topic, I have a question for Professor Zheng. Where are Yang Ziheng and the woman beside him?" The moment the question was asked, the identity of the person in front of him became immediately obvious. Zheng Hanjiang's originally composed expression softened and showed shock for a few seconds. He quickly understood why he had been summoned today. At first, he thought that Hong Mingkong and the Martial Alliance had joined forces in order to force him to give up his position as leader of the Jelahui and take his place, so as to further control the underground in Sichuan. He wasn't afraid of that, since he was going to abdicate sooner or later anyway. Moreover, before he abdicated, the next leader of the Jelahui had already been chosen, and it was not someone from Zheng's family, so he could not be a threat to him. So even if he really retires, these people won't succeed. But now, Ling Yuhai's first question made him realize that the problem was not so simple. "If I'm not mistaken," Ling Yuhai smiled when he saw that he didn't answer. "They should have been taken care of by you, right?" No wonder no one contacted Yang Ziheng afterward. It turns out that Ling Yuhai, the instigator, had already guessed it. Zheng Hanjiang was quite frank and laughed. "So what if it is? It's just that the people you hired were really low class." Ling Yuhai wasn't angry. Instead, he nodded in agreement. "That's true. Their exposure isn't Zheng Lao's fault. It's their own fault for being so useless. That's why I asked you to come here today, Mr. Zheng, specifically for this matter. Even if those two are useless, they're still my men. You treated them like this, and I feel really embarrassed." Zheng Hanjiang gave a forced smile. "Oh? So how are you going to regain your dignity?" "It's very simple," Ling Yuhai said in a relaxed tone. "I heard that the old dragon lord left something with you. Why don't we use these things to make up for it?" Judging from his tone, it was as if he himself had been wronged. If Elder Zheng still has the Panlong token, that would be even better. I had long heard of the Panlong Palace's fame 10 years ago. Now that the Panlong Palace has fallen apart, I, as a junior, am also heartbroken. Why not hand over the Panlong token to me and let me rebuild the Panlong Palace for you old folks? I think there's probably no one in this world more suitable than me, right?" He wore a confident smile, as if the Panlong Palace were nothing more than a disassembled toy. Now he wants to take it and play with it. Zheng Hanjiang was not angry when he heard what he said. Instead, he burst into laughter. Ling Yuhai frowned. "What are you laughing at?" Zheng Hanjiang laughed until his stomach hurt, and even tears came out. "Oh, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have laughed, but I just couldn't help it." His expression suddenly turned serious, and his eyes instantly turned cold. After all, it's ridiculous that any Tom, Dick, or Harry dares to stand up and say they can revive the Panlong Palace. Ling Yuhai kept a cold face and didn't say anything more. After clapping his hands, several men escorted Zheng Kai to the second floor. Zheng Kai is indeed unharmed, with only her hands tied behind her back. Upon seeing Zheng Hanjiang, she exclaimed excitedly, "Grandpa?" Zheng Hanjiang's expression also changed drastically. The usually calm and collected man couldn't help but lose his composure at this cry. "Kai, be good. Grandpa has come to take you home." From childhood to adulthood, Zhang Kai had never suffered such a great injustice except for being humiliated in front of Qin Yao. Now that her greatest support had arrived, her anger flared even more. Grandpa, these bastards dared to kidnap me. You must help me get revenge. I want to break their legs with my own hands. No sooner had she finished speaking than Luo Xiaoxiao rushed forward and slapped Zhang Kui across the face twice. Shut up, you bitch. Do you know who we are? Even your grandfather would have to obey our orders today, let alone you. You country bumpkin from a small town. How dare you yell at us? Believe me or not, I'll cut your tongue out. Don't let her young age fool you. She's incredibly ruthless. Her eyes were filled with contempt for the statements of ordinary people. What about the granddaughter of the leader of the Jelioi, a secret society? Aren't we still their prisoners now? Zheng Kai was stunned by the two slaps, and a mouthful of blood welled up in her mouth, leaving her unable to speak. Zhang Hanjiang was furious and said to Ling Yuhai in a gloomy voice, "How do you plan to repay my granddaughter for those two slaps?" Return. Ling Yuhai raised an eyebrow and merely chuckled at Zhang Hanjiang's domineering attitude. With his hands in his pockets, he walked up to Luo Xiaoxiao and faced Zhang Kui. "Xiaoxiao, this is wrong of you. We are still negotiating with Elder Zhang. How could you hit someone?" Luo Xiaoxiao quickly became obedient. "Brother Yuhai, I just can't stand hearing her scold you." Ling Yuhai smiled slightly. "However, I think you did the right thing. It seems that Elder Zhang has not yet grasped the current situation, and I think it is necessary to remind him." After saying that, he suddenly sprang up, grabbed Zhang Kui's hair, and slammed her head against the railing. Bang! Grandpa. Yes, indeed. With a loud crash, Zhang Kai's nose was broken, and her face was covered in blood. Luo Xiaoxiao watched with great interest, and even clapped her hands excitedly. "Brother Yuhai is so handsome." Lu Feng also gave a thumbs up. "Young Master Ling is awesome." They were beating up a woman who was completely defenseless, yet they looked at her with adoration. Ling Yuhai, expressionless, grabbed Zhang Kai by the hair and threw her aside, then twisted his neck. "Zhang Hanjiang, I was going to be polite to you because you're so old and almost in your grave. But now it seems there's no need for that. Aren't you so arrogant? Now, kneel down and talk to me." Chapter 375. I kneel. Presumptuous. Before Zhang Hanjiang could respond, Bo Shilai stepped in front of him and shouted angrily. Ling Yuhai expressionlessly took out a cigarette, lit it, and without saying a word, stepped on Zhang Kui's head. Zhang Kui's face was already covered in blood, and when she was kicked like that, her head slammed directly into the ground, and she screamed again. "Stop!" Zhang Hanjiang was furious. He stared wide-eyed at the inhuman treatment his beloved granddaughter had suffered, and his heart was breaking. "Heh!" Ling Yuhai sneered, stepping on Zhang Kui's head with one foot and leaning against the railing. It seems that the old senior chose dignity over his granddaughter. In that case, there's nothing more to discuss. I believe that with your abilities, you can definitely make a clean getaway, so I won't keep you any longer. As for her, Ling Yuhai curled his lips into a malicious smile. After all, we can't have worked for nothing. My men deserve some reward, right? I'm sure Mr. Zhang is so generous that he wouldn't mind lending me his granddaughter for a while, right? Don't worry, I guarantee, she'll get back alive. Seeing his granddaughter covered in blood, Zhang Hanjiang's eyes turned cold to the bone. If looks could kill, Ling Yuhai would already be torn to pieces by now. Just as he was about to speak, Ling Yuhai said again, "Senior, I know you are old and your eyesight is failing. If you didn't hear me clearly, I will repeat what I just said. Now, the initiative is in my hands. You are the one talking to me, so naturally, my words shall prevail. I said, kneel down, and we'll talk." Ling Yuhai stared down at the scene with a smirk, while Luo Xiaoxiao and the others also revealed disdainful sneers. They didn't realize how despicable their actions were. On the contrary, they felt a kind of carefree joy. These people were destined from birth to a life of comfort and high positions. They were destined to be the ones standing at the pinnacle. So before they officially reach the top, they have plenty of time to have fun. Ordinary amusement is nothing compared to having a seasoned veteran or a leader of a secret society kneel before them. Not only can they obtain the benefits they desire, but they can also indirectly prove to others just how noble their status truly is. Local tyrant of Sichuan, leader of the Jeliohui, a secret society, veteran general of the Panlong Hall. Don't you still have to kneel down and talk to me? What they want is this sense of superiority, this feeling of being above others. Hong Mingkong stood to the side with a smile, saying nothing, while Qi Xiaodong frowned slightly. Chu Yin stepped forward and advised, Yuhai, let's talk about serious matters. Ling Yuhai smiled gently at her. No rush. Let's play around. Didn't he say I wasn't worthy? Then I'll make him kneel before me, the person he looks down on. A veteran of the martial arts world kneeling before me, a spoiled young master. Isn't that interesting? Seeing that Ling Yuhai was in high spirits, Chu Yin didn't say much, but just sighed and sat down to the side. She offered that piece of advice entirely because Zheng Hanjiang is getting on in years. But they left because of their identities. So what if Zheng Hanjiang is old? So what if he's a seasoned veteran? Regardless of her or Ling Yuhai's identities, making him kneel like this is more than enough. So-called dignity is nothing but nonsense in the face of absolute power. Mr. Zheng, I've given you a chance to talk. Do you want it or not? Seeing that Zheng Hanjiang still hadn't reacted, Ling Yuhai stomped his foot hard and slammed Zheng Kui's head into the ground again. Her once beautiful face now looked utterly wretched. But apart from the first blow, even though each subsequent blow was more severe than the last, Zheng Kai didn't utter a sound, clenching her teeth tightly. Even if the pain is so intense that they can't utter a complete sentence. Because she knew that if she cried out, it wouldn't just be her body that was in pain, but also her grandfather's heart. Ling Yuhai wanted to put pressure on his grandfather by torturing himself. Zheng Kai, who was pampered and spoiled since childhood, would usually fly into a rage even if her manicure broke. But this time, she endured the excruciating pain and gave old Master Bo a wink, signaling him to take her grandfather away. Wow, I didn't expect you to be so tough. Luo Xiaoxiao noticed this and covered her mouth with a sneer. Brother Yuhai, your methods won't work on this kind of woman. Why don't you let me handle it? Ling Yuhai glanced at Zheng Kai, whose jaw was clenched tightly, and readily agreed. Okay. Luo Xiaoxiao skipped over, picked out a pair of pliers, squatted down, and showed them to Zheng Kai, revealing a sweet smile. Back in high school, there was this outstanding but poor student in our class. He's clearly a lowly country bumpkin, yet he shamelessly got into a prestigious high school and is in the same class as me. He always steals my thunder in every exam. When I was in a bad mood, I had someone hold her down and pull out all her fingernails. The screams she made were truly horrific. Her parents actually dared to call the police, so I had someone do the same thing again. You know, even a family of farmers who do hard labor can't withstand something like this. Can your pretty little hands take it? As they spoke, the pliers were already placed beside Zheng Kui. Zheng Qi's eyes widened, filled with fear. But thinking of her grandfather, she gritted her teeth and glared at Luo Xiaoxiao. You better not fall into my hands, otherwise, I'll make you pay double. Oh dear, I'm so scared. Luo Xiaoxiao patted her chest, and then smacked Zheng Kui's finger with a pair of pliers. The 10 fingers are connected to the heart, and Zheng Kui screamed in agony on the spot. Oh dear, I'm so sorry, I didn't hold it properly. Luo Xiaoxiao playfully stuck out her tongue and picked up the pliers again. Then I'll officially begin now. As the pliers drew ever closer to Zheng Kai, Zheng Hanjiang, his face ashen, spoke up. Wait. Ling Yuhai raised an eyebrow. Release my granddaughter, and I'll kneel. Grandpa, Master. Seeing Zheng Hanjiang give in, Zheng Kai quickly shouted, Grandpa, you can't kneel. I'm fine. I can handle it. You can't kneel to these bastards. Smack. Before she could finish speaking, Luo Xiaoxiao slapped her across the face. Shut up. Zheng Hanjiang stepped forward and stared at Ling Yuhai. No need to say anything, I'll kneel. In his eyes, Zheng Kai was his bottom line, and as for dignity, it was insignificant in the face of his blood relatives. Ling Yuhai looked at him with a smile, thoroughly enjoying the sense of superiority he felt at that moment. As Zheng Hanjiang's knees slowly bent, he couldn't help but get excited, and Luo Xiaoxiao even took out her phone to record a video. But just then, the roar of engines suddenly came from outside the factory. The roar of the engine caused a stir among the guards outside. Boom! A Lamborghini supercar crashed through the factory gates and stormed in. Chapter 376 is quite easy to mess with. After deciding to target Zheng Kai, Zheng Hanjiang had someone keeping an eye on him among his trusted subordinates. If there's any disturbance, even if it can't be stopped, Ling Yuhai will receive the news immediately. This is why Ling Yuhai can still leisurely play with Zheng Hanjiang even now. But the supercar came too suddenly, crashing into the factory amidst a cloud of dust, catching everyone off guard. Even Hong Mingkong and Qi Xiaodong were thrown into a frenzy, both staring at the car. Does Zheng Hanjiang have some other tricks up his sleeve? Hong Mingkong asked hurriedly. Qi Xiaodong shook his head. It shouldn't be like that. Our martial alliance and the Brotherhood have been rivals for more than 10 years. We know everything about him. Besides Bo Yuxing by his side, there are also 18 of his personally cultivated confidants who are now being watched. If it were just some nobody, they probably wouldn't barge in like that. No one could be sure what this car that suddenly barged in was doing, but it was definitely impossible that it had taken the wrong turn. Even Zheng Hanjiang himself was a little stunned when he saw the sports car that had suddenly driven right up to him. He straightened up after bending his knees. Old Master Bo stood protectively in front of him, watching him warily. At this moment, not only were they stunned, but even Qin Yao, who was sitting in the car, was a little confused. He glanced back at the factory gate that had been smashed open behind him, and at the dented front of the car in front of him, then turned to look at the woman next to him, who was putting on high heels. Actually, we could have gotten in without smashing it open. Chen Chuqing tossed her hair nonchalantly. So fast. She drove her multi-million-dollar luxury car like a bulldozer. Qin Yao remained silent, opened the door, and got out of the car. Qin Yao. When they saw Qin Yao appear, both Zheng Hanjiang and his grandson showed surprise, while the latter showed a hint of joy. Zheng Hanjiang stepped forward and asked nervously, "Why are you here?" Qin Yao smiled slightly. "I knew something had happened as soon as I finished calling you, so I came here right away. It's only been 2 hours since I made the call. I didn't say anything at the time." Qin Yao had to guess everything. In the end, he not only sensed something was wrong with himself through a phone call, but also managed to find his way here without knowing what was going on. "Stop saying anything. Just get out of here. This is none of your business." Zheng Hanjiang learned who Ling Yuhai was and understood the importance of the Panlong token. It doesn't matter if he loses face, but we can't let the Panlong token fall into the hands of these people. "Since you're here, then stay." Ling Yuhai snapped out of his surprise and looked down to meet Qin Yao's gaze. "You're Qin Yao?" He had been hearing this name a lot lately, but he hadn't paid it any mind. He never expected to actually run into it today. Qin Yao's appearance immediately made several people present grit their teeth. Hong Mingkong was speechless, but Lu Feng jumped to the side in a flash. "Young master, it's him. He's the one who rescued Mo Linjiang on the highway." Upon hearing this, Chu Yan's gaze also fell on Qin Yao. He was physically strong, but still quite ordinary. She glanced at him indifferently, and then looked away. Such a person was destined to be worlds apart from them. There was no need to look at him any longer. Qin Yao glanced at Hong Mingkong, then looked at Lu Feng upstairs, and immediately understood the identity of the man in front of him. So it turns out he was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. I was even waiting for him to surface, but I didn't expect to run into him so soon. He patted old Zheng on the shoulder and laughed. "You're already so old. Do you really need to do this kind of thing yourself?" He was going to come today, no matter what. Putting aside how well Elder Zheng had taken care of him during this time, Elder Zheng's identity, aside from being the leader of the Jelui, was even more important. He was an elder of the Panlong Hall. Although the master never mentioned it, these were all old comrades who had gone through thick and thin with him. Qin Yao couldn't stand by and watch Zheng Lao be humiliated after he withdrew, nor could he hide behind him and watch him die. Even if it's just for his master, he has to protect these old comrades of his master. Looking up at Zheng Kai, whose face was covered in blood, Qin Yao said indifferently, "Kai, how many times should they pay you back for the injuries on your body?" After seeing Qin Yao, Zheng Kai's face no longer showed any pain, but was instead filled with joy. Even though Qin Yao came alone, she still felt that this man could save her from a life-or-death situation. "I want them to pay 100-fold. "Okay, if you say 100 times, then it's 100 times." Qin Yao nodded, as if agreeing to something trivial. Qin Yao. Hong Mingkong stepped forward, gritting his teeth, and stared at him with a cold gaze. Don't think that anyone can save you today. I didn't go looking for you, but you came to my doorstep instead. Do you really think the Hong family is easy to mess with? Qin Yao tilted his head and glanced at him casually. Yeah, he's pretty easy to mess with. You. Hong Mingkong's face tightened. Huh. Don't try to be clever with your words. Don't forget, this is our territory now. Your territory? Is that something to be proud of? Luo Xiaoxiao pouted, walked to Ling Yuhai's side, and shook his arm. Brother Yuhai, this guy is so arrogant. I was just about to start playing when he popped up and ruined the fun. Let's kill him. Even though Qin Yao appeared at this moment as an uninvited guest, he had already indirectly had some minor friction with him before. But Ling Yuhai still didn't take him seriously. Even after hearing Luo Xiaoxiao's words, he only said to Qi Xiaodong, What? Do you want my men to take action? Get this kid back to where he came from. Can't you see I'm having a great time? Even his opponents are of a certain caliber. He's the kind of person who has to be selective. In his view, it would be interesting and superior to make a powerful figure like Zheng Hanjiang kneel down to him. But what about Qin Yao? Everyone thought he came for Zheng Kui. He was skilled, but not worthy to be his opponent. Therefore, Ling Yuhai didn't consider it any major incident at all, and simply waved his hand, eliminating him. Qi Xiaodong accepted the order, but did not take action himself. With a sway of his body, more than 30 martial arts alliance disciples stepped forward, each one more ferocious than the last. Seeing this, Qin Yao simply said to Elder Bo, I'll leave Elder Zheng to you. Don't worry. Old Master Bo knew that Qin Yao was quite capable, so he wasn't worried at all. Chen Chuqin got out of the car and walked over, standing in front of old Zheng. What is this? Zheng Hanjiang was taken aback. Qin Yao also looked at her. She smiled charmingly, with a languid air that remained unfazed even if Mount Tai collapsed before her. She reached out and lifted her Chong Sam, revealing 2 pistols strapped to her white thigh. Don't worry, I won't hold you back. Qin Yao nodded and strode away. Chapter 377 is really difficult. Qin Yao stepped forward without making a single unnecessary movement. His 7-star lotus steps allowed him to weave through the crowd. Suddenly, the spacious factory was filled with figures and screams. He's like a cannonball, seemingly light and airy, but once you get hit, people fly through the air. Ling Yuhai, who hadn't paid him any attention before, actually smiled when he saw him. Oh, this is interesting. He was not a martial artist. To be precise, he looked down on the so-called martial arts. Even if someone is highly skilled, what use is that in this age of firearms? So even after all 30-odd martial alliance disciples had fallen, he didn't take Qin Yao seriously at all, and instead clapped his hands. Not bad, not bad, truly a feast for the eyes. They completely treated Qin Yao's skills as a performance. He leaned against the railing, meeting Qin Yao's gaze. But have you considered the consequences of what you're doing? You're quite skilled. If I saw you somewhere else, I'd be willing to spend a little money to have you come and play with me. But the more heroic you appear on an occasion like today, the more I think about how miserable your death will be. In less than 5 minutes, a number of martial alliance disciples collapsed, but Qin Yao simply dusted himself off and prepared to go upstairs. Perhaps it was because of his stunning identity that made the aloof Chu Yin glance at him a few more times, but she still didn't take him seriously. After all, no matter how skilled he is, without a background, connections, or resources, he is destined to struggle at the bottom for the rest of his life, and can only climb to the middle level no matter how hard he tries. But reaching the true pinnacle, getting any closer to them, is simply too far out of reach. There aren't many stories of people turning their lives around in this world. Even if there are, for people like them, such a turnaround is nothing more than a temporary act of kindness. Do you really think you can fight against people who are born at the top? Innocent. Therefore, this farce, whose final outcome was a foregone conclusion in her eyes, did not cause any ripples because of Qin Yao's appearance. In the end, Ling Yuhai will definitely leave with a smile, which is meaningless. Qin Yao ignored the others and strode upstairs. During this time, disciples from the martial alliance came forward to stop him, but he knocked them all away. Dozens of people couldn't make him stop for even a second. Ling Yuhai's men had already raised their guns and aimed them at him. but he remained unmoved. Old Zheng is not only the leader of the Jelui, but also a former general of the Panlonghal. If you touch him, are you prepared for how you will die? Ling Yuhai showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he raised an eyebrow as if he'd heard a joke. Oh, what are the consequences? Qin Yao looked at him coldly, as if he were looking at a dead man. Kneel down and apologize. You will repay Zheng Kui 100-fold for what she did to you. If you can withstand it, I will let you leave Sichuan alive. As soon as he said that, not only Ling Yuhai, but also Hong Mingkong and Qi Xiaodong below, and Luo Xiaoxiao, Lu Feng and others above burst into laughter. Ling Yuhai laughed so hard he was doubled over, unable to contain himself, and wiped away tears from the corners of his eyes with his little finger. Luo Xiaoxiao, her body trembling with excitement, pointed at Qin Yao and said, "Hey, you country bumpkin, you don't really think that just because you have some martial arts skills, you can use your power like a tiger, do you? Let's not even talk about Brother Yuhai. The identities of any one of the people up here are enough to scare you so much you'd wet your pants. If we lose even a single hair, you'll have to make our whole family pay with their lives. How dare a lowly commoner spout such nonsense at us? What a ridiculous joke." Lu Feng, having lost face because of Qin Yao, now looked at him with a fierce glint in his eyes. Heh, those who can't recognize their own place always end up dying a miserable death. Qin Yao indifferently, and shook her head slightly. Qin Yao didn't respond, but waited for them to finish laughing before continuing to walk uphill. Seeing him getting closer and closer, completely disregarding his words, Ling Yuhai's expression suddenly turned cold. Shoot. Qin Yao, be careful. Worried voices came from upstairs and downstairs, but Qin Yao ignored them. No matter how skilled he is still just a mortal body. How many bullets can he withstand? Ling Yuhai refused to believe that those people who could supposedly block bullets with their own bodies actually existed. Even if he does, as long as I have enough bullets, I can still shoot him through. Bang! With the first gunshot, everyone waited for Qin Yao to fall. However, the expected thing did not happen, because Qin Yao disappeared from the spot. His 7-star lotus steps accelerated to their peak speed in an instant, leaving only an afterimage with each step. This was the first time he had used the 7-star lotus step at its most extreme. Previously, when he had pressed the old man in prison about what speed the peak 7-star lotus step could achieve, the old man impatiently replied, "Enough to dodge bullets." But Qin Yao never experimented with it, since no one would be so bored as to let someone point a gun at them and shoot them. Now, with each step he takes, it seems as if he is walking on the wind, light and swift. When he reached his maximum speed, the trajectory of the bullet seemed to be clearly visible in front of him. As his figure drew closer to the second floor, Ling Yuhai's expression gradually stiffened. These gunmen are all professionally trained and have top-notch marksmanship. It's impossible for them not to hit a single shot. These elegantly dressed young men were suddenly flustered when they saw Qin Yao approach the first gunman with lightning speed, a dagger appearing from his sleeve as he swiftly brought the weapon down. The gun couldn't hit him. Ling Yuhai subconsciously took a step back, and seeing Qin Yao getting closer and closer, he gave a command. "Masterin." At his command, the taciturn old man who had been reading in the corner stood before him, looking at Qin Yao standing opposite him with a blank expression. "You commit suicide." Qin Yao swiftly slit the throat of the last gunman, then stared expressionlessly at the old man before him. He noticed the old man as soon as he entered. Although the old man remained silent, his aura as a powerful figure was undeniable. Blood splattered on Qin Yao's face, seemingly staining his eyes red as well. When the two powerful individuals met, the aura they exuded instantly made everyone quite wary. Qin Yao could tell that this old man was the strongest person he had encountered since his release from prison. It remains to be seen who is stronger between them. "What if I don't? Then I'll kill you." The old man didn't say much, and his tone was very calm, as if he were talking about something trivial. At this moment, Old Bo finally couldn't help but shout from below. "Qin Yao, be careful. This man is not to be underestimated." Qin Yao smiled faintly, but his eyes gradually became fervent. "High difficulty? I really like it." Chapter 378 Within 3 moves. The two moved almost simultaneously, facing each other barehanded. Yet their bare hands caused sonic booms to erupt in the air. The old man's movements were extremely strange, and his speed was incredibly fast, but it was still no match for Qin Yao's 7-star lotus steps. When he realized that he could not keep up with Qin Yao's speed, he immediately switched from offense to defense. With a flick of his sleeve, a soft sword appeared in his hand, its cold gleam flashing. Qin Yao flashed forward, trying to use distance to compensate for the disadvantage of not having a weapon. Although the old man couldn't keep up with his speed, his reaction was very quick. Qin Yao approached, a cold light swept across, drawing a semicircle in the air. Qin Yao's gaze sharpened, and with a stomp of his foot, he flipped backward. In the instant his leg rolled upwards, he kicked the soft sword with his foot, while simultaneously bracing himself on the ground with one hand and blocking the old man's horizontal leg with the other. In just a few minutes, the two exchanged dozens of moves, leaving the audience dazzled. After the old man made his move, the expressions of those present varied. Zheng Hanjiang and his grandson, along with Bo Shilai, were all very nervous, with Zheng Hanjiang's brows furrowed. He had seen Qin Yao make a move twice before, but this was the first time he had seen Qin Yao deal with the situation so closely. "Old Bo, what's that old guy's background? Can you figure out what's going on?" Old Master Bo stared intently at the clash between the two, feeling quite ashamed. "I find it difficult to judge their true cultivation levels, but they should both be in the late stage of the profound realm, and very likely, they are both at the peak of the profound realm." "All of them?" Qin Yao with some shock. "He's only in his early 20s, and if he's not lying, it's only been 5 short years since he started practicing martial arts. In just 5 years, he went from a complete novice to the peak of the profound realm. If this were to get out, the entire martial arts world would probably be shaken. He was lucky to be able to support the once powerful Dragon Master as his master. However, the old Dragon Lord had trained many people in his prime, but none of them were as amazing as Qin Yao. It seems the lucky one is the old Dragon Lord, to be able to find such a monstrous successor in his twilight years." Ling Yuhai and the others were ignorant of martial arts and looked down on it, since in their eyes, the world was no longer about judging people by fists and kicks. However, these few people knew this taciturn old man. "What's going on? Is Olden playing cat and mouse? Why haven't you caught that kid yet?" Luo Xiaoxiao was somewhat dissatisfied, pouting and angrily rebuking. "He's just a country bumpkin. How dare he go against us like this? How despicable, how utterly despicable." Lu Feng clearly knew he could only be subservient among this group, yet now his gaze towards Qin Yao was filled with contempt. He's just a frog in lukewarm water now, he won't live much longer." Chu Yin didn't offer any comment, but she was calmer than the other two. She didn't even bother to look at them, focusing instead on playing with her exquisite nails. "This is quite interesting." Ling Yuhai stroked his chin and laughed. "Chu Yin, don't you want to take a look? This kid is quite capable. This is the first time I've seen Master in struggle like this." Chu Yin replied casually, "I'm not interested. Whether he wins or loses, what will change in the end?" Despite saying she wasn't interested, she still lazily lifted her eyelids and glanced at Qin Yao. "The gap between him and us is too big. Even if he wins, he can only watch us swagger away. What can he possibly do?" Ling Yuhai raised an eyebrow, neither confirming nor denying. Qin Yao and Master and so casually was simply because, in their eyes, everything today was no different from having fun. Whether they win or lose, they still live comfortably and maintain their prestigious status. He was certain that once he revealed his identity, not only Qin Yao, but even Zheng Hanjiang would have no choice but to swallow his pride and bear it. At the eye of the storm, Qin Yao was oblivious to everything around him, fighting the old man in front of him with increasing ferocity. Even the usually taciturn old man looked at Qin Yao with new respect. "Young man, you are quite good. At your age, reaching the late stage of the profound realm has already surpassed all the martial artists I have ever seen. The martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom have been in decline for too long. I don't want to ruin such a rare talent as you. You can leave now." He genuinely valued Qin Yao's talent, so he hadn't revealed his true abilities until now, and was able to fight Qin Yao with ease. After a brief skirmish, the two separated by a small distance, and stood facing each other. The old man carried a soft sword on his back, exuding an air of otherworldly elegance. His demeanor was serene, and his gaze towards Qin Yao was no longer so cold, but rather tinged with a hint of appreciation. He thought that he hadn't shown his true strength, and Qin Yao's ability to fight him to a draw meant that he was definitely a prodigy among young people. Qin Yao merely glanced expressionlessly at Ling Yuhai behind him. "I won't leave, and neither can you." "Mr. In, enough with the nonsense." Ling Yuhai was very dissatisfied with Qin Yao's cold gaze. In his view, Qin Yao should only have two attitudes when looking at him: fear and flattery. The way they stared at him with that look that seemed to regard him as a dead man made him very uncomfortable. "I don't want to see this kid standing in front of me for the next 5 minutes. Either make him kneel down or make him lie down." He had lost his patience. The important business had already been delayed far too much because of Qin Yao's appearance. Seeing that Qin Yao showed no intention of backing down, the old man could only sigh regretfully. He knew that he could no longer protect Qin Yao. "Young man, you are indeed very capable, but you are still too young. At your current age, you should have just entered the late stage of the profound realm, right? You must have some skill to be able to get old Shui into your hands. Unfortunately, you've offended the wrong person. Even though I value talent, I have no choice but to kill you with my own hands today." The old man drew his long sword from behind him, flicked his wrist, and the soft sword burst forth with a dazzling white light, unleashing a torrent of killing intent across the ground. At this moment, Qin Yao said something completely inexplicable. "Peak of the profound realm, I know how to fight now." The old man didn't understand what he meant, but stroked his beard and said, "Since you can see that I am at the peak of the profound realm, you should know that you have no chance of winning. You'd better not make any futile struggles. Don't worry, considering that you are a talented person, I will give you a quick death and not let you suffer a fate worse than death." Ling Yuhai was clearly displeased upon hearing this. "Masterin, what do you mean by this?" The old man glanced at him sideways and said, "Young master, it's my turn to take action. You shouldn't have given the orders." Ling Yuhai snorted coldly and said no more. At this moment, Qin Yao stopped moving and stood still, waiting for Elder and to make a move. He held up one hand, showing 3 fingers. "I can kill you in 3 moves." Chapter 379, You Can't Leave. Qin Yao's words left Elder and somewhat bewildered. Now that he's figured out his own level, how dare he still spout such nonsense? The difference between different levels is not as simple as a few moves. Don't underestimate the fact that the late stage of the profound realm is just a small realm. Countless people die at this step. Huangjing can be considered the true beginning of martial arts. The gap between minor realms within the yellow realm may not be that large, but it's not uncommon for people to cross borders and kill others. But once you reach the profound realm, you have to take it one step at a time, let alone improving to a higher level. Even if you are at the initial stage with a score of 60 today, you will have to put in tremendous effort and pay a heavy price if you want to improve to 61 tomorrow. There are some incompetent scoundrels in Xinjiang, but Eldarin in front of him is clearly not one of them. He had already reached the peak of the profound realm 10 years ago, while Qin Yao was just a greenhorn who had just reached the late stage of the profound realm. Where did he get his confidence from? Alas, youthful vigor is a good thing. But unfortunately, if your own strength is insufficient, your vigor will only bring you death. Old Masterin shook his head, not provoked by Qin Yao. After all, in his view, Qin Yao was doomed. "I will keep my promise and give you a quick and painless end." With a flick of his soft sword, Old Man's body shot out from the spot in an instant. "Qin Yao, be careful." Zheng Hanjiang and Bo Lao gave a simultaneous reminder, and while they were talking, and Lao had already reached Qin Yao. Although the soft sword was soft, it became exceptionally straight in Eldarin's hands. Qin Yao's eyes narrowed, a sharp, cold light flashed, and his body suddenly trembled. He paused, turned to the side, and pinched the soft sword between 2 fingers. Instead of immediately drawing his sword, Eldarin twisted the soft sword around, his body flying, turning the end of the sword into the tip, aiming straight for Qin Yao's throat. At that moment, Qin Yao made his move, clenched his fist, and slammed it hard onto the hilt of the sword. Originally, Eldarin was not concerned about his attack. Even though Qin Yao was in his prime, he was no match for him in terms of strength. To his surprise, Qin Yao's attack was like a thunderbolt, so powerful that even through the hilt of the sword, it made his hand go numb. Then, incredibly, the soft sword in his hand suddenly began to tremble violently. The amplitude of the tremor was small, but the frequency was very high, and it even emitted a piercing buzzing sound. Then, the soft sword began to crack from the tip. Seeing that the sword was about to break and reach the hilt, Old Master chose to abandon the sword and escape. At the same time, his face contorted in horror. You're not. Old Man finally realized something and was about to speak when he suddenly felt a pain in his throat. He tried to look down, but he couldn't move his neck at all. A pair of eyes were fixed on Qin Yao, who had already withdrawn his hand, with a fragment of a soft sword still between his two fingers. Qin Yao looked at him expressionlessly, standing with his hands behind his back. 3 moves, and I'll take your life. Only after he finished speaking did Old Man see a gush of blood spurt from his neck, and his life force dissipated in an instant. Thump! He collapsed to his knees, his eyes filled with shock and regret, even in his dying moments. All of this happened so fast. It was said to be 3 moves, but to others it only took a few seconds. Before he could even blink a few times, Old Man's body had already fallen to the ground. Apart from martial artists like Bo Lao and Qi Xiaodong, the rest of the people didn't even see what happened. Like a scene from a martial arts novel, Qin Yao raised his hand and withdrew it, and the corpse fell in front of him. Those who could understand, like Qi Xiaotong, stared wide-eyed at Qin Yao with utter shock. How is this possible? How could someone at the late stage of the Profound Realm possibly defeat Eldarin, who is at the peak of the Profound Realm for 10 years? Did he cheat? No, that shouldn't be the case. The difference in skill between them is such that even if he cheated, Eldarin wouldn't be instantly killed. What on earth happened? How can he possess such terrifying strength? Amidst the exclamation, Ling Yuhai suddenly stood up, staring incredulously at the corpse on the ground. How is this possible? He instantly flew into a rage, his veins bulging. Olden was a bodyguard that his father had specially found for him, and he was one of the top experts even in the circles of Kyoto. Perhaps he can't compare to some reclusive masters who roam the martial arts world, but he can easily handle ordinary cats and dogs. In his view, Qin Yao was just an insignificant nobody. But things didn't go as he expected. The one who collapsed was actually Old Manon. His anger wasn't for the dead old man, but because Qin Yao killing Elder was a slap in the face to him. You bastard. Luo Xiaoxiao was the first to stand up, pointing at Qin Yao and angrily shouting, "How dare you touch young Master Ling's people? Are you tired of living? You'd better cut off your own hands now and kneel down to beg young Master Ling for his punishment, or I'll make sure your whole family dies a horrible death." As she spoke, she stomped on Zheng Kui's head with her high heels. "Did you hear me? I'm telling you to kneel down." Lu Feng was also jumping up and down in a panic. "You killed young Master Ling's men. You're dead. Your whole family will be buried with you." Chu Yan, on the other hand, remained the calmest. She glanced indifferently at the corpses on the ground, knowing that she would not get what they wanted today. She stepped forward and placed one hand on Ling Yuhai's shoulder, which was about to erupt in anger. "Calm down. Don't forget who we are." Ling Yuhai's eyes were as cold as an icy pool, and he wished he could crush Qin Yao under his feet right now. However, he didn't bring many people with him today, as he focused on Zhang Hanjiang's subordinates and never expected Qin Yao to suddenly appear. Even after they fought their way out, no one expected that Elder would actually lose. Hong Mingkong and Qi Xiaodong's men have been scattered, and just now Zhang Hanjiang's men have also made a move. We can't keep them here today. Even though Ling Yuhai was still angry, he still waved his hand in the end. "You're lucky today. Take the person away." He hadn't considered the consequences of his failure at all. He had Zheng Kai brought to Qin Yao, lit a cigarette, and prepared to leave. Chu Yin turned around and gave Qin Yao a deep look. Ling Yuhai is a man destined for the pinnacle. He is a sharp sword. But if this path is too smooth, it becomes rather boring. If Qin Yao's status and position were higher, he might become a whetstone for Ling Yuhai, sharpening him even more. Unfortunately, this whetstone is not qualified. Because of his humble background, even if he wins today, he will become a cold corpse tomorrow. Therefore, she didn't take him to heart and planned to leave with Ling Yuhai. At this moment, Zhang Kai had already thrown herself into Qin Yao's arms, her face pale from her injuries. Why did you take so long to get here? Qin Yao patted her head. Don't worry, it's all right. Just as Ling Yuhai and the others brushed past him, he said quietly, I told you, you can't leave. Chapter 380 Imperial Relatives. Ling Yuhai was filled with hostility and had no intention of staying. In the 30 years since he was born, he has never lost face like this. So when he heard Qin Yao's words, he turned his head and glanced at him. What do you mean? Qin Yao pointed to Zhang Kai beside him. It's very simple. She just said she'd repay 100-fold. Upon hearing this, not only Ling Yuhai, but even Chu Yan, who had always maintained a calm expression, frowned and looked at Qin Yao with some confusion, seemingly not understanding why he would say such a thing. Hong Mingkong revealed a meaningful smile, quite pleased with Qin Yao's recklessness. Mr. Zhang, for the sake of us being from Sichuan, I'd like to remind you of something. He crossed his arms and said to Zheng Hanjiang, give your young brother some advice. This young Master Ling's status is something that even you, let alone him, can't handle. It's good that we parted ways today, but if any more trouble arises, I'm afraid you won't be able to protect your future grandson-in-law. Zheng Hanjiang also frowned at this moment and did not speak. Although he was rough, he wasn't stupid. He could command the Hong family and the martial alliance, and had a master like Master and by his side. His tone of voice sounded like he came from the dragon capital. Taken together, it's clear that it's not just Ling Yuhai. These people are all young masters and ladies from Longdu, and they might even be some kind of royal relatives. If it were just ordinary members of the royal family, that would be fine. As long as things didn't escalate, he could still handle it. After all, he hadn't spent so many years wandering the martial world for nothing. He was unwilling to swallow his anger when the other party had harmed his granddaughter. But he didn't want Qin Yao to get into unnecessary trouble because of him. He still has a long road ahead of him, and he cannot become a stumbling block. At this moment, Chen Chuqing stepped forward and said to Zheng Hanjiang, Old Zheng, Qin Yao is here for you today. Whatever he wants to do, we, as his supporters, only need to support him in everything he does, right? Qin Yao had also single-handedly stormed into the Song family to rescue her back then. If she had been cowardly or distrustful of Qin Yao, she wouldn't be standing here now. Upon hearing this, Zheng Hanjiang nodded. That girl is right. After saying that, she glanced at Hong Mingkong again. You are Chun Li's daughter, right? You do have your father's style. It's fortunate that you didn't marry that bastard Hong Jintao. He's not good enough for you. Upon hearing this, a sinister glint flashed across Hong Mingkong's face. Upstairs, Qin Yao and Ling Yuhai faced off. The latter laughed, pointed at Qin Yao with the hand holding the cigarette, then at himself. You mean, you want me to pay the price? Qin Yao ignored him and instead turned to Zhang Kai, asking, where did he touch you? Zhang Kai gritted her teeth and told the truth. Qin Yao nodded. The injury is a bit complicated. Do you think leaving him with one hand will satisfy your anger? Okay. Zhang Kai was very excited, completely forgetting the pain in her body. I see. During their conversation, Ling Yuhai and the others wore expressions of disdain and mockery. Ling Yuhai threw his cigarette but on the ground and stomped it out, grinding it with his toe. All right, kid, you've gone a bit too far trying to show off in front of me. Since you still don't know who I am, I'll take pity on you and tell you. I am Ling Qinshan's grandson and the successor of the Ling family of Kyoto. Do you think that if you mess with me, you can ever face the world again? His casual words were like a bombshell to Qin Yao's side. Even Zheng Hanjiang's facial muscles twitched slightly when he heard the name Ling Qinshan. Zheng Kai's eyes widened even more, and she prepared to step forward to stop Qin Yao. Ling Qinshan was a figure from the same era as the old Dragon Lord. Although he has now stepped down, the Ling family has already made significant progress, with his sons holding high positions or dominating the business world. Although this old man was a civil official, he wielded considerable influence in the central government. As his grandson, Ling Yuhai could certainly call himself a member of the imperial family. If we were to use an analogy, then the Ling family would be the royal family, and Ling Yuhai, the successor, would be the heir apparent. With Zheng Hanjiang's connections, it doesn't matter that he slapped Ling Yuhai in the face today. At most, it will just mean that the Zheng family's business will be jeopardized in the future. But what about Qin Yao? If he really takes one of Ling Yuhai's hands, he'll only face death. At least, that's how it seems to others. Chu Yin maintained her aloof and beautiful image, tilting her chin slightly as she looked at Qin Yao. I admire your courage in risking everything for a woman. You've already impressed me by going to such lengths. However, I remind you that you must consider the consequences of your actions. Our identities are not something you can afford to offend. If you leave now, I can still say a few good words for you. She didn't dislike Qin Yao, for no other reason than that she had never really given this man a second glance. To her, this man was nothing more than one of many ants. Qin Yao now isn't because she's truly moved by his impulsive act of fighting for a woman. There must be a reason, but it's highly unlikely. The real reason was that she couldn't stand Qin Yao's provocative attitude. A person like him, upon learning their identities, should have submitted, should have been afraid, should have been terrified, instead of remaining indifferent like this. Zhang Kai quickly grabbed Qin Yao, saying, Qin Yao, forget it, forget it. I'm not in pain anymore. I don't want revenge anymore. Let's go. She was afraid that she would bring Qin Yao to his death because of her, and she clearly knew about Ling Yuhai's background. Qin Yao simply patted her head, expressionless. Be good. Wait here. After saying that, he walked directly towards Ling Yuhai and the others step by step. They had witnessed Qin Yao's skills. These young masters and ladies were definitely no match for him. Ling Yuhai sensed Qin Yao's murderous aura. He instinctively took a step back. Insolence. Take another step forward, and I'll take your whole family's lives. Qin Yao did not stop walking. Did you hear me? I told you to stop right there. Don't go any further. We've taken another step closer. All right. I guess I'm just unlucky today. I'll compensate the Zheng family and won't hold you accountable anymore. You should leave now. Ling Yuhai was extremely agitated. As Qin Yao drew closer and closer to him, a look of panic appeared on his usually carefree face for the first time. However, the others were a bit better off. They didn't think Qin Yao would dare to really touch Ling Yuhai. I've already offered compensation. I admit defeat. What do you want from me now? As they were talking, Qin Yao had already reached Ling Yuhai, grabbed his hair, and pushed him down. At the same time, he delivered a powerful knee strike, causing Ling Yuhai to bleed profusely from his head. Then Qin Yao grabbed him and pressed him to the ground, casually pulled out a dagger, and without blinking, stabbed it into the back of his hand. I said, 100 times is 100 times. Chapter 381. The story shouldn't be like this. As soon as Qin Yao swung his knife, screams erupted in the factory. Luo Xiaoxiao's pretty face turned pale, and she pointed at Qin Yao, cursing loudly. How dare you? How dare you? Ling Yuhai immediately broke out in a cold sweat from the pain, his back instantly soaked with sweat, and his screams echoed incessantly. His body trembled violently like a sieve, and his legs went so weak that he knelt on the ground. But besides fear, his eyes showed disbelief. Before he took action today, he knew he might fail. After all, Zheng Hanjiang was a local strongman in Sichuan. It was normal for him to fail when he tried to stir up trouble in someone else's territory. But he never imagined that anyone would actually dare to touch him. What makes a small place in Sichuan so special? He is a member of the Ling family in Kyoto, one of the reserve forces, and someone who will be stationed in the central government in the future. Who would dare to touch him? He embodies the hard work and dedication of the entire Ling family generation. To mess with him is to slap the Ling family in the face. But Qin Yao showed him with his actions. I'm going to do something to you, so what? He was in so much pain that he couldn't utter a single word. All he could see was the dagger piercing through the back of his hand and disappearing into the hilt, even twisting inside a few times. His hand bones were shattered, leaving his hand half crippled. The usually aloof Chu Yin paled, covering her mouth in shock. She then stared wide-eyed at Qin Yao, unusually losing her composure. Do you even know who he is? You dare treat him like this? Aren't you afraid of paying a terrible price? Qin Yao glanced at her, his eyes filled with indifference. Don't rush. This is just the beginning. Crippling one of his hands is just the beginning? Chu Yin panicked. You bastard. Stop it. Stop it right now. She was extremely dissatisfied with Qin Yao's behavior, and her delicate body trembled with anger. No, things shouldn't be like this. Based on their identities, as long as they reveal their background, they should be able to leave gracefully even if they fail. But why did Qin Yao still dare to make a move after learning Ling Yuhai's identity? He's just an ordinary person. What gives them the right to ride on Ling Yuhai's head? She was willing to be with Ling Yuhai because she valued his talent and background, which were a good match for her family, and he could give her a high status for the next few decades. The man she's interested in should be someone aloof and arrogant, instead of being beaten down by an unknown, ordinary citizen like this. This world shouldn't be like this. Let me tell you, if you let go now, I might spare your family. Seeing Qin Yao pin Ling Yuhai's hand to the ground, stand up, and step on his head, Chu Yin gasped again. Oh, you bastard. Stop it. Chu Yin completely abandoned her aloof persona from before, and screamed as she saw Ling Yuhai lose a tooth after being kicked by Qin Yao. Qin Yao continued kicking without expression, his ferocity clearly aimed at taking half of Ling Yuhai's life. Without stopping, Chu Yin became increasingly hysterical. Idiot. Scoundrel. If you die, your whole family will die, and the Zheng family will die too. You've offended us, and now you're doomed. The more she shouted, the harder Qin Yao kicked her. Ling Yuhai didn't even have a chance to say anything harsh or beg for mercy. His head was kicked so badly that it was like a dog's head, and he couldn't bear the pain and passed out. This woman thinks she's of high status, but little does she know that the more she threatens Ling Yuhai, the more dangerous it becomes for him. Since you've said I'm going to die, I might as well leave all your lives here. Since you are so precious, I'd be willing to trade my worthless life for all of you. It wouldn't be a loss. Lu Feng, who had been jumping up and down the whole time, was the first to realize what was happening. Qin Yao had acted without hesitation, without considering the consequences at all. If they didn't stop Chu Yin, Ling Xiao might really be dead. Ling Yuhai is already dead. Is it really that difficult to kill them all? However, given his status, he certainly couldn't offer advice. Doing so would only earn him resentment from Ling Yuhai and Chu Yin. Luo Xiaoxiao was completely terrified. Despite her previous bravado, when she actually witnessed Qin Yao's ruthless actions, she could only cower to the side, tears welling in her eyes. After all, she was partly responsible for the attack on Zhengkui. If she still makes a sound at this time, what's the difference between her and courting death? However, she was unwilling to watch Qin Yao be so arrogant, so she secretly hid behind someone, took out a pocket pistol from her handbag, and quietly aimed it at Qin Yao. Bang! Oh! A gunshot rang out, and even Qin Yao looked up. Luo Xiaoxiao clutched her wrist and screamed in agony, a pistol lying in front of her. Turning his head, he saw Chen Chuqing holding a gun in her hand, the muzzle still smoking. She met his gaze, gave him an extremely languid and charming smile, and raised her eyebrows. Her Chong Sam was lifted, revealing a section of her snow-white thigh. Her arm was straight, and her wrist did not tremble at all after firing the gun. At a distance of more than 10 meters, it accurately struck Luo Xiaoxiao's wrist. At this moment, Chen Chuqing was breathtakingly beautiful. She looked at Qin Yao, and Qin Yao looked at her. They smiled at each other, needing no further words. Of the 4 people in the group, 2 are now seriously injured. Not to mention Chu Yin, even Hong Mingkong and Qi Xiaodong are sweating profusely. If these young masters and ladies really get into trouble in Sichuan, I'm afraid they'll be implicated as well. But if you ask them to stop it, what will they use to stop it? Even the top experts who followed Ling Yuhai died at Qin Yao's hands. What could they possibly do? Fortunately, Qin Yao finally stopped and looked down at Ling Yuhai at his feet. His designer suit was covered in dust, and his face was so unrecognizable that it was impossible to tell if he was handsome or not. You could barely make out his nose and eyes. By Qin Yao, and the blood on the back of his hand had dried. Even if he is taken to the hospital now, his right hand is ruined. This was a fatal blow to Ling Yuhai. The reason is simple. Given his status as a reserve member of the Ling family, his qualifications are already significantly compromised. He was injured, and the Ling family would definitely be furious and retaliate. But at the same time, Ling Yuhai himself would not fare well either, and his status in the Ling family would plummet. Because a large family like the Ling family would not support a disabled person to take over. He was indeed a reserve force, but not the only one. With so many imperial relatives and powerful figures, he had no shortage of competitors. Now that he was crippled, it meant that he had lost his competitiveness among this group of potential successors. The Ling family needs an heir, but it won't be him anymore. It can be said that Qin Yao's strike severed not only Ling Yuhai's dignity, but also his promising future. He glanced back at Zheng Kui without a care in the world. Satisfied now? Zheng Kui's face turned pale, and she nodded blankly. I'm satisfied as long as you're satisfied. So Qin Yao clapped his hands and pointed at Chu Yin. Take them away. Chapter 382 is a ruthless person. Chu Yin and the others stopped arguing. After all, one of them was unconscious and the other was bleeding profusely. If they delayed any longer, who knew what kind of trouble might arise? And most importantly, they also realized that Qin Yao was truly ruthless. No matter who you are, if you cross his line, he will show no mercy. Chu Yan's few words of threat just now made Ling Yuhai's injuries even worse. If he keeps nagging and complaining now, Ling Yuhai's life will probably be in danger. It's just that Chu Yin and Lu Feng were merely watching the show this time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have fared well either. The group hurriedly got into the car. Before leaving, Chu Yin turned back to look at Qin Yao and said, "You're very good. We'll meet again in the future." Qin Yao didn't even bother with her, and simply carried Zheng Kui downstairs and handed her over to Old Master Bo. Ever since Qin Yao appeared, Zhang Hanjian's men have been rushing here, and they've all arrived now. Zheng Kui was seriously injured and then suffered some trauma. When they put her in the ambulance, she struggled and refused, saying, "Where's Qin Yao? Let Qin Yao come with me." Old Zheng walked over and gently comforted him, saying, "You go first. Grandpa will bring Qin Yao over later. There are still things to finish up here." Only after receiving these words did she obediently leave. In response, Chen Chuqing quipped, "It seems that this time, the eldest daughter of the Zheng family might really be making room for you in her heart." Qin Yao looked at her helplessly. "This doesn't seem to have anything to do with me. I only did this because of Elder Zhang. What are you explaining to me?" Halfway through her sentence, Chen Chuqing suddenly asked with amusement. Qin Yao was stunned. "Right, what am I supposed to explain? I have nothing to do with her." Seeing that he was stunned, Chen Chuqing smiled and deftly twirled the gun in her hand before tucking it back into the strap on her thigh. She slightly raised one foot, revealing the smooth lines of her fair thigh. It wasn't the kind of skinny where you could only see the bones. On the contrary, it looked quite fleshy. The black straps binding the midsection of his thighs accentuated a glimpse of his skin, causing Qin Yao to suddenly feel a surge of lust and quickly avert his gaze. His subtle movements did not escape Chen Chuqing's notice. After putting the gun away, she asked indifferently, "Is it good looking?" "It looks good." "No, I didn't watch it." Qin Yao replied in a very gentlemanly manner. Chen Chuqing rolled her eyes slightly. "When you were making your move just now, I saw you were pretty bold, daring to offend even the Ling family from Kyoto. Now you're afraid to admit it." Qin Yao skipped over the second half of the sentence. "I saw you were quite decisive when you shot that little girl. So she was your savior, huh? Come on, even if I don't shoot, you'll be fine." "Then why did you still fire?" Qin Yao asked, puzzled. "It's because I was worried about you back then." "All right, enough nonsense." Chen Chuqing realized she had said too much and skipped the topic. "Have you thought it through? Ling Yuhai was seriously injured this time, and he will probably return to the capital today. When he goes back, the Ling family will definitely be furious. After all, they have invested a lot in Ling Yuhai, and now you have ruined it all." Qin Yao shrugged nonchalantly. "Why should I think about it? I've already made a move. Why would I be afraid? That's not my style. But you, that little girl seems to have quite a background. The fact that you made a move shows that you're just like me. Aren't you afraid of retaliation?" Qin Yao was a little curious. A woman like Chen Chuqing, who managed the huge Qinghai group all by herself, must have had the ability to assess situations and make judgments subconsciously ingrained in her. Moreover, she has always been calm since Qin Yao met her, so that shot today was really impulsive. After all, as she said, even if she hadn't intervened, she could have dodged it. If Qinghai's foundation were destroyed due to such retaliation, it would be a huge loss. But she just smiled easily and said indifferently, I'm the one who drove you here. Even if I don't take action, won't they retaliate against me? I've already offended them, so there's no point in talking about being ruthless. Qin Yao nodded in agreement. He knew that from the moment he entered the factory gates, those young masters and ladies would definitely keep pestering him. Since we've already offended them, we might as well offend them thoroughly. The two shared the same idea and exchanged a knowing smile. Hong Mingkong and Qi Xiaotong left with Ling Yuhai and the others, and now the factory is just a mess with corpses all over the ground. Zheng Lao's confidante arrived and took charge of handling the aftermath. When she returned, knowing that Elder Zheng would definitely have a private talk with Qin Yao, Chen Chuqing tactfully said goodbye to Qin Yao and was escorted away by members of the Zheng family. Before leaving, old Zheng said to Chen Chuqing, Little girl, the Zheng family will remember your kindness today, and so will the Brotherhood. I've met your father. He's a young man with a lot of ideas. It's not easy for you, a young girl, to support such a large family business. If you are in Sichuan in the future, I, Zheng Hanjiang, will be there to support you. If any business comes our way, the Zheng family will not hesitate to take it. Although both are located in Sichuan, Qinghai and the Zheng family had no prior cooperation. Receiving Zheng Hanjiang's words was an unexpected bonus for Chen Chuqing during her visit. However, she knew in her heart that all of this was thanks to Qin Yao. Thank you, Elder Zheng. You two continue your conversation. I'll take my leave now. After Chen Chuqing left, old Zheng watched her retreating figure and clicked his tongue, saying, I must say, this girl is really good, better than my own granddaughter. Knowing that old Zheng's words had a hidden meaning, Qin Yao said helplessly, She and I are just friends. It's just that an old friend of mine asked me to take care of her. I didn't say anything, so what are you explaining? Zheng Hanjiang smiled meaningfully. Old Zheng, at a time like this, please stop making fun of me, okay? Qin Yao was speechless. Haha, good. Zheng Hanjiang laughed heartily, as if nothing had happened today, and patted Qin Yao on the shoulder. I'm not teasing you. But to be serious, that girl is really something. Just like her father, she's a ruthless person. Qin Yao's interest was piqued. How so? Zheng Hanjiang recounted. I have met her father and grandfather. All 3 generations of them are ambitious and decisive people. This young woman's father passed away, and her mother, being immature, wanted to help her family seize power, using public opinion to attack her daughter, saying that her father's body was barely cold before she turned around and tried to seize power from her mother, which was unfilial. And do you know what she said at the press conference? What? Qin Yao asked curiously. She said, if you and my dad have a deep love for each other, you can go and keep him company. Chapter 383 The Fight Between the Snipe and the Clam. The two chatted as they got into the car. From Zheng Hanjiang's few words, Qin Yao gained a completely new understanding of Chen Chuqing. This woman is definitely not just a pretty face. She's spicy and ruthless. After getting into the car, Zheng Hanjiang's expression turned serious. Qin Yao, I've dragged you into this mess. Qin Yao gave a faint smile. Old Zheng, if you still say that, then I've come all this way for nothing. You are an elder of Panlong Hall. My master didn't say it, but I understand that if you loyal old generals cannot die peacefully, he will not be at peace. Putting aside this relationship, just based on the care you've given me during this time, if I didn't come today, I wouldn't be worthy of taking over my master's job. Even though Zheng Hanjiang's care for him was largely due to his status as the new Dragon Lord of Panlong Palace, it must be acknowledged that Zheng Hanjiang genuinely wanted to help him secure his position. Even if someone is kind to you with ulterior motives, once you accept their kindness, you must remember it. Besides, since you're not related by blood or marriage, why should others treat you differently? Sigh, I understand the logic. Zheng Hanjiang patted his shoulder, indicating that he didn't need to say more. Originally, when you called me today, I didn't want you to get involved. Firstly, I didn't want you to get involved in unnecessary disputes, and secondly, I was too arrogant, thinking that there was nothing that couldn't be resolved in Sichuan. But there are always people more powerful than you, and those young masters and ladies are really something else. Only now, when there were no outsiders around, did Qin Yao have a chance to ask, "Who exactly are they?" Zheng Hanjiang had already gathered information on several people and introduced them to him directly. They were all relatives of the emperor, and each of them had a significant background. Ling Yuhai goes without saying. The Ling family in the capital is renowned for its prestige. Lu Chuan also comes from a good family. His family's influence is comparable to that of Ling Yuhai's family, and his grandfather is a high-ranking official in the imperial court. However, he did not have a high status in his family. His mother was just a dancer, and he was just an illegitimate child. Otherwise, he wouldn't be Ling Yuhai's follower, but his rival. However, after returning this time, I'm afraid the gap in status between him and Ling Yuhai won't be too big. As an illegitimate child and an abandoned child, it's hard to say who has a higher status. As for Luo Xiaoxiao, she can be considered a little princess in the Beijing circle, coming from a very wealthy family. The woman most worthy of attention is Chu Yan. This Chu Yan is from the Chu family in the capital. However, there is one difference. Compared to the Ling family, which focuses on aligning itself with the central government, the Chu family is now focusing most of its attention on Nanling. You should know that for relatives of the royal family like these, it is said that having an elder in the family is like having a treasure. If the situation doesn't unfold before the elderly person at home passes away, the picture could turn out quite ugly. Zheng Hanjiang explained to Qin Yao. The old man from the Chu family is a special case. He was a founding father, but he sacrificed himself in the Great War. Although he is gone, the glory he left behind can still bless future generations. It's just that because the Chu family's son is from Nanling, the Chu family's foundation in the capital is unstable, so they had no choice but to settle for second best and move to Nanling. Qin Yao was puzzled upon hearing this. According to you, although the Chu family is a dominant force in Nanling, they are nothing compared to the young masters and princesses of the capital city circle. Why is that? Zheng Hanjiang smiled slightly. You don't understand, do you? Do you know what taking a roundabout approach to achieve your goal means? Qin Yao was a little confused. Let me put it this way, Zheng Hanjiang said, no longer keeping him in suspense. The Chu family is famous for its beautiful women, and each of them is both beautiful and shrewd. Right now, Chu Yan's aunt is the wife of a prime minister-level figure in the central government. As for the Chu family, they have also focused on developing in this direction in recent years. Apart from Chu Yan, who is still unmarried, all of her older sisters, including her cousin, have married very important people. If that's the case, Qin Yao understands completely. The Chu family now relies entirely on women for development. While their own strength may not seem particularly high or unapproachable, their network of connections is enormous. So, the person Chu Yan has chosen now is Ling Yuhai? Qin Yao asked nonchalantly. It seems so now. Zheng Hanjiang nodded. As the eldest grandson of the Ling family, Ling Yuhai is already in his early 30s. If he plays around for another 2 years, he will be sent to a local area to start as the second in command. After 10 years of hard work and making some achievements, he can be transferred back to the capital around the age of 45. But now, it seems there's no hope for that anymore. Qin Yao raised an eyebrow, neither confirming nor denying. After all, Ling Yuhai's hopes were shattered by his own hands. After their conversation, Zheng Hanjiang didn't try to discourage Qin Yao further. He simply patted Qin Yao on the shoulder and said, "Your foundation is unstable right now, but rest assured, I, Zheng Hanjiang, am by no means an ungrateful person. No matter why you came today, I will remember your kindness, and the Zheng family will always stand behind you." Qin Yao didn't care about this. He came to help not because he wanted Zheng Hanjiang's gratitude. However, you don't need to worry about the Ling family's retaliation for the time being. This whole thing was started by Ling Yuhai. I believe you've already figured it out. Ling Yuhai came here for the Panlong token, and he might also be connected to those traitors. He's been used as a pawn. Zheng Hanjiang, as expected of a seasoned veteran, immediately analyzed the root cause of Ling Yuhai's interest in the Panlong token. In fact, Qin Yao had guessed some of it. Ling Yuhai was not a member of the Panlong Palace. Even if he was interested in the Panlong token, he could not have prepared so many things, such as the old Dragon Master's handwritten words and the things the old Dragon Master left with Zheng Hanjiang. Then there is only one possibility. Someone has contacted Ling Yuhai and is secretly instigating him to come to Sichuan to seize the Panlong token. If the old Dragon Lord still doesn't show up or doesn't have a successor, then Ling Yuhai will naturally take over, and those people can take advantage of the situation. However, if the old Dragon Lord were to appear, or a successor like Qin Yao were to emerge, a conflict would inevitably arise with Ling Yuhai, leading to the current situation. As time went on, the pressure shifted to Qin Yao, who now had a powerful adversary. It became a classic case of two rivals fighting for supremacy while a third party benefits. The other side never showed their face from beginning to end, yet they managed to give Qin Yao quite a hard time. What a clever plan. So how are you now? Zheng Hanjiang asked. Qin Yao smiled calmly. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. They want to cause me trouble, and I'm actually worried they won't show their faces. If those people keep hiding overseas and don't show up, I really can't do anything about them. But now that they dare to come back, then kill them. Chapter 384 Destined for Earth-Shattering Changes. Back in the city, Zheng Hanjiang was eager to see his granddaughter, so Qin Yao naturally didn't want to disturb him. The main reason was the look in Zheng Kui's eyes when she left. It was almost spitting blood, and he was genuinely a little scared. Zheng Hanjiang's men also brought back the news. Ling Yuhai and his group went directly to the hospital invested in by the Hong family for emergency treatment. However, the initial assessment was that his life was not in danger, but his hand was definitely ruined. Although their group didn't return to Kyoto immediately, they shouldn't be able to cause any trouble for a while, and things should calm down for a few days. After all that commotion, Qin Yao was too lazy to go anywhere else, and simply chose to go home and take a nap. Mo Linjiang is indeed in good health, befitting a ruthless bandit who has roamed the underworld. In just one day, his energy had increased considerably. After asking Qin Yao for his account details, 500 million yuan was deposited directly into his account that afternoon. He didn't say it was a thank you gift for Qin Yao, only that it was this quarter's bonus. Qin Yao was too lazy to look, so he went straight back to his room to sleep and slept until dawn. Ling Yuhai was out of danger after more than 3 hours of emergency treatment. The Hong family had gathered the best doctors in Sichuan for him. Even experts from Qingqing and Yunnan provinces rushed here urgently. However, no matter what, he still couldn't save that hand. Qin Yao's attack was too ruthless, shattering his hand bones into pieces and completely destroying his nerves. To put it bluntly, Ling Yuhai's right hand will be unable to function properly even if he wants to relieve himself. Luo Xiaoxiao fared slightly better. Her right hand was pierced by a bullet, but she was brought in time, and her nerves were not completely destroyed. But it wasn't much better. She couldn't do heavy work with that hand anymore. Although she didn't need to do any heavy work, it would tremble from time to time. This was something she found hard to accept. Ling Yuhai was still asleep, and the entire VIP floor was filled with Luo Xiaoxiao's hysterical cries. Bastard! Bastard! I'm going to kill him. I must kill him. I want his whole family to be executed. Luo Xiaoxiao went berserk and smashed everything she could in the house to pieces. None of the bodyguards and assistants who came with her dared to stop her. The nurse who came to deliver the medicine was trembling with fear, reminding her, Ms. Luo, you can't do any strenuous activities with your hand right now. Bang! Before the nurse could finish speaking, a water glass was smashed into her face. With a scream, the nurse's face was cut by the shards, and she screamed in agony. What? Even a lowly servant like you has the right to boss me around. Luo Xiaoxiao's makeup was already ruined. Her originally delicate and beautiful face now looked somewhat distorted and ferocious, which was quite terrifying. As soon as she spoke, 2 bodyguards grabbed the nurse and rushed over, slapping her twice across the face with their uninjured hand. A lowly commoner like you can be crushed by a single finger of mine. What right do you have to lecture me? She was furious, but seeing the nurse's pleading and fearful face, her anger subsided somewhat. That's right, she's the youngest daughter of the Luo family in the capital. Her grandfather, father, and brother all hold high positions. These ordinary people are naturally meant to be subservient to her. What gives Qin Yao the right to act so arrogantly in front of me? Kneel down and beg me to let you go. Luo Xiaoxiao glared maliciously at the nurse and gestured for the bodyguard to release her. The young nurse knew these people were extraordinary, and that she, coming from an ordinary family, was no match for them. Even if she was disfigured, even if she was beaten, she could only kneel down and plead. "Miss Luo, please let me go? I really didn't mean to." In an instant, Luo Xiaoxiao regained a little of the vanity and sense of superiority that Qin Yao had so cruelly trampled on. She looked at the nurse coldly and pointed outside. "You want me to forgive you? Fine. You'll kneel in the lobby later and slap yourself 20 times, admitting that you're just a lowly servant. Otherwise, hee." The nurse suddenly looked up, staring at Luo Xiaoxiao in disbelief. "What? You don't want to?" Luo Xiaoxiao curled her lip and said sarcastically. "You don't have to go, but if you don't go today, I can make your parents kneel there in your place tomorrow. How about that?" This time, the nurse panicked completely and hurriedly grabbed Luo Xiaoxiao's trouser leg. "I'll go. I'll go right now. Please, Miss Luo, let my parents go." Luo Xiaoxiao didn't even look at her and kicked her away. "Get lost." The nurse was dragged out of the room by the bodyguard, and Chu Yin happened to walk in from outside. Seeing this, she remained indifferent and showed no sympathy for the nurse's plight. No one noticed that a nurse at the nurse's station was watching this scene, silently lowering her head and sending out everything that was happening. As soon as Chu Yin entered the room, she saw the mess and frowned immediately. "Xiao, what are you doing? You need to rest now. What's the point of making such a mess?" In front of her, Luo Xiaoxiao instantly transformed into a delicate and adorable little girl, rushing towards her with tears in her eyes. "Sister Chu Yin, you must avenge me. Chen Chuqing, that bitch Chen Chuqing, how dare she shoot me? My hand will be crippled from now on. You must help me deal with her. I'm going to send her to the refugee camp so that she can be ridden by the filthiest and lowest peasants." No one would have imagined that Luo Xiaoxiao, at only 19 years old, in the prime of her life, could speak so viciously. Chu Yin didn't think there was anything wrong with what she said. She just hugged her and patted her shoulder to comfort her. "Don't worry, whether it's Qin Yao or her. They are already corpses now. They're just not completely cold yet." "Yes." Luo Xiaoxiao agreed wholeheartedly, feeling much better. "How is brother Yuhai?" When Ling Yuhai was mentioned, Chu Yan's eyes suddenly dimmed considerably. Her eyes showed more disappointment than sadness. She originally thought that Ling Yuhai would be a good target, given his own abilities and family background. He was definitely a promising candidate for the future. But now it seems he has no hope. He might be able to hold a high position in one area in the future, but he will probably never be able to enter the central government. Chu Yin decided to give up. Her identity meant she couldn't stay with a useless person. Moreover, her ambition was not to become the wife of a powerful figure. Her man must be one of those people who stand on the clouds. However, she is still willing to stay and see how Ling Yuhai will deal with Qin Yao. It wasn't because she wanted to avenge Ling Yuhai, but because she couldn't stand Qin Yao daring to destroy her biggest potential asset right in front of her. He's fine. He'll wake up once the anesthesia wears off. Once he wakes up, we should have a proper discussion about how to handle this situation. Central Sichuan is destined for a dramatic transformation. Chapter 385. Women are hard to deal with. Qin Yao slept until dawn. When he woke up, he had several missed calls, mostly from Chen Chuqing. He called back, and the other end answered after one ring, gritting its teeth as it said, "Qin, phone, what have you been doing? Why did it take you so long to answer the phone?" Hearing her agitated words, Qin Yao immediately became alert. "What's wrong? Has something happened? If you don't answer the phone, I'll make sure you get into trouble." Chen Chuqing gritted her teeth, making a grinding sound. "Stop talking nonsense and come to the hotel to find me." Qin Yao had just woken up and was a little confused when he heard this. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? After all, it's still broad daylight now. It should be nighttime at the earliest. If you utter another word of nonsense, I'll storm Yinlong. Don't be fooled by your superior skills. If I want to make a move, I'll still scratch your face into potato shreds. Chen Chuqing's voice turned cold, which startled Qin Yao. "Coming right away." Having been tempered in the netherworld prison for 5 years, Qin Yao can no longer be said to be fearless, but he does possess an indestructible heart. The problem is that sometimes he feels that women are more troublesome than the most heinous criminals in the underworld prison. Even a goddess like Chen Chuqing can be a headache when she's being unreasonable. Qin Yao had no choice but to get up, tidy himself up, and prepare to go out. Passing by the living room, I saw Mo Linjiang leisurely eating breakfast. The once ruthless bandit was now enjoying life to the fullest. Going out, Lao Qin. Upon seeing Qin Yao, he greeted him very familiarly. He had originally wanted to shamelessly call Qin Yao Brother Qin, but Qin Yao's glare silenced him. Sigh, it's never a moment of peace, Qin Yao said helplessly. The young lady keeps calling me nonstop, and I have to be there. Despite being a ruthless bandit, Mo Linjiang is incredibly gossipy. Upon hearing that Qin Yao was going on a date with a woman, they immediately perked up their ears like antennas and leaned in. Is this a date? Qin Yao rolled his eyes at him. I'm a newly divorced man. Where am I supposed to go on a date? Get lost. If you're still alive and kicking, go back to your Yunnan province and don't stay here with me. That won't do. Mo Linjiang's face instantly darkened, a cold smile playing on his lips. Mo Linjiang, come from humble beginnings and have no connections. I've made it all on my own, but that doesn't mean I'm a pushover. I've suffered a setback this time, and I have to get my revenge. Qin Yao looked at him with amusement, crossed his arms and laughed. Do you know who the other party is? If I told you that the other party is a member of the imperial family in the capital, would you still dare to go and cause trouble? Are royalty not human? If I shoot them, they'll go right through me, won't they? Mo Linjiang scoffed dismissively. Someone like me has nothing to lose. I'm only good for myself, so what's there to be afraid of? Over the years, I've killed at least 100 or 80 powerful people. Look at me. I'm still standing here unharmed. At worst, it's just a one-for-one exchange. The more prestigious their status, the more worthwhile it is for me. His magnanimity surprised Qin Yao somewhat. But upon closer reflection, it makes sense. Mo Linjiang's reputation as a notorious bandit was certainly not undeserved. You can't afford to offend someone like him too much. When a mad dog goes berserk, he has nothing to worry about. But you have a lot to worry about. Ling Yuhai's arrogance and domineering attitude towards this kind of person is simply a sign of his lack of common sense. Because people like Ling Yuhai, who were born with a silver spoon in their mouths, have had too much from childhood to adulthood. The more you have, the more you cherish your life. But Malinjiang was different. Money and status meant nothing to him. He lived for the sake of pride. If you upset him, he might go berserk and fight you to the death, even if it means both of you are seriously injured. So in the end, Qin Yao just smiled and patted him on the shoulder. All right, you can take some time to calm down for now. The person who's been causing you trouble hasn't had the chance to bother you for a while. As he spoke, Qin Yao recounted Ling Yuhai's story, including how Ling Yuhai had kidnapped Zhang Hanjiang's granddaughter and seriously injured her the day before. Mo Linjiang was dumbfounded. Does this young master from the capital have a brain? How can he cause so much trouble? So, if you trust me, don't rush to my door to seek revenge on your own. I'll tell you what to do later. Mo Linjiang had complete trust in Qin Yao and nodded without hesitation. Although his main base is in Yunnan province, he started his business in Sichuan and has his own network and connections there. It wouldn't be a problem to transfer some trusted confidants over, who would be ready to serve Qin Yao at any time. Qin Yao didn't hesitate. Now was the time to need manpower, so he immediately agreed. However, when he was leaving, upon hearing that he was going to see a woman, Mo Linjiang still made him change into a proper suit and trousers, and even took off her Vacheron Constantine watch and put it on his wrist. This watch alone could buy a 2-bedroom apartment in some cities. Qin Yao was helplessly pushed out the door, and a Didi, ride-hailing service, was hailed to take him to the hotel entrance. Chen Chuqing was waiting at the door. Miss Chun is still hot today. Even the lingering heat of July can't compare to the fiery passion ignited by her beautiful legs. She seems to be very fond of cheongsams, and she is today no exception. She wore a navy blue cheongsam embroidered with very simple white flowers. The slit was not high, but her waistline was captivating. Her long, black, wavy hair swayed gently in the wind, occasionally brushing against her ample bosom. The wind wasn't just tousling her hair. It was stirring the hearts of countless men around her. Qin Yao knew that if he went down and stood with Chun Chuqing now, he would be subjected to 1,000 cuts of glares from countless men. Before he could even open the car door, Chen Chuqing strode over, and plopped down next to him. Qin Yao was taken aback. What's going on? You didn't ask me to be your driver? Chen Chuqing glanced at him lazily yet alluringly. Don't you know where my car is? It seems I know a little bit. Qin Yao touched his nose, feeling somewhat guilty. Yesterday, Chen Chuqing drove him to Plot Zero and recklessly crashed into the factory. The front of the car was completely smashed, and it was definitely unusable. However, if Miss Chen needs a car, she can just pick one from anywhere. What's the situation with taking a taxi with him now? Seemingly sensing his question, Chen Chuqing casually replied, I know you don't like driving, so I'm getting used to it beforehand. Qin Yao was even more confused. Get used to what? This time, Chen Chuqing didn't answer him, but said to the driver, Go to the biggest 4S store. Buying a car? Qin Yao asked, bewildered. Chen Chuqing laughed. What? My car broke down because of you. Is it a loss for you to help me buy a new car? Before Qin Yao could speak, she smiled charmingly and said, If you dare to say you're wronged, I'll scratch you. Don't forget, I carry a knife with me when I go out. Qin Yao's crotch tightened instantly. I must not be wronged. Chapter 386 If you don't tell me, I won't ask. Even though Qin Yao was unwilling, Chen Chuqing still dragged him to the 4S store. The dividend from Mo Linjiang just arrived in my account, so buying Ms. Chen a new car shouldn't be a problem. For Chen Chuqing, buying a car was incredibly easy. All she needed to do was make a phone call, and any car she wanted could be driven right downstairs. But she deliberately called Qin Yao, wanting to drag him shopping together. The two of them still don't spend enough time alone together. This man is still too mysterious. Even now, Chen Chuqing has saved Qin Yao's life, and the two are friends, so she has never asked Qin Yao who he is or what his background is. I asked you, but you wouldn't tell me. That's creating distance between us. I didn't ask you. It's an unspoken understanding. If you don't tell me, and I don't ask, that's being smart. Chen Chuqing didn't care who Qin Yao was. All she knew was that this man had saved her twice, once single-handedly breaking into the Song family to rescue her. She didn't ask about the man's motives or background. She only cared about what he had done for her. So seeing Qin Yao's helpless expression, she was in a great mood. Qin Yao was completely bewildered when he saw the corners of her lips turn up. Was she planning to rip me off badly? The car quickly arrived at the largest 4S store in Central Sichuan. This shop is very famous in Central Sichuan and is a popular place for wealthy people. Not only was the interior filled with luxury cars, but the exterior was equally impressive. It's not that ordinary people can't come, but that even if they do, they can't afford it, because every car here costs over $1 million. Ordinary people neither have the financial resources nor the need to. With this money, I'll definitely use it to buy a house. Although Qin Yao is a man, he is not very interested in cars. In his opinion, as long as a car can get him around, that's enough. After the two got out of the car, Chen Chuqing immediately draped one of her fair arms over his arm. Before he could ask, she lazily said, I'm wearing high heels, so it's inconvenient to walk. Indeed, the 10-centimeter high heels made her already 1.7-meter height appear to be almost 1.8 meters, making her look even as tall as Qin Yao. Qin Yao exclaimed in exasperation, Since you knew you were going shopping, why did you wear such high heels? What's wrong? Did you suffer some injustice? Chen Chuqing pinched him in annoyance and said fiercely, Look at yourself. Since we got off the car, how many people have been staring at me? If I don't hold your arm, I'm afraid I'll be asked for my phone number until my hands are sore. It wasn't that she was too arrogant, it was simply the truth. Qin Yao got out of the car. He felt the intense gazes of everyone around him fixed on Chen Chuqing. Then, the instant she took his arm, those gazes turned into streaks of cold arrows flying toward him. Qin Yao was speechless. You've done a good job of shifting your focus. Chen Chuqing tossed her hair and said, It's your honor. What the two were bickering about turned into flirting in the eyes of others, and many people looked at Qin Yao as if they wanted to devour him whole. Qin Yao didn't mind and was preparing to go inside with Chen Chuqing to finish selling the goods. Qin Yao. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Qin Yao instinctively turned around and saw a pair of eyes staring at him in surprise. Is that possible? Zhao Karen did not come alone. She was accompanied by Qi Xuanqing and several other stylishly dressed men and women. Judging from their positions, It seems that she and Qi Xuanqing are in charge. Upon seeing Qin Yao, Qi Xuanqing's eyes practically spit fire. He wasn't actually that embarrassing at the bar last time. After all, Mo Linjiang had a notorious reputation. If he beat him up, so be it. Afterwards, he could make an excuse that the other side had more people and strength. But Qin Yao not only fought 10 people by himself, but also defeated Mo Linjiang, which made this martial arts master of the mysterious realm lose face completely. Just 10 minutes ago they were saying Qin Yao had no talent and couldn't enter the world of martial arts, but in the blink of an eye, their faces were slapped hard. So when he saw Qin Yao now, he gritted his teeth, wishing he could immediately get revenge for what happened that day. But the next second, both he and Zhao Karen focused their attention on the woman next to Qin Yao. Chen Shuqing's appearance was truly stunning. She doesn't need to say anything. Just standing there is enough to steal the spotlight from everyone present, regardless of gender. Needless to say, Qi Xuanqing and the other men were instantly captivated the moment they saw Chen Shuqing. It's believed that if Chen Shuqing just beckoned with her finger, they would immediately abandon their glamorous female companions and become complete simps. But Zhao Karen and the other women were different. When they saw Chen Shuqing for the first time, their first reaction was not jealousy, but inferiority. Whether it's figure, face, or temperament, Chen Shuqing can easily outshine them with just one glance. Even though they were all dressed up carefully, Zhao Karen even boasted that she could become a star in the future. But in front of Chen Shuqing, he still looked like an ugly duckling with disheveled hair. When this feeling of inferiority ferments to its extreme, it is no longer jealousy, but hatred. If someone suddenly rushed up and threw a cup of sulfuric acid in Chen Shuqing's face, they would definitely be very happy to see it. Compared to the others, Zhao Karen had a few more thoughts. Why would Qin Yao stand with a woman like that? Zhao Karen forced herself to maintain her composure, straightening her back as she walked over to avoid being looked down upon by Chen Shuqing. What are you doing here? As she spoke, her eyes were constantly observing Chen Shuqing, as if she wanted to dig a hole in her face. With his hands in his pockets, Qin Yao casually said, "Just came to take a look. Are you here to buy a car?" At this moment, Qi Xuanqing also walked over with a smile. His smile was polite, and he looked quite gentlemanly. Apart from the bruises on his face that had not yet subsided, he really looked like a very elegant young man. "Oh, it's Qin Yao. What a coincidence. I recently got a promotion, so I was thinking of getting a new car to celebrate. I asked Karan to come over and give me some advice. Are you here to buy a car too?" His words were a bit strange. What kind of car could Zhao Karen drive? The real reason for asking her to come for advice was to show off her wealth. What's more, he was staring at Chen Shuqing as he said this. Qin Yao always had a lot of trouble whenever he ran into Zhao Karen, so he didn't want to talk to them any longer. "In that case, we won't bother you any longer, we'll be going now." He waved and was about to leave with Chen Shuqing, but Qi Xuanqing reached out and stopped him. "Hey, we're all acquaintances, we've already run into each other. Why don't we just go together? You must be here to visit, right? It's a pity there's no car show recently, and many places are only open to customers, so you can't go in. However, I know the manager here very well, so I can take you inside to have a look." Zhao Karen stared intently at the woman beside Qin Yao and gritted her teeth, saying, "Yeah, let's go together. You can also give me some advice." Qin Yao glanced at Chen Shuqing beside him, intending to have her refuse, but to his surprise, she gave Zhao Karen a playful look and actually agreed. "Okay, let's take a look together." Chapter 387 Men. Seeing that Chen Shuqing had actually agreed, Qin Yao was speechless and somewhat surprised. "Why did you agree?" Chen Shuqing smiled calmly. "Just for the fun of it." As a woman, and an exceptionally intelligent one at that, she immediately noticed the hostility in Zhao Karen's eyes. A beautiful woman has seen far too many envious, jealous, and hateful glances. But Zhao Karen was a little different. There was a hint of sourness in her eyes as she looked at herself and Qin Yao. "By the way, Qin Yao, you haven't introduced this person yet. Who is this?" Before setting off, Zhao Karen asked a question that seemed casual. Qin Yao casually replied, "My friend." "Oh, my friend." Zhao Karen nodded, very satisfied. As the group walked inside, Qi Xuanqing strode ahead, introducing himself to the people behind him. "I'm a regular customer here. I bought my first car and my last car here. Neither car was expensive, around 2 million, which adds up to a little over 500, so I'm barely a member here. This store has a full range of car models, and they are also a Lamborghini dealer. I've already made an appointment with a sales manager here, and he'll give us a tour later. Judging from his imposing manner, he seemed to be a regular customer of this store. They only talk about whether the models are complete and never mention things like price or cost-effectiveness. Mentioning cost-effectiveness at this point is beneath you. The 4 or 5 fashionable men and women who came with him immediately showed their envy upon hearing this. Does young Master Chi mean he's aiming for the Lamborghini this time? The sales manager is accompanying us. We're in for a treat today. What price range of car is young Master Chi planning to buy this time? Chi Xuanqing glanced at Chen Chuqing without leaving a trace as he spoke. I'm happy that my uncle was promoted to the position of Martial Alliance president this time, so I plan to change to a car with a capacity of around 500. A sports car worth 5 million is definitely considered a top-tier luxury car among this group of people. After all, these fashionable young people probably only have a net worth of a little over 10 million, so they would definitely be reluctant to spend half of their net worth on a sports car. Moreover, he specifically mentioned that Uncle Ku had been promoted to president, which naturally led to another round of flattery. Chi Xuanqing thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of being surrounded by envy, and would occasionally glance at Chen Chuqing out of the corner of his eye. Unfortunately, neither Chen Chuqing nor Qin Yao paid any attention to them. Qin Yao, upon hearing the name Lamborghini, immediately remembered that Chen Chuqing had also driven the same brand yesterday. More than 5 million yuan was smashed into a pile of scrap metal by her. Chi Xuanqing was beaming with health at that moment, and even Zhao Karen felt that her face was glowing. Seeing Qin Yao and Chen Chuqing's identical composure, she became somewhat uneasy. Xuanqing is very familiar with the manager here. He made an appointment last week. Qin Yao, and this one too. My surname is Chun, Chen Chuqing said. Oh, Miss Chun, right? Zhao Karen gave a forced smile. You must have come here specifically to visit, right? You can come with us later. My boyfriend is here, and we can let you test drive many of the cars that can't be test driven otherwise. This was something Chi Xuanqing mentioned before we came. Moreover, I heard that the store has a limited edition Bugatti Divo worth around 50 million, which is the store's prized possession. She came specifically to see this luxury car. Now, saying it like that carries a hint of boasting. Qin Yao was about to explain that Chen Chuqing had come to buy a car when he heard her calmly say, "Thank you very much." Qin Yao knew that this young lady was looking for some fun. Among this group, Qin Yao and Chen Chuqing are the two who are considered the poorest. Putting everything else aside, although Qin Yao was dressed quite presentably today, Zhao Karen knew his background and could disregard it. Chen Chuqing's Chong Sam, however, had no brand name to tell. It lacked logos like Chanel or Givenchy, and was therefore considered a generic brand. If it weren't for Chen Chuqing's face, it would definitely just be a cheap item sold at a street stall. With these two people serving as foils to his success, Chi Xuanqing became even more smug. No need to be polite, he said, waving his hand and casually showing off his Rolex. Qin Yao and Ku Ran are relatives, and Miss Chun and Qin Yao are friends, so we're all friends. Although Qin Yao can't afford a car, it's still okay for him to take a look. Don't worry, I hate those hypocritical salespeople who only care about money and not people. They won't even let you look at the product if you can't afford it. It's too much of a bully. Later, I'll meet that sales manager and have him show us around one-on-one. Chi Xuanqing elevated his own status and character while simultaneously putting down Qin Yao, implying that Qin Yao couldn't afford a car at all. Qin Yao and Chen Chuqing both understood what he said. The former was too lazy to pay attention, while the latter found it somewhat amusing and glanced at Qin Yao. This man is indeed excessively low-key in his daily life. Look, people are coming. He pointed to his right and saw a young man in his 20s wearing a business suit walking towards them, accompanied by an office lady carrying a tray of coffee. His steps were neither hurried nor slow, and his smile was just right, not obsequious, but very polite. You must be Mr. Chi? We received your appointment last week. Would you like to see the car now, or would you like to rest for a bit first? No need to rest. Chi Xuanqing waved his hand, pointing behind him with an air of authority. My friend is coming along to take a look and have a tour. Just make sure he's well taken care of. Judging from his appearance, anyone who knew him would think he was there to buy a car, but anyone who didn't would think his boss had come down to inspect the work. However, this sales manager was quite professional and showed no hesitation. Instead, he smiled and said, "Then I will personally show you around." "Yes, that's fine." Qi Xuanqing nodded with an air of maturity and turned to the group, saying, "Then let's take a look first." He even said to Zhao Karen in a particularly generous tone, "Karen, especially you can look around and pick out more. Tell me what kind you like. Price doesn't matter. I'll prioritize your preferences, since you'll be sitting in the passenger seat from now on. Choose what you like." Judging from Qi Xuanqing's tone, anyone who didn't know better would think he was buying it for Zhao Karen. But Zhao Karen was quite taken with this, and smiled shyly. "Isn't this a bit inappropriate? After all, it's a 5 million car, I don't really know much about it." "It's okay if you don't understand, just pick a nice one." Qi Xuanqing waved his hand dismissively. 5 million is nothing to me. A man should be generous to the woman he loves. Besides, with your beauty, would I let you take a DD, ride-hailing service, when you go out? Chapter 388. You can try it if you like. The two showed off their affection, and naturally, others flocked to admire them. Qin Yao had no interest in the unspoken meaning behind their words, but instead began to admire the luxury cars in the store. Cars have an innate attraction for men, and Qin Yao is no exception. The reason he hasn't bought a car is simply because he hasn't seen one he likes. Otherwise, he could buy one for commuting, and the price wouldn't matter. However, since he was here to help Chun Chuqing look at cars as compensation, his eyes were fixed on some sports cars suitable for women to drive. Seeing that he was overwhelmed by the sights, Qi Xuanqing said proudly, "Little Qin, the sports cars here are all priced in the range of 200 or 300, which is not too high, about the same as the two I discarded. If you like any of them, you can take them for a test drive." Test drive? A fashionable woman who came with Qi Xuanqing scoffed upon hearing this. After the test drive, will he be able to afford it? "Young Master Qi, you must be joking." The other young masters also gave Qin Yao disdainful looks. Zhao Karen frowned and said, "Let's not. Qin Yao, you've never driven a supercar before. You don't understand its performance and driving style. If something goes wrong, you won't be able to afford to pay for it." Qin Yao ignored everyone else and simply looked up at Chun Chuqing, asking, "Is there anything you like?" Upon hearing his question, everyone's gaze fell upon Chun Chuqing. In fact, they couldn't understand how Qin Yao, such a poor boy, could have such a beautiful woman as a companion. It didn't make sense. Now that they heard his question, everyone present suddenly realized. So this guy was just showing off. He pretended to buy a car for a beautiful woman, brought her to the dealership for a quick look, and then after he slept with her, he'd say he had financial problems. They've seen this kind of tactic many times and are extremely disdainful of it. Zhao Karen frowned and stepped forward unhappily, saying, "Qin Yao, what do you mean by that?" Qin Yao didn't hide anything and said casually, "I owe her a favor, so I'm returning the favor with a car." He couldn't say anything about Zheng Hanjiang, so he just glossed over it. Zhao Karen laughed in anger upon hearing this. "You're going to buy her a car?" Seeing his calm and composed demeanor, Zhao Karen gritted her teeth in anger. "I knew it. How could someone like you have such a beautiful woman by your side? And how could such a beautiful woman choose someone as ordinary as you?" Zhao Karen rolled her eyes. "So, after all this time, you two just got what you wanted? Then let me ask you, if you can't afford a car, how do you plan to handle this?" Qin Yao gave her a strange look. "I brought her here to choose a car. Why can't we afford it? If we can't afford it, why did I bring her here?" "Qin Yao, your skin is getting thicker and thicker. You're really going all out to brag." Seeing that he refused to admit it, Zhao Karen became even angrier and vowed to expose his true colors in front of everyone. Most importantly, she wanted Qin Yao to realize that such a beautiful woman would never belong to him. Women like Chun Chuqing are nothing more than prostitutes who are after his money. Qi Xuanqing's eyes darted around, and he walked over and tugged at Zhao Karen. "Karen, don't be angry. Maybe there's some misunderstanding. Maybe Qin Yao was just joking." At this moment, Chun Chuqing, who was watching the show from the side, tossed her long hair and looked like she didn't mind making things worse. He wasn't joking. We came together because he wanted to buy me a car. Look, Zhao Karen looked disappointed. Qin Yao, you're hopeless. Qin Yao anymore. Qi Xuanqing walked over, sighed, and patted Qin Yao's shoulder. Little Qin, if you keep acting like this, I'll have to say a few words to you. Men sometimes brag a little to save face. That's fine, but you shouldn't use it to lie to people. I have a piece of advice for you. Don't be overly ambitious. Every car in this 4S store costs over 1,000,000 yuan. It's not something you can afford. If you can listen to what I'm saying and work hard for a few years, you shouldn't have any problem saving up for a down payment. You may not be able to reach my level financially, but at least you can't be too bad a person. Qin Yao with disdain. He felt that he had gotten back all the face he had lost that day. So what if I'm good at fighting? Am I richer than him? In today's society, money is king. Everything else is meaningless. Qin Yao here today. Otherwise he wouldn't know where he would have gotten his revenge last time. Faced with his self-indulgent rap, Qin Yao was somewhat speechless. But what puzzled him even more was Qin Chuqing. What exactly did this young lady want to do? Seeing that Qin Yao remained silent, Qi Xuanqing assumed he had nothing to say and turned to the sales manager, saying, "Please excuse my young brother. He's a bit naive. Don't take his words seriously. Okay, let's not shop anymore. My girlfriend just took a fancy to that 5 million Lamborghini. You can go and prepare the contract for me." The sales manager maintained a humble yet assertive attitude throughout, and even when closing a $5 million deal, he didn't show much excitement. After all, for a high-end store like theirs, a luxury car worth a few million isn't considered a big customer. Okay, please wait a moment. With a single glance from the manager, his assistant immediately went to prepare the contract. During this brief moment, Zhao Karen walked up to Qin Chuqing. After learning that Qin Chuqing, though beautiful, was a woman who could be bought off with just a few million, as Qin Yao had mentioned, she felt much better and was able to stand up straight again. So what if she's pretty? She still came from a poor background, and even Qin Yao could fool her completely. This kind of woman isn't necessarily dirty. So when she faced Qin Chuqing again, she held her head high with arrogance and disdain, saying, "You don't need to wait here anymore. To tell you the truth, he's a complete pauper. Even his job with a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan was arranged for him by my dad. I know that women like you won't let go until you get money. Here's 5,000 yuan. That should be enough for your wages for one night, right?" Her phrase, "one night's wages," was quite ambiguous, causing the men who had been secretly watching to cast disgusted glances at Qin Chuqing. As for the women, they were secretly delighted. No matter how beautiful she was just a whore. All right, you shouldn't stay here anymore. We're all decent people here, and a woman like you doesn't deserve to be here. Zhao Karen waved the 5,000 yuan in her hand. If it's not enough, I'll give you another 5,000. This amount of money is not even pocket money to me. What are you standing there for? Get out. Chapter 389 The Woman of the Brothel. Zhao Karen was extremely displeased with the woman who had stolen her thunder the moment she appeared. So she was extremely vicious at this moment, and even deliberately raised her voice several octaves so that everyone in the hall could hear it. Looking at the 10,000 yuan stuffed in front of her, Qin Chuqing wasn't angry. Instead, she lazily looked up at Qin Yao and said, "Aren't you going to do anything about it?" Her voice, far from sounding aggrieved, seemed more like she was coaxing Qin Yao. Qin Yao knew that if it were the old Qin Chuqing, she would have slapped him across the face long ago. Normally, Zhao Karen could not get close to Qin Chuqing at all. For some reason, she was acting strangely today. Despite being so humiliated by Zhao Karen, she didn't reveal her identity and instead asked Qin Yao to stand up for her. Qin Yao was helpless. What could he do when he knew Zhao Karen? He stepped forward, his tall figure blocking the two women, shielding Qin Chuqing behind him, and stared indifferently at Zhao Karen. "Put the money away. She's not that kind of woman, and she doesn't need your money. I really owe her a favor, so I brought her here specifically to buy a car. Since you don't want to be with us, let's leave it at that." He didn't reveal Qin Chuqing's identity because he was afraid of causing her unnecessary trouble, since there were quite a few people present. Qin Chuqing's own identity is quite sensitive, and she's afraid that being with him might cause some kind of scandal. So after he finished speaking, he immediately pulled Qin Chuqing to the other side, too lazy to get entangled with Zhao Karen and the others. Seeing them leave, Zhao Karen stomped her feet in anger. She never expected that Qin Yao would treat her coldly for the sake of a prostitute. Didn't he know that kind of woman only cares about money? Qi Xuanqing walked up and put his arm around her shoulder, smiling as he comforted her. Karan, don't be angry. We need to understand Qin Yao. An ordinary person like him would never be able to meet a beautiful rich girl. So when a beautiful woman appears, he will definitely treat her like a treasure. Even if she's a prostitute. Zhao Karen gritted her teeth. No, I'm going to make him realize his true colors today and expose his real face. And that woman, let's see if she can still keep up the act after she finds out that Qin Yao can't afford a car. Qi Xuanqing's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he did not stop them. The group of people followed along in a lively manner. Seeing them follow, Qin Yao was speechless. Miss, what are you playing at? Is it fun? Qin Yao asked very affectionately, completely ignoring the people following behind them, and even smiled slightly. Life is usually quite boring, and I'm used to the deceit and flattery. I just want something new, and besides. She turned around, glanced at Zhao Karen who was following 5 meters away with a face full of anger, and leaned her head directly on Qin Yao's shoulder. I really like the way you stand in front of me, and I also love seeing self-righteous people get their faces slapped. Qin Yao sighed, and then it was her turn to do what she wanted to do. But considering that I owed her a favor, it didn't matter. The two entered the largest exhibition hall, which had the most people but the fewest vehicles on display. In the middle of the hall, a pure black Bugatti Divo was parked in the center, surrounded by railings and guarded by bodyguards. Clearly, this is the store's prized possession. Qi Xuanqing and the others were stunned to see the two of them walk toward the car. He wouldn't be thinking of buying this car, would he? Qi Xuanqing couldn't help but laugh out loud. Zhao Karen, unable to bear it any longer, saw Chen Chuqing leaning affectionately against Qin Yao, attracting everyone's attention by herself, and ran up to her. Qin Yao, I've really had enough. You're not going to say you're going to buy this car now, are you? Qin Yao was too lazy to explain. It depends on whether she likes it or not. Haha, that's really generous. Qi Xuanqing clapped his hands and walked over. A Bugatti worth 50 million, and that's not even the final price. You actually bought it just like that. It seems I really misjudged you before. You're quite the hidden talent. Then, turning to Chen Chuqing, he said, Miss Chen, doesn't he owe you a favor by buying you a car? How about this one? Although it doesn't seem very suitable for women like you, you can have him be your driver. He sarcastically urged Chen Chuqing to ask for the Bugatti, waiting to see Qin Yao make a fool of himself. When the people around heard that someone actually wanted to buy this luxury car worth 50 million, they all gathered around. Chen Chuqing, still holding Qin Yao's arm, smiled sweetly. Sounds pretty good. Let's go with this one. What do you say? Will you buy it for me? She blinked and looked at Qin Yao. The latter was somewhat speechless. A car worth 5 million, to have to pay 50 million in compensation, is indeed a bit of a loss. However, he doesn't care about money now. He just wants to spend it quickly to avoid trouble. Okay, this one will do. Seeing that Qin Yao actually dared to agree, Zhao Karen rolled her eyes so hard they almost reached the sky. You're just asking for trouble. He'd be lucky to pull out 5,000 from his pocket right now. Qi Xuanqing was overjoyed and said with a smile, That's perfect. The sales manager is right here. Let's sign the contract now. Qin Yao and his companion a cold glance. He hadn't said anything, but he had heard what they were saying. He didn't say much, just stated in a formulaic manner. I'm sorry, sir and madam. This car is not available for sale at the moment. Bugatti has an official policy that in order to purchase this Divo, one must have previously purchased another Chiron worth 24 million, otherwise one cannot purchase this model. Hearing this, Qi Xuanqing was somewhat disappointed. He hadn't expected to give Qin Yao such a way out. Zhao Karen, her face also tense, chuckled and said, Now you have a way out. Are you going to take it? Qin Yao didn't care about any kind of stepping stone issue, but he had never actually bought the car the manager had mentioned. Just as I was about to turn around and ask Chen Chuqing for her opinion, I saw Chen Chuqing ask the manager, Do you have Chiron in your store? The manager paused, then nodded subconsciously. Yes, there is, but... Yes, that's fine. Chen Chuqing calmly took out a card from her bag. The card had a matte black surface and she tossed it directly to the sales manager. I want one. When she finished speaking, everyone present was stunned, including Zhao Karen. When Zhao Karen saw the sales manager having his assistant bring over the POS machine, she still held onto a sliver of hope. Impossible. This is impossible. This woman's card definitely won't work. She'll probably say she forgot her PIN or something. The sales managers, who had been performing rather unremarkable, were now quite excited. The 24 million deal was one thing, but the important thing was that it wasn't easy to make friends with someone who could casually throw out 24 million. The card swiped through the POS machine, producing a pleasant sound. The manager, showing respect, said, "Miss, I'll have someone prepare the contract for you right away." Chapter 390. The background became a silhouette. When Chen Chuqing made her move, the entire scene seemed to freeze. Qi Xuanqing's sarcasm and Zhao Karen's eye roll froze on their faces in an instant. The sales manager, with his crotch tucked between his legs, approached Chen Chuqing and returned the bank card with both hands, a far cry from his earlier aloofness. Even when facing Qi Xuanqing, a gold member, who casually spent 5 million, he was neither humble nor arrogant. How could he be so subservient now? Watching Chen Chuqing casually toss the card back into her bag, and then link her slender arm with Qin Yao's, Qi Xuanqing's expression almost twisted in disgust. Are women who casually spend 24 million on a car also prostitutes? Anyone with a brain knows the answer to this. Even the top socialites in high society probably don't have this kind of courage. Therefore, there is no doubt that Chen Chuqing's identity is that of an ordinary person. Zhao Karen trembled all over, her face turning deathly pale, as if the more than 20 million yuan that Chen Chuqing had just spent had been stolen from her pocket. She stared in disbelief at Chen Chuqing and Qin Yao's intimate behavior, a wave of bitterness churning in her chest. Her mind was filled with only 2 words: fake. It's all fake. How could a woman as beautiful and elegant as her also be so rich? She's definitely just some big shot's plaything. Otherwise, why would she even look at Qin Yao? Does he deserve it? He's been married and imprisoned. Even if he hadn't, he's just an ordinary person with an ordinary education. He'd probably just drift through life earning a fixed salary. The gap between him and himself will only widen. Once he stands on the glamorous stage, he will be left far behind. But why is he now standing next to such a stunning and wealthy woman? Something's not right. It's an act. It must be an act. With red eyes, Zhao Karen kept comforting herself. Enough, Qin Yao. You just want to show off in front of me. Why go to such lengths? You even bribed the store sales manager. 24 million. Do you know what that means? Many bosses with a net worth of over 100 million, including my dad, wouldn't dare to casually take out that amount to buy a car. This woman just takes it without asking. What else could it be but a scam? Who does she think she is? Although the idea of bribing the manager was outrageous, Zhao Karen found it even more unacceptable that Qin Yao could be with a goddess who spent money like water. Another person who found it hard to accept was Qi Xuanqing, who nodded without thinking. That's right. You must have teamed up just to see us make a fool of ourselves. How dare he, a lowly security guard from the countryside, try and date a goddess? I never imagined your shop would take on such filthy jobs. It's outrageous. I don't want the car anymore. I won't sign the contract. Let's go. Qi Xuanqing's ears were burning. He just wanted to leave as soon as possible. His eyelids started twitching the moment Chen Chuqing pulled out the black card. Now, because someone spent 20 million to buy a Bugatti, more and more people are gathering. He was afraid of losing face, so he urged Zhao Karen to leave first. Qin Yao looked at Zhao Karen's somewhat distorted face and shook his head speechlessly. Is this woman crazy? Why would he bribe the manager when he has nothing better to do? The sales manager was displeased. You can criticize me, but you can't insult my VIP. What do you two mean by this? He had a stern face, his hands clasped in front of him, his expression fierce but his tone weak. Our Qingxin company values integrity the most. Are you implying that our store hired shills? You don't have to take the car, but the contract has already been signed. If you don't pay, we can proceed with the process. But since you've spread rumors and caused trouble, shouldn't we also settle accounts with you? The manager's face was dark, and while he was speaking, more than a dozen bodyguards in black were already approaching. With so many people around today, he couldn't let Qi Xuanqing spout nonsense. To tell you the truth, the lady in this hand is holding a black card issued by Swiss Bank. If you don't recognize it, you can look it up and see who this kind of card is only issued to. I don't know her bank account balance, but I do know that if this lady wanted to buy that Bugatti Divo, it would be a piece of cake. If you two continue to speak rudely and do not apologize to my distinguished guests, then I will have no choice but to have someone invite you to apologize. Don't underestimate him just because he's a sales manager. Working at a store like Qingxin means he comes into contact with wealthy people. Moreover, these 4S stores usually have very powerful backgrounds, with connections in both the legitimate and criminal worlds. Zhao Karen's face turned pale instantly. She tugged at Qi Xuanqing's clothes, signaling him to quickly reveal his identity as a member of the Martial Alliance. Left with no other choice, Qi Xuanqing could only say, "Manager Zhang, have you forgotten my identity? My uncle is the new president of the Martial Alliance. Isn't what you're doing a bit disrespectful to him?" To everyone's surprise, the manager remained calm and said, "Every industry has its rules. How many of the people who come here to buy cars don't have status or connections? You're from the Martial Alliance, so I can only tell you, I'm sorry, but we at Qingxin are also quite familiar with the Pao Ge. Moreover, this young lady can easily spend 24 million to buy a car. Her status, do I need to say more?" As expected of a sales manager, he silenced Qi Xuanqing with just a few words. Yes, if a shop like this didn't have some tough tactics, it would have closed down long ago. Furthermore, Qi Xuanqing's uncle is the president of the Martial Alliance. In other places, he might have some influence, but this area is all Zhang family territory. In an instant, Qi Xuanqing felt utterly defeated. I originally thought that after my uncle became the chairman, his net worth would also increase, and he would become even more powerful. Unexpectedly, every time he met Qin Yao, compared to the people he met, his background instantly became just a silhouette. Even the sales manager gave him the cold shoulder. Zhao Karen felt extremely humiliated and couldn't stand it for another second. She was certain that Qin Yao couldn't afford to buy that woman a car, but that woman had completely outshone her. With such a woman by her side, her previous words telling Qin Yao not to like her had become a blatant joke. So if there were a crack in the ground, she would definitely crawl into it without hesitation. Unfortunately, Qi Xuanqing is now in an awkward position. He can neither leave nor apologize. Finally, Chen Chuqing spoke up. "Manager, please process my contract first, otherwise I'll have to take a Didi, ride-hailing service, back home." "Miss Chen, what about them?" Chen Chuqing glanced at Zhao Karen, who was blushing and looking at her. She smiled sweetly, her beauty captivating. "Them. For my boyfriend's sake, let it go." Chapter 391. The goods are lost. Qi Xuanqing and the others fled in disarray. Before leaving, Zhao Karen gritted her teeth and glanced back at Qin Yao, her eyes filled with resentment. Qin Yao was exasperated and turned to Chen Chuqing, saying, "What are you up to?" She tossed her hair and said calmly, "It's just letting some people see themselves clearly." Qin Yao didn't understand, but she stopped explaining and went directly with the manager to sign the contract. They increased the price by 10% and picked up the car immediately, even getting the temporary license plate. For such high-end customers, the store naturally provides attentive service from every angle, striving for a flawless experience from start to finish. As for the 50 million car, it was of course not mentioned. Both of them could afford it, but whether it was necessary was another matter. The manager had no complaints, especially when he saw the three big characters, Chen Chuqing. He immediately understood her identity, and his smile became even brighter. "Oh, it's Mr. Chen." The manager handed over the car keys with a flustered expression, saying excitedly, "Your assistant used to pick up the car. Assistant Sue and I are old friends. I didn't expect you to come in person today. I'm so sorry for not being able to entertain you properly." "No need for an apology. I appreciate your kind gesture." Chen Chuqing was approachable and nodded politely before pulling Qin Yao away. She didn't actually make Qin Yao pay for the car, but she genuinely treated him as her driver. The 24 million yuan supercar on the road immediately attracted the attention of most people. Finally, she even tossed the car keys to Qin Yao, saying that she had recently developed a fear of driving and that he should remember to pick her up whenever she needed him. Before Qin Yao could refuse, she stepped into the elevator in her high heels. Qin Yao was quite helpless. Are they really using me as a driver? He didn't understand women's little schemes, but since he owed her a favor, he might as well accept it. It wouldn't be long anyway. He figured he might as well drive the luxury car worth over 20 million yuan. He got on the road and was about to go home when he remembered his chance encounter with Zhao Karen earlier that day. So he stopped and called Zhao Ming. A call was made, but it took a long time to be answered. When the call connected, the voice sounded somewhat distressed. Hello, is this Qin Yao? Is there something you need? Sensing that Zhao Ming seemed very busy, Qin Yao said, It's nothing. I just wanted to have lunch with you, Uncle Zhao. Oh, I see. I'm busy today. Something came up at the company. Let's do it another day. He was about to hang up when Qin Yao's eyebrows twitched. What happened? He had a feeling something was off when Qi Xuanqing suddenly approached Zhao Ming to ask for investment, and his intuition told him today that the incident was related to the Martial Alliance. Sure enough, the person on the other end sighed. This matter is a bit big, and you can't help with it. I'll talk to you later. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yao drove straight to Zhao Ming's company without thinking. Ling Yuhai may not be taking any action for the time being, but that doesn't mean his people won't. Although these young masters and ladies of the imperial family do not have any power in Sichuan, they still have the Hong family to control. Moreover, neither Sakurai Kogyo nor her senior brother, who had disappeared after entering Kawanaka, showed up that day. Qin Yao felt it was best to be cautious and went to check on them in person. He sped off to the entrance of Zhao Ming's company, parked in a random spot, and went upstairs. Last time, Zhao Ming gave him a company access card, which allowed him to come and go freely, so he went straight to Zhao Ming's office. Before we even entered the door, we heard Chun Huiyu wailing and complaining. What are you going to do about this? We finally signed a cooperation agreement with the Martial Alliance, and now we've offended the Hong family. Will we ever get any business in Sichuan again? This time the compensation is 100 million. 100 million. Our entire fortune combined is only a little over 100 million. Are you trying to kill me? Zhao Ming seemed annoyed by what he was being said, slammed his hand on the table, and snapped. Enough. Go home and cry if you want. What kind of nonsense is this, making a scene at the company? With so many employees outside, are you trying to sway their morale? Chun Huiyu wiped away her tears, sat on the sofa, and stomped her feet like a shrew. Instead of stopping, she cried even louder. The company is about to go bankrupt, and you still care about the employees. When Qin Yao arrived, there was no one at the office door, but several middle and senior managers from the company were walking around nearby, pretending to be busy, but actually trying to find out what was going on inside. Chun Huiyu's behavior in this situation is quite taboo. No matter what happens to the company, the boss must not panic. Otherwise, employees will think the company is going bankrupt and the boss is going to run away, leaving them with no way to get their wages, so naturally they won't work hard anymore. Even worse, something might go wrong at this time. So Qin Yao quickly walked a few steps and pushed the door open. At first glance, he saw that not only Chun Huiyu was there, but also Zhao Ming's brother-in-law, Chun Huiyu's brother Chen Hao, and his elderly mother. Even Li Mei and her son were sitting in the office, with several company employees standing next to them. They were all relatives of Chun Huiyu's family, whom she had placed there. Zhao Ming is now surrounded by a group of Chun Huiyu's family members, who all seem to be there to demand an explanation from him. Qin Yao, what brings you here? Zhao Ming sat behind his desk with a worried look on his face, rubbing his temples and having a headache, when he looked up and saw Qin Yao walk in. Chun Huiyu was sobbing, and when she glanced at Qin Yao, she didn't forget to roll her eyes at him. As for Li Mei and her son, it goes without saying. If Zhao Karen hadn't later abandoned Su Zongwei, that sycophant, and officially started dating Qi Xuanqing to help Qin Yong get a spot in the Martial Alliance, they probably would have rushed at Qin Yao and fought him to the death the moment they saw him. Ignoring the stares of others, Qin Yao walked straight to Zhao Ming's desk. I heard from you on the phone that something happened, so I came to see what's going on. Well, upon hearing this, Zhao Ming sighed, quite helplessly. It's no use telling you. Qin Yao insisted. Tell me first, what exactly happened? Zhao Ming didn't expect Qin Yao to be of any help. After all, he was just a newcomer, and the only 100,000 yuan he had was secretly given to him by Zhao Ming. But seeing how anxiously he had come to care about him, Zhao Ming was quite moved and thought it wouldn't hurt to say something. He raised his hand and pointed at one of Chun Huayu's cousins, saying, "Wasn't it all done by my good cousin?" It turned out that after he signed the contract with the Martial Alliance, his first business deal was to help the Martial Alliance transport a batch of goods overseas. There shouldn't have been any problem. Zhao Ming originally ran a logistics and transportation company, but that shipment consisted of 3 antiques worth over 100 million yuan in total, making them extremely valuable. Chun Huayu's cousin, Chen Xiao, was in charge of looking after this item. Unexpectedly, he abandoned his post during the supervision period and went to drink and play cards with others, resulting in the loss of all 3 antiques. And coincidentally, the goods for the orders that the Martial Alliance entrusted to them, this time, all came from the Hong family. Chapter 392 The Nemesis. Upon hearing that the stolen goods belonged to the Hong family, Qin Yao immediately frowned. The Hong family operates in a wide range of industries, including antiques. One of their shops was the one that saved Tong Yao last time. However, the Hong family usually handles the transportation of their antiques themselves, especially for rare antiques worth hundreds of millions of yuan for just 3 pieces. They would never entrust the transportation to an outside company to prevent any mishaps. But now, such a valuable antique just happened to be handed over to Zhao Ming in the name of the Martial Alliance, and just happened to be lost after being put into the warehouse of Zhao Ming's company. Moreover, Zhao Ming had recently invested most of his cash in the Martial Alliance through Qi Xuanqing's introduction. If Zhao Ming really has to pay 100 million yuan in compensation, it will definitely cause his company's cash flow to break down. But if they don't pay compensation, they'll definitely have to go to jail. "Hey, brother-in-law, you can't say that. How can you blame me for this?" Upon hearing Zhao Ming mention him, Chen Xiao immediately blushed and jumped up, saying, "That day, I arranged for more than a dozen employees to guard the warehouse, and the safe was locked. An old customer invited me for drinks, and I only went for the sake of the company's development. How can you blame me alone now?" Zhao Ming immediately became furious, slamming his fist on the table and saying, "You are the person in charge of warehouse management. When the goods arrived at the company that day, I repeatedly told you to keep an eye on the warehouse at all times, even to eat, drink, and relieve yourself in the warehouse. Is that right? In the end, you shifted the blame to a bunch of employees and went out drinking and eating. Who else should we blame but you? Those employees need to take responsibility, but you need to take even greater responsibility. What do you mean by drinking with old clients?" Zhao Ming had investigated thoroughly. It turned out that a few of his cronies had invited him to a massage parlor, and he couldn't resist. He figured there were security cameras in the warehouse and nothing would happen, so he just ran off to have some fun. But as soon as he heard that he would have to pay more than 100 million yuan in compensation and might even go to jail, he immediately started to shift the blame. "No, brother-in-law, you're wrong about that." Chen Xiao pouted unhappily. "I'm just a wage earner. How much do I make in a month? Aren't you the one who gets the lion's share of the money? Now that something has gone wrong, how can you expect me to take responsibility when you, as the boss, are not taking any? You're so heartless." As Chen Xiao spoke, he kept winking at Chun Huayu's mother. Upon receiving the message, old Mrs. Chun immediately scolded him with a stern face. "Yes, Zhao Ming, you can't be so heartless. Look for yourself. How many members of our Chun family work for you? Aren't they all conscientious and responsible? To put it bluntly, without us family members keeping an eye on things for you, could you have grown the company this big by hiring outsiders? Let me tell you, Chen Xiao is my brother's only son. If you want to send him to jail, I'll be the first to disagree." As soon as the old lady spoke, the Chun family's relatives chimed in. They were all Chun Huayu's family members, so Zhao Ming was practically an outsider. Although it was a cash cow, now that the cash cow is about to collapse, their first thought is naturally to shirk responsibility. "That's right, nephew, you have to have a conscience. My son works for you and is only a small warehouse supervisor. Now you're making him take on such a big problem. You're trying to drive our whole family to our deaths." "Exactly. I've been working for so many years and I still haven't become a manager. I only make about 10,000 yuan a month. When something goes wrong, they blame us. Why should we be the ones to blame? Brother-in-law, stop pretending. Don't you know how much money you've made over the years? What's the point of crying poor now? This group of people talked all at once, putting Zhao Ming in a very difficult position. To put it bluntly, they haven't realized the seriousness of the situation yet, including Chun Huiyu. They all felt that the company had grown so much over the years, with an annual turnover of over 100 million yuan, and Zhao Ming had just bought a villa. So how could he not have the money to pay compensation? He just couldn't bear to part with the money. He wanted to find someone to go to jail to settle things and save the money. As they talked, they started to feel wronged, thinking that with their talent of only having a bachelor's degree, they were only earning 10,000 to 20,000 yuan a month under Zhao Ming, while Zhao Ming drove a nice car and lived in a villa. Why was that? Qin Yao frowned at the sight of these people's faces and couldn't even get a word in edgewise. Old Mrs. Chun gave her daughter a look, and Chun Huiyu immediately started to throw a tantrum. Let me tell you, Zhao Ming, my cousin is already in his 40s or 50s, and he has worked very hard to look after the warehouse for you. If you dare to let him go to jail, I will divorce you. She originally thought that as long as she brought up divorce, Zhao Ming would definitely compromise. Unexpectedly, Zhao Ming fell silent this time, covering his head and saying nothing. Seeing that Uncle Zhao was really at his wit's end, Qin Yao stepped forward and said coldly, Aunt Chun, are you sure you want to divorce Uncle Zhao at a time like this? Chun Huiyu gave him a disgruntled look. What does our family's business have to do with you? I just feel that you two have been married for over 20 years, and you're both quite old now. At such a crucial time, you should prioritize things. But Chun Huiyu wouldn't let it go, and even stood up and pointed at Qin Yao's nose, yelling, How am I not prioritizing things? Do I need you, a little brat, to tell me what to do? Ever since you came to Sichuan, nothing good has happened to our family. I think you've been an orphan since you were little, and your uncle died later because you brought bad luck to him. You jinx. Qin Yao originally wanted to persuade Chun Huiyu to calm down, but now Zhao Ming was on the verge of collapse. As Uncle Zhao's wife, she should be thinking about how to stand with Uncle Zhao and get through the difficulties together, instead of forcing Uncle Zhao for the sake of her family. Over the years, Uncle Zhao has helped their family enough. If it weren't for Zhao Ming, I'm afraid that this whole family would be working odd jobs and farming by now. How could they possibly be living such a carefree life? You get over 10,000 a month just for watching a warehouse. Where else can you find such a good job? You should be content. Moreover, he could see that Uncle Zhao was getting fed up, and if Chun Huiyu continued to cause trouble, the family would really fall apart. But Chun Huiyu's few words directly touched Qin Yao's sore spot. His parents and uncle were his Achilles heel. Especially his uncle, he always felt guilty about his uncle's death, which was a deep scar in his heart. Now Chun Huiyu has reopened this wound, relentlessly rubbing salt into it, causing a chilling glint to flash in Qin Yao's eyes, and a murderous aura instantly surged forth. Say that again? Qin Yao liked this before, and was immediately startled, taking 2 steps back. What a terrifying look. But then she thought, what did she have to be afraid of? Qin Yao was just a wild boy, and her family was all there. Would he dare to lay a hand on her? Just as he was about to retort with more insults, he heard a loud bang. Bang! Everyone present was startled. Turning around, they saw Zhao Ming, who was usually gentle and polite, flip the table over and point at Chun Huiyu, shouting angrily, Didn't you want a divorce? I'll divorce you. Chapter 393, A Family of Scoundrels. Despite Zhao Ming's usual forthright manner, he has never argued with Chun Huiyu in over 20 years, let alone lost his temper like this. The table was overturned, and computer files scattered all over the floor, startling everyone in the room. Chun Huiyu, with tears still clinging to the corners of her eyes, froze, her face turning deathly pale, as if she couldn't believe her ears. What did you say? Zhao Ming was determined. Pointing at Chun Huiyu, he angrily said, You want a divorce? Fine. This time I'll grant your wish. This time, the Hong family is questioning us, accusing us of embezzlement. The company is definitely doomed. Didn't you always threaten me with the company? Well, now you've got what you wanted. The company's gone, so let's just go our separate ways. Qin Yao could tell that Zhao Ming was really annoyed this time. Chun Huiyu would throw tantrums over the smallest things on ordinary days. When making demands on his family, she resorted to crying, making a scene, and threatening suicide, completely disregarding the well-being of his own family. In her eyes, Zhao Ming's money was all free money, and her family was the only ones who had a hard life, so she begged Zhao Ming to help them out in every way imaginable. However, she is the one who usually shouts the divorce slogan the loudest, and now she is also the one who is panicking. But she still refused to believe that Zhao Ming really wanted to divorce her, and she couldn't believe that the company was really finished. She jumped up from the sofa and pointed at Zhao Ming, yelling, "Well, Zhao Ming, I've been through thick and thin with you, and now that you're rich, you want to dump me, right? What's wrong? You found a vixen outside, haven't you? You think I'm too old and past my prime. Let me tell you, I won't do what you want. You think you can get rid of me? No way." Seeing Chun Huiyu's unreasonable attitude, Qin Yao frowned. This woman is too shameless. Uncle Zhao only stopped having affairs with her because she was his wife who had shared his hardships. Even though he had money all these years, he never had any extramarital affairs. Now that the company and even Uncle Zhao himself are in dire straits, she, as his wife, not only fails to provide solid support, but is actually adding fuel to the fire. She was the one who called for a divorce just now, and now she's the one throwing mud at Uncle Zhao, saying he's having an affair. She's the one who has all the arguments. Qin Yao, everyone present was Chun Huiyu's family, and they were all unhappy to hear that Zhao Ming wanted a divorce. Several elders and cousins immediately came up and started pulling and tugging at Zhao Ming. "Zhao Ming, you can't be so heartless. Our Huiyu was such a beautiful young maiden, and she married a poor guy like you. Now that you have money, you want to break up with her? Dream on." "Exactly. Do you think you can run such a big company all by yourself? It's all thanks to my cousin's good fortune. If you dare to get a divorce today, fine, you'll leave with nothing." Seeing the group arguing, Qin Yao subtly moved closer to Zhao Ming, afraid that someone might harm Uncle Zhao. Zhao Ming's eyes were bloodshot and his hair was a mess. He was nowhere to be seen as the spirited man he had been not long ago. Upon hearing that he would have to leave with nothing, he laughed in anger. "You want me to leave with nothing, huh? No problem." Seemingly surprised by his quick agreement, even the most vocal relatives were taken aback. Come on, forget about leaving with nothing. If any of you want this company now, I can immediately transfer the legal representative to him. I won't keep a single penny." This left the group completely dumbfounded. At first, they didn't realize the seriousness of losing the items, thinking that with Zhao Ming's current assets, he could easily afford to pay back 100 million. They can eat and drink as they please and continue to enjoy their carefree life at the company. Unexpectedly, Zhao Ming now wants to leave with nothing without even thinking, handing over the company to these people. Is he stupid? Of course not. Anyone with a sound mind would give away their hard-earned business to someone else for nothing. Unless, of course, the company is truly on the verge of collapse. Not only will the company go bankrupt, but those responsible will also be implicated. Losing money is a small matter. Going to jail is a big one. Don't be fooled by the fact that Chun Huiyu's relatives usually act without thinking. They can be surprisingly quick-witted in situations like this. Realizing something was wrong, the group of people who had just been blushing fell silent and crouched down to the side. Chun Huiyu was stunned. She even forgot to get angry and quickly went up to Zhao Ming and grabbed his clothes. "Are you serious? Is the company really going to be finished this time?" Zhao Ming was too lazy to explain to her and rolled his eyes in anger. "The company is fine. Everything's fine. Your cousin and I won't go to jail, and we don't have to pay the Hong family's 100 million, okay? I'm telling you the truth." Chun Huiyu was so anxious that she was jumping up and down, patting Zhao Ming with both hands. Our family is really doomed. When she has nothing to do, she definitely thinks about her family. Old Mrs. Chun often nagged in her ear that men with money go bad, and Zhao Ming was no exception, so women had to keep their money in their own hands. To prevent Zhao Ming from having an affair, she has been sending money back to her parents' home whenever she has it, or squandering it herself, under the guise of not giving other women the opportunity to spend her family's money. As the saying goes, it's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. This is Chun Huayu's current situation. In their early years, both she and Zhao Ming were born in rural areas and endured a lot of hardship. Back then, she accompanied Zhao Ming to do business at sea, and she was certainly willing to endure all that hardship. But if you were to force her back to her original state and make her go through that kind of life again, she definitely wouldn't be willing. But Zhao Ming told her a cruel reality. It's not just true, it's even more serious than I said. The Hong family's influence in Sichuan goes without saying. You should be very familiar with it yourself. Take the items they commissioned this time, for example. There are 3 items, each worth tens of millions, and that's just the starting bid. One of them is an antique worth 50 million, a priceless treasure that could be placed in any local museum as its crown jewel. Now that the things are gone, the Hong family has said they don't want compensation, they just want the things back. Qin Yao now understood that the theft of the Hong family's belongings was entirely aimed at Zhao Ming. These 3 items are priceless, and there are also rare treasures among them that are priceless and unavailable for purchase. If they're only asking for free items, then they're after Zhao Ming. As for Qi Xuanqing's previous attempt to persuade Zhao Ming to invest in the Martial Alliance, it was simply an attempt to cash out all the money Zhao Ming had. If the thief cannot be found, Zhao Ming and Chun Xiao will only have one option, to go to jail. If things go wrong, the dozen or so employees guarding the warehouse could also be implicated. Upon hearing this, Chun Huayu finally realized the seriousness of the situation, and her vision blurred as she nearly fainted. Chapter 394, I almost forgot about you. Chun Huayu slumped to the ground in despair, kicking her legs and bursting into tears. It's all over. It's all over. 7 or 8 years of hard work, and now it's all gone. Her crying caused the people in the room to look at each other in bewilderment, and a few even secretly tried to slip away. Brother-in-law, this matter has nothing to do with us, so please don't drag us into it. Yes, you've taken care of us for so many years, we're too embarrassed to take your salary for nothing. How about this? We'll just resign today, and you won't need to worry about us anymore, right? Yes, I think so too. We can't just sit around doing nothing at a time like this. I'm quitting my job too. These relatives were just clamoring for Zhao Ming to leave with nothing and boasting about how much they had contributed to the company. Now, upon hearing that the company had offended the Hong family, the group's expressions immediately changed. They were all locals, and they knew all too well the influence the Hong family wielded in Sichuan. Several of them were so frightened that their legs trembled, fearing they would be implicated. They gritted their teeth and resigned. It's a good job, you get to eat and get free food. But now the company is about to go out of business, and not only will I lose my job, it may also become a hot potato. They're afraid Zhao Ming will need their help. Sometimes, that's how some so-called relatives are. When you're doing well, they'll try to get a share of the profits. When you're not doing well, they're considered merciful if they don't kick you while you're down. At this moment, Chen Xiao was the most anxious. He rushed over and grabbed Zhao Ming by the collar. Wait a minute, Zhao Ming. What does this have to do with me? How much do I make a month? I work myself to the bone for you, and now you want me to go to jail for you. Seeing his ferocious expression, Qin Yao walked up with a cold face, pushed, and pulled him aside. He said expressionlessly, Talk is talk, but don't lay a hand on me. Knowing he might be locked up for life, Chen Xiao's eyes turned red with rage, and he vented his resentment on Qin Yao. Who the hell are you? You bastard, daring to meddle in my business. As he spoke, he swung his fist and smashed it toward Qin Yao's face. Qin Yao's eyes turned cold. He clenched his fist and, using the momentum, pulled and yanked the man in front of him. Then, he slammed him close, causing the man's arm to fall off. Chen Xiao let out a scream, and the relatives who hadn't left yet were furious, except for Li Mei and her son who huddled in the corner without saying a word. You dare hit someone. Get him. Several of Chun Huayu's relatives rushed up to take down Qin Yao and Zhao Ming, but Qin Yao refused to back down. Initially, out of consideration for Uncle Zhao, he didn't fight back against these unreasonable people. But now that they're all going after Uncle Zhao, there's no need for me to be polite. These people don't have much fighting ability. They only know how to punch and kick when they fight. Besides, they've been idle for several years, so they've long lost their strength. Qin Yao dealt with them with ease, taking down the men in no time. Several more assertive middle-aged women who initially wanted to come up and scratch him were frightened by Qin Yao's actions. Qin Yao glanced at them coldly. "Want to come again? I don't mind hitting women." Seeing this, the group of old women all shut up and stood awkwardly to the side, angry but not daring to speak out. Chun Huiyu couldn't care less about anything else right now. After old Mrs. Chun gave her a wink, she quickly grabbed Zhao Ming's trouser leg with tears in her eyes. "Husband, you have to think of something. My cousin is so old. He really can't go to jail. My uncle died young, leaving behind only his son. He's working for you, so you have to help him." "Yes, son-in-law," old Mrs. Chen said, shamelessly standing up. How could his body withstand being in jail? Seeing the farce unfolding before him, Zhao Ming was speechless. "Mom, didn't you ever consider that he was the one who caused this mess? My company is gone, and I'll have to go to jail with him. Do you think I can handle that?" "I don't care." Old Mrs. Chun was extremely unreasonable, slamming her cane on the ground. "You're the boss of this company. If something happens to the company, how can you push the blame onto the employees? You have to take responsibility." "You mean I have full authority?" Zhao Ming was utterly disappointed. Old Mrs. Chun said sternly, "You should be responsible for this." Zhao Ming looked at Chun Huiyu. "You mean the same thing?" Chun Huiyu said with a mournful face. "Old Zhao, I've been with you for so many years. You can trust me, right? You've served in the military. You're in good health. You can handle a few years in there. I'll wait for you." "But my cousin isn't in good health, Before Chun Huiyu could finish speaking, Zhao Ming waved his hand to interrupt her. He finally saw through her. This woman's mind was filled with thoughts of her family. "I treat you like family, but you treat me like a sucker, don't you? Your family members are human, but I'm not. All right, let's drop this matter. If we really want to investigate who's responsible, no one will escape it. And what I just said still stands. We'll get a divorce tomorrow." After saying that, Zhao Ming didn't even glance at her again, and was too lazy to get entangled with these relatives. He planned to go out and calm the employees down first. But Chun Huiyu wouldn't let it go, grabbing his trouser leg and refusing to let go. "No, you have to give me an explanation today. How is this going to be resolved? My cousin." Smack! At that moment, a figure darted in front of Chun Huiyu at lightning speed and slapped her across the face. Qin Yao used half his strength and sent Chun Huiyu flying 2 meters away, losing a tooth on the spot. Not only that, but he also slapped old Mrs. Chen twice. This time, only 10% was used, mainly because we were afraid the old lady wouldn't be able to withstand it and would kick her legs. "If you two are still not awake, I don't mind giving you a few more slaps to wake you up properly." Qin Yao stared coldly at them. His ears were ringing from their constant chatter, and they hadn't even gotten to the important matter yet. At this moment, Li Mei finally spoke up, shrilly. "You dare hit my mother?" Qin Yao glanced at her, then walked over and slapped her twice more without saying a word, making her vomit blood. "I almost forgot about you." After speaking, he looked at Qin Yong, who originally wanted to shout a few words, but was silenced by his glare. Zhao Ming was initially stunned and instinctively wanted to stop him and offer a few words of condemnation. But after Qin Yao slapped him a few times, he inexplicably felt a lot of the pent-up anger in his chest dissipate, and he felt very comfortable. So instead of stopping him, he gave Qin Yao a thumbs up. "Well done." Qin Yao walked over and escorted Zhao Ming out. Since this matter was caused by him, he naturally had to take responsibility. Chapter 395, Making a Big Deal. After coming out with Zhao Ming didn't have time to talk to him for the time being. He took him to talk to a few senior executives first, asking them to calm down the employees. After the Qin family made such a scene, there will definitely be a lot of gossip and rumors circulating within the company afterwards. If the emotions of the underground personnel waver at this time, it would be the most fatal thing. Afterwards, the two took Zhao Ming's car home first. Chun Huiyu was stunned by the beating and went straight back to her parents' home, while Zhao Karen and Qi Xuanqing disappeared without a trace. Zhao Ming casually prepared some dishes, and he and Qin Yao ate and chatted. Before even getting to the point, he downed 3 glasses of baijiu, looking utterly dejected. "Qin Yao, your uncle Zhao has really messed up this time. I won't be able to help you anymore. Ku Ran is a clever girl, But sometimes she's too naive and easily tempted by the allure of the world. Please keep a close eye on her for me. Qin Yao listened with great helplessness. Uncle Zhao, what are you saying? This matter is not without hope. There is no need to be so pessimistic. You don't understand the ins and outs here. Zhao Ming waved his hand, his smile bitter. If the Hong family is after money, that's easy to handle. I can just sell my assets and go back home to farm. I can afford to lose that 100 million. But they don't want money, they just want things. Where am I supposed to find these things? Qin Yao frowned and asked, has the police come to investigate? They checked, and the warehouse surveillance footage was also retrieved. The results should be available in the next few days. But it doesn't really matter. No matter who stole it, if it was stolen from our company, I can't escape responsibility. Seeing his sighing and lamenting, Qin Yao didn't hide anything. Uncle Zhao, you don't need to be so pessimistic. Don't worry about it. Leave this to me. You? Zhao Ming glanced at him with a puzzled look and a hint of surprise, but quickly laughed self-deprecatingly and shook his head repeatedly. I know you're skilled, but this isn't something that can be solved simply by how skilled you are. You definitely won't understand the investigation, and the police won't believe you. As for the Hong family, we're no match for them. We're just a hair on their leg. They can pluck you out in a minute. Qin Yao didn't explain further. Seeing that Zhao Ming had also drunk too much, he told him to go to sleep first. After leaving the Zhao family, he called Mo Linjiang. Are you healed? Come with me to do something. After giving my address, I made a phone call to Kaohsiung. After several days of treatment and recuperation, Jiang Suilu has regained his strength and will be back to his peak condition in a week at most. As for Gao Xiong and Jiang Suilu's disciples, the 3 last moves Qin Yao taught them helped them recover their stagnant blood and energy. Not only did they not develop any hidden illnesses, but their 9 gates poison dragon hand technique became even more powerful than before. Having witnessed Qin Yao's strength and been saved by him, Gao Xiong now treats Qin Yao with utmost respect. Mr. Qin, what can I do for you? Jiang Suilu seemed to be right next to him and immediately took the phone. Mr. Qin, it's me. Is there something you need? I do need your help with something. Qin Yao said directly, without refusing. Please speak freely. Jiang Suilu on the other and not only didn't find it troublesome, but also readily agreed without asking Qin Yao what it was about. After leaving Zhao Ming's house, Qin Yao had already thought of a way to deal with it. Besides using strong measures to put pressure on the Hong family, there is another way to solve Zhao Ming's problem the fastest. According to Zhao Ming, the Hong family acted quickly, with the police and lawyers putting pressure on them to send Zhao Ming to prison as soon as possible. Once they're inside, it's up to them how they handle things. The goal is to teach Qin Yao a lesson. So the best solution now is to take the items out. The theft of these 3 items was undoubtedly orchestrated by the Hong family and the Martial Alliance. But since these 3 items are priceless, they certainly wouldn't just destroy them after stealing them. They would definitely move them elsewhere. So Qin Yao called Jiang Suilu to ask him to find out if the Martial Alliance was involved, and if so, whether they knew where the items were. Jiang Suilu answered the phone and agreed without hesitation. Mr. Qin, rest assured. There was internal strife in the Martial Alliance some time ago. Although I am now dead, I still have confidence within the Martial Alliance. I can give you an answer tonight. Okay, then I'll trouble you. The person opposite him was, after all, an elder, so Qin Yao gave him a very polite reply. Mo Linjiang arrived quickly. The superficial injuries were nothing to him. He was already lively and energetic. Knowing that Qin Yao had something to discuss with him, he was even more excited. What's up, Lao Qin? Something big is up? Qin Yao calmly nodded. There's a big business deal that I think is perfect for you. After all, you're a ruthless bandit. If that's how you put it, then I feel that no matter what it is or whether it's suitable or not, I have to get it done for you, Mo Linjiang assured, patting his chest. Qin Yao laughed. Don't worry, I'll cover for you this time. I guarantee you'll make a fortune. Mo Linjiang's eyes lit up. Is there a big job? Let's wait for news. We'll know tonight. During this time, Qin Yao had Mo Linjiang find a few tough and trustworthy subordinates to assemble in front of him as quickly as possible, with their equipment ready. On the other end, after hanging up the phone, Jiang Suilu immediately asked Gao Xiong to contact someone. Kaohsiung hesitated. Master, What Mr. Qin is asking about is no simple matter. It seems he's after the Martial Alliance and the Hong family. Should we really? Jiang Suilu glanced at him with his signature eagle eyes. What? Are you scared? No, we are members of the Martial Alliance, and we have close ties with the Hong family. Heh, do you and I still have a place within the Martial Alliance now? Jiang Suilu sneered. His illness has been cured. His collapse was the fuse that ignited the internal strife within the Martial Alliance, and also an excuse for the Hong family and Qi Xiaodong to join forces in seizing power. Jiang Suilu has now recovered, but they no longer have a place in the Martial Alliance. It can be said that Qi Xiaodong took this opportunity to purge him and his people from the Martial Alliance. I don't know what Mr. Qin is trying to do, but you should have noticed from these last few times that this person is not simple in terms of either his skills or his background. I suddenly understand now. If we can befriend such a person, even if we work under him, our future status may change dramatically. Besides, wouldn't it be perfect if he win a deal with the Martial Alliance? Chapter 396. Let's play together. News from Jiang Suilio's side came quickly. Since Qi Xiaodong and his group became vassals of the Hong family, the Martial Arts Alliance disciples have basically been treated as subordinates by the Hong family. The Hong family didn't have their own people handle the break-in. Instead, they sent Qi Xiaodong to send several Martial Arts Alliance disciples. After bringing the items back that night, the Hong family didn't immediately have anyone take them over. After all, if they were going to make a big deal out of it, they certainly couldn't let the items stay in their hands, as it would be troublesome if someone discovered them. So the items were placed in the Martial Alliance's treasury and guarded by the Hong family and members of the Martial Alliance. Although he didn't know what Qin Yao was up to, Jiang Suilu was cautious and said directly, "They say they're guarding it, but the treasure vault is inside our Martial Alliance, and it's secured with 3 electronic combination locks. Generally, no foolish thief would dare to steal it, so there aren't many guards. As for the passwords, they are generally controlled by 3 different people. It's not the case that one person holds all 3. Hearing him say that, Qin Yao understood. "Thank you, Elder Jiang." Jiang Suilu breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. "Mr. Qin, you're too kind. I owe you more than just one life. I'll send you the password in a bit." However, Mr. Qin, it seems that the Hong family is trying to make things difficult for you. It's easy to deal with the Martial Alliance, but the Hong family will definitely keep an eye on this area. They might have already set a trap for you. Are you confident? The fact that the Hong family didn't take the items, but instead left them with the Martial Alliance is quite intriguing. Even if it's to avoid suspicion, wouldn't it be easy for such a large family like the Hong family to hide 1 or 2 things? It was deliberately placed in the Martial Alliance, as if they couldn't wait for Qin Yao to find it. Qin Yao simply smiled calmly. Then let them be too busy. He didn't explain to Jiang Suilu what he was going to do. He simply handed over the information Jiang Suilu had sent to Mo Linjiang verbatim. However, he did not completely trust Jiang Suilio's information and instructed Mo Linjiang to find a few people who were good at this kind of thing to be with him, just in case. "Don't worry, I may not be as good as you at other things, but I'm an expert at robbing the rich to help the poor," Mo Linjiang said proudly. With his words, Qin Yao felt relieved. After thinking for a moment, he made a phone call to Chen Chuqing. It was already past 9 o'clock at night. When Chen Chuqing answered the phone, she seemed to be in a meeting, and the group of senior executives of Qinghai immediately fell silent. "What? You want to see me after we've only been apart for less than a day?" Her words, coupled with the radiant smile on her lips, completely stunned the dozen or so business elites present. Those who remained after the impeachment turmoil were mostly longtime employees of Qinghai, and they were the most loyal to Chen Chuqing. Before Chen Chuqing took over as president, many people already knew this heiress of Qinghai. From the past to the present, the impression that President Chen has left on them can be summed up in 3 words: an iceberg iron lady. Whether she is the current CEO or the former Ms. Chen Chuqing has never been involved in any scandals and rarely appears in the public eye. It's no exaggeration to say that the men pursuing her stretched from Harumi to the Eiffel Tower, including many aristocratic young men. As for celebrities, well, that doesn't count as pursuing her. It's more like asking to be kept. In general, Queen Chen has been surrounded by many men over the years, rich, powerful, talented, and good-looking. But none of them could win Queen Chen's favor, let alone get a workaholic to stop a high-level meeting halfway to answer the phone. Hearing that there was still movement on her end, Qin Yao asked somewhat apologetically, "Are you busy?" "If you're busy, then I won't be," Chen Chuqing said without hesitation. Moreover, while speaking, she stood up abruptly, made a gesture to everyone with a blank expression, and then gave the company's vice president a wink, indicating that he should chair the meeting. She walked straight out in her high heels. Qin Yao realized she had interrupted her work to answer the phone, and felt even more embarrassed. "If you have something to do, you can go ahead and do it. I'll find someone else." "Qin Yao, do you think my time is cheap? I've already answered the phone. Do you want to waste even more of my time?" This time, Qin Yao didn't stand on ceremony and directly stated his purpose. According to what Mr. Xing said before, the Hong family is very wealthy and powerful in Sichuan, but their two biggest sources of funds are antique shops and casinos. The largest casino is called Hongjin Club, which is also the largest casino in Sichuan and the Hong family's largest cash flow business. Of course, besides gambling, casinos like these are mostly used for money laundering for the Hong family and even some of their superiors. After Qin Yao picked up Chen Chuqing in Qinghai, he brought her directly here. Chen Chuqing was indeed clever. As soon as she saw Hongjin's gate, she knew why Qin Yao had come here. To make things difficult for the Hong family? Actually, you don't need to go to so much trouble. Although Qinghai is not a powerful family like the Hong family, we still have a strong foundation in Sichuan. It's not that difficult to trip them up in business. She leaned back in the passenger seat, knowing full well that she was going to cause trouble, yet she remained remarkably languid and calm. Moreover, when she mentioned Harumi, she used the word we, which immediately created an ambiguous atmosphere in the car. "I'm just afraid of owing you too many favors." Qin Yao coughed lightly, and then stopped the car. "We're here, get out." As Chen Chuqing opened the car door, she remained focused, unaffected by Qin Yao's words. "Between you and me, there's no need to measure things by personal relationships." Before Qin Yao could figure out how to answer the question, she took the initiative to walk up to him and take his arm. "Let's go. I'll play with you for a while." The two parked their car directly in front of Hong Jin's house, even though such places are never short of luxury cars and celebrities. But Qin Yao and his companion's appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention for two reasons: the car and the woman. Qin Yao, who usually keeps a low profile, drove a Bugatti that he had just picked up that morning. Even in a place like this, a car in this price range is absolutely top-notch. Even a Ferrari or Maserati worth millions pales in comparison. The sound of the engine alone is enough to make many men drool. After being drawn to them, their gazes were immediately fixed on Chen Chuqing. Because Qin Yao had told her where he was going on the phone, Chen Chuqing specially changed out of her office suit and put on a black halter evening dress with a crimson fox fur shawl. Her beauty goes without saying. She doesn't need a red carpet or lights. She is the center of attention wherever she goes. Qin Yao simply stood there with her and walked into the Hongjin Hall, facing everyone's gaze. Chapter 397 Nouveau Riche. Qin Yao didn't rush to exchange the chips. Instead, he led Chen Chuqing around the lobby, attracting everyone's attention, before finally arriving at the chip exchange area and leaving behind the bank card Mo Linjiang had given him. "Exchange 100 million. Qin Yao, who had spoken so casually, and the latter said with some displeasure, "Didn't you understand? I said I'd exchange 100 million. What? You casinos can't afford to gamble." Qin Yao's words were quite impulsive and his voice was very loud, which made those who were already paying attention to them even more curious about him. Where did this nouveau riche come from? I've never seen anyone like him before. You're exchanging 100 million right away? Is this your first time at a casino? Who knows? The woman next to me was quite nice, but it turns out she's a country bumpkin. Listening to the discussions around her, Chen Chuqing glanced at Qin Yao, who had been acting rather irritably today, but remained calm and didn't say a word. Amid the murmurs, the person in charge apologized repeatedly and sent someone to help Qin Yao redeem chips worth 100 million. The chips in his hand were in units of 100,000, which was already a considerable amount, but it was still a heavy pile in his hand, quite eye-catching. The amount of money people bet here is definitely not small, but usually, They only bet up to 10 million. What do you mean by carrying so much cash with you? Are you just thinking about counting the money? Therefore, in the eyes of others, Qin Yao's behavior was simply that he was out of his mind. They all thought he was some kind of nouveau riche who came from nowhere and was trying to show off his wealth in various ways. As a result, many people are now focusing their attention on Qin Yao, wondering what this country bumpkin is up to. Just then, a young man in his early 30s wearing a white suit jogged over, his face beaming with joy at the sight of the pile of chips Qin Yao was carrying. "Sir, what would you like to do? Would you like me to introduce some games to you? Or how about we go upstairs and have some fun?" The games played in the main hall of a typical casino are mostly dice and slot machines, which generate a considerable daily turnover. However, for the real big spenders, these are just for entertainment. Small-time players don't find them very interesting. Moreover, dice are too random, so most people wouldn't place large bets. Therefore, the real high-stakes gambling usually takes place upstairs in various VIP rooms. But Qin Yao, not one to follow the usual path, gave him a wary look and said, "You can play downstairs. Why should I go upstairs? What? Are those things upstairs in your casino a scam?" Qin Yao's words sounded just like those of a country bumpkin who had never seen the world, leaving the manager speechless. The other party rolled his eyes imperceptibly, but considering Qin Yao's 100 million chips, he still smiled and said, "How could that be? Hongjin has always had a very good reputation in Sichuan. Even some second-generation officials play with us. Why would we do something that would ruin our reputation?" Qin Yao didn't reply, but turned his head to look at Chen Chuqing. The latter immediately knew what he wanted to ask and nodded. "All right, I'll just play around with it." As he spoke, Qin Yao actually led Chen Chuqing to a large gambling table and sat down. Rolling dice is a must-have activity in every casino, and it's also the most exciting. One thought can lead to heaven or hell. Victory or defeat hinges on the instant the dice cup is opened. This project has the most participants, but very few people will place a large bet. After they sat down, Chen Chuqing leaned close to his ear, her perfume wafting through the air. "What? Are you going to stage a God of Gamblers return performance?" Qin Yao smiled calmly. "No, I came here today to gamble away all the money in front of me." As the new round of betting began, the dice cup was already closed. Without thinking, Qin Yao pushed 50 chips onto the table. "I'm betting big." From the moment Qin Yao entered, he had already attracted enough attention. His bet at this moment drew everyone's attention. It's not uncommon to bet 5 million in a single transaction in a casino, but it's not rare either, since most people who roll dice in the lobby are just playing around. So when Qin Yao placed a bet, many people followed suit, hoping to share in his good fortune. To his surprise, when the dice cup was opened, Qin Yao was dumbfounded. "Why is it small? Am I that unlucky?" Chen Chuqing smiled and comforted the group, saying, "It's only the first time. Keep up the good work." "That's right, let's do it again." Nobody took the first round seriously, thinking Qin Yao was just unlucky to have bet 5 million and lost it all in the first round. But in the second round, Qin Yao bet another 5 million and lost again. Now many people are talking about it. This nouveau riche has had a bad start today, losing 10 million in just 2 rounds. That must be painful. How is that possible? I lost when I bet on big last time, and I lost again when I bet on small this time. So I'm not changing my strategy this time. I'll bet on small again. Qin Yao gritted his teeth and directly pushed out 10 million and placed it on the small plate. Now those who had been following the trend hesitated, but some still bought the same thing as Qin Yao. While things were bustling downstairs, several figures appeared in the second-floor corridor, watching the situation in the hall. One of the pretty figures bristled the moment she saw Qin Yao. Her bandaged hand clenched tightly, and her beautiful eyes flashed with venom. "It's him." Besides her, Chu Yin was also there, accompanied by Hong Qinyang, a direct descendant of the Hong family, and also Hong Jintao's cousin. Originally, this task of accompanying these distinguished guests from Beijing was not his responsibility, but Hong Jintao was beaten to a pulp by Qin Yao and is still lying in the hospital. The reason they are here today is because Ling Yuhai's injuries have not yet healed, and Luo Xiaoxiao has become somewhat deranged since she learned that her hand might be crippled. She is either hitting or smashing things in the ward, so Chuyin brought her here to relax. What a coincidence that I ran into Qin Yao. You're a member of the Hong family, right? Upon seeing Qin Yao, Luo Xiaoxiao's anger and resentment surged up, especially when she saw Chen Chuqing, who had shot her, also there. She turned around excitedly and said to Hong Qinyang, I order you to have someone hold that bastard down right now. I will personally kill that pair of scoundrels. Luo Xiaoxiao's voice was shrill, as if she was on the verge of hysteria at any moment, and she didn't even realize that her voice was cracking. Hong Qinyang hesitated when he heard this. If it were any other venue, he would have agreed without hesitation. However, Hong Jin is a rather special occasion. Not only gamblers gather here, but also many celebrities and nobles. Not all of them are on good terms with the Hong family, and there are even quite a few whom the Hong family needs to win over. Although he didn't know Qin Yao, everyone was now watching him because of his high-profile behavior. Taking action at this time would likely draw criticism. Fortunately, Chu Yin spoke up at this moment, pressing down on Luo Xiaoxiao's shoulder. Wait a minute. Let's see what he's up to. Chapter 398 Blinded by Loss. Chu Yin frowned as she looked down at Qin Yao. According to Hong Mingkong, Qin Yao's family was now in prison, so Qin Yao should be going to the Martial Alliance or the Hong family to demand an explanation. Why would he be here gambling? But before she could figure it out, she heard Luo Xiaoxiao excitedly say from the side, We lost. We lost again. Within just over 10 minutes, Qin Yao placed 7 bets in a row, and each one was incredibly unlucky. He bet on big, and it came out small. He bet on small, and it came out big. There was even a time when he seemed to be gambling with a vengeance, betting 20 million and getting a triple, which the house won. In a short time, Qin Yao became a celebrity in the casino in a very unconventional way. Everyone was marveling at Qin Yao's luck in gambling. Damn, what bad luck. I thought he was a shrewd player after betting so much, but he's just a jinx. Hee, I'm different from you. I directly bet against him and made a small profit. That rich fool is really unlucky. He's lost so much he's practically blinded by greed. Of course, in the blink of an eye, almost 100 million has been spent. How can we not be envious? This is just too unlucky. 10 games in a row, and not a single one has been won. Something feels off. Hearing people in the crowd starting to talk, Qin Yao felt it was about time to start one last round, as he had already lost all his chips. At this point, he couldn't bear it any longer. He slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and shoved the chips on the table into a mess. With a flushed face, he pointed at the dealer opposite him and shouted, Your casino is cheating. The dealer, with a stern face, had clearly seen plenty of gamblers like Qin Yao who were blinded by losses and wanted to cause trouble. Sir, everything must be based on evidence. My Hong Jin has been operating in Sichuan for 20 years, and I have always placed great importance on reputation. Many social celebrities have frequented our place, and we've never heard anyone make such remarks as you. If you can't afford to lose, please leave. If you cause trouble, don't blame me for calling security. Others sympathized with Qin Yao's plight, but in the casino, some people become rich overnight, while others become penniless overnight. Such things happen all the time. If everyone who lost all their money caused trouble like him, Hong Jin would have gone out of business long ago. Exactly. You say the casino is cheating, then show me the evidence. Just then, a clear voice rang out from upstairs, carrying a hint of provocation. Qin Yao looked up and saw Luo Xiaoxiao and the others standing on the second floor, arms crossed, staring at him as if he were a clown. Seeing Qin Yao so enraged by his defeat, Luo Xiaoxiao was in high spirits, experiencing the happiest moment of the past 2 days. What? You're accusing the casino of cheating just because you lost 100 million. A peasant is a peasant. Can't you even afford to lose this little bit of money? It's not your fault for playing badly, but it's wrong of you to spew nonsense. With so many people here today, if you can't produce any evidence, be careful, we might sue you for defamation. Luo Xiaoxiao was beaming with joy, completely forgetting how she got the injury on her hand. When Qin Yao was in trouble, she'll make that bastard who dared to challenge their authority pay the price. She won't mind collecting some interest today. You want evidence, right? It's simple. But the problem is, you're not one of the casino's employees, so how can I prove it to you? Qin Yao replied, looking up. Luo Xiaoxiao glanced at Hong Qinyang, who immediately stepped forward and said sternly, I am Hong Qinyang, the vice president of Hongjin Casino. If you have any evidence, you can show it to me. If you can prove that I cheated at the casino, I will compensate you 10 times the amount you lost. If not, he gave a chilling smile. You won't leave this casino. Qin Yao raised an eyebrow, showing no anger whatsoever, but instead revealed a smile. That's exactly what he was waiting for. It's very simple. Qin Yao pointed to the dice cup on the table and said, I suspect there's something wrong with your dice and dice cup, which is why I lost 100 million in a row. If I had bought a set of ordinary dice from outside, it definitely wouldn't have had this effect. Hong Qinyang and the others laughed when they heard this. Luo Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. Is he brain dead? How could he come up with such a reason? These days, who would cheat by tampering with the dice? Chu Yin did not deny Luo Xiaoxiao's words. Qin Yao's idea was indeed too amateurish. Even they knew that casinos like this generally wouldn't bother with cheating on dice rolling, and even if they did, they wouldn't manipulate the equipment. Every casino employs a few exceptionally skilled gamblers who can easily manipulate most of the gamblers without resorting to any tricks. However, Qin Yao claimed that there was something wrong with the dice and demanded that they be replaced and that they not be the casino's dice. He instructed each side to find 5 people to go outside and buy dice, along with the dice cups. Then they are mixed together and people randomly choose a set to use. The dice and dice cup cannot be bought by the same person. However, even though he changed the dice and the dice cup, he didn't mention changing the person who was shaking the dice. He also said, if you dare to do this, I'll bet with you again, 10 rounds, 100 million each time. How about it? Seeing Qin Yao's determined look, Hong Qinyang laughed. Fine. You want to give me money. How could I refuse? Qin Yao was still unwilling to give up. Everyone saw it. I lost every single bet I made. Even if I were unlucky, I wouldn't be this unlucky, would I? Let's bet 10 more times. If I win more than 5, does that mean there was something wrong with the betting game we just played? Hong Qinyang frowned upon hearing this. 5 or more? That's too easy. Anyone with a bit of luck can win 5 or 6 out of 10 games without any problem. That doesn't prove anything. Luo Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. Qin, don't be so shameless. Seeing that they refused, Qin Yao gritted his teeth, as if he was determined to vent his anger, and said resentfully, then 8. If I win 8 rounds, it means you guys are definitely cheating. These words caused an uproar at the scene. Everyone says this kid must have lost terribly. Regardless of whether Hongjin cheated or not, even under normal circumstances, who can guarantee that they will win 8 out of 10 games? Moreover, Qin Yao has been plagued by bad luck ever since he entered the casino. How dare they gamble like this? This time, Luo Xiaoxiao simply said, what's the point of gambling? We're wasting our time gambling with you. Isn't that a bit of money enough to cover it? If every person who's lost everything does this, how will the casinos keep operating? Qin Yao was taken aback. Then what do you want? Luo Xiaoxiao's lips curled into a maniacal and wicked smile. It's simple. If you lose more than 3 rounds, I'll make you cut off one of your hands. Everyone became even more excited and stared at Qin Yao. Qin Yao seemed a little nervous, but seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, he could only bite the bullet and say, okay, I'll bet with you. I lost, so I'll cut off one of my hands. But if you lose, then you'd better shut down. Chapter 399, Giving Away Kills at the Start. When Qin Yao said this, his eyes were bloodshot, and veins were even bulging on his forehead. He even slammed his fist on the table in excitement. He looked like a gambler who had lost everything and made a promise on impulse. As soon as these words were spoken, Chu Yin and Luo Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. Perhaps crippling Qin Yao and closing down Hong Jin would be completely disproportionate to the Hong family's value. But their chances of winning are just too high. Chu Yin gave Hong Qinyang a wink, and the latter smiled confidently, glancing at his assistant behind him, who quickly left. After his assistant left, he said loudly, okay, I can agree to your request. It's settled then. 100 million per game. If you can win 8 games, I, Hong Jin, will admit to cheating and close down the business. If you lose, cut off one of your hands and crawl out of Hong Jin. With just one sentence, Hong Qinyang sealed the deal and even immediately found 10 gamblers to go to the scene. Seeing this, a kind-hearted bystander advised, young man, I think you should give up. It's impossible to win 8 out of 10 rounds. You're going to make a huge mistake. Yes, and besides, you're having a run of bad luck right now. Sigh, young people are still too impulsive. Even Chen Chuqing, looking worried, advised, let's not gamble anymore, okay? It's just 100 million. We can just give it up. Qin Yao, with red eyes, roughly grabbed her chin and said, What? Even you don't believe me? No, that's not what I meant. Chen Chuqing was terrified, and her eyes instantly turned red. This pitiful appearance was completely contrary to the usual Queen Chun. Even the tip of her nose turned slightly red when she shed tears. Not to mention others. Even Qin Yao was slightly taken aback when he saw the tears on her face. If Chen Chuqing hadn't kicked him from below, he would have felt a little reluctant to do it. He slammed Chen Chuqing's chin down, nearly causing her to lose her balance. Thankfully, she managed to grab the gambling table for support. This made Qin Yao's image even more terrifying, like a gambler who could go crazy at any moment. Even his stunningly beautiful companions couldn't stop him, so they stopped trying to dissuade him. Alas, one won't shed tears until one sees the Yellow River. You're courting death. He really is a fool, daring to go against Hong Jin. This is going to be good. The gamblers present were very enthusiastic, and in no time they had bought 20 sets of dice and 20 dice cups. At the same time, an elderly man, accompanied by Hong Qinyang's assistant, steadily walked out from inside the casino. The old man looked to be in his 60s, with a pointed mouth and monkey-like cheeks, and his eyes were always squinting, but the glint in his eyes was exceptionally sharp. With his hands behind his back, he moved with the speed of the wind, exuding an aura of a master as he walked over. His appearance prompted Hong Qinyang to approach him. Mr. Dai, thank you for your trouble. It's all right, it's my duty. Luo Xiaoxiao glanced at the old man suspiciously. Can this old man really do it? Chu Yin explained. A large casino like Hong Jin will always have 1 or 2 prized assets. Their responsibility is to step in when the casino is disrupted or when someone cheats. Such a person not only has powerful backing, but also exceptional gambling skills. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiaoxiao's face immediately turned red, and she said with great pride, That's great. That despicable couple crippled one of my and brother Yuhai's hands, and today I'm going to get it back tenfold. It's a pity that the bastard didn't gamble with him. Otherwise we could have collected all the interest today. When the old man arrived, the place erupted in cheers. Everyone was watching the bet closely, even more excited than if they were betting against each other themselves. Qin Yao blushed deeply, his eyes fixed on the gambling table. The dice and dice cup were randomly selected and were not matched. The old man walked up to him, glanced at him nonchalantly, and said, Young man, are you ready? Come on. I refuse to believe that I could lose so badly without you tampering with the dice. Qin Yao rolled up his sleeves, slammed his fist on the table, and roared. The more he acted this way, the more contemptuous Chu Yin, Luo Xiaoxiao, and the others became of him. I thought he was something special, but he only lost 100 million and he's already like this. Chu Yin shook her head. 100 million is like a coin in our wallet to us, but for someone like him, it's probably more money than he could earn in several lifetimes. I heard that he used to be just an ordinary peasant, but now that he's climbed up to the Zheng family, he has the opportunity to earn 100 million. How could he not be anxious? Hearing Chu Yin say this, Luo Xiaoxiao's disdain became even more obvious. It's ridiculous that someone from humble beginnings would risk his hand for 100 million. That 100 million yuan would be no different from pocket money in the hands of any of them. But if he loses that hand, the Zheng family will probably look down on him again. By then, he will be nothing more than an utterly defeated dog. Splash! Splash! After Qin Yao was ready, the old man swept his hand across the table, and the dice instantly entered the dice cup. He then moved his wrist very skillfully. While rolling the dice, he didn't forget to observe Qin Yao's expression. Noticing that he was staring at the dice cup with bloodshot eyes, she became even calmer. He was almost certain that this was a gambler who had lost everything. Smack! The dice cup was turned upside down, and the old man stretched out a hand towards Qin Yao. Young brother, place your bet now. Without even thinking, Qin Yao muttered, I lost the most when I bet on small last time, so I'll bet on big this time. Open. Small. The dice cup was opened, and everyone's attention was focused on it, immediately followed by a chorus of boos. Uft. Luo Xiaoxiao covered her mouth and giggled. You lost the very first game? Well, what do you have to say now, Mr. Qin? Qin Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. This is impossible. I clearly bet on small and lost more. The old man glanced at him expressionlessly. Young man, these kinds of bets are always random. You have one last chance. Again. Qin Yao gritted his teeth, quite unconvinced. The dice cup shook again, then settled after a moment. Please. Qin Yao scratched his head and said after much deliberation. I bet on big before and lost, so if I bet on big again this time, I can't possibly keep getting small. The old man glanced at him. Open, small. It's small again. In this bet, Qin Yao must win at least 8 rounds. But this was only the beginning, and he lost 2 games in a row. Qin Yao with great sympathy. Tonight, his hand is definitely going to be chopped off. Chapter 400 Winning Streak. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Qin Yao slammed his fist on the table and stood up abruptly, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the dice on the gambling table, looking utterly incredulous. Disheveled hair, anxious eyes, and a slightly trembling right hand. Everyone thought Qin Yao was doomed to lose tonight, except for Chen Chuqing. Although Qin Yao's campaign had a bad start, and he seemed to be having a really bad time, she always felt that this man would never fight a battle unprepared. He must have his reasons for doing this. Haha. Qin Yao, it seems you've already used up your good luck before. Although Luo Xiaoxiao is young, she always likes to dress herself up in a very mature and sexy way, and is keen on bright red lips, just like a little firecracker. At this moment, her eyeliner fluttered, and she beamed with joy, pointing her hand at Qin Yao. Ready to chop off that hand? Don't worry, I'll have someone prepare a rusty steel knife for you. The pain I've suffered, I'll make you pay 100-fold. Qin Yao had already lost 2 rounds, which meant that his luck had really turned sour. Is it possible to win 8 games in a row, especially with expert betting players involved? Hong Qinyang walked over with a smile, glanced at the chips on the table, and asked, So, are you still going to gamble? Qin Yao was pulled back from his shock by his words, and he was panting heavily. Bet? Why not bet? I've only lost 2 games. What if I win all the remaining ones? Haha, you're very confident. Hong Qinyang smiled indifferently and glanced at the old man. Old Dai, let's continue. Let him lose convincingly. Of the others who saw Qin Yao's state were there to watch the spectacle. Seeing that Qin Yao was about to lose, they just felt that he was overestimating himself. Some people also felt sorry for Qin Yao. This kid is so unlucky. Very well, I will grant your wish. With a nonchalant air, Mr. Dai put the dice back into the dice cup and started shaking them again. With a snap, the dice cup landed. Place your bets. Without a second thought, Qin Yao said, Since I lost when I bet on big, I'll bet on small this time. Have you thought it through? Old Dai asked again. I've made up my mind. This time it's definitely small. Qin Yao said firmly. Open small. I won. After the dice cup was opened, Qin Yao immediately stood up from his seat, showing great excitement and surprise. But Luo Xiaoxiao and the others were unmoved by this. After losing more than 10 games in a row, it's normal to finally guess right once. If he can't win a single game, it will raise suspicion. Don't rush, we've only won 1 round. Shall we continue? Hong Qinyang asked casually, fiddling with his wristwatch. Keep going, keep going. Seemingly radiant with pride at finally securing a winning start, Qin Yao exclaimed, I'm betting big this time. Open. Power. They won again. After losing 2 games in a row, Qin Yao's luck turned around unexpectedly, and he won 2 more games in a row. It was only 2 games, and Luo Xiaoxiao and the others just thought he had gotten lucky and didn't take it seriously at all. Keep going, keep going. Splash. Splash. The dice cup was shaken and then turned upside down on the table again. I'll buy the smaller one. Seemingly having tasted success, he bet on big last time, and this time he bet on small. It was originally a very stupid way to gamble, but this guy seems to have really used up all his bad luck. As the dice cup was opened again and again, all eyes were drawn to Qin Yao. Open. Go big. Open small. Open. Go big. Qin Yao was on a winning streak, winning 7 games in a row. This scene left everyone, including Hong Qinyang and his group, as well as the onlookers, completely stunned. A person who had lost more than 10 games in a row was about to cut off his hand if he lost one more game. But then he suddenly became like he had a cheat code and won all the way. 7 rounds in total left Luo Xiao and the others speechless, almost instinctively shouting in a hoarse voice, "This is impossible, he cheated." Qin Yao glanced at her casually without saying a word, but Qin Chuqing beside him laughed and said, "What? According to this young lady, we can only lose and not win." If winning 7 games in a row is considered cheating, then was someone sabotaging our losing streak of over 10 games just now? Besides, the dice and dice cup are randomly selected, and it's your people who are rolling the dice. So who's more likely to cheat? When a beautiful woman speaks, whether her words are reasonable or not, there will always be some people who believe her to some extent. Moreover, what Qin Chuqing said makes a lot of sense. Why are you allowed to win in a row? Can't gamblers win here? The gamblers who come here are not necessarily rich or powerful, but they certainly have some financial resources. Qin Chuqing had just checked. There were not only several company bosses present today, but also several sons of government officials, all of whom were now watching this scene closely. Qin Chuqing's words left Luo Xiao speechless. She wanted to rush up and slap the woman a few times, but Chuyan stopped her. Xiao, the more agitated you are, the more guilty you seem. Although Hong Jin is not their territory, they still have a cooperative relationship with the Hong family. If Hong Jin really shuts down, the loss to the Hong family will be considerable. It's a pretty good piece. It would be a shame to lose it. At this moment, Hong Qinyang's brows furrowed tightly, sensing that something was wrong. He quickly turned his head and winked at old Dai. After the latter nodded, he continued to maintain his gentlemanly demeanor, saying, "It seems this gentleman has truly had a stroke of good luck. In that case, doesn't it just prove that our casino hasn't been cheating? When you're out having fun, winning and losing are normal. There's one last round. Are you still going to bet?" Qin Yao seemed to look much better now because of his 7 consecutive wins, and even had a smug glow on his face. He glanced at Luo Xiao with a smug look on his face and said provocatively, "Go ahead and bet. Why don't you bet? Some people can't even get a hand from me, and they still have to pay me 800 million. Why wouldn't I gamble?" "You." Luo Xiao was furious. She pointed at Qin Yao and launched into a tirade. "Don't be so smug, Qin. You're going to lose this last round." Upon hearing her say those words, Qin Yao's lips curled into a faint smile. That's exactly what he was waiting for. After she finished speaking, many people looked at her with strange expressions. Everyone says that winning or losing in gambling depends on luck. So how can this woman be so certain that Qin Yao will lose? Moreover, it seems that she has a close relationship with Hong Qinyang and also has a grudge against Qin Yao. This suddenly makes Qin Yao's losing streak ever more intriguing. Qin Yao ignored her, fiddling with the chips in his hand, and said to old Dai, "Continue." Chapter 4:01 Lost. After 7 consecutive defeats, Dai Lao's expression was no longer as relaxed as before. His previously squinted eyes opened slightly, revealing a sharp glint as he stared intently at Qin Yao, seemingly trying to discern something amiss from his expression. He was certain that there was absolutely nothing wrong with the dice and dice cup in his hand, and that he had not cheated. Qin Yao had both hands under the table. There was absolutely no way he could be cheating. Could it be that his luck has really turned around? It doesn't matter. The purpose of Hong Jin keeping him around, besides guarding the casino, was to keep an eye on people like Qin Yao. Even if he has the best luck in this last round, he will definitely lose. "Kid, watch closely." Old Master Dai slammed his hand on the table, and the dice and dice cup bounced off the table. Old Master Dai caught the dice cup in midair and caught the dice, which made a crisp rattling sound. Qin Yao watched expressionlessly this time, and did not make a move until the dice cup was placed on the table. "So, are you going to buy it?" Old Dai stood with his hands behind his back, calmly watching him. In the last round, Qin Yao bet on small and won. Based on his preferred style, he'll probably bet big this time. Just then, Qin Yao casually pushed the chips in his hand aside, stared at old Dai's face, and said calmly, This time, I'm betting on small. This was the first time Qin Yao had ever bought the same size repeatedly. Under his indifferent gaze, Old Dai's expression changed slightly. Old Dai, what are we waiting for? Open it. The most nervous person at this moment was Hong Qinyang. Hong Jintao had just been crippled, and he had finally taken over the position of Deputy General Manager of Hongjin Casino, which was one of the most important and lucrative businesses of the Hong family. If they really lose to Qin Yao today, even if he doesn't actually close down, he will still have completely disgraced the Hong family. Moreover, Qin Yao has already won 700 million from the casino so far. Subtracting the 100 million he lost at the beginning and the 200 million from the first 2 rounds, he has already given away 400 million. If he loses this round, he will have to pay a price of 500 million. Even though it was all a verbal agreement, whether Qin Yao could actually take the money was another matter, but it was still embarrassing. So, under the watchful eyes of everyone, the dice cup for the final round was opened. Everyone stared at the dice in the dice cup. 3 sixes and 1 5. Big. It's huge. In his excitement, Hong Qinyang couldn't help but shout out. Even Luo Xiaoxiao burst into laughter, disregarding her image. Ha! Qin Yao, you lost. It's a pity. You were just 1 win away, but it seems your good luck has run out. Someone, prepare a knife for me. Seeing that the dice in the dice cup showed a large number, Luo Xiaoxiao not only felt relieved, but also instantly jumped for joy. Her beautiful eyes widened. I want to see his hands off with my own hands to vent my anger. No one expected that this seemingly young girl would be so cruel. Chen Chuqing, who was standing to the side, frowned in surprise. What happened? Did you make a mistake? It's all right, I brought a gun. There are a few people I know here, all government officials. They won't do anything to me. I believe you can run away on your own. She never asked Qin Yao what he wanted to do, nor did she ever doubt him. But now that the dust has settled, Qin Yao has actually lost, which she finds somewhat unbelievable. But Qin Yao certainly wouldn't leave his hands here, so the best course of action would be to flee. Unexpectedly, Qin Yao patted the back of her hand and laughed. Who said I lost? As soon as he spoke, the others looked on with confusion, while Elder Dai's expression changed drastically. Qin Yao calmly stood up and gently blew on the dice placed on the table. With just a light breath, the 4 dice instantly turned to ashes, gone. Now, is this bet big or small? Qin Yao asked casually. Falling from heaven to hell, Hong Qinyang and Luo Xiaoxiao's expressions instantly turned extremely ugly. The old man's gaze toward Qin Yao also became more sharp. The onlookers were in an uproar, and they all asked, what exactly is going on? It's very simple. At this moment, Qin Yao was no longer the crazed gambler he had been just moments before. He stood up with his hands behind his back, exuding an extraordinary aura, and even the aura around him became sharp. Because I won 7 in a row, this old man Dai thought I could read the dice. So when he was shaking the dice, he secretly used a hidden force to shatter all the dice, but without letting them scatter. So after it was over, he deliberately rolled a big one for me, thinking I would bet on big based on the dice roll. If he opens the dice cup and then blows all the dice off the table, I'll lose, right? Qin Yao's words hit the nail on the head, turning Elder Dai's face dark. Before this, he had never missed with this move. Whether they are experts at listening to the dice or gamblers skilled at cheating, they have all fallen victim to this trick. Why would he? It's a pity. I don't know how to read dice. I was just lucky. Seeing that he didn't respond, Qin Yao continued. So, wouldn't you say that your cleverness backfired? Chen Chuqing breathed a sigh of relief and stood up, exuding confidence. As you all saw, it turns out that there are such experts in their Hongjin casino. If we hadn't been lucky, we would have been completely defeated just now, right? There were many gamblers present. Although some were wary of Hongjin's power, most of them were influential and powerful. They hadn't initially thought Hongjin would cheat, but now, after Qin Yao and Chen Chuqing brought it up, several of them started to have doubts. Yeah, I also find it strange. I've never won any big money every time I come to Hongjin. Yeah, you can still win small amounts of money. I've never even won a small amount. Me too. I always have good luck at other casinos, but I always lose money here. Could it be that Hongjin really cheats? What Qin Yao wanted was to plant a seed of doubt among this group of people. Whether or not Hong Jin cheated, he aroused suspicion in these people. There are so many casinos in Sichuan, it's not necessary to choose Hong Jin. Even though Hong Jin doesn't usually cheat, everyone now knows that they can cheat anytime they want. If that's the case, then why did they take the risk? Even though they are all quite wealthy, it's not a good feeling to be made a fool of like a monkey. No, that's not it. Hong Qinyang panicked and quickly explained to everyone. There's a reason for this. Please let me explain. Qin Yao didn't give him a chance. He simply held Chun Chuqing's hand and said calmly, since President Hong said that Hong Jin values reputation, then please don't forget our bet. With so many witnesses today, if Hong Jin continues to keep the door open, then your so-called credibility will be completely ruined. Chapter 4:02 His heart has gone wicked. After taking Chun Chuqing away, Qin Yao first took her home, and then called Zheng Hanjiang. That evening, news about Hung Cam's forgery was exposed through several media outlets under the name of Huang Ying. Moreover, a shocking piece of news has emerged. The antique shops under the Hong family's name are suspected of hiring people to stage accidents and create fakes. The attached photos and videos show the same middle-aged woman who had previously staged an accident involving Tong Yao. It was also discovered that this middle-aged woman had been seen at Li Yunsheim multiple times before and then went to other stores of the Hong family. Huang Ying employs many paparazzi, who are quite skilled, and they even managed to capture a middle-aged woman and an antique shop manager conducting a private cash transaction. There was even an undercover agent in the store who filmed the fake antiques inside to stage accidents. The antique industry is inherently about distinguishing genuine from fake, and it all depends on one's own discernment. However, for a large store like the Hong family, if it is exposed for deliberately forging documents and extorting money through fraudulent means, the impact would be absolutely devastating. So overnight, the Hung family was bombarded with negative news. At this time, several posts were published, pointing out that the Hong family's catering business was not very clean, that things in the mall were generally more expensive than elsewhere, and that the shop assistants were arrogant and disrespectful. Actually, the later posts were a mix of truth and falsehood, but that's just how people are sometimes. They just follow the crowd. Once the two things are confirmed to be true, then few people care about the veracity of the less important matters that are brought up later. So overnight, the Hong family's business was thrown into chaos, and the stock market plummeted. Hong Mingkong was in a complete mess, never expecting things to escalate to this point. Moreover, Qin Yao did not hide his presence at all during the entire process, and openly told him, "This is my counterattack, can you handle it?" That bastard. Bang! Inside the Hong family mansion, Hong Mingkong smashed a valuable antique vase, his forehead veins bulging with anger. He's doing this simply to get me to let his uncle go. Zhao Ming had just been tricked, and Qin Yao launched such a powerful counterattack right afterward. It was like slapping him in the face. "Uncle, what should we do now?" Hong Qinyang's face turned ashen. He had taken over after Hong Jintao's serious injury with great difficulty, and within just a few days of taking over, he had ruined a casino, the most profitable one at that. How was he supposed to explain this? What else can we do? Hong Mingkong's face darkened, and he tapped his fingers on the table. The Zheng family is behind this whole thing. If we confront them head-on, it's hard to say who will suffer more. He pondered. Besides, we didn't have any deep-seated hatred for Qin Yao to begin with. The death of Liu Boyong is not enough for the Hong family to go bankrupt to avenge him. As for Ling Yuhai, he's now crippled, and his future is ruined. It's time for us to reconsider our cooperation with him. After a long while, his eyes suddenly lit up, a sly glint in them. Why not shift the blame elsewhere? After confirming that the Hong family was in complete chaos, Qin Yao instructed Mo Linjiang to take action and retrieve all three antiques from the Martial Alliance. Mo Linjiang is very efficient and has a very shrewd and experienced work style. His own men weren't martial arts experts, but they were all transferred from the border, making for a fairly complete force. Each of them carried a submachine gun, and they were all agile and fierce. That very night, they stormed into the Martial Alliance. Following the route given by Jiang Suilu, they not only brought out all three antiques, but also looted the Martial Alliance's treasury. Because the stolen items included those three antiques, if the theft were exposed, It would be considered an inside job by the Martial Alliance, so they had no choice but to swallow their anger. This coordinated attack caught both the Martial Alliance and the Hong family completely off guard. The 3 items were handed to Qin Yao that day, but he couldn't give them directly to Zhao Ming, as he wouldn't know how to explain their origin if questioned. Therefore, he could only ask Mo Linjiang to have someone anonymously send the items back, and he only went to visit Zhao Ming's house that evening. As soon as he entered, he heard Zhao Ming's cheerful voice. "Qin Yao, you're here. Come in. Come in. Uncle Zhao has some good news to tell you." Even though Qin Yao already knew what it was, he still asked curiously, "What's the matter, Uncle Zhao? Why are you so happy? Did the Hong family drop the lawsuit?" "The Hong family hasn't dropped the lawsuit, but I'm not afraid of them suing me now." Zhao Ming greeted Qin Yao with a cheerful smile as he entered. Chun Huiyu and Zhao Karen were both there, but unexpectedly, Qi Xuanqing was also present. Most importantly, there were 3 open safes on the table, containing the 3 antiques that he had Mo Linjiang send over. Upon seeing him, both Zhao Karen and Qi Xuanqing looked somewhat uncomfortable. It seems that the humiliation they suffered at the 4S store is still fresh in their minds. Especially Zhao Karen, when she saw Qin Yao enter the room, she gently bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth, lowered her eyes, and deliberately avoided Qin Yao's gaze. As for Qi Xuanqing, he harbored a hint of jealousy and hatred. After all, Qin Yao had repeatedly embarrassed him and made him lose face in front of Zhao Karen. He would get his revenge sooner or later. Chun Huiyu was also annoyed when she saw him. She could never forget the slap Qin Yao had given her, and even her elderly mother had been hit by Qin Yao. So when Qin Yao appeared, she stood up angrily and shouted, "What are you doing here? You jinx, you're not welcome in our house. Get out." Despite the insults, when Qin Yao coldly glanced at her, she didn't dare to make a move and just stood there. At this moment, Zhao Karen also stood up and said coldly to Qin Yao, "Qin Yao, I thought you were just a little insecure before, but now it seems that you are not only insecure, but also have a wicked heart. How could you encourage my parents to divorce? They've been together for over 20 years, and you're going too far by breaking up their family. My mom is right. You're not welcome in our family." After returning home that day, Zhao Karen was initially shocked and incredulous. She simply couldn't believe that Qin Yao could be with such a stunning beauty, especially one who casually spent over 20 million to buy a car. A stunning beauty whom she wouldn't even give a second glance to actually hook up with such a rich heiress. This is worse than killing her. But upon reflection, she came to terms with it. It was nothing more than being a male version of a canary, destined to live under the tutelage of women for the rest of his life. When women wanted to kick him out, he wouldn't even have a reason to do so, and he would have no dignity whatsoever. There was no way for him and Qi Xuanqing to get along. One relied on a woman, and the other relied on himself. Even if Qi Xuanqing only bought a car worth 5 million, so what? He is still a successful young man. But what about Qin Yao? Even if he has a sports car worth tens of millions to drive, can he explain how he got it? There's nothing to envy. Chapter 4:03 Come and Apologize. Karan, what nonsense are you talking about? Zhao Ming scolded his daughter unhappily. What I have to do with Qin Yao is none of your business. How can it not be related? Chun Huiyu persisted, spitting as she said, "If he hadn't stirred up trouble that day, would I have said those things in a fit of anger? Would my relatives have all resigned in a fit of rage? It's all because he stirred things up and made you say such awful things. Otherwise, why would my relatives leave the company at such a crucial moment?" Qin Yao was speechless upon hearing this. He greatly admired Chun Huiyu's shamelessness. Anyone with eyes could see that day that Chen's relatives had fled hastily simply because they were afraid of getting into trouble. But now Chun Huiyu kept trying to make amends for them. "I don't care, Zhao Ming. After this is over, you have to apologize to them and get them back to work at the company. Otherwise, I'm not done with you, and I'm not done with you, my nephew who has no blood relation to me." Chun Huiyu was very domineering. She believed that now that the items had been recovered and the storm had passed, the company could still thrive. She controls half of the company's shares. If they were to divorce, half of the company would go to her. Zhao Ming definitely wouldn't divorce her now, and she could control him again. Qin Yao could also see that Chun Huiyu had not learned her lesson at all this time. No wonder the imperial court in ancient times was wary of interference from relatives of the empress, because they were afraid of encountering someone like Chun Huiyu. A group of relatives fled during the crisis, but wanted to come back after the crisis was over. They treated Zhao Ming's company like a retirement home, and one where they didn't have to pay anything but were paid in return. Not only that, she added, and this time, my mother was frightened by your nephew's assault and is still in the hospital. You have to take responsibility for this, otherwise we will call the police. As we just agreed, if you don't want us to call the police, you have to bring all my relatives back and double your salary. Even Zhao Karen, who had previously shared the same sentiments as her, couldn't help but frown, feeling that her mother had gone a bit too far. There's no reason to give your own money to someone else. Qin Yao was the one who caused the trouble. She simply ignored it and silently supported Chun Huiyu's actions. Zhao Ming was initially quite happy, but Chun Huiyu's words made him so angry that his face turned red. He pointed at Chun Huiyu several times with his hand, saying, You, how can you be so confused? Haven't you seen what kind of people your relatives are? The item was found this time, but what if it hadn't been found? You've helped them a lot in the past, big and small, but when it comes to the crucial moment, will they help you? But Chun Huiyu wouldn't listen at all, and said with her hands on her hips, Why wouldn't they? If it weren't for your good nephew causing trouble yesterday, would they have abandoned the company? Besides, they are all my blood relatives. Now that I'm better, I should help them too. Besides, you said it yourself, everything has been found and everything is fine now. So why are you still thinking about what hasn't been found? If you don't let them come back to work, they'll think you and I are conspiring to cheat them. How am I supposed to face my friends and family after that? Chun Huiyu seemed determined to fight to the death, forcing Zhao Ming to nod. Zhao Ming was so annoyed by her that he waved his hand and said, All right, stop talking. You're giving me a headache. Can't you see there are still guests? We'll talk about this later. Upon hearing that there were guests, Chun Huiyu's expression immediately softened considerably, and she even sat down with a hint of flattery, her eyes lighting up. She eagerly said to Qi Xuanqing, Yes, I almost forgot that young Master Qi is still here. We owe this whole thing to young Master Qi. If it weren't for him using the martial alliance to help catch those petty thieves and get our things back, we'd all be in a real mess right now. Young Master Qi has been a tremendous help in this matter. Zhao Karen said shyly and gratefully to Qi Xuanqing. Xuanqing, thank you very much. Hearing the mother and daughter express their sincere gratitude to Qi Xuanqing, Qin Yao was subconsciously taken aback. He's the one who found the item? Without even thinking, Chun Huiyu rolled her eyes at him. If it's not young Master Qi, then it's still you? Qi Xuanqing waved his hand nonchalantly and said modestly, Auntie, Karan, you don't need to be so polite. This order was originally commissioned by my martial alliance. Since the item was lost, the martial alliance should do its part. It was just a small favor. You don't need to be so polite. Even Zhao Ming showed admiration for Qi Xuanqing this time. Young Master Qi is indeed a talented young man. He is neither arrogant nor impatient, and he does good deeds without asking for anything in return. He has helped my Zhao family a great deal this time. In the future, if young Master Qi needs anything, my Zhao family will do our duty without hesitation. Qin Yao a reproachful look. Qin Yao, you too. You said before that there was something fishy about young Master Qi asking us to invest in the martial alliance, which made me suspect that this matter was a trap set by the martial alliance and the Hong family. Look, young Master Qi has already returned the things. We almost misunderstood. Come on, take this opportunity to apologize to young Master Qi and let bygones be bygones. Qin Yao was even more speechless. Looking at Qi Xuanqing's smug expression, he narrowed his eyes slightly. In reality, the items could not possibly have been sent back by Qi Xuanqing. After receiving the news yesterday, Zhao Karen rushed home immediately, only to find the Zhao family in complete chaos. He knew he had drained the Zhao family of all their cash flow and was feeling guilty, so he didn't follow. After a day without any news, he decided to go and check on the situation. After all, he had made a lot of money from the Zhao family by virtue of his status as the young master of the martial alliance, and Zhao Karen was Huang Ying's key protege. If she became famous in the future, she would be a cash cow, so he was a little reluctant to part with her. To their surprise, they ran into the people sent by Mo Linjiang as soon as they arrived. The other party mistook him for a member of the Zhao family, so they handed the items to him directly. And that's how this story came about. Qi Xuanqing felt a surge of displeasure as Qin Yao stared at him menacingly. He forced a smile and said, "Uncle Zhao, so you didn't trust me before? In that case, our previous contract can be completely voided, and I can refund your money. It's no big deal. As for these 3 items, I only spent some manpower and resources, and a few brothers were seriously injured while chasing the criminals. I will naturally return the items to you without compensation, as proof of my sincerity towards Quran." Chapter 404 Upright and Honest. Seeing that Qi Xuanqing was about to leave, Chun Huiyu and Zhao Karen panicked and quickly reached out to stop him. Chun Huiyu turned to Qin Yao with a fierce expression and yelled, "What are you standing there for? Apologize right now." Qin Yao with disappointment. "Qin Yao, you can't be so petty. If you're wrong, you're wrong. You need to learn to face your mistakes and apologize. It won't hurt." She had always thought Qin Yao was too petty, not only showing off in front of her time and time again, but now he couldn't stand seeing others do better than him. "Yes, you've climbed to a higher position now, but that doesn't mean everyone else is inferior to you. At least young Master Qi earns his money through his own abilities. What about you? Fine, I don't even want to comment on your way of making money by selling your dignity. Just apologize already." This time, even Zhao Ming advised, "Qin Yao, it was indeed your fault this time. You misunderstood young Master Qi. Apologize and let bygones be bygones." Faced with the family's attack, Qin Yao simply looked indifferently at Qi Xuanqing, who was looking at him with a provocative attitude. Qin Yao said calmly, "If I did something wrong or misunderstood something, then I should indeed apologize. If that's the case, what are you standing there for?" "Apologize," Zhao Karen said. "But I did nothing wrong. Why should I apologize?" "What do you mean?" These 3 items are probably not what he found. Upon hearing Qin Yao's words, Zhao Karen was taken aback at first, then shook her head helplessly. "What? Are you going to say that you actually found the item?" "That's right," Qin Yao affirmed. "Now that things have come to this, he has nothing left to hide." At first, they were afraid that Uncle Zhao would ask too many questions, and that knowing too much would not be good for their family. But now Qi Xuanqing has taken advantage of the situation, and he can't be sure if this man has any other ideas about the Zhao family. Moreover, this person used Qi Xiaodong's status as the elder uncle of the association to swindle and deceive the Zhao family from the very beginning. If he really gets credit for this, who knows how much money he might use it to embezzle from the Zhao family later. It wasn't easy for Uncle Zhao to get to where he is today. He can't just stand by and watch him fall into the abyss. So he laid his cards on the table and said to Zhao Ming, "Uncle Zhao, to be honest, I had these things retrieved by someone. Moreover, the place where these things were found is within the Martial Alliance. The Martial Alliance and the Hong family colluded, embezzled from within, and orchestrated this whole affair, all 4. All right." Before he could finish speaking, Zhao Ming waved his hand impatiently, interrupting him with a hint of disappointment in his expression. He released the hand on Qin Yao's shoulder, pointed at him, and was so angry that he couldn't speak for a long time. "Qin Yao, Quran and your Aunt Chen said before that you are different now. 5 years in prison has not only narrowed your vision, but also made you narrow-minded. I didn't believe it and argued with them. But hearing these words from you today, I realized they were right after all. I'm just asking you to apologize for the mistakes you made. If you're unwilling, that's fine. I'll compensate young Master Qi elsewhere. But you actually fabricated so many lies to cover up one mistake. I'm so disappointed in you." Zhao Ming didn't listen to Qin Yao's words at all. The reason was simple. Qin Yao was a poor boy with nothing. How could he possibly have the manpower and resources to hunt down a notorious bandit? Upon hearing this, Chun Huiyu scoffed, her face crinkling into deep wrinkles. "Oh my God, this is the biggest joke I've ever heard in my life. Qin Yao, if you're going to make up a lie, at least make it believable. Listen to this yourself. Do you even believe what you've said? You retrieved it? You even got it from the Martial Alliance? And the Martial Alliance and the Hong family joined forces. You think you're writing a novel here? It's just a conspiracy theory." Zhao Karen stood to the side, her head held high with arrogance. She thought Qin Yao was beyond redemption. His repeated setbacks were all due to good luck. Does he really think he can turn things around this time? Ridiculous. Putting everything else aside, if the item is really with the Martial Alliance, tell me how you plan to bring it back? Since they're setting a trap for our family, they'll definitely guard the stuff closely. How could you possibly get in? Furthermore, compared to the size of the Hong family, our Zhao family is nothing but a drop in the ocean. Why do you think the Hong family would set a trap for us? Zhao Karen pressed Qin Yao relentlessly, staring intently into his eyes, demanding a reasonable explanation. Despite the Hong family's past record of picking melons, profiting from others' misfortunes, both the Hong family and the Martial Alliance are now cooperating with the Zhao family. Why would they target a company they have a partnership with? In short, to them, Qin Yao's words were full of holes. Qi Xuanqing was initially a little guilty when he was exposed, but seeing that the Zhao family denied Qin Yao without him having to explain, he breathed a sigh of relief and became even more smug. Qin Yao, you can insult me, but you cannot insult the Martial Alliance, he said with great righteous indignation. Our Martial Alliance has always acted with integrity and would never do the kind of despicable thing you described. If I return the item to the wrong address, I'll just leave and pretend I was never here. Seeing him about to leave, Zhao Ming quickly stepped forward to persuade him. Young Master Qi, please don't leave. Qin Yao misspoke, and I apologize on his behalf. You helped us find these 3 items. You are our family's benefactor. How could I let my benefactor feel disheartened? Qin Yao couldn't stand Qi Xuanqing's pretense and said again, Uncle Zhao, you don't need to pull him. These things really weren't brought back by him. Shut up. Zhao Ming roared rudely. Qin Yao, I believe I've treated you well. After your uncle passed away, I treated you like my own nephew and was determined to support you. But you can't make a good person out of nothing. If you shut up and apologize now, I'll still think you can be saved. Otherwise, no one can help you. Zhao Karen pointed directly at Qin Yao. I order you to apologize to young Master Qi right now, or you'll never set foot in our house again. We can't possibly be worthy of Qin Yao's wealth. Seeing that this family was united in their hatred of the enemy, completely ignoring the lessons learned from Su Zongwei, and having complete faith in Qi Xuanqing, Qin Yao stopped trying to explain. He simply turned to look at Qi Xuanqing and asked meaningfully, All right, so you really found the item, young Master Qi? Qi Xuanqing puffed out his chest proudly. Of course. I'm not like some people who are full of lies. All right then. Qin Yao nodded and smiled. In that case, from today onwards, young Master Qi, you'd better be more careful when you're out and about. Things haven't been peaceful lately. Chapter 405 What a source of pride. What do you mean? Qi Xuanqing felt that something was off about Qin Yao's words, and subconsciously pressed for an answer. Qin Yao simply smiled faintly. It's nothing, just saying. By the way, Uncle Zhao, he turned to Zhao Ming and said, Since young Master Qi has done you such a great favor, I think verbal thanks are not enough. They don't show enough sincerity. Yes. Seeing that he stopped arguing, Zhao Ming didn't press the matter further. Instead, he slapped his forehead and said, Qin Yao is right. How can words express our family's gratitude to young Master Qi? Here, I have a few antiques in my collection. Young Master Qi, go up and take a look. If you like any of them, just take them. Even the usually stingy Chun Huyu beamed with joy, clapping her hands and saying, That's right. Although young Master Qi doesn't expect anything in return, we can't be ungrateful. We are not like some wolf cubs. Not only do we not get a good reward for our good deeds, but they also bite us back. Luckily, our family escaped this disaster and survived. Otherwise, some people would probably be laughing all the way to the bank. Upon hearing that they were going to give him something, Qi Xuanqing's gloom vanished, and he repeatedly said modestly, Oh, Mr. Zhao, Aunt Chen, you really don't need to be so polite. Helping you was just a small favor, and I didn't expect anything in return. Before he could finish being polite, Qin Yao spoke up again. Actually, I also think that a person like young Master Qi, who is selfless and has great vision, would definitely not care about these material things. Even if you, Uncle Zhao, were to force me to accept it, someone as upright and honest as young Master Qi would definitely not accept it. Even if you accept it today, you'll probably have someone secretly return it tomorrow. Using money to compare with young Master Chi's noble character is a complete insult to him, right, young Master Chi? Qi Xuanqing originally only wanted to say a few polite words and put on a show, but in the end, under the enthusiasm of Zhao Ming's family, he reluctantly accepted the gifts. But Qin Yao's few words directly put Qi Xuanqing in a position from which he could not get off. Deny it? Then what he just said was nothing but empty flattery and false politeness. But if you don't acknowledge it, are you just going to give up the benefits you got for free? Faced with the choice between saving face and the item, Qi Xuanqing chose saving face, though his smile was somewhat forced. Yes, yes. Shun Huiyu was even more satisfied with Qi Xuanqing. Oh my, no wonder he comes from a wealthy family. The difference in quality between a child raised in luxury and a child from an ordinary family is immediately apparent. They helped us so much, but they didn't want any reward at all. They are truly admirable. She winked at Qi Xuanqing, gesturing to Zhao Karen. Our Karen will be very touched too. Zhao Karen blushed, and her goodwill towards Qi Xuanqing increased even more. Xuanqing, I will remember your kindness. Thank you. With the mother and daughter each saying something, Qi Xuanqing was now in a situation where there was no way to take back what had been said. Qin Yao resentfully, mind your own business. But they forgot that this thank you never belonged to him in the first place. Oh dear, but young Master Qi has helped us so much. We can't just say a few words of thanks and call it a day, can we? Zhao Ming was somewhat troubled, as he and the mother and daughter had different ideas. In this world, it's easy to owe anything, except for favors. At this moment, Qin Yao patted him on the shoulder and offered a suggestion. Of course not. Everyone looked at him, and Qi Xuanqing felt that something was wrong. Qin Yao turned his head and smiled at him, saying, Qi Xiao's actions not only helped the Zhao family to come back from the brink of death, but his noble character is also truly admirable. I think people of such high moral character should be widely praised. How about this, Uncle Zhao? We'll just make a banner for young Master Qi and send it directly to the Martial Alliance, and then post a thank you message on our company's official publicity account. We must make sure everyone knows about young Master Qi's glorious achievements, and also let young Master Qi gain prestige within the Martial Alliance. Judging from Qi Xuanqing's previous reaction, he guessed that this guy's uncle probably hadn't let him get involved in the core affairs of the Martial Alliance yet, and he was just an ordinary second-generation rich kid. Therefore, he was probably unaware of the embezzlement within the Martial Alliance. Since he wants this credit, then I'll grant his wish. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ming clapped his hands and exclaimed, That's a great idea. Zhao Karen smiled and nodded. That's right, Xuanqing, doesn't your Martial Alliance value reputation and achievements the most? This collaboration is between our family and the Martial Alliance. You have not only helped us, but also made a great contribution to the Martial Alliance. Your uncle will be very happy when our banner is sent to the Martial Alliance. Qi Xuanqing was confused by a few words, especially Zhao Karen's words, which he deeply agreed with. He grew up in the Martial Alliance. Although he was the nephew of an elder of the Martial Alliance, he was used to a life of being waited on hand and foot and could not endure hardship, so he always idled away his time to discuss business or something using the name of this young master of the Martial Alliance. Now that his uncle has become the president of the Martial Alliance, he must also produce some achievements so that he can move towards a core position in the Martial Alliance in the future. It is also possible for him to become an elder while his uncle is in office. Therefore, the idea of being able to make contributions to the Martial Alliance was definitely attractive to him. Even though she had initially doubted whether Qin Yao's suggestion might be a trap, she was now beaming with pride. If that's the case, I'll definitely accept President Zhao's kind offer. Otherwise, wouldn't that be disrespectful to you? That's good, that's good. Zhao Ming rubbed his hands together. Okay, I'll have someone prepare the banner right away. It would be best to find a drum and gong troupe as well. It would be more lively to send them off with drums and gongs, Qin Yao added. Okay, that's what I think too. The unpleasantness from before vanished, and the Zhao family completely forgot about Qin Yao's words. Qi Xuanqing was completely unaware of when Qin Yao had become so enthusiastic, not only praising him, but also offering suggestions. He's probably basking in the joy of being admired by everyone in the Martial Alliance. Qin Yao on the shoulder at the end, saying with great satisfaction, Qin Yao, you did very well this time. Although you said a few things wrong at the beginning, you realized it in time, so it's not too late. Remember, what's yours will be yours, and what's not yours, you don't need to fight for, otherwise you might easily get into trouble. Faced with Zhao Ming's earnest advice, Qin Yao nodded meaningfully. Uncle Zhao, you're right, I'll remember that. Let's go deliver the banner to young Master Qi. Qin Yao had originally planned to go along, but when Zhao Ming invited him, he smiled and followed. Chapter 406. Find out the inner ghost. Zhao Ming was indeed very generous, not only hiring the entire drum and gong team, but also making a very large banner. At Chun Huiyu's insistence, a convoy of Mercedes-Benz vehicles was specially arranged and drove directly to the gate of the Martial Alliance headquarters, along with a ceremonial cannon vehicle. Meanwhile, the Martial Alliance was shrouded in gloom. Some marginalized disciples were completely bewildered as to what had happened, but the core disciples involved were all sitting in the Xianwei Hall of the Martial Alliance, not daring to breathe loudly. Qi Xiaotong sat in the hall, rubbing his temples repeatedly, but he couldn't relax his brows. Some people were gloating, waiting to see how Qi Xiaotong would handle the matter. It's been a whole day, and you still haven't found anything? His words made the already tense atmosphere even more strained. One of the trusted disciples stepped forward with a stiff upper lip, reporting to the guild leader, our people have already gone to look for them, but this group seems to be professionals. Their methods are very professional. No one saw their faces from beginning to end, and not even a fingerprint was left. All 3 security doors were opened without any signs of forced entry. They were opened with a combination lock. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, a teapot was thrown down from above, instantly shattering into pieces. Qi Xiaotong glared at him furiously. Can't you tell me something I don't know? Qi Xiaotong had already learned of this after the theft last night, rushing from home to find out. It's obvious that there's a mole within the Martial Alliance. Someone is colluding with the other side from the inside. The place most strictly guarded by the Martial Alliance is not actually the treasure vault. Because the location of the Martial Alliance treasury is very well hidden, ordinary people cannot find it at all, and even some of the more peripheral members of the Martial Alliance do not know about it. Secondly, the 3 security doors of the Martial Alliance are indestructible. Even if someone were to fire machine guns at them, it would take 1 or 2 hours to open all 3 doors. Not to mention that if anyone damages the security doors of the treasure vault, the alarm will be triggered immediately. Furthermore, the gates of the Martial Alliance are not so easy to enter. Each gate is guarded, and even if a fly flies in, it will be detected and an alarm will be raised. However, the group simply drove straight in through a side door, stormed into the treasure vault, knocked out all the dozen or so disciples guarding it, and successfully emptied the vault. If it weren't for someone working with them from the inside, those bandits would never have been able to leave so easily. Qi Xiaotong's sinister gaze swept over everyone present, and he said in a cold voice, I know that some of you are dissatisfied with me taking this position as the president of the Martial Alliance. But I also hope you remember that losing the treasure vault is not only an economic loss for the Martial Alliance, but also a disgrace to our Martial Alliance. If anyone causes the entire Martial Alliance to lose face because of their dissatisfaction with me, young Master Qi, the consequences. I don't need to remind you, do I? After he finished speaking, his gaze remained fixed on everyone. Some were nervous, some were deep in thought, and some were completely indifferent. Some even scoffed, President Qi, you can't say things like that. The speaker was a fair-skinned, beardless middle-aged man with a smirk and a hint of schadenfreude. According to the rules, the items in the Martial Alliance's treasury belong to the current president, so if the treasury is lost, it's your own business and has nothing to do with us, right? Furthermore, during your tenure, someone actually managed to infiltrate the Martial Alliance to steal things. This has never happened before. I think the ones who should be reflecting on their actions are not us. Oh right, you also said there's a mole within our ranks, right? Moles. I don't recall ever hearing about that when old Jiang was around. After he finished speaking, the others looked at Qi Xiaotong with somewhat intriguing expressions. Indeed, Before Qi Xiaodong took office, there had never been any thefts or traitors within the martial alliance. Moreover, the treasure vault, which was listed as a key location of the martial alliance, was robbed, yet not a single hair of the thief was found. In the end, it was naturally the newly appointed president who lost face. Qi Xiaodong's facial muscles twitched slightly as he looked at the middle-aged man, barely managing to suppress his anger. Lu Kai, now is not the time for us to argue about who is right and who is wrong. I know you are resentful about what happened to old Jiang, but it wasn't my fault that he was poisoned, was it? The most important thing now is to find the traitor within the martial alliance, and then recover what we have lost. Uphold the spirit of our martial alliance and display its might. Hee hee. Chairman Qi, that sounds nice. Lu Kai smiled insincerely. Who is the mole? In the end, isn't it all up to you, Chairman Qi, to decide? Are you using this opportunity to purge another wave of traitors from within? I don't think there's any need to ask us. Why don't you ask Chairman Qi to go back and ask the Hong family? Whoever they think is the mole, that's who. Smack. Qi Xiao slammed his fist on the table, furious. Lu Kai, stop with your sarcastic remarks. Lu Kai, however, was unconvinced and didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. President Qi, don't try to scare me. I'm easily frightened. Am I not telling the truth? When our martial alliance was first established, we said we wanted to promote martial arts and revitalize the martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom. But now, we've become someone else's watchdog. Lu Kai's words made half of the people present frown. Since it is a martial arts alliance, most of the people present are martial artists who only admire martial arts and pursue becoming stronger. However, the martial alliance also needs to run some businesses to develop, so there are also some scholars who specialize in running these businesses. When Qi Xiaodong rose to power and joined forces with the Hong family, these scholars were the most supportive, while the other half of the warriors were naturally unwilling. Now that Lu Kai brought it up, the group of martial artists, who were already dissatisfied, became even more agitated. If this so-called meeting continues like this, it will definitely end in a big argument. To uphold his authority as president, Qi Xiaodong shouted sternly, "Enough! I know that many of you are dissatisfied with me, but I still stand by what I said. No matter what, I am now the president of the Martial Alliance. From this moment forward, I order you to conduct a full-scale investigation into any traitors within the Martial Alliance. Once it is discovered who stole the items from the treasure vault and the 3 antiques entrusted to us by the Hong family, they will be dealt with according to the rules of the Martial Alliance." After he gave the order, the group prepared to leave. Just then, a commotion suddenly broke out outside the gates of the Martial Alliance. Qi Xiaotong frowned and asked, "What's going on outside? Who dares to make a scene at the entrance of my Martial Alliance?" A disciple excitedly ran in to report, "Guildmaster, it's Qi Xuanqing." He returned to the Martial Alliance with a group of people, making a big fuss with gongs and drums. It looks to me like they came specifically to present him with a banner. Chapter 407, Presenting the Banner. Xuanqing. Even Qi Xiaodong was taken aback when he heard Qi Xuanqing's name. Everyone present knew that he was his nephew, who had been idle since childhood and had only average talent. If it weren't for the fact that he was Qi Xiaodong's nephew, and to save face, he wouldn't even be considered a direct disciple, so he reluctantly spent money to get him a pseudo-profound realm. But in terms of actual skill level, he's at most at the mid-stage of the Yellow Realm. Later, under Qi Xiaodong's arrangement, he joined the Martial Alliance's company and was in charge of some insignificant business, which is a common path for second-generation martial artists like them. So when they heard that this playboy had actually been sent back with banners and cannons, everyone present was curious. Those in Qi Xiaodong's faction immediately began to flatter him. Truly worthy of being Chairman Qi's nephew. A young hero indeed. That's right. It's so lively. It really brings honor to our martial alliance. I never expected Xiao Qi to be so promising now. Hearing the praise from others, Qi Xiaodong's originally gloomy face brightened up somewhat. However, he was still quite surprised. Qi Xuanqing actually managed to get a banner sent back. You flatter me, everyone. Although my nephew is of average talent, it's not too late for him to realize his mistake. He stood up with a smile, glancing at Lu Kai. Brother Lu, it's so lively outside. Shall we go out and take a look? Lu Kai and the others looked unwell, but they still stood up together. Since they're sending a banner to our martial alliance, of course we have to go and take a look. He wanted to see what kind of trouble Qi Xuanqing, such a good-for-nothing, could cause. All right, please go ahead then. Qi Xiaodong's mood improved considerably when he saw that Qi Xiaodong's expression was not good. That kid from Xuanqing finally made me proud. Led by Qi Xiaodong, a group of people arrived at the gate. As soon as Qi Xuanqing saw his uncle come out, he quickly went up to him, his face beaming and full of vigor. Uncle. Qi Xiaodong frowned. How many times have I told you? When there are outsiders, you should call me chairman. Yes. I forgot about the president when I was happy. All right. Qi Xiaodong waved his hand. What are you doing? The entrance to the Martial Alliance is bustling with activity, featuring a fleet of Mercedes-Benz vehicles, a cannon salute, and a drum and gong troupe playing music. Neighbors and passers-by thought something had happened, and all came to see what was going on. Chun Huiyu and her daughter were sitting in the car when they saw Qi Xiaodong come out, and they were very excited. Mom, that's the current president of the Martial Alliance, and also my uncle from Xuanqing. It must be him. Look at Chairman Qi's demeanor. He truly stands out from the crowd. As Chun Huiyu spoke, she quickly touched up her makeup and tidied her hair with her daughter, while rolling her eyes at Qin Yao sitting in front of her. Some people are really shameless. This kind of occasion is full of important people. Do you think you're worthy to come along? Zhao Karen wiped her lipstick, too lazy to be angry with Qin Yao anymore. She was even somewhat glad that Qin Yao had come along today, so that he could see what kind of people she would be dealing with in the future, and also make him realize the gap between herself and Qi Xuanqing. Relying on family and relying on women are completely different concepts. He'll be far behind me one day. Qin Yao sat in the front, glancing at Qi Xiaodong through the car window with a half-smile. The latter was smiling warmly, but that might change in a little while. All right, stop touching up your makeup and get downstairs. Zhao Ming lost his patience and got out of the car first, still holding the banner in his hand. Chun Huiyu and her daughter quickly followed. Only Qin Yao walked slowly behind, unhurried and unhurried. Qi Xuanqing was talking to Qi Xiaodong when Zhao Ming stepped forward. Hello, Chairman Qi. Our family of 3 has come today specifically to present a banner to young Master Qi. When Lu Kai and the others saw that someone had actually come to present Qi Xuanqing with a banner, they were all somewhat incredulous. Qi Xiaodong didn't recognize Zhao Ming and was greatly pleased. I didn't expect that someone in Xuanqing would send you a banner. Uncle, now that you've become the president of the Martial Alliance, it's only natural that I, as your nephew, should also make a contribution to the Martial Alliance, Qi Xuanqing said righteously. Chun Huiyu pushed past Zhao Ming and pulled Zhao Karen forward, saying, Yes, young Master Qi is such a good person. Only the Martial Alliance could educate a gentleman like young Master Qi. Truly admirable. That's right. Zhao Karen raised her head, trying to make her demeanor appear more elegant. I had long heard of President Qi's reputation, and seeing him today, I can confirm that he has an extraordinary aura. Being praised in front of so many people, even Qi Xiaodong was very satisfied, and his gaze towards Qi Xuanqing became even more gratified. Lu Kai and the others found it strange. Could it be that Qi Xuanqing really didn't hire someone to act? So he stepped forward and asked, May I ask why you've come to present this banner? Zhao Ming explained with a smile, This matter is not just a matter for our family. It also involves the Martial Alliance. 2 days ago, my company collaborated with the Martial Alliance to transport 3 antiques, but they were stolen by thieves. Thank goodness for young Master Qi, who helped us find the antiques, not only recovering our losses, but also saving my family from dire straits. Amidst the laughter and chatter, no one noticed that the smile on Qi Xiaodong's face froze the moment Zhao Ming finished speaking. Just minutes ago, he was ordering a thorough investigation into the mole within the Martial Alliance, and now the mole has delivered himself to his doorstep, and it's his own nephew. Upon hearing this, Lu Kai and the others immediately burst into laughter. So that's how it is. We didn't realize, Chairman Qi, that your nephew is such a young hero. We admire him. Do you remember what you said at the end of the meeting just now? If you've forgotten, should I remind you? Qi Xuanqing has become arrogant. This is the first time he has been in the spotlight like this, and he has gained a lot of face in the martial alliance. Uncle, what is Uncle Lu talking about? Everyone was waiting for Qi Xiaodong to speak, including Qin Yao, who was standing not far away. He crossed his arms and looked at Qi Xiaotong, but the latter didn't see him. Qi Xiaotong felt a mouthful of blood stuck in his chest, and he almost spat it out in anger. Seeing Qi Xuanqing's expectant face, he couldn't hold back and slapped him twice across the face, catching Qi Xuanqing off guard and leaving him completely bewildered. Uncle, why did you hit me? Zhao Ming and his family were also stunned. President Qi, what are you doing? Not content with that, Qi Xiaodong kicked Qi Xuanqing to the ground, yelling, Shut up. I don't have a nephew like you. You're so incredibly stupid. Drag him inside. After saying that, he angrily rebuked Zhao Ming and the others. Take all these things away. These things weren't retrieved by Qi Xuanqing. You've given this banner to the wrong person. Chapter 408 What Inferiority Complex. Qi Xuanqing never expected that his attempt to gain credit for nothing would end up causing a disaster. Not only did Qi Xiaodong lose face in front of a group of martial alliance leaders and disciples, but he was also branded as a traitor within the martial alliance. Now Qi Xiaodong is so badly wronged by his nephew that he can't even explain himself. Lu Kai and others insist that he embezzled and wanted to take the opportunity to eliminate his rivals. As for Zhao Ming and his family, they were completely dumbfounded when they saw the martial alliance's tightly closed gates. What did Chairman Qi mean just now? Did he send the banner to the wrong person? Zhao Ming asked subconsciously, completely bewildered. Chen Huiyu's fawning smile froze. No way. Young Master Qi himself admitted it. How could it be wrong? I think it's because Chairman Qi prefers to keep a low profile and sees us as too flamboyant, so he doesn't want to admit it. Yes, that must be it. Chairman Qi has no son, so this is to temper young Master Qi's mind and help him avoid arrogance and impetuosity. With just a few words, Chen Huiyu actually convinced herself. Instead of being discouraged, he became even more excited and grabbed Zhao Karen's hand. Karen, you must make the most of Qi Xiao in the future. Think about it. Now that Chairman Qi values young Master Qi so much, won't he groom him as his successor in the future? If things really work out between you two, you'll be the president's wife of the martial alliance in the future. Hearing Chen Huiyu's words, Zhao Karen blushed and nodded shyly and excitedly. Being the president's wife of the martial arts alliance is a title that's even more alluring than being a celebrity. The martial alliance has thousands of disciples, runs a large business, and has connections with high-ranking members of society. If I could really become the chairman's wife, I would be surrounded by people wherever I go, so why would I need to curry favor with others? People will come to you on their own. Needless to say, Chen Huiyu had already envisioned herself as the mother-in-law of the Martial Arts Alliance president, able to summon hundreds of people with a single phone call. That's so prestigious. Despite having caused a major disaster and being reprimanded by Qi Xiaodong on the spot, the mother and daughter now interpret it as a way to temper their character. Not to mention Qin Yao. Even Zhao Ming was speechless at this mother and daughter. Anyone with eyes could see that Qi Xiaodong was clearly angry. 1 second he was all smiles, and the next he suddenly erupted in fury. He subconsciously looked at Qin Yao, who did not explain, and he did not ask any further questions. All right, stop standing here making a fool of yourselves. If you want to dream, go back home first. Zhao Ming's mind was in a complete mess, and he didn't think about it anymore. He first invited Chen Huiyu and her son to get into the car, and then had the convoy and the cannon car leave. The money was spent, the gifts weren't delivered, and in the end, they were turned away. Fortunately, the 3 antiques were indeed returned, so the incident was a close call. On the way back, Chen Huiyu and her daughter were not disappointed at all. On the contrary, they became even more excited. Furthermore, Zhao Karen mentioned that one of their company's most popular actresses had run into some trouble and needed to take a break, leaving one of her endorsements and 2 dramas suddenly vacant. The company's senior management approached her and surprisingly offered her the opportunity. Really, Chen Huiyu was overjoyed. Then wouldn't that mean I could earn a lot of money in endorsement fees and film salaries? Zhao Karen proudly tossed her hair. It's all right. The endorsement fee is 5 million, and the pay for the 2 films is not low either. The three projects together amount to nearly 20 million. Huang Ying is really investing heavily in me now. They've even given me all of Zhang Kui's resources and arranged various variety shows and red carpet events for me. However, I wonder if Zhang Kui will. She sounded somewhat worried as she spoke. When I joined the company, I heard people say that Zhang Kai had a complicated background and that I should never mess with her. Seeing how much Huang Ying was promoting her, she subconsciously assumed that Zhang Kai was being kept by one of Huang Ying's high-ranking executives. Now that she had such a great opportunity, she didn't think much about it, only assuming that her talent and beauty had triumphed over capital. But if Zhang Kui comes back and all the resources are taken back, then she will have missed a chance to become famous. Although her biggest goal now is to become the wife of the Martial Arts Alliance president, before she succeeds, she still wants to make more money through the path of stardom and enjoy the feeling of being adored by thousands. Chen Huiyu quickly grabbed her hand. 20 million. That's almost as much as your father's quarterly revenue. Oh my, she's truly my daughter. She's so promising. Even Huang Ying values you so much. You're sure to become famous. As for that Zhang Kui you mentioned, she's just a plaything kept by high-ranking officials. In my opinion, his composure is fake. He was probably abandoned and sidelined by the big boss, and now he's giving you all the opportunities. After listening to Chun Huiyu's analysis, Zhao Karen felt that it made a lot of sense. She believed she was just as good-looking as Zhang Kai. The latter simply had a bit more packaging, which was no big deal. That's right. Zhao Karen clenched her fist and said proudly, "Since God has given me this appearance and now this opportunity, I must seize it firmly. Whether Zhang Kai comes back or not, I will hold on to my position in Huang Ying. Even if she does come back one day, I will make sure she can't take it away from me." Good. Chun Huiyu praised highly. As expected of my daughter, you have ambition. Mom supports you and believes you will definitely become Huang Ying's top star in the future. You see, Huang Ying values you so much, which means you have potential. You just lack an opportunity. Now is the perfect opportunity. The mother and daughter seemed to have received a shot of adrenaline after coming out, becoming more and more excited as they talked, completely ignoring Qin Yao in the front row. Listening to their discussion, Qin Yao remained silent, keeping his eyes down. Zhao Karen's resources were probably provided by Su Xian and instructed by Zhang Kai, but this time she came to ask me about them. Although he didn't want to get involved in Zhao Karen's affairs, he thought about how Uncle Zhao was currently struggling with investments and money. Since he couldn't give him the money directly, he chose to take a roundabout approach by getting the money from Zhao Karen. But unexpectedly, in Zhao Karen's eyes, it turned out like this. To avoid arguing with Zhao Karen, he touched his nose and pretended not to hear. Zhao Karen happened to see his little action and felt a surge of pleasure. At this moment, Qin Yao must be suffering a lot. He could easily earn 20 million just by relying on his own abilities, but what about him? He had to rely on pleasing women to get a pitiful amount of benefits, and he had to pretend to be indifferent in front of me. Little did he know, I had already discovered how inferior he was when his back was to me. Chapter 409, A Series of Incidents. The news that Qin Yao had instigated Qi Xuanqing was quickly found out by Qi Xiaodong. The latter was furious and immediately relayed the news to the Hong family. When the news reached the Hong family, it naturally reached Ling Yuhai's ears. Qin Yao was too ruthless. Even though the Hong family gathered the top internal and surgical experts from 3 provinces, they still couldn't save his hand. They could only ensure that he wouldn't suffer any hidden injuries elsewhere. His hand is now practically useless, the bones are all broken, and he can't even hold chopsticks. Despite his status, he could easily have lived a life of luxury without ever having to use chopsticks, becoming a pampered young master who had everything done for him. But that's all there is to it. The news of his injury reached the Ling family in Kyoto immediately, and they sent someone over right away, telling him to return to Kyoto as soon as his injuries were healed, to see if there was any way to turn back. This matter cannot be addressed openly, because he was the one who started the kidnapping, and he was also the one who provoked Zheng Hanjiang. That very day, Zheng Hanjiang dealt with the powerful figures behind him, declaring, "The Ling family may be influential, but I, Zheng Hanjiang, am not to be trifled with. They dare to kidnap my granddaughter on my Sichuan turf? I'll risk my life and the entire Zheng family without hesitation. To put it bluntly, the Ling family can pursue Zhang Hanjiang through official channels, but the price they'll pay will be high, and it will turn into a very ugly mess. Qin Yao's decision to cripple Ling Yuhai means that Ling Yuhai is now a discarded pawn in the Ling family. Would the Ling family really risk a public falling out with Zhang Hanjiang over a discarded child? Now that they've crippled Ling Yuhai, their biggest concern isn't how to avenge him, but rather how to quickly find someone to replace him. Therefore, a large family like the Ling family would not risk a blood feud over Ling Yuhai. Although Ling Yuhai was keen on living a carefree life, he understood the underlying reasons better than anyone else. That's why he doesn't want to go back. He knew that once he returned, his revenge would be put on hold for the time being. He couldn't swallow this insult. When he heard that Qin Yao had openly and brazenly presented a banner to the Martial Alliance, completely disregarding the Hong family's methods, he went completely mad. Young Master Ling. Qin Yao now has the Zheng family as his backer, making it really difficult for our Hong family to make a move. Hong Mingkong stood in the middle of the ward, sighing deeply. Now we can hardly withstand the pressure from Qingqing. Chen Xiaoxing issued an order that all the materials intercepted by the Hong family must be transported back normally. They even contacted the officials in Qingcheng, and the people in the regulatory department were removed. As long as Qin Yao goes back, Xingsheng can open for business normally. And our Hong family is now. Several of its businesses are under investigation, and the Martial Alliance is in complete chaos. We really can't afford to play this game anymore. This time, Hong Mingkong was truly troubled. From the very beginning, there wasn't much of a grudge between him and Qin Yao. The death of Lu Boyong caused them to lose face. Later, in the struggle to save face, Hong Jintao was left half dead, his wife was beaten black and blue, and his future daughter-in-law ran away. The company lost a lot of money, and he completely broke ties with the Zheng family, Qinghai, and Shen Xiaoxing. Now, some of the businesses under the Hong family's name are under investigation, some have been shut down, and even many projects that were originally promising have been halted. He failed to obtain anything he sought, and ended up losing both time and money, suffering immensely. He wasn't thinking about anything else now. He just wanted to get rid of this guy as soon as possible. As for revenge, he'd worry about stabilizing his own situation first. Ling Yuhai's eyes were bloodshot as he coldly stared at him. They say it's easy to invite a god but hard to send him away. President Hong, you want to back out now? Too late. He looked at his injured hand, his eyes filled with such intense hatred that it was almost dripping. If Qin Yao were in front of him, he would want to tear him to pieces on the spot. But now, merely tearing him to pieces is no longer enough to satisfy his thirst for revenge. This time, I will make that bastard pay a terrible price. After sending the Zhao family back, Qin Yao returned to Mianlong first. When Zhao Ming heard that Zhao Karen had landed her first endorsement, he thought it was a double celebration. So he specially arranged for the nanny to buy some lobster and abalone that evening to cook and have a good celebration. However, Qin Yao was simply incompatible with the mother and daughter, so he did not stay for dinner. The moment his buttocks touched the sofa, he received a call from Zhang Sanqing, whose tone was anxious. Mr. Qin, I have some news to tell you. Just today, your aunt's noodle shop inexplicably caught fire. Qin Yao sat up abruptly, but he wasn't in a hurry. The fact that Zhang Sanqing only called him at this time meant that everyone was definitely all right. Where are my aunt and cousin? Don't worry. Our people have been protecting them secretly. When the noodle shop caught fire, Miss Tang was at school, and although Mrs. Tang was in the shop, my people rescued her and took her to a safe place immediately. The noodle shop caught fire in the afternoon, but his aunt didn't call him. She probably didn't want him to worry. Was it done by human intervention? It's highly likely, Zhang Sanqing said. The fire was caused by a gas leak, but it spread too quickly, even reaching 5 other shops on either side. The gas cylinders also exploded, and the chefs in the shops died on the spot. In addition to the chefs, several waiters were also burned, and the surrounding shops also suffered heavy losses. Fortunately, apart from my aunt's noodle shop, there were no other casualties. At the same time, Zhang Sanqing brought another piece of news. Tang Kersen was almost kidnapped on her way home from school. If Qin Yao hadn't been prepared and had Zhang Sanqing's men secretly protecting her, Kursin would probably be in danger by now. At that moment, Qin Yao immediately thought of Ling Yuhai's revenge. After confirming that his aunt and Kursin were safe, Qin Yao called his close friends and family. Chen Chuqing and Zheng Hanjiang are both unharmed. Zheng Hanjiang is at the hospital with Zheng Kai, who is being watched by members of the Jelahui, a secret society, 24 hours a day. As for Chen Chuqing, she is currently in a meeting, so it's unlikely that anyone will break into Qinghai and cause trouble. But when he called Uncle Zhao, he found that no one was answering. They were together an hour ago, and then they stopped answering the phone, which is unusual in itself. Without hesitation, Qin Yao immediately drove towards Zhao Ming's house. When he arrived, the villa's gate was wide open, seemingly waiting for his arrival. Upon entering, an extremely unpleasant odor immediately hit the senses. When he realized what was happening, he immediately covered his mouth and nose. It was a sleeping potion. Chapter 410 is a trap. Although Qin Yao reacted quickly, he still inhaled some of the sleeping potion, which made his limbs feel weak. He unbuttoned his shirt, covered his mouth and nose, and walked inside. He soon found Zhao Ming and his family of 3 in the restaurant. The nanny and maid also collapsed in the kitchen. When Qin Yao approached, he saw that everyone's face was black, and they were bleeding from their mouths and noses, and they were motionless. The situation was extremely dangerous, and Qin Yao immediately called an ambulance. He was about to send the person out first when he suddenly received a call from Susan. He didn't want to get involved with this woman at this crucial moment, but she called again as soon as he hung up. As soon as he answered, she said, "It's terrible. Qin Yao, Lin Jixia has been kidnapped. We were planning to go back to Qingqing today, but Lin Jixia suddenly received a phone call and got off the bus. Who knew that as soon as she got out of the car, a van pulled up and kidnapped her? Lin Jixia." Qin Yao was taken aback and regretted forgetting about her. When Sakurai Kogure chased him last time, Lin Jixia was with him, so he might target her again this time. But he realized he had already divorced her, so she probably wouldn't even think about her anymore. He had made a mistake. He was just about to call Zheng Hanjiang and Mo Linjiang to help find Lin Jixia's whereabouts, since she had been implicated because of him, when suddenly Zhao Ming in his arms moved. She finally managed to lift her head and see him, and said with difficulty, "Qin Yao, run, run." Qin Yao instantly realized that there must be someone else in the room. He instinctively stepped aside. Whoosh! Almost simultaneously, a figure emerged from the shadows, his right hand reaching out to swiftly grab Qin Yao's vital point. The attack was extremely ruthless. If Qin Yao had been even a fraction of a second slower, he might have had his chest ripped open. Qin Yao had no time to dodge. He put his hands in front of his chest, and with a bang, he was sent flying by the figure. A sharp pain shot through his arm, his blood churned, and Qin Yao groaned as he fell to the ground, spitting out blood. He had inhaled the sleeping potion when he entered, and his limbs were already going weak. Now he was covering his mouth and nose with one hand. The other party came suddenly and was caught off guard. I thought he was a tough nut to crack, but I didn't expect him to be so easily defeated. Only then did Qin Yao get a clear look at the figure. Wearing a simple gas mask and holding a Yang Kingdom longsword, the figure approached him expressionlessly. "It seems that my junior sister and the others were indeed tricked by you. My junior sister overestimated you, and so did young Master Ling." He looked down at him with the composure of a cat catching a mouse. "You're not worthy of my attention. You're Murakami Stray Dog? A member of the Sakura Shinkai?" Qin Yao's lips twitched slightly, a chill running through his eyes. Using the lives of an innocent family as bargaining chips, poisoning and drugging them. Is this the style of your Sakura God Society? Despicable. You're wrong. They're not innocent. And there's also your ex-wife. Murakami turned on the TV in the living room, and the screen lit up, immediately revealing the image of Sakurai Kogure. She was standing on the roof of a tall building. Besides her, Ling Yuhai, Hong Mingkong, and others were all there, and they were all familiar faces. As for the other person, he was being tied up by Ling Yuhai's men, with half of his body thrown outside the building. Lin Jixia. Qin Yao's expression changed slightly. "Ling Yuhai, our grudges are none of anyone else's business. This woman and I have no feelings for each other anymore, so your kidnapping of her is meaningless to me." Ling Yuhai chuckled, quite pleased with Qin Yao's current miserable state. Whether it's meaningful or not isn't up to you. It's up to me. Qin Yao, I hope you understand. The initiative is in my hands now. She is innocent. Qin Yao frowned. So what if you're innocent? As long as it can distract you for a moment, it's fine. Ling Yuhai laughed and said, Come on, say something to your ex-husband. Ling Yuhai waved his hand, and his men immediately ripped the gag off Lin Zhixia's mouth. As soon as the tarpaulin was removed, Lin Zhixia, her hair disheveled, shouted at Qin Yao on the other side of the screen. Qin Yao, help me, help me. I don't know who they are, I don't want to die. Lin Zhixia burst into tears, genuinely unaware of what had happened. I just received a phone call. The caller said they were a business representative from the Hong family and wanted to discuss a business deal with her. But as soon as they got out of the car, they were kidnapped by a van. Now that she knows the other party actually used her to threaten Qin Yao, she is even more confused. What exactly did Qin Yao do? And what is his identity? These people are obviously from extraordinary backgrounds. How did he offend them? But she has put all of that behind her now. Lin Zhixia just wants to survive. Qin Yao looked at the big screen and said coldly, It's no use for you to kidnap her to threaten me. I've severed all ties with her and have no feelings for her anymore. Even if I kill her, it won't affect me. In the current situation, Qin Yao cannot allow himself to be in a passive and threatened position. If Lin Zhixia is smart enough, she should know what to do. But upon hearing Qin Yao's words, her already tense nerves suddenly became somewhat disordered. Through the phone screen handed to her by Ling Yuhai's subordinate, she could clearly see the coldness and ruthlessness in Qin Yao's voice. She froze for a moment, then suddenly roared at Qin Yao on the other end of the line. Bastard! How could you do this to me? Didn't you say you'd only love me for the rest of your life? How could you just stand by and watch me die? Qin Yao frowned. Seeing Lin Zhixia's agitation, he could only say coldly, You should know that was in the past. We have no feelings for each other anymore. Everyone knows I'm surrounded by beautiful women now. Why would I risk my life for you alone? Lin Zhixia, you think too highly of yourself. The Qin Yao of yesteryear. He can still be impulsive for a woman, but it's no longer for her. Qin Yao, you bastard. Fear and anger drove Lin Zhixia to the brink of emotional collapse, causing her to struggle and scream frantically. Qin Yao remained unmoved. Ling Yuhai waved his hand dismissively. It seems this woman is truly useless. Before Qin Yao could even breathe a sigh of relief, he heard him say, Since that's the case, then let's throw it down. As he spoke, he was about to order his men to throw Lin Zhixia down. Lin Zhixia struggled and screamed frantically, shaking her head pleadingly. No, no. You can't throw me down. I'm still useful. I'm still useful. He's lying to you. He still loves me. Lin Zhixia broke down in tears, looking down at the abyss dozens of meters high and the traffic below. She was filled with despair, and at the same time, her hatred for Qin Yao soared. Just then, Qin Yao's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Chapter 4:11 Death Battle. The moment Qin Yao disappeared, Murakami wild dogs immediately captured and locked onto him. Because of the incense, Qin Yao's movements were much slower, and his 7-star lotus steps were not smooth. He was quickly located by Murakami wild dog. Die! Qin Yao at lightning speed and threw a punch, creating a series of sonic booms. Call. A fierce gust of wind from the punch whistled out, piercing the air directly. Ling Yuhai's eyes flashed with fanaticism. Kill. Kill him. Qin Yao barely managed to dodge a punch by stepping back. But with this retreat, his momentum instantly weakened. While Murakami's momentum surged, his speed and strength increased dramatically, and he moved forward like a cannonball. Whoosh! Wow, so fast! Ling Yuhai and the others watched with great admiration. In the blink of an eye, Murakami wild dog's figure moved like a ghost, domineering and swift, directly closing in on Qin Yao. Bang bang bang. After the two were locked in a stalemate, Murakami wild dog spread his arms and unleashed a series of combined punches, like a storm. Each punch that landed in the air produced a sonic boom. The shadows of dozens of fists were dazzling. Qin Yao tried to cope with the situation with one hand, but his clothes and gas mask were no match for the effects of the incense, so he inhaled a lot more of the sleeping potion and the numbness in his body became increasingly severe. He could only retreat repeatedly in the face of the Murakami stray dog's attack. He could only passively react to Murakami's punches, but fortunately, each time he escaped unscathed and was never truly hit by Murakami. Murakami also noticed that each of his attacks only barely grazed Qin Yao's clothes and had no way to hurt him. Even though half of Qin Yao's body was paralyzed, he was still able to use the 7-star lotus step to dodge Murakami's attack. Immediately following, Murakami's stray dogs delivered another devastating blow. Just as the blow was about to hit Qin Yao, he suddenly exerted his strength and kicked Qin Yao's wrist, dissipating most of the force. Qin Yaoren also took the opportunity to escape through the gap. Damn it! That bastard! Ling Yuhai stared intently at Qin Yao's figure, his anger barely contained. Today's events were a trap specifically set for Qin Yao. First, they used the news of his family's injury to distract him, then they set up a sleeping potion, and finally, they sent out a master like Murakami Wild Dog. Even so, they still couldn't capture him. Unexpectedly, Qin Yao is now completely focused on dealing with Murakami and doesn't even look at the big screen anymore, so there's no point in him capturing Lin Jixia. This is the city center. If they were to throw Lin Jixia down here, their whereabouts would be exposed, which would be a loss for them. In fact, Qin Yao had anticipated this, so he simply ignored the big screen. While remaining unaffected, this also gave Lin Jixia a chance to survive. We can't dodge anymore. Feeling himself inhaling more and more of the alluring fragrance, Qin Yao stopped dodging, slammed his right foot to the ground, and kicked forward with his left leg. He was half a step faster than Murakami, kicking him directly in the shin. Oh! With a sharp crack, Murakami felt a sharp pain in his calf. His strength was greatly diminished, and he lost his balance. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Qin Yao leaned forward and punched him in the chin. Murakami instinctively raised his hand to block, while simultaneously throwing a punch at Qin Yao with his left hand. Their fists collided in midair, producing a muffled thud. Qin Yao instantly channeled a surge of power into his fist, causing his entire body and arm to tremble, which directly sent Murakami Wild Dog staggering back several steps. On any other day, this punch would have knocked Murakami's stray dog to the ground. But now his strength has been depleted. As Murakami retreated, he drew his long sword, widening the gap between the two once again. Murakami, if you kill him, I'll take care of your Shinto guild's affairs for you. Ling Yuhai's eyes gleamed with excitement as he watched. Buzz! The long sword swept through the air, creating a vibration. Qin Yao dodged his knife, but instead of retreating, he took a step forward and then threw a punch at the opponent's elbow. However, Murakami reacted too quickly, changing the direction of the knife's attack halfway through. Qin Yao tried to dodge again, but his arm had already been slashed. Pretty. Murakami, cripple him. Cripple him. I want to see him dragged to me like a dead dog. Ling Yuhai was extremely excited, spitting as he spoke. I must personally kill him before I return to the capital. Upon seeing the blood, Qin Yao instantly became much more alert. Despite the bone-deep wound on his arm, he showed no signs of pain. Instead, his pupils, which had been somewhat blurred by the incense, became clearer. Are you doing this on purpose? Murakami was taken aback when he saw that Murakami's condition had actually improved. That's right. Qin Yao deliberately ran into Murakami's blade to bleed himself out and keep himself conscious. Now he is not only clear-headed, but he has also regained some of the strength in his arms. It's useless. Murakami Inu came to his senses. Even at your peak, you're no match for me. Qin Yao ignored him, turned to look at the big screen, and said coldly, Kyoto, you can't go back. As he spoke, he vanished again. But this time, the speed and power were unparalleled. Murakami looked at the scene before him in surprise, but he couldn't catch a glimpse of Qin Yao. Even though the weapon was right in his hand, every time he tried to make a move, he could only follow Qin Yao's shadow. Without any fancy moves, Qin Yao relied entirely on speed and power to clash head-on with him, his fists and feet flying everywhere. A series of violent explosions echoed through the hall, the sound of fists slamming into bones assaulting everyone's eardrums. Sakurai Kogure had gone mad, yelling at the screen, Senior, kill him, kill him. But Qin Yao's fist shadows filled the sky, making them impossible to catch with the naked eye. How is this possible? Murakami was shocked. Qin Yao's appearance just now showed that he was at his last gasp. Even if bleeding can keep him conscious, his body should have been numbed by the sleeping potion. So how could he recover so quickly? Moreover, even if he recovered, he should be at a similar level to me. So how could he so easily defeat me? However, he didn't have time to figure it out, because Qin Yao's fist had already smashed into his chest. At the same time, he kicked the knife, sending the long knife flying from his hand. Before he could react, Qin Yao had already kicked him in the chest with another kick, sending him flying back 4 or 5 meters. At the same time, a hand caught the long sword that fell from midair and threw it directly towards Murakami Nobita. Too fast. Murakami watched as the long sword slowly enlarged before his eyes. Then a strange pain shot through him, and he fell backward uncontrollably. The long sword pierced straight through his skull, pinning him to the ground. Chapter 4:12 Paying Back Debts. Senior Brother. On the other end of the screen, Sakurai Kogure almost jumped up from her chair, her eyes blazing with fury, her shrill voice nearly piercing the screen. Even Ling Yuhai's smile froze on his face instantly. He never expected that the expert from the Sakura Divine Society, along with the sleeping incense that had been laid out beforehand, would fail to kill Qin Yao and instead kill him instead. One fatal blow. The long sword pierced through Murakami's head, disappearing until only the hilt remained. He was utterly dead. He didn't even have a chance to utter a sound before he became a corpse lying on the ground. Even Lin Jixia stared in disbelief at everything on the screen. He killed someone? What shocked her most was not why Qin Yao was so powerful, but what his identity was, and how he could kill people so effortlessly. Moreover, judging from Qin Yao's indifferent expression, he didn't seem to think that killing someone was such a big deal. He calmly looked at the large screen, staring directly at Ling Yuhai. Ling Yuhai, how do you want to die? Bastard, bastard, bastard. Ling Yuhai furiously slammed the simple coffee table and the wine glasses on it, while Sakurai Kogure rushed over like a madman, grabbed Lin Jixia by the hair, and, amidst her screams, exposed half of her body outside the high-rise building. Qin Yao, I demand you pay for my senior brother's life. You must kill yourself right now. Do you hear me? I want you to kill yourself. Otherwise, I'll throw this woman down right now. Lin Jixia was so frightened that she burst into tears, but this time Sakurai Kogure's condition was that Qin Yao commit suicide, and she couldn't just ask Qin Yao to die. The fear of death had made her forget her reason. All she knew was to struggle and shake her head repeatedly, pleading, Qin Yao, save me. Please, I don't want to die. But she forgot what her plea meant to Qin Yao. Qin Yao stared coldly at the screen, remaining unmoved. Make me commit suicide? Impossible. Because even if I commit suicide, you won't let her go, so I will not commit suicide. Give up. Lin Jixia at all, because he knew that if he showed even the slightest concern for Lin Jixia, he would be taken advantage of. It's almost time. Ha ha ha, see that? This man you begged for doesn't care about you at all. Sakurai Kogure had gone mad and started laughing wildly, grabbing Lin Jixia's hair. Remember this, he's the one who killed you. If he hadn't refused to commit suicide to save you, you might have survived. Since you are no longer of any use, then die. Remember, the person you should hate is that man. As she spoke, Sakurai Kogure actually grabbed Lin Jixia's hair, preparing to push her off the rooftop. Qin Yao killed her senior brother and crippled one of her hands. This is not only an insult to her, but also an insult to the organization and the Divine Society. If she cannot personally kill Qin Yao, she will not be able to quell the hatred in her heart. Unfortunately, she was no match for Qin Yao with her strength, so she could only kill Lin Jixia to temporarily vent her anger. Qin Yao, remember this, if you dare to kill my senior brother today, my master will definitely come to avenge him tomorrow. My master's power is far beyond your ability to contend with. At that time, you will see what truly terrifying power is. She roared and was about to throw Lin Jixia off the building. But just then, a gunshot rang out, hitting Sakurai Kogure's right arm accurately. The recoil made her gasp and stagger backward. A sniper. At the same time, Ling Yuhai's subordinates rushed forward. Young master, The people from Hung Palace have arrived. Let's go quickly. Damn it, it's Hung Dian again. Ling Yuhai sneered, giving Qin Yao on the other side of the screen a deep look, his hatred undisguised. Qin Yao, you wait. We'll meet again someday. Until then, I hope you don't die too quickly, or I'll find it very boring. After saying that, he disconnected the screen and left the rooftop under the protection of his subordinates. On the other side, Qin Yao had inhaled too much sleeping pills, and it was only with great difficulty that he managed to move Zhao Ming's family out of the house. An ambulance arrived at the same time and took the family of 3, including the nanny, away. Qin Yao followed them, still worried. Zheng Hanjiang and others arrived shortly afterward, including Chen Chuqing, naturally to check on Qin Yao's condition. Qin Yao, how is the situation? Zheng Hanjiang asked Qin Yao as soon as he arrived. Qin Yao's arm injury has been bandaged and is not serious. I'm fine, just some superficial injuries. Qin Yao waved his hand. But my uncle Zhao and the others are still in critical condition. I'm worried their poisoning is too severe. Don't worry, I've arranged for the best doctors to come over. They'll be fine, Zheng Hanjiang said. Ling Yuhai went too far this time. He shouldn't let his family suffer the consequences. Doesn't he understand this principle? Mentioning Ling Yuhai, old Master Zheng was furious. It seems he hasn't learned his lesson from last time. This time, even if it costs me my old bones, I'll make the Ling family give me an explanation. Old Zheng was truly enraged this time, knowing full well that Qin Yao and his family were suffering for his sins. If Zheng Kai and her sons hadn't been well protected, they probably would have fallen victim to Ling Yuhai's cruelty by now. Relying on his status as a member of the imperial family, Ling Yuhai has acted recklessly and has crossed the line. Mr. Zheng, this matter has nothing to do with you. After learning that Zhao Ming and the others were out of danger, Qin Yao stood up and said, You are right about one thing. He has crossed the line. My family is my Achilles heel, so this time, I will settle this score with him personally, so you don't need to worry about it. Upon hearing Qin Yao's words, Chen Chaosheng and Zheng Hanjiang's expressions changed. Zheng Hanjiang quickly asked, Qin Yao, what are you going to do? Debts must be repaid, and debts of life must be repaid with lives. Qin Yao replied matter-of-factly, I just heard in the video that he's leaving Sichuan today to return to Kyoto. Is that right? When Zheng Hanjiang learned that Qin Yao was going to kill Ling Yuhai, he quickly stopped him, saying, Don't be impulsive. Don't worry, this matter won't be left like this. I will immediately mobilize all my connections and relationships to demand an explanation from the Ling family. Ling Yuhai is already a pawn, and the Ling family won't fight me to the end for him. But if you go looking for trouble yourself, then that trouble will be really big. Chen Chaosheng, standing to the side, nodded in agreement. Yes, Brother Qin. This time when Ling Yuhai returned to the capital, the Ling family specially sent people and mobilized the Hungdian people to escort him out of Sichuan. You must not act rashly. It wasn't just Hungdian. Even the people from the Sichuan Special Police Station were mobilized. If you stop him from leaving Sichuan, the consequences will be unimaginable. Chapter 413 A Dark and Windy Night. Zheng Hanjiang and Chen Chaosheng tried their best to persuade Qin Yao, fearing that he might do something rash. At the same time, Qin Yao understood their concerns. If Ling Yuhai made the first move and lost, and was crippled, the Ling family could at least turn a blind eye for the time being. But now, the Ling family has sent people, and they even specially arranged for Hungdian and the Special Police Department to escort Ling Yuhai out of Sichuan. This shows that although the Ling family no longer cares about Ling Yuhai's value, they still care about his life. Don't worry, I won't do anything to him, but he hurt my family, and I can't let him leave like this. Qin Yao also had his own plans. If we really kill him in Sichuan, it will put you two in a difficult position. You two have both been very kind to me, so I won't make things difficult for you. Don't worry, I'm just going to teach him a lesson. Upon hearing Qin Yao's words, Zheng Hanjiang patted him on the shoulder and said, This matter was caused by me. No matter what trouble you get into, I will cover for you. I just hope you won't act impulsively. You are still young and inexperienced, and you can't afford to die young. Chen Chaosheng also said, Yes, a gentleman takes revenge even after 10 years. You don't have your own power yet. If you fight Ling Yuhai to the death like this, you will be the one who ends up with a bloody head. Qin Yao believed what the two men said was true, as they had taken good care of him ever since he entered Sichuan. Zheng Hanjiang, in particular, treated him like a junior, and what they said was definitely not just empty words. Qin Yao smiled and nodded. Don't worry, I won't do anything foolish. Ling Yuhai said that we will meet again someday. Seeing that he had relaxed, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Now, in addition to the people sent by Kyoto, Ling Yuhai is also being escorted by Gao Qingyong personally leading a team, plus the Sichuan Special Task Force. If Qin Yao were to try to force his way through alone, he would likely never return. But seeing that he had temporarily put aside his hatred, the two stopped arguing. After offering a few words of reassurance, they went to deal with their own affairs. As they said, Qin Yao's family had almost been harmed, and the Ling family had to give an explanation. Qin Yao told them to go about their business first, as he would stay behind to take care of Uncle Zhao's family. They stayed there, and when he woke up, he didn't know how to explain it. So the two of them didn't stay long before leaving. After they left, Qin Yao made a phone call to Mo Linjiang, the content of which was known only to the two of them. He stood at the end of the hospital corridor and lit a cigarette with his blood-stained hand. Looking up, the sky was covered with dark clouds tonight, and the moon was nowhere to be seen. A dark and windy night, a night for murder. At 8 p.m., a stretched Lincoln RV slowly drove out of the city center. There were black Mercedes-Benz's leading the way in front and behind, and even an armed vehicle from the task force following behind. The converted RV can accommodate 8 or 9 people, with a spacious and comfortable atmosphere. In addition to music, the car was also equipped with red wine and whiskey, and even side dishes and desserts were provided. Ling Yuhai sat in the car, with Chu Yin on his arm and Luo Xiaoxiao on his other arm. Lu Chuan sat in the corner of the RV drinking, not participating in the conversation. Sitting opposite them were Gao Qingyong and Gao Yaya, as well as a high-ranking official from the Special Task Force. Even Sakurai Kogure was in another car, but with the Ling family members present, Gao Qingyong and Gao Yaya were unable to capture her. Despite their humiliating departure from Sichuan, Ling Yuhai and his companions remained impeccably dressed and thoroughly enjoyed their journey. Chu Yin changed into a black short skirt, her long legs encased in stockings, their alluring curves extending into the black skirt. Luo Xiaoxiao wore a flamboyant red short skirt with a very sexy hem, revealing leggings that were barely visible on her upper thighs, and black high heels that covered her toes, which were encased in fishnet stockings. Ling Yuhai, on the other hand, was dressed in a suit and looked quite respectable, with a rose even pinned to the left pocket of his suit. He didn't look like he was running away. He looked more like he was going to a party. Seeing his blissful expression, Gao Yaya's pretty face turned slightly cold as she turned to her father and whispered, "Doesn't he know he's fleeing in disarray? Instead of taking a plane and leaving, he's using a motorhome?" Gao Qingyong appeared unsurprised and said calmly, "The Ling family specially sent people to escort him to ensure his injuries were not serious. He himself doesn't care, so why are you making such a fuss?" Gao Yaya frowned, somewhat indignant. "My daughter just feels that Ling Yuhai went too far this time." His initial kidnapping of Zheng Hanjiang's granddaughter was simply a matter of competition within the underworld, something they couldn't interfere with. But after his defeat, Ling Yuhai actually took his anger out on Qin Yao, not only sending people to assassinate him, but also harming his family. Involving innocent lives and treating human life as worthless made Gao Yaya somewhat unhappy. His men burned 3 civilians alive this time in an attempt to threaten Qin Yao. And the Zhao family of 5, if Qin Yao hadn't arrived in time, would already be 5 corpses. We, the Hung Palace, should just leave this person alone, but instead we're escorting him. We, Hungdian, are not bodyguards. Gao Yaya has always been arrogant. Although she is haughty and looks down on the nobles in Kyoto who are indulging in extravagance and pleasure all day long, she despises them the most. Although she also came from a prestigious family, she grew up in an environment like Hungdian and developed a strong sense of righteous indignation. Therefore, she was very unhappy about the mission to protect Ling Yuhai as he left. Gao Qingyong glanced at her and said, "You're still young, and your view of the world is still small. That's just how the world is," the strong prey on the weak. Only those at the top of the food chain have the right to decide the direction of the world. You and I just need to do our own thing. Gao Qingyong was also helpless. His first task as the new palace master of Hengdian was to escort a spoiled brat out of Sichuan, which was really ridiculous. But Gao Yaya's reaction was even more obvious. Everyone says that Hengdian exists to protect those who make significant contributions to the country and to maintain internal peace. But now we're protecting a spoiled brat who recklessly harms the lives of ordinary people and holds a position without doing any work. This is just too ridiculous. Perhaps because she was excited, her voice was a little loud, and even though there was music in the car, Ling Yuhai and the others sitting opposite could hear it. Gao Qingyong frowned. Yeah, say less. After saying that, she even took the initiative to apologize to Ling Yuhai. I'm sorry, young Master Ling. My daughter is young and ignorant, and her words were offensive. Please don't mind. In terms of status, Gao Qingyong is definitely far superior to Ling Yuhai. But this time, he received orders from his superior and had no choice but to submit. Ling Yuhai waved his hand, signaling the music to stop, and looked at Gao Yaya with a smile. What's wrong, Miss Gao? Are you very dissatisfied? Chapter 414 Fairness? Ridiculous. Upon hearing that Gao Yaya was actually dissatisfied with them, Luo Xiaoxiao was the first to raise her eyebrows, cross her beautiful legs, and say disdainfully, he's just here to protect us. To put it bluntly, he's just a bodyguard. What right does he have to be dissatisfied? Xiao, don't talk nonsense. Miss Gao comes from Hung Palace, and Mr. Gao is the palace master of Hung Palace. You should be more respectful when you speak. Despite this, Ling Yuhai spoke in a flippant tone and even took a sip of his wine, showing no respect whatsoever. Therefore, Luo Xiaoxiao curled her lips and didn't care at all. Hengdian, the guardian of the country, sounds nice, but in reality, it's just a watchdog kept by the government. Gao Yaya could tolerate it herself, but she couldn't tolerate Luo Xiaoxiao daring to insult Hengdian. Just as she was about to retort, Gao Qingyong stopped her and shook his head at her. These young masters and ladies come from extraordinary families, and Hengdian can afford to offend them. However, they are not here to play around today, but to carry out a mission. If a conflict were to break out with them, it would be disobeying orders from superiors. This is the greatest damage to the reputation of Hengdian. Seeing that Gao Yaya didn't dare to move, Luo Xiaoxiao became even more arrogant. What? Did I say something wrong? Isn't what Hengdian does just the job of a watchdog? We're paying you to support us, and instead of baring your teeth at those troublemakers, you want to yell at me instead? Gao Yaya, unable to bear it any longer, glared at her and said, You keep calling people troublemakers. I hope you realize that the reason you left Sichuan this time, even needing my Hengdian palace to protect you, was because you were driven away by those troublemakers you're talking about. Shut up. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiaoxiao flew into a rage. She originally thought that she came to Sichuan with Ling Yuhai just to enjoy the scenery and watch Ling Yuhai crush everyone along the way. But now they're leaving in a sorry state. Even though they're in a Lincoln RV, running away is still running away. At this moment, Ling Yuhai's expression darkened. Protect? Chase away. Miss Gao, you're really flattering yourself by saying that. Do you think I need your protection? He swirled the wine in his glass, looking down on me, and said, Even without Hengdian here today, do you really think Qin Yao would dare to do anything to me? Do you know what the biggest difference is between him and me? Gao Yaya replied with a cold expression, I don't know. Then I'll tell you, Ling Yuhai said confidently. That's the relationship between him and me. Our different backgrounds determined that our styles of doing things were very different. I can target him without regard for the consequences, but he can't go all out against me. I can kill him countless times, but he doesn't dare to kill me even once. He is very confident. This is the difference between royalty and commoners. Even if he kidnaps, releases, extorts, poisons, and assassinates. But so what? Even if he can no longer take over the Ling family business in the future, as long as the Ling family still exists, he will still be a direct descendant of the Ling family. As long as the Ling family doesn't back down, who can punish him? Even now, as he confessed his crimes in front of Hengdian and the special police department, They could only watch helplessly as he enjoyed wine and beautiful women in his arms. But Qin Yao is different. He provoked me, and even if I struck first, he is destined to pay a heavy price. Hunt him down. Would Qin Yao dare? Gao Yaya gritted her teeth, wanting to refute, but found that she couldn't refute at all. She wanted to say that China is not a lawless land, and that there would always be someone who could punish Ling Yuhai. But as Ling Yuhai said, the Ling family is still in power, and the patriarch of the Ling family is still alive. As long as the Ling family doesn't fall, even if Ling Yuhai commits murder and arson against ordinary people, no one can stop him. As for Qin Yao, she sighed softly as she thought of this man. No matter how high he climbs, he will eventually be defeated by the machine of power and will have to bow his head. If I mess with Qin Yao, even if I fail, the final result will be nothing more than losing some benefits and suffering some physical injuries. But if I fail once, I can start again tomorrow until I take his position. But he messed with me. It's not just him who will suffer. His family, friends, and those around him will also suffer. Look, this world is so unfair and unequal. Ling Yuhai smiled and took a sip of red wine. He went against me, and there's only one outcome, death. It's just a matter of dying sooner or a few days later. Brother Yuhai is right. Luo Xiaoxiao was very excited. Her pretty face flushed. In this world, poverty and weakness are original sins. It's one thing for those losers to be born lowly and be completely useless, but they insist on pursuing equality for all. It's ridiculous. She swung her beautiful legs, treating this trip as a relaxing journey again. People like this will only be trampled into the dust in the end. Keeping them around is just an eyesore. Shuyan didn't comment on what the two of them said, but her indifferent expression showed that she thought so too. Fairness and equality. Fairness only carries weight in the hands of the powerful. The equality that the weak see is nothing more than a small taste of the benefits that those at the top of power arbitrarily allocate to them, making them willingly continue to accept exploitation. What kind of fairness is there in this world? There is only the law of the jungle. Even Qin Yao, a man who seems to be of unyielding integrity, had no choice but to obediently accept the situation when his family members nearly lost their lives. It is laughable for someone who lacks ability to pursue fairness. So what if I hate you? Didn't they still obediently swallow their anger? Amidst laughter and chatter, the convoy had already left the territory of Central Sichuan. Due to its special nature, the special police station withdrew after leaving Central Sichuan. However, Gao Qingyong and his daughter continued to follow the convoy until it entered the main road back to Beijing before leaving. Bang! Just then, a loud bang came from the convoy ahead, and the entire convoy came to an abrupt stop. Ling Yuhai and the others, who were holding wine glasses, were caught off guard by the sudden stop and were splashed with wine. Ling Yuhai was furious. What's going on? The RV driver quickly apologized. I'm sorry, young Master Ling, but it seems the convoy ahead has been in an accident. Ling Yuhai was extremely impatient. He waved his hand and said, Go see if anyone's dead. If they are, throw some money at them and tell them to get lost. If they're not dead, get the car moving. His words and actions clearly showed that he didn't care about a human life at all. Gao Yaya frowned and said to Gao Qingyong, Father, I'd better go down and take a look. Gao Qingyong glanced at Ling Yuhai, who had a playboy look on his face, and nodded. Go. Gao Yaya opened the door and got out of the car, finally escaping the smoky atmosphere inside and getting some fresh air. But when she reached the front of the car, she was instantly stunned. Qin Yao. Chapter 415 A Gentleman's Revenge is Never Too Late. To see Qin Yao here. He chased after us alone in a Land Cruiser Prado. Ling Yuhai's convoy had barely left the territory of Central Sichuan when he overtook them and refused to stop. Getting out of the car, Qin Yao glanced at her indifferently. Where's Ling Yuhai? Qin Yao's tone was very calm, so calm that it was as if he had simply come to see him off. But from his cold expression, Gao Yaya sensed something unusual. This man was extremely dangerous. Qin Yao, what are you doing here? She quickly walked forward, knowing that Qin Yao's appearance here was definitely not a coincidence, and hurriedly tugged at his clothes. Go back quickly. You shouldn't have come. Qin Yao remained unmoved. He's in the car, isn't he? Gao Yaya frowned. Not only is he here, but the people sent by the Ling family to pick him up are also here. I know what you're trying to do, and I know why you're doing this. I understand your anger. But you can't do that now, go back. Some misunderstandings between her and Qin Yao, and even embarrassing herself in front of Qin Yao. But deep down, she admired people with real talent, and Qin Yao was one of them. I know you are very capable and have a bright future. Your potential for growth over the next decade is limitless. But the future is the future, and the present is the present. You may be able to defeat Ling Yuhai, but you cannot defeat the entire Ling family. So go back. Don't gamble your bright future on a moment of anger. Honestly, if her family were treated like this, she would also be furious. But it is precisely for the sake of his family that he can only swallow his anger, no matter how angry he is. The same applies to Qin Yao. Qin Yao glanced at her indifferently and simply hummed in agreement. I appreciate your kindness. After saying that, he walked back towards the convoy. Gao Yaya quickly stepped in front of him. Didn't you understand what I said? You can't touch Ling Yuhai right now. Yes, Ling Yuhai has become a discarded pawn of the Ling family, and he can no longer fight for power. But don't forget, even if he's a discarded child, he's still a descendant of the Ling family. He's different from you and me from birth. If you mess with him today, your whole family and everyone around you will be in trouble tomorrow. Don't act impulsively. What she said made sense. In fact, Zhang Hanjiang and Qin Chaosheng had said the same thing to him before he came. But Qin Yao still came. Now that he's here, there's no reason for him to back down. Seeing Gao Yaya's earnest expression, he simply patted her shoulder and said, Don't worry, I won't do anything. Hearing him say that, Gao Yaya was skeptical. Really? Yes, really. Gao Yaya finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Qin Yao catches up just to say something harsh or curse Ling Yuhai, then that's fine. Anyway, Ling Yuhai already hates Qin Yao to the core. Even if Qin Yao kowtows and apologizes to Ling Yuhai now, he will not let Qin Yao go. As long as Qin Yao doesn't take anything further, this matter can remain between the two of them. But if Qin Yao does something impulsive, the Ling family, this behemoth, will no longer stand idly by. Seeing that Qin Yao showed no signs of acting impulsively, Gao Yaya stopped trying to stop him and let him walk forward. A well-dressed middle-aged man stepped out of a Mercedes-Benz parked in front of the RV. The man had a slicked-back European-style hairstyle, wore gold-rimmed glasses, and was impeccably dressed, exuding a sense of superiority. Some people, just by standing there, exude an aura that reveals their extraordinary background. The middle-aged man in front of them was clearly just a subordinate sent by the Ling family to pick up Ling Yuhai, yet he already possessed an extraordinary temperament and a commanding presence. Qin Yao coldly and said arrogantly, You are Qin Yao? Qin Yao stopped and met his gaze indifferently. I know you have some tricks up your sleeve, otherwise the young master wouldn't have suffered such a big setback. If you were of a higher social standing, I think you would be a good whetstone. The young master's character does need to be tempered, and he also needs someone to compliment him and push him to improve. Unfortunately, your background and origins are too low. You are not qualified to be this whetstone. The middle-aged man pushed up his glasses, his every move exuding elegance. Moreover, you shouldn't have done that. You shouldn't have killed the young master, because you don't know how much responsibility he carries, how much effort we've put into him. Now that you've destroyed everything, your fate is sealed. Seeing that Qin Yao remained unmoved, the middle-aged man frowned in displeasure. Normally, many high-ranking officials and dignitaries would not have the chance to get close to him and say a few words. Even if Qin Chaosheng were here, he would have to respectfully call him Secretary Ling. But the unremarkable young man in front of him remained unmoved by his words, which made him even more annoyed. He straightened his cuffs and waved his hand dismissively. I know you're angry right now, but you have no right to be angry, because your background and origins dictate that you only have the right to swallow your anger. Go back. I'm only here to pick people up and bring them back to Beijing. I'm not responsible for dealing with you. Your matter will be handled personally by the young master. Cherish the chance to be alive, and don't seek your own death. He stared at Qin Yao with an imposing aura, his fierce demeanor masking his inner weakness. For most people, just looking into his eyes would instantly put them under immense pressure. But Qin Yao seemed not to hear him at all, and asked him, "Where is Ling Yuhai?" Tisk. The middle-aged man frowned, looking annoyed, and said, "Didn't you understand what I said? Ling Yuhai is not someone you can mess with. Kidnapping, murder, arson, poisoning, assassination." Qin Yao ignored him and said to himself, "The so-called emperor is subject to the same laws as the common people. He must be held accountable for all the crimes he committed in Sichuan." "Explain?" The middle-aged man smiled. He laughed at Qin Yao for being so naive, actually believing that there was such a thing as the emperor being subject to the same laws as commoners, and actually believing that everything could be accounted for. He chuckled but didn't say anything. Gao Qingyong, on the other hand, opened the car door and got out. When he saw Qin Yao, his brows furrowed. "Qin Yao, what are you doing here? Go back now." Gao Qingyong and Qin Yao were not familiar with each other, but out of respect for Elder Dong and his appreciation for talent, he still advised, "Even if you come all the way here, it won't help. If I were you, I would go back first and plan ahead in advance." A truly intelligent person does not act impulsively, but learns to be patient and accumulate strength before unleashing it. Leave now, and you'll still have a chance for revenge 10 years from now. Chapter 416. I heard someone was looking for me. I heard someone is looking for me. Just as Gao Qingyong was admonishing Qin Yao, a defiant voice rang out. Ling Yuhai got out of the car with an expensive cigar between his fingers and a glass of red wine in his other hand. The liquor in his glass sloshed around. The price of a bottle could even cover a down payment on a house in some third-tier cities. His designer suit was spotless, and his leather shoes were polished to a shine. This outfit would be enough for an ordinary family to eat for half a year. Chu Yin and the others who got off the car with him were equally glamorous, and the pigeon egg in their hands was a luxury that many ordinary people could not achieve in their entire lives. They didn't look like they were running away at all. Rather, they seemed to have come to Sichuan for sightseeing and were preparing to return home. When Chu Yin saw Qin Yao appear on the highway, her usually aloof demeanor furrowed slightly, clearly displeased. She was fed up with this man who kept challenging their status and position. Despite being a loser, he repeatedly overstepped his bounds, which greatly displeased her, a pampered young lady who had been at the top since birth, looking down on everyone else. Losers should be obediently trampled underfoot. Why should they stand out? As for Ling Yuhai and Luo Xiaoxiao, they were instantly enraged the moment they saw Qin Yao. But Ling Yuhai hid it well. He didn't get angry, but instead gave Qin Yao a flirtatious smile. Holding an expensive cigar and a bottle of pricey red wine, she not only didn't avoid him, but instead strode confidently toward Qin Yao. "Oh, you're only catching up now? What? Did you just finish settling the funeral arrangements for that family of 3? Did you just comfort your aunt, who almost perished in the fire?" Knowing full well that his family was Qin Yao's Achilles heel and his bottom line, he still recklessly indulged in his desires. He even walked up to Qin Yao, standing 3 steps away, and glanced at Qin Yao's newly bandaged arm. He clicked his tongue and said, "Everyone says Murakami is a complete mad dog, but unfortunately, he was useless when given the chance. He couldn't even trade his life for your arm. But it doesn't matter, he's just a stray dog from the village. Without him, I have plenty of dogs I can use. I just don't know if you'll be this lucky next time, or the time after that." He flashed a bright smile, revealing a set of white teeth. Although he wished he could tear Qin Yao to pieces, he still smiled very warmly. Faced with his blatant provocation, Qin Yao made no response. Gao Yaya stepped forward and said sternly, "Ling Yuhai, that's enough. Don't forget, you are being escorted back to the capital, not some victorious general. What's the point of provoking him like this?" She was afraid that Qin Yao might do something rash and attack Ling Yuhai. Ling Yuhai isn't scary. It's that indifferent-looking middle-aged man standing there that's scary. He was the person in charge of cultivating the next generation for the Ling family, and also the secretary of the person in power in the Ling family. If Qin Yao couldn't hold back and hit Ling Yuhai in front of him, things would get really out of hand. So she first reprimanded Ling Yuhai, then turned to Qin Yao and said, "Qin Yao, you should leave first. I know you're furious, but you can't lay a hand on Ling Yuhai. Don't go looking for trouble." Qin Yao looked at Ling Yuhai indifferently. Faced with his provocation, Qin Yao's reaction was calm. "You're right. If I were to hit him here, it would indeed be very troublesome. Ling Yuhai laughed upon hearing this, his tone extremely arrogant. I didn't expect you to have some self-awareness. He took a sip of red wine and clicked his tongue in admiration. This wine is really good. Do you know where it came from? Qin Yao remained silent, so he continued. It was a gift from the other party when the Prime Minister of the Republic of China visited China the year before last, when my grandfather and father attended the banquet together. Both its origin and vintage make it a top-quality wine, one that ordinary people could never afford even after a lifetime of hard work, because this wine was exclusively supplied to the royal family. Qin Yao and the eye frankly. Qin Yao, do you understand now? This is the difference between you and me. I fought you, and I clearly lost today, but you're the one who has to swallow your pride. As the loser, I also enjoyed treatment that ordinary people wouldn't even dare to dream of, with fine wine and delicacies served to me, and the Lord of Hongjian personally accompanying me as I left. They even know you're in the right, yet they still try to persuade you to swallow your anger and leave. With a nonchalant gesture, he pointed at Qin Yao with the hand holding the cigar. The biggest difference between you and me is that I can afford to lose, while if you lose, you will be doomed forever. Luo Xiaoxiao and the others were in high spirits upon hearing this, and the gloom of the past few days was swept away. Chu Yan, in particular, was even glad that Qin Yao had come today. Otherwise, how could she have shown him the gap between them and him? He kept saying he wanted to pursue fairness and justice, but little did he know that in this world, so-called truth is always in the hands of the powerful and influential. Ordinary people like him, even if their family members are nearly killed or they themselves are nearly killed, can only live in constant fear and trembling. They came to Sichuan just for fun, yet they managed to cause Qin Yao and his men to suffer a crushing defeat. This is the true face of the world, and this is how it should be. No one else refuted this, including Gao Chengyong and his daughter. Qin Yao didn't argue with Ling Yuhai, but turned to Gao Chengyong. Mr. Gao, as the palace master of Hung Palace, I remember that the palace's philosophy is to maintain the internal security of the Dragon Kingdom, right? Gao Chengyong paused for a moment. Then his expression turned serious. Of course. All right. Qin Yao pointed at Ling Yuhai. Then I will now formally report to you that this person has committed murder, poisoning, and even harbored traitors within the territory of China. What should you do? As soon as Qin Yao finished speaking, before Gao Chengyong could react, Ling Yuhai and the others burst into laughter. Even the usually aloof Secretary Ling, upon hearing his words, curled her lips into a disdainful smile and shook her head. He is so naive. Gao Yaya frowned and tugged at Qin Yao. Qin Yao, don't ask such a stupid question. Foolish. Qin Yao turned to look at her. Did I ask the wrong question? As members of the Hung Palace, isn't upholding justice your principle? Do I need to present you with the evidence of Ling Yuhai's murders and arson? Qin Yao's words left Gao Yaya speechless. Yes, Hongjian is clearly a force for justice, yet it's now protecting Ling Yuhai, who killed but let go, as he leaves Chuanzhou. It's quite ironic. Gao Chengyong sighed and shook his head, saying, Qin Yao, you are still young and have too little experience. When you mature a bit more and see a bigger and wider world, you'll find that the world isn't what you thought it was. Some things are destined to be resolved from the moment we are born. Even the Hung Palace cannot change this. Chapter 417. How dare he? Qin Yao didn't offer much comment, simply nodding calmly. Yes, I understand. Gao Chengyong sighed. You can leave now. I won't make things difficult for you. While he was not in a difficult position, some people were unwilling to let Qin Yao go. Wait a minute, Ling Yuhai said, holding his wine glass with amusement. Lord Gao, isn't what you're doing inappropriate? Gao Yaya asked, displeased. What else do you want to do? Ling Yuhai pointed at Qin Yao and laughed arrogantly. I remember, your Hung Palace's mission this time was to protect me, right? That means anyone who poses a threat to my personal safety should be arrested by your Hung Palace. This person stopped my convoy on the highway, and now I feel that he poses a great threat to my personal safety. As the target of your mission, I order you to arrest this person immediately. Is that all right? He wanted to show Qin Yao what status and disparity truly meant. He was the one who made the mistake, but Hongjian, on whom Qin Yao had placed his hopes, ended up arresting him instead. Is it ridiculous? Ling Yuhai, don't go too far. Qin Yao didn't do anything. It was just a regular car accident. Gao Yaya said sternly. We, Hengdian, are not your nannies. We are only responsible for protecting your life. This kind of thing is not our business. From the moment Qin Yao asked those questions, she found it difficult to face him. He had been so arrogant and proud of his Hengdian background in front of Qin Yao. Now, when he asked himself why Hengdian couldn't uphold justice, all he could tell him was to be patient. He prided himself on being the embodiment of justice, but in the end, he couldn't truly uphold justice, leaving the real victims to suffer in silence. Qin Yao instead, what face would she have left? Ling Yuhai didn't insist, because he didn't want Hengdian to deal with Qin Yao like that. That would be too boring. So he just shrugged casually. Okay, that's fine too. I can play with it later, and I won't be bored in the future. After saying that, he smiled at Qin Yao and said, I know you came here today to beat me up, but unfortunately, you won't have the chance. So while I'm in a good mood, hurry up and get out of here. Otherwise, even if they stayed, they would only be humiliating themselves. After being humiliated, he had already lost interest. Looking at Qin Yao's face again, he feared he might lose control and become violent, ordering someone to kill Qin Yao on the spot. But just as he was about to turn and leave, Qin Yao said, Who said I came here to beat you up? Ling Yuhai was stunned for a moment. Then you. Qin Yao stared at him indifferently, then suddenly asked, Do you know why I've been so patient, listening to you ramble on for so long? Gao Qingyong and Gao Yaya were already wary of Qin Yao, and seeing his cold attitude, they suddenly had a bad feeling. Ling Yuhai, oblivious to the situation, instinctively asked, Why? I told you, you can't go back to Kyoto. I don't mind if you say a few more last words to a dying person. As soon as he spoke, everyone's eyes widened. Realizing what Qin Yao was about to do, Gao Qingyong shouted angrily, Qin Yao, don't be impulsive. Ling Yuhai stared at Qin Yao in disbelief. You want to kill me? You dare to kill me. This time, Qin Yao didn't say a word of nonsense and walked straight towards him. Seeing that things were not going well, Gao Qingyong stepped forward and placed a hand on Qin Yao's shoulder. His hand touched Qin Yao. He felt Qin Yao's shoulders sink and tremble, and a tremendous force came through, directly making Gao Qingyong's arm go numb. Then Qin Yao grabbed Gao Qingyong's wrist with one hand and twisted it, while pushing Gao Qingyong in front of him with the other hand, forcing him to retreat. Didn't you think about your family when you did this? Gao Qingyong stomped his foot in anger and stepped forward again to fight Qin Yao. Secretary Ling realized what Qin Yao was about to do and immediately ordered the Ling family's bodyguards to mobilize, with 7 or 8 guns pointed directly at Qin Yao. If this person dares to harm the young master, kill him without regard for the consequences. Secretary Ling said sternly, her tone leaving no room for argument. As for Ling Yuhai and the others, they got into the car first under the protection of bodyguards. The Lincoln RV drove off first, fleeing in a frantic escape. Seeing that the man had run away, Qin Yao stopped entangled with Gao Qingyong and launched a fierce attack that left Gao Qingyong with no chance to fight back. Previously, Gao Qingyong only thought that Qin Yao did have some talent, but was still worlds apart from himself. However, during their brief exchange, he was surprised to find that he was completely powerless against Qin Yao. By the time he came to his senses, Qin Yao had already driven off in his domineering car. Dad, are you all right? Gao Yaya ran up and helped Gao Qingyong up, but the latter shook her head and said, Don't worry about me for now. Catch up with that kid. We absolutely can't let him do anything to Ling Yuhai. Good. On the highway, during the chase, it became clear how impractical the modified RV was. Qin Yao still managed to catch up quickly. Moreover, Qin Yao's Land Cruiser Prado was modified, and he drove recklessly, crashing directly into the rear of the car, extremely crazy. Only now did Ling Yuhai realize that Qin Yao was serious. He really wanted to kill himself. Drive faster. Seeing Qin Yao's frantic pursuit, Ling Yuhai finally panicked, urging the driver to drive off in a panic, while glancing back at the distance to Qin Yao. This madman, has he gone mad? Doesn't he know that if he kills me, the Ling family will never let him off the hook? To lay a hand on me here is a slap in the face to the Ling family. Does he really have a death wish? Chu Yin and the other women were also very puzzled by Qin Yao's behavior. Just as Ling Yuhai said, if they fought here, it would no longer be a feud between him and Ling Yuhai. Qin Yao really kills Ling Yuhai. He will become the enemy of the entire Ling family. Chu Yin turned back to look at the frantically pursuing vehicle, her anger palpable. He's gone mad. He's gone mad. His identity, his background, and his status all determine that he will only face death after doing what he has done. What exactly is he trying to do? She was very angry, because she felt her authority and status were challenged once again through Qin Yao. And the one who challenged her was an insignificant loser. How could he dare? Bang! Before she could react, the domineering car had already crashed into another Mercedes. Secretary Ling, who was also sitting in the RV, gave the order directly through the walkie-talkie. Fire! Shoot this man dead. They didn't care whether it was a highway or not, or even whether ordinary cars were passing by. At Secretary Ling's command, several cars opened fire directly at the overbearing vehicle. In an instant, gunfire erupted. Chapter 418 The Affairs of the Martial World, the End of the Martial World. Qin Yao recklessly pursued them in his car. The modified Land Cruiser even had a bulletproof windshield. He skillfully drove the Prado, dodging bullets, and quickly caught up with the Lincoln. It rammed into the Mercedes-Benz that was blocking the road, which was quite unreasonable. Because the vehicles were traveling at high speed, one of them flipped over after the collision. A madman. He's a madman. Ling Yuhai saw Qin Yao's reckless behavior from inside the car and was so frightened that he almost went crazy. Kill him! Kill him! He roared furiously, ordering his men to shoot Qin Yao. Unfortunately, the bullets couldn't reach Qin Yao at all. Only the escorting Mercedes were smashed open one by one. Even Secretary Ling was taken aback by Qin Yao's ruthless methods. He followed the head of the Ling family, and apart from some young masters and ladies of the royal family, even local high-ranking officials would bow and scrape before him on ordinary days. But Qin Yao, a mere peasant and former convict, actually dared to chase after Ling Yuhai right under his nose? Chu Yin, standing to the side, was furious at Qin Yao's behavior. Not for any other reason than that, given Qin Yao's status, he should not and would not dare to do such a thing. Creak. A sudden stop sent the people inside the RV tumbling around. Ling Yuhai collapsed into the car without any regard for his image, nearly biting his tongue. Looking up, I saw Qin Yao's domineering car had already cut in front of me, blocking the RV from stopping. Several Mercedes-Benz cars had overturned, but the people inside still stubbornly climbed out. But even if you have guns, it's useless if you can't hit anything. What's the use of guns if you can't hit anything? Qin Yao opened the door and got out of the car, moving through the hail of bullets as if it were empty, and even reached the RV in just a few steps. Seeing Qin Yao walking towards the RV, Ling Yuhai panicked and carelessly opened the door, got out of the vehicle, and fled. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. He wouldn't dare kill me. He wouldn't dare. How dare he? He jumped out of the car almost frantically, ignoring Secretary Ling's attempts to stop him, and scrambled away from Qin Yao. He clearly didn't believe Qin Yao would kill him, but he was still terrified. Seeing him get out of the car, Qin Yao's eyes flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Ling Yuhai, grabbing him by the neck and lifting him up from the ground. Secretary Ling and the others were terrified and quickly got out of the car to stop them, shouting, "Stop! Stop right now!" Chu Yin was also flustered. When she came down and saw Qin Yao grabbing Ling Yuhai, she immediately turned pale. Presumptuous. Qin Yao, are you really going to abandon your family? Even if you don't care about your life, don't they want to live too? Kill him, and you'll only face death. Even now, they still believe that Qin Yao acted impulsively, simply wanting to prove a point. He only dared to act because he was unaware of the stakes involved. Once he understands the gap between himself and the Ling family, he will absolutely not dare to bear the wrath of the entire Ling family. Even Ling Yuhai himself thought so. But they were wrong. Qin Yao coldly grabbed Ling Yuhai by the neck and lifted him up, watching his face gradually turn red, and the surprise and fear in his eyes gradually intensify, without the slightest hesitation or regret. Even if I let him go today, he will not let my family go. Paying back debts is a matter of course. You hurt my family and crossed my bottom line. Atone with your death. As he finished speaking, Qin Yao's hand gradually tightened, and a tremendous force came from him. Ling Yuhai finally felt the fear of death, and his body began to struggle wildly. He frantically slapped Qin Yao's wrist, trying to tell Qin Yao that he was wrong and regretted it. He wanted to tell him that their differences were now a thing of the past, and that he would never dare to cause trouble again. Unfortunately, Qin Yao didn't give him that chance. He couldn't even shout for help. A foul stench emanated from his crotch, and his breathing grew increasingly rapid until it ceased. Ling Yuhai's pupils gradually dilated, filled with resentment, despair, regret, and confusion. Even in death, he couldn't understand why Qin Yao dared to kill him. He is Ling Yuhai, a member of the Ling family of Kyoto. This doesn't make sense. Oh. When she saw that Ling Yuhai had really become a corpse in Qin Yao's hands, the usually aloof Chu Yin screamed and collapsed to the ground. He kept muttering to himself, No, this is impossible. He wouldn't dare. Secretary Ling was so enraged that she wanted to rush over and tear Qin Yao to pieces. That bastard actually killed the young master right in front of him. Qin Yao carried Ling Yuhai's corpse, walked up to him, threw the body at his feet, and looked at him coldly. Now, you can leave. Gao Yaya arrived late in her car, and she and Gao Chunyong froze on the spot the moment they saw Ling Yuhai's body. Oh no, this kid's in big trouble. Qin Yao didn't look at anyone, turned around, and was about to drive away. That Land Cruiser can still be started, so driving it back to Central Sichuan shouldn't be a problem. Secretary Ling held Ling Yuhai's corpse, consumed by a helpless rage, probably wondering how to explain himself when he got back. Qin Yao walked past the Gao family father and daughter without glancing at them. Gao Qingyong then stopped him. Haven't you thought about the consequences of what you've done? Qin Yao, perhaps 10 years from now, you will have a place in this world, but not now. How do you expect to contend with a behemoth like the Ling family now? Qin Yao glanced at him and said calmly, If it were your family member lying in the hospital today, Mr. Gao, what would you do? Gao Qingyong was taken aback. You know perfectly well that Ling Yuhai is arrogant, domineering, and wicked, yet you remained unmoved because of a single order. Qin Yao stared at him, pressing him aggressively. Hall Master Hung, you are supposed to defend the country and its people. If you can't even protect your own family, what kind of defense of the country are you talking about? The Ling family holds a high position of power, so you are holding them back. Even though you know that Ling Yuhai has committed murder and arson, you still protect him as he leaves Sichuan. Mr. Gao, I did for you what Hung Dian dared not do. You're welcome. After saying that, Qin Yao didn't linger and drove away. After he left, Gao Yaya turned to Gao Qingyong and asked, Dad, what do we do now? What should we do? She wanted to suggest arresting Qin Yao, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. They didn't arrest Ling Yuhai when Qin Yao reported him to her before. Now that Qin Yao has taken his revenge, they have instead arrested him. If this gets out, Hung Palace will become a laughingstock for generations to come. Gao Qingyong looked at Ling Yuhai and the others not far away, and finally turned to her and said, Our mission is to protect Ling Yuhai as he leaves Sichuan. This place is no longer within Sichuan, is it? Gao Yaya was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. My daughter understands. He drove off in a domineering manner, leaving Gao Qingyong in the dust, his gaze following him. Fearless of the powerful and wealthy, only for justice. Perhaps this is why the one who founded the Panlong Palace did so. Matters of the martial world should be settled within the martial world. Chapter 419 Willing to be a Dog. The Hong family received the news immediately upon hearing of Ling Yuhai's death. Upon learning that he had actually died at Qin Yao's hands, he was shocked, but also felt fortunate. Them and Qin Yao actually started because of Ling Yuhai. If Ling Yuhai were alive, they would have no choice but to fight Qin Yao to the bitter end. But now that Ling Yuhai is dead, they can also cease hostilities with Qin Yao. In less than a month, the Hong family had already suffered too much loss. That very evening, Hung Mingkong personally visited, even bringing Hung Chuntao with him. When the father and son arrived at Mianlong, Qin Yao had just returned, and Mo Linjiang did not show up to avoid suspicion. Qin Yao glanced at the father and son. Hong Jintao had been lying in bed for almost half a month and was still walking with a limp. After entering, Qin Yao didn't say a word, just crossed his arms and watched what the father and son were going to do. Hong Mingkong looked serious and turned to look at Hong Jintao, who gritted his teeth and put one leg on the coffee table in front of Qin Yao. Then Hong Mingkong lifted his leg and stomped on it. With a crack, Hong Jintao's leg broke. Despite his privileged background, this young master remained completely silent, his eyes rolling back and his face covered in cold sweat. Qin Yao remained expressionless, looking indifferently at Hong Mingkong. Patriarch Hong, what are you up to? Mr. Qin, Hong Mingkong bowed slightly and said respectfully, no matter how you look at it, there's no real grudge between us. It's all just a misunderstanding. I brought my son here today to make up for the little misunderstanding between us. If you think that's not enough, I can have him put his other leg up as well. The feud between the Hong family and Qin Yao started from the beginning because of Lu Boyong. Lu Boyong died at Qin Yao's hands. The Hong family casually sent 2 people to settle scores, but they both ended up being defeated by Qin Yao. Then, Kenny B personally intervened, which triggered the subsequent chain reaction. They knew nothing about Qin Yao's identity, but they could guess that he was not simple. Most importantly, Ling Yuhai is dead. If they continue to resist, their losses will be even more severe. After all, what we can see now is that Qin Yao has the Zheng family, Qinghai, and Qin Shaoxing behind him. What can he possibly fight against? Therefore, Hong Mingkong had no choice but to let his son take the blame and pay some benefits to settle the matter. He gritted his teeth, took out a thick stack of documents, and placed them in front of Qin Yao. This is 15% of the shares of my Hong Group, not a subsidiary, but the entire Hong Group. This is all the shares that my Hong family invested in the Martial Alliance, and we haven't left a single penny behind. And here are several subsidiaries of the Hong family in Qincheng. All of these can be transferred to your name today, provided Mr. Qin nods. From now on, Mr. Qin will be the major shareholder of the Hong Group, and everyone in the Hong Group will be at your command. I, Hong Mingkong, am willing to be Mr. Qin's dog. When he was struggling to survive, Hong Mingkong finally had an epiphany. He didn't believe that Qin Yao could really dare to take action against Ling Yuhai on his own, let alone make Zheng Hanjiang so devoted to him. There must be unimaginable power behind this young man. It just hasn't been revealed yet. This time, the old man entrusted him with the cooperation with the Ling family, but he failed to complete it well and caused the Hong family to suffer heavy losses. Logically speaking, if the old man gets angry, his position as head of the family will be in jeopardy. In any case, if the fight continues, the Hong family will only suffer more losses. It would be better for him to take the initiative, offer benefits, and follow Qin Yao. If Qin Yao agrees, he, as a dog, can at least retain his position as the head of the family. Qin Yao looked at him, a slight smile playing on his lips. You're quick-witted, aren't you? Trying to keep your position as head of the family this way. Is that it? Although he was exposed, Hong Mingkong was not guilty at all. Instead, he buried his head and said, I believe that if Mr. Qin wants to achieve great things in the future, even your dog cannot be too useless. The other members of the Hong family have not had direct contact with you and do not know you well enough, so they will not submit to you willingly. My whole family are your defeated opponents. We know your methods well, and it is most appropriate for us to devote ourselves to you. You wouldn't want to end up with a useless piece, would you? Hong Mingkong made no attempt to hide his true intentions, even directly telling Qin Yao, if you keep my position as head of the family, I'll be your dog. Qin Yao smiled, quite satisfied with Hong Mingkong's flexible and adaptable attitude. You should know that I killed Ling Yuhai. Now you're surrendering to me. Aren't you afraid the Ling family will cause you trouble? Hearing this, Hong Mingkong breathed a huge sigh of relief. This means that she agrees. Now that I've made my choice, I will never regret it. He always felt that there must be some terrifying force behind Qin Yao. Otherwise, if he knew that killing Ling Yuhai would invite retaliation from the Ling family, why would he sit there so calmly and negotiate with me? They probably ran away a long time ago. Qin Yao didn't say it directly, but just nodded. I heard that Ling Yuhai once promised you a condition. If you help him achieve a certain goal, he will help you enter the Panlong Palace? Panlong Hall. Upon hearing these 3 words, Hong Mingkong felt a surge of excitement. The younger generation may not have a deep impression of Panlong Palace, but for him, Panlong Palace was his childhood dream. Becoming a disciple of Panlong Hall means having a place in the martial arts world. Even though we live in a modern society, wherever there are people, there is still a world of its own. To others, Panlong Hall sounded like nothing more than a group of impoverished merchants who had come together as a Jianghu, a term referring to the martial arts world organization. But those in the know understand that Panlong Palace represents the martial arts world. The Panlong Palace once controlled the martial arts forces of the entire Dragon Kingdom and could manipulate the direction of the entire underground world. Although they are now falling apart, even with this title, they still have a chance to be mentored by the bigwigs in the palace. The Hong family prides itself on being a century-old clan with a profound family tradition of learning, yet it has always remained confined to a corner of the southwest. They weren't very lucky. Although their ancestors had a good family history, they didn't have a figure like the patriarch of the Ling family who could command influence. Therefore, if you want to leave the southwest and move to a higher level, Panlong Hall is the best choice. Unfortunately, the Panlong Palace has disappeared without a trace. He now realizes that the information about Panlong Palace brought by Ling Yuhai is false, and he has no way of including the Hong family in the scope of Panlong Palace disciples. Qin Yao immediately saw through the turmoil in his heart, and without saying anything, simply took out the Panlong token and threw it on the table. Do you know each other? The moment Hong Mingkong saw the Panlong token, his body trembled. He finally understood what Qin Yao's trump card was and looked at him in shock. Qin Yao smiled calmly. Are you willing to be this dog? Chapter 420 Nanling. Qin Yao's identity before coming. He was completely convinced and submitted to him after seeing the Panlong token. With this token, if Qin Yao so desires, the mere Ling family is utterly no match for him. Even though Panlong Palace is no longer at its peak, its influence remains. After disappearing for 10 years, would the old dragon master, who had painstakingly cultivated his descendants, just stand by and watch the Ling family target him? So Hong Mingkong suddenly felt very fortunate, and even extremely proud of his decision to personally visit and apologize today. Qin Yao didn't say much to him. Besides accepting these things, he also inquired about Ling Yuhai's cooperation with the Hong family. In fact, Ling Yuhai's initial plan was very simple. With an intermediary to help him connect with the Hong family, he only needed to rely on his status as the eldest grandson of the Ling family and throw out the bait of the Panlong Palace to easily control the Hong family. Then, with the help of the Hong family, they began to seize territory and profits in the southwest region, and even interfered in the businesses of major families in the southwest. If Yang Ziheng, the impostor who became the new Dragon Lord, had obtained what Zheng Hanjiang had, he could have taken the opportunity to stir up trouble in the southwest. Even with only 30% of the shares, as long as he can get involved, he can use those 30% to control the power of major companies in the southwest region. Then they began to differentiate and integrate, and then took advantage of their status as sons of officials to cash out and launder the shares they had acquired. In this way, the benefits that can be obtained are quite considerable. Even if the Ling family's status already makes him rich, who would mind accumulating more wealth? Unfortunately, he never expected that Qin Yao, the true Dragon Lord, would appear out of nowhere. Not only did he fail to obtain the benefits he desired, he also lost his life in the end. What Qin Yao regretted was that he ultimately failed to find out from Ling Yuhai who had instigated him to do this. Qin Yao had killed Ling Yuhai. Zheng Hanjiang hurriedly began to bribe his superiors. Soon, news came back. Because of Ling Yuhai's matter, the Ling family was in chaos. When Zheng Hanjiang came to Qin Yao's place, he told him about this. The good thing is that the Ling family's influence is mainly in Kyoto, so their reach can't extend that far. Moreover, their carefully nurtured offspring has died, and now they must prioritize the overall situation and find a successor for Ling Yuhai. This incident has caused quite a stir. Many people know about it, including the Ling family's enemies. Without needing to spell it out, Qin Yao already understood. As a reserve force, Ling Yuhai indeed held a high position and wielded great power. But he wasn't the only one in the reserve force. There were many others wearing the same yellow jacket, and they were all eyeing the same spot with covetous intent. Now that there is one less competitor, they can even take the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to the Ling family, which is something many people are happy to see. So, while the Ling family is angry, their most important task right now is to stabilize their own position and prevent others from taking advantage of their weakness. In contrast, Qin Yao's actions were somewhat delayed. After all that, what I did wasn't much at all, Qin Yao scoffed. Isn't that perfect? Zheng Hanjiang laughed, then became serious again. There's something else. Seeing his expression, Qin Yao immediately guessed. The father and son surnamed Chu have left the southwest? That's right, Zheng Hanjiang said. As you predicted, the Chu family is about to collapse and is looking for help everywhere. But they only have two choices right now. Either come and beg you. They definitely won't agree to that. After all, if they come and beg, they will be just like the Sun family, and they will become your plaything. The Chu family wants to leave Panlong Palace and become powerful on their own. They must hate me a lot. The Chu father and son are the same, arrogant and conceited. They won't come, Qin Yao said casually. That's right. So there's a second option. Cut off your own arm. Qin Yao shook his head. That's impossible too. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. The Chu family has been glorious for so long. Would they be willing to cut off one arm and go back to small-scale business? Human nature is inherently greedy. If one can rise to the top, who would be willing to look down? Zheng Hanjiang nodded with a smile. So, just as you predicted, they left the southwest and headed to Nanling. Nanling. Qin Yao raised an eyebrow slightly, somewhat surprised. That's right, and not only that, there's another piece of news that will definitely surprise you. Zheng Hanjiang said. Sakurai Kogyo didn't leave with the Ling family, but escaped under their cover. My people have been keeping an eye on her, and she's heading in the direction of Nanling. Sakurai Kogyo also went to Nanrio. Things suddenly became interesting. It seems that I should take the opportunity to visit this ancient city with a history of thousands of years. With the Hong family's matter resolved, Qin Yao's affairs in Sichuan also came to an end. Although Zhao Ming's family was poisoned, fortunately their injuries were not serious, and they were discharged from the hospital the day after their stomachs were pumped. Chun Shaosheng personally intervened and had the police explain that the family had suffered from food poisoning but were otherwise fine. As for Lin Jixia, Chun Shaosheng said she was fine, just a little frightened and had some minor injuries, and was discharged from the hospital that same day. It's worth mentioning that it wasn't Susan who picked her up that day, but a strange man, but no one thought much of it at the time. Qin Yao didn't care when he heard the news. The two of them were already divorced, and after what happened last time, they were no longer on good terms. They probably wouldn't have any contact with each other again. Qin Yao originally planned to go back in the next couple of days, but Hong Mingkong still had some handover procedures to complete, so he stayed a few more days. On the third day, Hong Mingkong personally called Qin Yao to invite him to a banquet hosted by the Martial Alliance, which was a formal way of introducing him as the major shareholder of the Martial Alliance to everyone. Having nothing else to do, Qin Yao thought it wouldn't hurt to go and take a look, so he agreed. Qin Yao personally picked up Zhao Ming's family when they were discharged from the hospital. He felt quite guilty about their situation, because if it weren't for him, the Zhao family wouldn't have been harmed. I told you Qin Yao was a jinx, but you wouldn't believe me. I almost lost my life this time. As soon as they reached the ward door, they heard Chun Huiyu cursing loudly. I don't care. This time no matter what, you can't keep this kid alive any longer. Even if not for me, can't you think about your daughter? She's destined to be the wife of the Martial Alliance leader. She's a rising star right now. Luckily, you're all right this time from the poisoning. Otherwise, you and your unfortunate nephew would be held responsible. Qin Yao listened at the door, thinking that he should leave first and avoid causing trouble, so the ward door was opened. Zhao Ming was taken aback when he saw him. Qin Yao, why aren't you coming in? Chapter 421, Let's Sever Relationships. When Qin Yao entered, he happened to run into Zhao Ming's family, who were packing up to be discharged from the hospital. They heard it was food poisoning, but the family didn't take it seriously and didn't want to stay in the hospital for long. Upon opening the door and seeing Qin Yao, Chun Huiyu immediately gave him a cold look. How dare you come here? I told you before that you're a jinx, and look what happened. Our whole family has ended up in the hospital. To outsiders, Chun Hueyu's words made no sense. Your family's food poisoning have to do with Qin Yao, who hasn't even entered the house. However, Qin Yao knew the inside story, so he did not refute Chun Hueyu's words. It was indeed he who had caused the harm. Zhao Ming turned his head and glared at her irritably. What nonsense are you talking about? The doctor said it was food poisoning, not that Qin Yao poisoned you. You're just being unreasonable. Chun Hueyu rolled her eyes and ignored her. She simply couldn't stand Qin Yao no matter what. Zhao Ming gave Qin Yao a wink, signaling him not to worry, and whispered, Your Aunt Chun and Ku Ran don't know what happened that day. I didn't tell them because I was afraid they would be frightened. I asked the police, and it turns out that it was a group of robbers who came for the 3 antiques from the Hong family. Luckily, I had already sent them away beforehand. Qin Yao, thank goodness you arrived in time. Otherwise our whole family would be dead. Well done. As he spoke, Uncle Zhao patted him on the shoulder with great pride, making Qin Yao even more ashamed. Presumably, Qin Shaoxing also helped with the story of the robbers breaking into the house. Uncle Zhao, you don't need to be so polite. It's what I should do. But at this moment, Zhao Karen, who had been silent, stood up and walked towards Qin Yao. With a stern face and a serious expression, it was quite rare to see her like this. Qin Yao, I think I should have a talk with you. Hey, Karen, let's go home and talk about it. Zhao Ming didn't think much of it, and called Qin Yao to help him get the things. However, Zhao Karen stepped forward, grabbed Qin Yao, and snatched the item from his hand, her gaze sharp. Karan, what are you doing? Zhao Ming asked, displeased. But he treated this daughter much more gently than he treated Chun Huiyu. After all, he was getting old, and only had this one daughter. Zhao Karen looked at Qin Yao with a very serious expression and said, Dad, I think Mom is right. He really is a jinx. Qin Yao frowned slightly, but remained silent. Karan, don't listen to your mother's nonsense. She just can't find anyone to take the blame, so she's taking it out on Qin Yao. Zhao Ming felt that Zhao Karan's words were off today, and was afraid that it would cause a rift between the two sides, so he quickly stopped her. If it weren't for Qin Yao this time, we don't know what would have happened to our family. You should thank Qin Yao. But Zhao Karen seemed to have made up her mind, ignoring him completely, and instead stared intently at Qin Yao, saying, thank you. Seeing her expression, Qin Yao thought she knew something, but then he heard her say, Dad, don't you feel that our family's life has been difficult ever since he came to Sichuan? First, he injured Su Zongwei. Then I almost got sued for 30 million by Huang Ying because of him. Then he made my mother and me look bad at the banquet. My cousin lost his chance to join the Martial Arts Alliance because of him. And even young Master Qi was slapped in front of everyone by Chairman Qi because of his instigation. Qin Yao listened with a sense of helplessness. As for their poisoning incident, he was truly speechless, as it was all his fault. But none of the things Zhao Karen mentioned have anything to do with him personally. In fact, on several of these occasions, the Zhao family would have been in serious trouble if it weren't for him. And then there's the matter of making a fool of oneself. If one didn't have the vanity to show off, how could one make a fool of oneself? However, Zhao Karen didn't think so. After teetering on the brink of death, she realized that she didn't need to get entangled with Qin Yao. They were destined to be from 2 different worlds, and should have no connection with each other in the future. Moreover, it seems that Qin Yao's appearance will only bring misfortune to their family. Ever since he came to Sichuan, nothing good has happened to our family. What else could he be but a jinx? Zhao Karen laid her cards on the table, blaming Qin Yao for all the bad things that had happened to the Zhao family, and she became more and more agitated as she spoke. Indeed, the Zhao family's peaceful life was disrupted from the moment Qin Yao appeared. Zhao Ming refused to admit it, and even spoke up for Qin Yao. What nonsense are you talking about? Qin Yao helped you several times after he arrived in Sichuan. Don't forget, you were able to get into Huang Ying with Qin Yao's help. If it weren't for him, the consequences of you being drugged and drunk that night would have been unimaginable. But Zhao Karen didn't think it was Qin Yao's achievement at all. What does this have to do with him? I am clearly appreciated by the higher-ups of Huang Ying, which is why I am where I am today. She proudly raised her head. If he hadn't caused trouble that day, my relationship with Director Huang wouldn't have soured, and my house wouldn't have been vandalized. Director Huang even personally apologized to me afterwards. Is that also his achievement? She didn't believe that Qin Yao's status as a former convict could change anything, even if he had now climbed the social ladder. Dad, can't you see? All the bad luck our family has suffered is because of him. The more Zhao Karen spoke, the more aggrieved she became, and her emotions became agitated. Before, I thought Mom was being extreme, but now it seems that Mom was right. He really is a jinx. Look, not only are the Tang family and the Lin family unlucky, but now our Zhao family is also starting to have bad luck. If you still consider me your daughter, stay away from him, or who knows what might happen in the future. Zhao Ming was shocked that even his own daughter spoke so harshly today. He frowned and said sternly, Karan, I won't allow you to talk about Qin Yao like that. Apologize to him right now. I won't apologize, Zhao Karen said with red eyes. Dad, are you really going to abandon your daughter for a jinx? If you don't cut ties with him today, then you should cut ties with me. You. Enraged, Zhao Ming slapped his daughter, Zhao Karen, causing her to fall to the ground. Qin Yao realized what was happening and quickly went to pull Zhao Ming away. Chun Huiyu rushed forward, sobbing uncontrollably, and began slapping Zhao Ming repeatedly. You heartless bastard. You've never laid a finger on our daughter in all her life, and now you're hitting her for an outsider. Come on, hit me to death. Zhao Karen couldn't believe that Zhao Ming would hit himself, and her pretty face immediately filled with tears as she sobbed uncontrollably. But her attitude was firm. Today, Zhao Ming could only choose one between her and her daughter and Qin Yao. Finally, Qin Yao couldn't bear to see Zhao Ming's family fall apart because of him, so he could only sigh and say, Uncle Zhao, you don't need to do this. I'm leaving now. Chapter 422, I'm really angry. Are you leaving? Upon hearing the news that Qin Yao was leaving, Chun Huiyu and her daughter breathed a sigh of relief, while Zhao Ming was stunned. Qin Yao nodded. Yes, I've been in Sichuan for a while now. Now that my work here is finished, it's natural for me to go back. Anyway, his initial excuse was that he came to Sichuan on a business trip, and now that his work is finished and he's leaving, it makes perfect sense. But to Zhao Ming, this was just an excuse. Chun Huiyu believed he was giving her a way out, but this time she readily accepted. Great. That's wonderful. I thought you were going to stay here shamelessly for the rest of your life, but I didn't expect you to be so self-aware. Hurry up and leave, or our family will have even more trouble because of you. Qin Yao pretended not to hear Chun Huiyu's merciless expulsion. Zhao Ming had always treated him very well, and now that his family had suffered so much because of him, he didn't want to argue with Chun Huiyu anymore. So he returned the luggage to Zhao Ming and reassured him, Uncle Zhao, don't worry about it. If you encounter any problems in the future, you can always come to me. Looking for you? Huh. We'd be grateful if you didn't look for us. Chun Huiyu rolled her eyes. Zhao Karen then got up from the ground, wiped away her tears, and said coldly, Then what are we waiting for? Let's part ways here. She never wanted to see Qin Yao again. A man who had no value to her life had repeatedly embarrassed her, and she truly never wanted to see him again. Zhao Ming originally wanted to persuade him to stay, but Qin Yao convinced him to stay. He and Chun Huiyu and her daughter were never very close to begin with, so once the relationship ended, it was over. There's no need for further explanation between him and Zhao Ming. So he merely glanced indifferently at Chun Huiyu and her daughter. Fine, then farewell. Take care of yourselves. After saying that, Qin Yao turned to leave. Before leaving, Zhao Karen couldn't help but give him a lecture. By the way, Qin Yao, let me remind you something. Don't think that just because you've climbed up a high branch now, you can rest easy from now on. You can't just squeeze into high society if you want to. I hope you have the self-awareness. From now on, you should find a stable job instead of being used and discarded, leaving you still useless. She didn't tell her parents about witnessing Chen Chuqing being severely humiliated that day, but she still felt resentful and believed that Qin Yao was the one who caused it all. So before Qin Yao left, she wanted to give him a good scolding so that he would realize his own limitations. Qin Yao used to be too lazy to explain to her, but now there's no need to explain anymore. He turned away indifferently and left the hospital. He was originally there to pick up Uncle Zhao from the hospital, but now he has left alone. Sometimes emotions are fragile, and reality and money are powerful weapons that can defeat them. Lin Jixiao was like this, as were Chun Huiyu and her daughter. He left so as not to cause trouble for Uncle Zhao, the only person who had feelings for him. Just after I left the hospital, Hong Mingkong called again. Compared to his previous attitude, Hong Mingkong now has great respect for Qin Yao. He made the call to inform Qin Yao that all the handover procedures were completed, and also mentioned the handover banquet the day after tomorrow. Qin Yao did not directly dismiss Qi Xiaodong from his position as president. Frequent changes in president would only affect morale within the Martial Alliance. However, Jiang Suilu has already returned to the Martial Alliance, and with his help, Qi Xiaodong will not have much real power in the Martial Alliance in the future. Moreover, he is now the major shareholder of the Martial Alliance, so he doesn't need to hold the position of president. He only needs to control things from behind the scenes. He originally didn't want to go, but considering that Zhao Ming and Wu Ming's business would continue after he left, and that they would need to take care of him in the future, he gave Hong Mingkong face. Qin Yao attended the event without a female companion or having anyone come out to greet him. His intention was to make Jiang Suilu the protagonist of the day, allowing him to regain control of the Martial Alliance. The banquet was held at the Hong family's hotel, and it was incredibly lively, with a constant stream of vehicles and a large crowd. The core members of the Sichuan Martial Arts Alliance gathered here, and allies with friendly relations with the alliance also attended the banquet. There were also company executives or agents who came out of respect for the Hong family. Because of Qin Yao, Zheng Hanjiang also reconciled with the Martial Alliance and brought people to participate. So the hotel lobby was filled with business people, handsome men and beautiful women, all chatting and laughing over drinks. For a time, the men were dressed in suits and ties, the women smiled and laughed, and the atmosphere was lively as they clinked glasses and chatted. It's not time to take our seats yet, and many important figures haven't arrived. Most people are gathered in the front hall chatting and waiting. Qin Yao entered the venue dressed in a casual suit, which was inconspicuous, but immediately attracted the attention of several people. Chun Huiyu and her daughter came at Qi Xuanqing's invitation. As a spoiled brat of the Martial Alliance, Qi Xuanqing was put in solitary confinement after being slapped several times that day. But he was released after only one day, thanks to Qi Xiaodong vouching for him, and the fact that he genuinely knew nothing about the matter and honestly admitted that he had boasted. He had no idea what had happened from beginning to end. He just felt that his uncle had exposed his boasting. After the humiliating experience, he was too embarrassed to appear in front of Zhao Karen for the past 2 days. But after learning that the Martial Alliance was going to hold a banquet, Zhao Karen took the initiative to approach him and begged him to bring her and her daughter to the banquet. As the chairman's nephew, although he never participates in core matters, he still has some influence. So Qi Xuanqing started boasting again, patting his chest on the spot and promising to grant the beautiful women's request, saying that he could even arrange for them to sit in the first row. He also revealed something to them that no one else knew. The Martial Alliance had gained a major shareholder, and even Chairman Qi and Zhang Lao, the Martial Alliance's double flower red stick, had to be mindful of his feelings. Moreover, it was said that he was a very important person, and even the head of the Hong family, President Hong, treated him with utmost respect. Upon receiving the news, Chun Huiyu and her daughter were immediately excited. Putting everything else aside, the Hong family alone was enough to make the mother and daughter yearn for it. As for the person who made even the head of the Hong family bow down in submission, I would be content just to see him once. But the mother and daughter, filled with excitement, unexpectedly met Qin Yao at the event. Qin Yao? What's he doing here? Chun Huiyu, who had been excitedly looking around, suddenly turned grim. Wasn't he about to leave? How can he still come here to freeload? How can he be so shameless? Zhao Karen glanced coldly at Qin Yao on the other end of the line and sneered. I knew he couldn't bear to give up his life of extravagance and was trying to squeeze into high society. Qi Xuanqing downed the wine in his glass in one gulp. He hadn't forgotten the bastard who had repeatedly embarrassed him. This time I'm really angry. Chapter 423, Let's see how you turn the tables. Chun Huiyu and Zhao Karen were convinced that Qin Yao must have heard somewhere that Zhao Karen would definitely come because of her connection with Qi Xuanqing. So he came to wait for her, and sneaked in with them. Zhao Karen walked over and asked with a frown, "Qin Yao, what brings you here?" Today, the girl was wearing Givenchy, and her attire was more refined than before. The silk short skirt revealed her long legs, adding a touch of charming sexiness to her originally fresh and lovely temperament. She wore light makeup, and her expensive perfume was very pleasant to smell, making her quite eye-catching even in this setting. Although both sides had made it clear that they would no longer have any dealings with each other, it hadn't reached the point of becoming enemies, so Qin Yao still politely replied, "I heard there was a banquet being held here, so I came to join in the fun." "Yeah, so this is the place where you can join in the fun." At this moment, Chun Huiyu walked over with a wine glass in her hand, her face showing an aloof and cold demeanor. Putting aside the fact that you're not even qualified to attend such a high-end event, even if you came here just to watch the show, I still advise you to get lost. This is young Master Chi's territory. Don't forget how you offended him before. It was because of your instigation that young Master Chi lost face in front of his colleagues in the Martial Alliance. You dare to come here and join the fun today? Don't lose your life. After saying that, he turned to Zhao Karen with a stern face and said, "Karen, you shouldn't be greeting just anyone. Do you even know your place and the occasion? This is an internal gathering of the Sichuan Martial Arts Alliance. Apart from the people from within the Martial Arts Alliance, all the attendees are important figures. We were able to get in thanks to young Master Chi. Why are you still getting entangled with this kid? If people see you talking to him, it will only lower your own status." Qin Yao speechlessly. "I was just curious how he got in. How else could they get in?" Chun Huiyu, in a fierce tone, shouted at Qin Yao. "It must have been him who kept pestering us and sneaked in after seeing us at the door. I'd say you're shameless enough. Didn't we make it clear before? From now on, you have nothing to do with our family. Don't try to get your hands on us like a toad trying to eat a swan. Stop pestering our family. You and Ku Ran are from completely different worlds. You agreed so readily that day, but now you've gone back on your word and are relentlessly pestering me, even chasing me to a place like this. How shameless. You've really no bottom line when it comes to harassing me, haven't you? Get out, get out. Don't embarrass me and Ku Ran here." She waved her hand impatiently, shooing Qin Yao away as if he were a fly. Zhao Karen also looked around. Everyone here was either rich or noble, and she didn't want to argue with Qin Yao. "You should leave. This place really isn't for you." Qin Yao glanced at the mother and daughter indifferently. "You've misunderstood. I'm not here to see you. I'm here to attend the banquet." Regardless of the circumstances, Uncle Zhao still needs to develop his career in Sichuan in the future. His current falling out with this mother and daughter will not be good for his future development in Sichuan. "Oh my, you're not even thinking before you brag anymore." Chun Huiyu scoffed, not taking Qin Yao's words seriously at all. "You're here for the banquet too? What are you bragging about? Come on, Karan has told me everything about you. You just hooked up with a rich woman and live off her, right? The people who can come here to attend this party are all highly capable individuals. They can't get in just because of a woman. Stop putting on airs and making a fool of yourself. With your behavior, you'll be found by security and thrown out within 5 minutes of us leaving." Chun Huiyu had never had a good impression of Qin Yao, and she was even more disgusted by his persistent pursuit and refusal to admit it. A man who lives off women and dares to spout nonsense and try to save face will only earn him contempt. "Qin Yao, you'd better leave now. If you linger here any longer, young Master Chi will see you and you'll be in big trouble." Zhao Karen also frowned. It seemed that her words that day had indeed provoked Qin Yao. It's understandable to aspire to high society. Water flows downhill and people strive for higher positions. But first, you need to have the resources to climb the social ladder. Someone like her, with a privileged background, high education, and good looks, will have the opportunity to interact with high society. Qin Yao has nothing to offer. Even though his education is decent, he hasn't studied abroad, so he's destined to be just a wage earner. He served 5 years in prison and comes from an extremely ordinary background. What's the point of him shamelessly coming here? All right, Karan, stop arguing with this kid. Let's get away from him quickly, so we don't embarrass ourselves if someone sees us. Chun Huiyu quickly pulled Zhao Karen aside, saying, "Without us, let's see how long it takes for this kid to be kicked out." Hey, isn't this Qin Yao? Just then, a cold voice came, followed by 8 or 9 elegantly dressed men and women walking over. The leader was a young man in his early 20s with a buzz cut. Even his suit couldn't hide his explosive muscles, and he exuded a menacing aura. Qi Xuanqing followed behind him, looking at Qin Yao with a sinister grin. Qin Yao glanced over coldly. Young man, this is my 7th senior brother, who is also my uncle's personal disciple. He is at the late stage of the Yellow Realm, without any exaggeration. Now that Qi Xuanqing had something to rely on, he became even more arrogant. My 7th senior brother has a bad temper, and he's currently ranked 9th in the Martial Alliance. Wouldn't you kneel down and greet him when you see him? Last time you tricked me, and I got scolded by my uncle, and almost got locked up. I've been looking for you everywhere, and I never expected you to come to me like this. Today, on my Martial Alliance's territory, I'll see how you manage to turn the tables. He said viciously. This kid has embarrassed him more than once or twice. Every time he tries to turn the tables, Qin Yao slaps him in the face. Now things are much better. Today's party is hosted by the Martial Alliance, and he's surrounded by his fellow disciples. He refused to believe that Qin Yao could turn the tide. Luo Tao, ranked 9th in the Martial Alliance. Zhao Karen covered her mouth in surprise. She had heard Qi Xuanqing say before that Luo Tao was a very ruthless person. Before joining the Martial Alliance, he was a fierce god who specialized in underground boxing matches. After joining the Martial Alliance, he quickly adapted to the intensity of martial arts and became even more violent. Arrogant, domineering, cruel. These are the adjectives Qi Xuanqing used to describe Luo Tao. Even the senior brothers ranked ahead of him found it difficult to discipline him, saying that his temper made him a potential new generation of Red Stick in the Martial Alliance. Unexpectedly, Qi Xuanqing actually brought out such a person to deal with Qin Yao. Chapter 424. This is my eldest brother. Chun Huiyu, indifferent to the situation, watched with amusement. Qi Xuanqing never managed to crush Qin Yao and still harbors a grudge against him. This time, besides being on the Martial Alliance's own territory, he was surrounded by his fellow disciples, and even this fierce god had been brought out. Qin Yao has no chance of turning the tide. Zhao Karen sighed inwardly, shook her head, and felt some pity for Qin Yao's situation. But more than anything, there was disappointment. I've already told you, this isn't a place for you. Why won't you listen? So what if he managed to curry favor with a rich woman? So what if he was favored by Chen Liuli? To them, you might play around with them behind their backs, but ultimately you're not someone they can be openly acknowledged. Qin Yao looked at Qi Xuanqing and the others and said calmly, move aside. Hey, you're pretty arrogant, kid. Luo Tao gave a forced smile and looked down at Qin Yao. But before you spout nonsense, open your eyes and see where you are. You dare to steal my brother's woman on the Martial Alliance's territory, and now you even dare to challenge me. Kid, you're pretty impressive. But you're lucky. Today is an auspicious day. I don't want to fight or shed blood, lest I bring bad luck. You just stand here and let my brother handle it. Whether he slaps you or makes you kneel, it's all up to him. Once he's had his fill of beating and vented his anger, you cut off your own hands and crawl out of here, and everything will be wiped clean. You'd better agree quickly, because I hate being humiliated the most. Qin Yao with disdain, while his Martial Alliance underlings surrounded Qin Yao with great respect. Of course, you can also resist. But I have to tell you in advance that besides the few brothers and sisters from the Martial Alliance around me, once you leave this door, I will have even more thugs. The men under my command have all seen bloodshed with me, dealing with a delicate, effeminate guy like you. I'm afraid you won't last 5 minutes. Luo Tao didn't seem to want to take action directly. After all, today was a big day for the Martial Alliance, and many important figures were coming later. It wouldn't look good if things got out of hand. If one can subdue the enemy without fighting, not only will one avoid a lot of trouble, but one will also gain the respect and admiration of others. The pretty female companions who came with him had a playful look on their faces. They held their slender arms and watched the show, staring at Qin Yao up and down. This kid is going to be in big trouble today. Chun Huiyu was overjoyed, eager to see Qin Yao kneel down, be slapped, and beg for mercy. If he doesn't do it this way, he'll never know how cruel reality is. Did he even take the initiative to cut off all contact with the mother and daughter that day? Heh, without the Zhao family, this kid is nothing, and he'll have no chance to get anywhere in Sichuan. He should go back to Sichuan as soon as possible and spend the rest of his life living a mundane life running a rundown noodle shop. Upper class. Don't even think about it. Qin Yao was there to attend the party and didn't want to attract too much attention. Blocked by Luo Tao, he grew impatient and said indifferently, "If you don't move aside, I think you're in big trouble." Upon hearing this, Zhao Karen's eyelids twitched. Even Qi Xuanqing stared at him as if he were an idiot, somewhat surprised. Has this guy never heard of Luo Tao's infamous reputation? He not only wields considerable influence within the martial alliance, but his own strength is also astonishing. He could kill him with a single finger. Before joining the martial alliance, this senior brother Luo had caused several small-scale brawls due to his violent and irritable temper. After joining the martial alliance, he became even more ruthless and took on some of the dirty work. How dare Qin Yao say such a thing to him? Am I going to be unlucky? Sure enough, Luo Tao sneered. Say it again, let me hear it. Qin Yao's face was icy. If you don't get out of here, you're really in for a world of trouble today. After hearing this, Luo Tao burst into wild laughter, his attitude arrogant. Ha! Did you hear what he said? He's going to make me unlucky. Everyone else, including Qi Xuanqing, burst into laughter. The female companions who had come with Luo Tao giggled continuously, as if they had heard a joke. What day is today? It's a martial arts alliance gathering. Almost everyone present was from the martial alliance, or some powerful figures whom they couldn't afford to offend. As a core member of the martial alliance, it would not be an exaggeration to say that Luo Tao commands a large following. And what about Qin Yao? How dare this greenhorn, who somehow managed to sneak in, spout nonsense in front of Luo Tao? Isn't that ridiculous? Qi Xuanqing beamed with joy and watched the spectacle with his arms crossed. It seems he doesn't need to add fuel to the fire. This kid can get himself into big trouble on his own. You want to make me suffer? What gives you the right? After Luo Tao finished laughing, he suddenly focused his mind, staring intently at Qin Yao with a fierce glint in his eyes. Bang! Just then, a tremendous force suddenly came from behind Luo Tao and kicked him directly in the waist. The kick came so suddenly that Luo Tao had no time to react. He staggered and fell to the ground, landing face first in front of Qin Yao. Elegant piano music was still playing in the hall. His fall was so sudden that the smack was quite crisp. Luo Tao looked disheveled, and everyone else was also startled. He got up and turned around angrily, but his expression changed drastically, and he froze. Senior brother Gao? Cao Sheng walked over with his men, his muscular physique hidden under his suit, his broad shoulders exuding a menacing aura. Holding an expensive cigar, he didn't flinch at all after kicking Luo Tao. Instead, he swaggered over. Just because he's my elder brother in Kaohsiung, isn't that enough? As he spoke, he slapped Luo Tao again with his backhand, sending him flying. He is my older brother. Kaohsiung's voice wasn't loud, but it still intimidated Qi Xuanqing and the others. Those familiar with the martial alliance know that Gao Xiong is Jiang Suelio's disciple and belongs to a different faction within the alliance, along with Qi Xuanqing's uncle and Luo Tao. However, as a double flower red stick of the martial alliance, Elder Jiang's disciples also have the most influence within the martial alliance. Luo Tao was already considered a troublemaker within the martial arts alliance, but compared to Kaohsiung, he was nothing. Moreover, Luo Tao, as a core disciple, knew that because Elder Jiang was seriously ill, the martial alliance was in chaos, and all the disciples of Elder Jiang's lineage were expelled from the martial alliance. Now that they've returned, they're naturally eager to exact revenge. Unfortunately, with old Jiang around, even though Luo Tao and the others were all Chairman Qi's men, they could only swallow their anger. After all, the martial alliance still needs Elder Jiang to build its empire. Therefore, Luo Tao originally planned to avoid Gao Xiong and others at this martial arts alliance banquet. But to my surprise, not only did we run into each other and have a conflict, but this arrogant guy from Kaohsiung actually called Qin Yao Big Brother. Luo Tao found it unbelievable, and Qi Xuanqing, Zhao Karen, and the others were even more shocked. How could this be? Chapter 425 is not the end. Shocked as he was, Luo Tao still had to save face in front of so many people. He straightened up and yelled at Cao Sheng. Cao Sheng, don't think I don't know you're holding a grudge because of what happened before, and you're deliberately standing up for this kid, right? He lowered his voice, his tone low and menacing. But don't forget, we're all members of the Martial Alliance. Using an outsider as an excuse, aren't you afraid? Smack. Cao Sheng, too lazy to waste words, walked up and slapped Luo Tao again, causing Luo Tao's nose to bleed profusely and forcing him to retreat repeatedly. What are you afraid of? Afraid of you? I'm going to fucking hit you, so what? Can I hit you? Because Qin Yao cured his master and is now helping their lineage return to the Martial Alliance, Gao Xiong has long been loyal and devoted to Qin Yao. However, thinking about the bad impression he had left on Qin Yao, Gao Xiong was worried about how to make a good impression on Qin Yao before he left Sichuan and make amends. Luo Tao just happened to give him this opportunity. Don't go too far. Luo Tao covered his face, feeling incredibly frustrated. He certainly didn't believe Qin Yao was really Cao Sheng's big brother. After all, Qi Xuanqing had said that this kid was useless and not a big shot at all. Therefore, he insisted that Cao Sheng was angry about what happened before and wanted to teach him a lesson in public without showing any mercy. Qi Xuanqing and his group were dumbfounded, never expecting that Gao Xiong would interfere at this time, and even cause such a messy situation with Luo Tao. Both of them wielded considerable influence within the Martial Alliance, and each was more domineering than the other, so no one dared to interrupt them. No one dared to step forward to stop them. Ignoring everyone else, Cao Sheng stepped forward and slapped Luo Tao twice more, unleashing Luo Tao's temper. He shouted angrily, Cao Sheng, don't push your luck. He was furious, so much so that he wanted to punch Cao Sheng in the face, and he didn't take Qin Yao seriously at all. However, Gao Xiong was Jiang Lao's personal disciple, whose martial arts were superior to his, and who would become an elder in the Martial Alliance in the future, so he dared not make a move. Otherwise, the disciples of the Martial Alliance would think that he was disrespecting Elder Jiang just because he was the new president's man. In a place like the Martial Alliance, strength is everything. As the pinnacle of strength within the Martial Alliance and a founding hero who followed the first president in establishing the alliance, Elder Jiang was respected far more than the president himself. Otherwise, how could old Jiang's illness have caused such a bloodbath within the Martial Alliance last time? If Luo Tao really fights back, not only will Elder Jiang not let him off easily, but even the chairman's master will not let him off lightly. Therefore, he could only swallow his anger, but his bravado masked his inner weakness. Just because I'm not fighting back today doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. It's you who's using a stranger as an excuse to turn against me. Are you out of your mind? Smack. Cao Sheng slapped Luo Tao again, causing him to bleed from his mouth and nose. An outsider? As I just said, Brother Yao is my elder brother. If you offend him, you offend me, and you also offend my master. He did have a conflict with Luo Tao last time, but normally he would just pretend he didn't see it. After all, the Martial Alliance was originally developed through struggle. Luo Tao was also a talented person. They were all disciples of the Martial Alliance, and they would see each other all the time. As long as there was no deep-seated hatred, they would just turn a blind eye and let it pass. Qin Yao is involved today. He absolutely cannot show any mercy. Luo Tao was furious. Cao Sheng, you're determined to stand up for a gigolo today, aren't you? I'm asking you, is it worth it? He was furious, but he still had some confidence. He believed that Cao Sheng was just using Qin Yao as an excuse, that they had no legitimate reason to attack him, and that they wouldn't really break off relations completely. Whether you dare to do it or not is one thing, whether it's worth it is another. Is it worth it? Cao Sheng sneered. Let me tell you very clearly, with just one word from Brother Yao, I can take your life right now. Even if my master were here, he could tell you very clearly that offending Brother Yao is offending my master's entire lineage. But you, how dare you act so aggressively towards Brother Yao? As a disciple of the Martial Alliance, you offended him. If your master finds out, he'll probably break your legs. Cao Sheng knew perfectly well that Qin Yao had already obtained the Hong family's shares in the Martial Alliance and had become the actual controller of the Martial Alliance. Qi Xiaodong was originally a puppet of the Hong family, and the Hong family now obeyed Qin Yao in every way. The fact that he was able to keep his position as chairman was only because Qin Yao was merciful and gave him a chance. If someone were to file a complaint, Qi Xiaodong would probably have to come and apologize to Qin Yao in person. You fucking. Luo Tao never expected that Kaohsiung was determined to turn against him, and kept using a young boy as an excuse. He subconsciously felt that Qi Xuanqing might be hiding something from him, or perhaps Qin Yao was not as simple as he thought. He turned to look at Qi Xuanqing. Qi Xuanqing, a lazy rich kid, had little say in the martial alliance and naturally dared not offend his two older brothers. However, since Luo Tao was his uncle's disciple, he quickly explained, "Senior brother Luo, this kid is really just a freeloader. He has no skills whatsoever and only serves pretty and rich women. He has no background whatsoever." Shen Huiyu quickly chimed in. "I can testify. He came to Sichuan this time just to freeload off our family. He grew up without parents, and his only family is his aunt who runs a noodle shop. He also served 5 years in prison and just got out. He's a poor kid." A poor boy? When Luo Tao heard what everyone said, he immediately gave up the idea. However, he still felt something was wrong. If Kaohsiung was just using Qin Yao as an excuse to get revenge for the past, there was no need to bring old Jiang along as well. Is he implying that Jiang will clean house after this incident? Upon realizing this possibility, Luo Tao's face turned extremely grim. He gritted his teeth and decided not to ask any more questions, opting instead to consult Chairman Qi first. He touched his burning cheek and said in a deep voice, "I'm just unlucky today, let's go." After saying that, he led Qi Xuanqing and the others to leave. Etc. Qin Yao, who had been watching silently, spoke up. "Who told you could leave?" The moment he opened his mouth, his aura enveloped everyone present. Whether they were with Luo Tao or with those from Kaohsiung, they all unconsciously restrained their auras, feeling severely suppressed. Luo Tao turned to Qin Yao and shouted angrily, "I've already resigned myself to my bad luck. What more do you want?" The others all gave Qin Yao mocking looks. This kid is pushing his luck. Anyone with eyes can see that this is a grudge between Luo Tao and Gao Xiong, and he is just being used as an excuse to take action. Does this kid really think he has some special ability that makes Kaohsiung admire him from the first meeting? Innocent. Chapter 426, I Look Down On. Ignoring the mocking looks from the crowd, Qin Yao stepped forward and said, "I'll let you kneel down and get slapped in the face, but Kaohsiung did it for me. I don't want to do it anymore. But you just said you were going to cut off one of my hands, so this matter can't just be left like this. If I were just an ordinary person today, or if Kaohsiung hadn't intervened, I'm afraid you would have already humiliated me and broken my arm before throwing me out. I'm petty and always hold grudges. Even if something hasn't happened yet, I won't just let it go. Therefore, this hand of yours must be severed today." Qin Yao's smile was cold, but his words revealed a chilling aura. Luo Tao and the others' expressions changed drastically. Kaohsiung simply smiled slightly. What was the big deal about beating Luo Tao? Even his master had almost fallen into Luo Tao's hands back then. Zhao Karen originally thought that Qin Yao was lucky to have escaped a disaster, and that he had been fortunate enough to run into Kaohsiung and save his life. Hearing that he dared to say that, her heart jumped again, and she wished she could rush up and shut Qin Yao up. "Who do you think you are? Don't you understand the situation? Kaohsiung and Luo Tao have an old feud, and it just so happens that they've come to back you up. You should know when to stop. Do you really think you're Kaohsiung's big brother? If this continues, is Kaohsiung really going to cut off Luo Tao's hand for your sake? There's a limit to how much you can borrow someone else's power. If this continues, everyone will find it difficult to maintain their dignity." Zhao Karen was disappointed in him, but at the same time, she sighed with relief. It was a good thing he was leaving soon. Otherwise, with that mouth of his, who knows how much trouble he would cause for their family in the future. "Qin Yao, don't be ungrateful. Young Master Luo is already letting you off the hook because of Mr. Gao. Don't push your luck." Shun Huiyu then ran over and chimed in. "That's right. You should hurry up and stop while you're ahead. Apologize to young Master Luo and young Master Qi, and let this matter rest. Don't make things ugly for everyone in the end." Her tone was aggressive and somewhat commanding, as if she had saved Qin Yao's life. Chun Huiyu originally intended to stand by and watch Qin Yao make a fool of himself. Unexpectedly, Cao Sung appeared out of nowhere, not only allowing Qin Yao to escape unscathed, but also beating Luo Tao until he vomited blood. She couldn't accept this reversal, and even less could she accept that Qin Yao would continue to challenge her so arrogantly. Besides that, what she was worried about was that Qin Yao would make a big fuss and implicate her and Zhao Karen. In Chun Huiyu's view, Qin Yao was able to attend the banquet entirely because he had heard rumors and sneaked in with her and her daughter. The Zhao family is now cooperating closely with the Martial Alliance, and their daughter has a close relationship with Qi Xuanqing, the president's nephew. Their fortunes are so good that they must not be ruined by Qin Yao. Apologize? Huh. Qin Yao smirked and glanced at the self-righteous Chun Huiyu. Chun Huiyu snorted coldly and said sternly, Qin Yao, I'm only advising you because you come from a poor background and your family isn't well off. Apologize quickly and stop acting like a bully. Young Master Gao might protect you for a while on a whim, but can he protect you for a lifetime? She reminded Qin Yao, do I need to expose your background and secrets? She lectured Qin Yao, hoping he would realize his own shortcomings. But Qin Yao had long since lost all patience with the mother and daughter and interrupted them directly. You have no right to lecture me. You. Chun Huiyu almost choked on her breath, then scolded. Fine. If you're going to be stubborn, I'm too lazy to bother with you anymore. Qin Yao ignored her and turned to Luo Tao, saying indifferently, only when each of you loses one of your hands will this matter be over. Kaohsiung has no intention of stealing the spotlight. It's just watching the show with its arms crossed. Kid, don't be so arrogant. If Kaohsiung hadn't suddenly intervened, I could have crushed you with one hand. Young Master Luo, what a strong breeze. Just then, a soft yet icy voice came from the doorway. You even dare to touch my benefactor, Chun Liuli. The entire process was silent. Everyone turned around and saw Chun Liuli, dressed in a haute couture evening gown, appear with her entourage. She was followed by 8 martial artists, their long black dresses hugging their alluring figures, their long hair piled up, exuding an aura of power. Although Chun Huiyu and the others did not know Chun Liuli, they had heard of her great name. Upon seeing Chun Liuli appear, his eyelids twitched wildly. Hello, Miss Chun. No matter how arrogant Luo Tao was in the Martial Alliance, he couldn't compare to the daughter of the city's top official. He could only bite the bullet and greet her. Miss Chun. Chun Liuli ignored everyone around her and walked straight to Qin Yao's side, even taking his arm. The two appeared to be very close, which surprised many people. They're just a bunch of small fry, why waste time getting entangled with them? Don't worry, someone will give you an explanation. After thinking it over, Qin Yao decided to abandon the idea of taking direct action. After all, today is a good day, and the Martial Alliance is a pawn he left in Sichuan, so there's no need to draw blood right from the start. So he finally nodded. Okay, I'll do as you say. Chun Liuli smiled gently, leaning closer to Qin Yao, their bodies entwined in an intimate atmosphere. All right, let's go to the inner hall first. Father and the others will be here soon. Let's not waste time here. Then, Chun Liuli took Qin Yao's arm and went into the inner hall. When they passed by Luo Tao and the others, they didn't even give them a glance. Upon seeing this, Luo Tao's forehead was instantly covered in sweat. Who is Chun Liuli? Qin Shaoxing's own daughter is someone whom even Qi Xiaotong would treat with deference, let alone himself. This woman, however, seemed extremely respectful to Qin Yao, and her words even carried a hint of coquetry and flattery, which naturally surprised him. Qi Xuanqing was also completely stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. The last woman was incredibly wealthy, and this time Chun Liuli is full of charm. What exactly is Qin Yao capable of? Why are the women around him all so impressive? The group of people who were originally high and mighty changed their expressions completely when they saw Qin Yao's back. Who exactly is he that he could win the favor of Miss Chun Liuli? Zhao Karen found it hard to accept Qin Yao's glamorous departure. Just his appearance alongside Chun Liuli was enough to make him the center of attention tonight. As soon as they reached the entrance of the inner hall, a group of people rushed up to them, surrounding Qin Yao and Chun Liuli like stars around the moon. Watching his retreating figure, Zhao Karen clenched her fists tightly, a surge of bitterness welling up inside her. Qin Yao, you're a grown man, with hands and feet, and you actually took advantage of your kindness to the Chun family to live off their wives. You're such a disappointment. I, Zhao Karen, have no respect for a man like you. Chapter 427. You're a real disappointment. At 8 p.m., the banquet officially began, and everyone gathered in the inner hall. Chun Huiyu and the others quickly recovered from the earlier conflict and hurriedly followed the crowd into the venue to find their places. Today's banquet is to celebrate the birth of the new generation of president of the Martial Alliance. But those in the know understand that the most important thing today is to introduce the Martial Alliance's newest major shareholder to the disciples of the Martial Alliance. With Qi Xuanqing as their powerful backer, Chun Huiyu and her daughter naturally had complete control over this internal document. I heard that this shareholder is very young, only in his 20s, and has a very powerful background. I had never heard of him before, but in a short period of time, he not only gained the support of the Jelahui, a secret society, but also had Chun Chaoxing personally endorse him. Even Hong Mingkong, the head of the Hong family, now obeys his every command, let alone a small martial arts alliance in Sichuan. The reason why so many bigwigs are gathered in the Martial Alliance today is because of this new shareholder. Some say that the future of the Sichuan Martial Arts Alliance will be decided by this shareholder. My God, Karan, look! Lin Huaiqiu, one of the 3 great gods of wealth in the southwest, he's here too. And that other one must be Zheng Hanjiang, the big boss of the Jelahui. Seeing is believing. Mayor Chun himself came today. That's really giving us a lot of face. Chun Huiyu excitedly pulled Zhao Karen along, introducing her to many big names in the room who she only saw in the news. But when her gaze fell on Qin Chaoxing, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. See? What did I tell you? A gigolo is no good. Do you think Miss Chun would dare to bring him in front of Mayor Chun? Zhao Karen was somewhat absent-minded, but upon hearing her mother's words, she subconsciously looked up to search for Qin Yao's figure. Had entered the venue with Chun Liuli an hour earlier. But now Miss Chun is standing right next to Mayor Chun, but Qin Yao is nowhere to be seen. Qi Xuanqing, having lost face again today, happened to overhear Chun Huiyu's words as he walked over. He scoffed. Everyone at this kind of event is a big shot, accompanied by either their family or their respectable lovers. Even if Miss Chun is willful, she wouldn't bring her pretty boy out here, would she? Qin Yao hard, gritting his teeth in anger at the humiliation he had just suffered. I was all set to crush him today, but he managed to turn the tables again. Now that he had a chance to kick him while he was down, how could he let it go? My uncle will introduce me to the big shots over there later, and I'll also go and say hello when the new shareholder arrives. Upon hearing this, Chun Huiyu's eyes lit up, and she quickly flattered, of course. Chairman Qi is undoubtedly the star of the show today, apart from that shareholder. With your background, young Master Qi, you are qualified to sit at the same table with those big shots. I just don't know about our Karen. Qi Xuanqing waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, Auntie, Karan is my girlfriend after all. I'll talk to my uncle later and ask him to let Karan sit at the same table as us. Chun Huiyu and her daughter were thrilled. Who are those people? Any one of them could be a big shot who could roam freely in Sichuan. Putting everything else aside, if Zhao Karen could just strike up a conversation with one of them tonight, even the smallest bit of benefit they slipped through their fingers would be enough for them to live off for a lifetime. Even Zhao Karen snapped out of her daze and smiled shyly at Qi Xuanqing. Xuanqing, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't even have had the chance to attend the party. Hey, there's no need to be so polite between us. Qi Xuanqing waved his hand magnanimously. It's just arranging seats for you. It's nothing. I'm Chairman Qi's nephew, after all. If I can't even arrange such a small thing, then I might as well quit. Seeing how dashing he was, Zhao Karen's eyes sparkled. Just then, out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of Qin Yao emerging from some nook or cranny, without even finding a seat. Zhao Karen thought he was just being reserved, and since it was his first time at such an event, he was at a loss without Chun Liuli's company. Zhao Karen shook his head. So what if he's dressed in a suit and managed to climb up to Miss Chun? Doesn't he still act like a petty bourgeois? Why is it said that one's birth sometimes determines the course of their entire life? Because of his ordinary background and ordinary family education, Qin Yao was destined to never amount to much in his life. Even if he managed to hook up with Chen Liuli and use her status to get in touch with some business tycoons, he wouldn't have the guts or the vision to do so. That's the difference between them. She had initially thought Qin Yao had some real talent. Not only had he signed a $2 million order in one go and moved into the Mianlong villa, but he had also slapped Mo Lin Jiang in the face and taken a stunningly beautiful woman to choose a luxury car. In retrospect, it was all because they latched onto Chen Liuli's coattails. Thanks to Chen Liuli's connections, he signed a big contract, moved into a luxury mansion, and met a wealthy woman. The fact that he bought a luxury car with another beautiful woman that day already shows that he's nothing more than a plaything in the circle of rich women. Today I'm shopping with this person, tomorrow I'm going to a cocktail party with that person. Those rich women only saw him as young and strong, treating him as their bed pet, something they could play with any time and discard at any time. What is this? A kept woman in the rich women's circle? Thinking of his arrogant departure, Zhao Karen felt both disdain and immense resentment. A man who lives off a woman should feel ashamed in front of her. Why does he keep embarrassing himself? Qin Yao. Just then, Qin Yao walked over from a distance and passed by their table. Zhao Karen felt aggrieved and couldn't swallow her anger, so she inexplicably called out to Qin Yao. Her voice wasn't loud, but when she shouted, "Chun Huiyu," Qi Xuanqing, and Luo Tao and others at another table all looked over. Qin Yao again out of consideration for Chen Liuli. But now, the way everyone looks at Qin Yao is full of contempt, clearly saying 3 words, "Gigolo." Qin Yao turned his head and looked at Zhao Karen strangely. Is there anything else? He had long lost patience with the mother and daughter, and if it weren't for Zhao Ming's sake, he wouldn't have bothered to even greet them. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on her, Zhao Karen straightened her back, raised her head, and said, "Qin Yao, you are really disappointing. As a man with hands and feet, instead of finding a proper job to support your family, you're living off a woman for a moment of vanity. Isn't this disappointing?" Chapter 428, A Dragon Among Men. Hearing Zhao Karen's words, Qin Yao was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Disappointed? I wouldn't say that. When have you ever had any hope for me? Zhao Karen bit her lower lip, looking at him with a disappointed expression. Then you shouldn't always be living off women. Qin Yao said calmly. In your eyes, I'm only fit to be a kept man. Is that it? Isn't that right? Taking advantage of a small favor, he got close to Chen Liuli, ingratiated himself with her, and moved into Mianlong Manor, and also used her to get to know other rich women. Otherwise, how could you afford to live in Mianlong? How could you sign a 2 million contract? How could you buy a 20 million luxury car? And how could you possibly know someone like young Master Gao? Zhao Karen seemed to want to vent all her pent-up anger in one go, so she stopped pretending to be aloof and said with a cold smile, "You don't really think we're naive enough to believe that you got into the Mianlong Manor, which is worth more than $1 billion, on your own merits, do you? Stop talking nonsense. If it weren't for Chen Liuli, you wouldn't even be able to afford a hotel right now. You're just mooching off me, aren't you? Besides today, if Chen Liuli hadn't suddenly appeared, you might have already had your arms broken and been thrown out by young Master Luo." She took this opportunity to vent her dissatisfaction, hoping everyone would hear that Qin Yao was a gigolo who rose to power by relying on women. Because she couldn't accept Qin Yao's fawning attitude just now, and she couldn't accept that Qin Yao had climbed to a position that even she envied. She believes that Qin Yao was born into poverty and should live his whole life in poverty. When he sees himself, he should feel envious and look up to him. Unlike before, when even he couldn't get in early, he was able to enter the inner hall ahead of time because of Chen Liuli. This shouldn't be the reality. Chen Huiyu and the others nodded in agreement, agreeing that this was the reality. If it weren't for women, Qin Yao wouldn't even have the right to stand with them. Qin Yao glanced at Zhao Karen and shook his head indifferently. Zhao Karen, with your narrow mind and short-sighted vision, the world you can see is limited to this. In your eyes, those who are inferior to you should remain inferior to you for life. If you can't reach a certain height, no one else can either, right? You should be grateful that you have a good father, otherwise we wouldn't be standing here talking. You're the one who should be thankful. Zhao Karen interrupted Qin Yao directly. I know that after almost 10 years apart, the first time you saw me, you realized the gap between us. I have become outstanding, glamorous, and unattainable, while you are still living in the dust. You must feel inferior and unbalanced. You come from an ordinary background, you were orphaned at a young age, and you spent 5 years in prison. You don't even have a decent job. As for me, I'm clearly younger than you, but I come from a wealthy family. After studying abroad, I can easily get a job at a large company. Now, I've been chosen by Huang Ying as their rising star, and I have several film contracts waiting for me to sign. We used to play together a lot when we were kids, and my dad even tried to set us up. All of this is because you are unbalanced. Zhao Karen was very arbitrary, directly imposing everything she saw and believed onto Qin Yao. At Qin Yao, he lectured him in a superior manner. But even if you're resentful, you shouldn't become a gigolo who lives off a woman. Don't be fooled by the glamorous appearance of everything now. It's all just a mirage. When Shun Lioli gets tired of you and kicks you aside, you'll still be utterly useless. Having vented all her pent-up frustration, Zhao Karen had utterly belittled Qin Yao. In her eyes, Qin Yao was utterly worthless. Without a woman by his side, he wouldn't even have the right to look up to himself. Anyway, we won't have any contact in the future. You'd better take care of yourself. Don't wait until you have nothing left to come begging me for help. Yes, Qin Yao. Although Ku Ran spoke bluntly, every word she said was the truth. Honest advice is hard to swallow. Chun Huiyu held up her wine glass with a sarcastic tone, adopting the air of a wealthy lady. It's really shameful for you to be a kept man. If your aunt were here watching, she would feel sorry for you. Qin Yao shook his head lightly. Don't worry, I won't be the one who loses face today. All right, stop bragging. I'm embarrassed for you. Chun Huiyu crossed her legs and leaned leisurely against the table. Tell me, you're clearly a young man in your 20s. Look at everyone here. Who do you think you are? In terms of background, you can't compare to young Master Qi. In terms of skill, you can't compare to young Master Luo. In terms of effort and talent, you can't compare to Ku Ran. And in terms of achievements, you can't compare to the new shareholder of the Martial Alliance who commands respect from all the big shots today. I've heard that the major shareholder is also in his 20s. He not only has a bunch of big shots supporting him, but the head of the Hong family also bows down to him. If he wanted, he could directly become the president of the Martial Alliance, but he doesn't care. Who can blame him when he's already so successful? Even the granddaughter of Zheng Lao, the leader of the Jelui, was pursuing him. Qin Yao with disdain. Unlike you, all you know is to grovel before others. Not only that, Luo Tao interjected at this moment. I've also heard that this new shareholder is highly skilled in martial arts, and his martial arts attainments are quite profound at such a young age. I have inside information that this new shareholder had a big fight with the Hong family before. At that time, old Jiang also stood up for the Hong family, but he was beaten so badly by the new shareholder that he had no chance to fight back and had to kneel down in submission. Moreover, that person once single-handedly broke into the Song family to snatch someone, and even Qinghai has a place for him. Upon hearing this, Chun Huiyu and the others exclaimed in surprise. They never expected that this shareholder would have such influence, not only gaining the appreciation and support of bigwigs from all sides, but also possessing such great personal power. He even invested in Qinghai, one of the top enterprises in Sichuan. Even Elder Jiang, the strongest fighter in the Martial Alliance, was defeated by him, not to mention breaking into the Song family's house all by himself. Qi Xuanqing laughed and said, more than that, I heard my uncle mention that this person not only has extensive connections in Sichuan, but can also get Mo Linjiang to do things for him. Several big shots in Qingcheng are his followers. Look, our Martial Alliance didn't originally have such a big reputation, but because of this new shareholder, the Sun family of Qingcheng, the richest man Zhang Sanqing, Lin Huaiqiu, one of the 3 gods of wealth, Sun Zhaizhong, one of the 3 richest men in Yunnan province, they are all here. Zhao Karen and the others were shocked once again upon hearing this. They thought he was just a shareholder and couldn't possibly have much power, but they never expected that his family background, methods, and even connections were so unmatched. Chapter 429, I am Mr. Qin. Upon hearing the incredible identity of this new shareholder, Chun Huiyu and the others forgot about Qin Yao and quickly tidied themselves up. He's truly an exceptional person. No, I must find a chance to get to know him tonight. Even if we can't become acquainted, just making an appearance in front of him would be great. Young and beautiful girls like Zhao Karen quickly touched up their makeup, wanting to take this opportunity to show their faces in front of this outstanding man. After all, they are all the same age, and beauty is their calling card. Even just sharing a drink with this young and promising benefactor would be worthwhile. If they are lucky enough to be chosen by that person and spend the night with him, even just one night is enough to change their fate. Therefore, all the female guests present were very excited. Thank you all for coming. Tonight is a great day for the Martial Alliance. Not only are we welcoming our new president, but we are also welcoming a very important figure who will become the largest shareholder of the Sichuan Martial Alliance and, in the future, the most influential person in the alliance. Now let me introduce him to you, Mr. Qin. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid the Martial Alliance would still be in chaos, and I, Jiang, would still be bedridden. The one who spoke on stage was Jiang Suilu. As the most senior and most powerful double flower red stick in the Martial Alliance, his words carried even more weight than those of Qi Xiaotong, the puppet president. He waved his hand and led the group of bigwigs and martial arts disciples in applause. Come on, let's have Mr. Qin, our friend, come up on stage and say a few words. Chun Huiyu and the others quickly applauded enthusiastically, and even stood up, craning their necks to wait for this outstanding man to appear. Qin Yao ignored them and walked towards the center of the stage. Zhao Karen had just vented her frustrations and regained her confidence and sense of superiority. Seeing Qin Yao walk forward, she paused, then quickly stopped him, asking, "What are you doing?" Qin Yao glanced at her. "Go up on stage. Didn't you hear old Jiang calling me?" "Is he calling you?" Zhao Karen laughed in exasperation, utterly speechless. Although they called him Mr. Qin, that Mr. Qin is a new shareholder of the Martial Alliance and will be the true power holder of the Martial Alliance in the future. What were you doing going up there? Did you really think they were calling you? She wasn't just speechless at Qin Yao, she felt disgusted. Don't you know the occasion for putting on airs? Is this a place for a nobody like you to act like this? But Qin Yao actually nodded directly. Yes, I am Mr. Qin. As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Huiyu and the others burst out laughing, looking at Qin Yao as if he were an idiot. Qi Xuanqing, you, a gigolo, can't possibly be a shareholder of my Martial Alliance? Luo Tao, what an idiot. Showing his face at a time like this is suicidal. Chun Huiyu, get back here right now. Are you trying to get us killed by acting like this in a public place? Qin Yao, stop showing off. Zhao Karen was both angry and anxious. Why are you starting to slack off after I just said a few words to you? She thought she had exposed Qin Yao's true colors and made him realize how insignificant he was, and she was so shocked that she lost her mind. Now when he hears someone call him Mr. Qin, he assumes they are calling him. She quickly stopped Qin Yao, trying to stop him from going forward. Come back quickly, don't go crazy. But as soon as she stood up, she saw a group of big names, including Zheng Hanjiang, Hong Mingkong, Chen Xiaosheng, Lin Huaiqiu, Jiang Suilu, and Chen Liuli, stand up and applaud Qin Yao. Mr. Qin. Hello, Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin, please come up on stage. Accompanying them were a group of dozens of subordinates and dignitaries, all of whom greeted Qin Yao along with the bigwigs. A cacophony of enthusiastic, ingratiating voices filled the air. How is that possible? Qi Xuanqing and Luo Tao were instantly dumbfounded, and subconsciously looked towards Qi Xiaotong on the stage. Qi Xiaotong bowed respectfully and gave up his seat, while Jiang Suilu and Gao Xiong bowed deeply to Qin Yao, saying, Mr. Qin, please come up on stage. Qin Yao? Mr. Qin? Zhao Karen and Chun Huiyu froze in place, even having to cover their mouths tightly to keep themselves from screaming. How can mere stunned silence describe it? Qin Yao as he walked onto the platform, their shock surging like a raging river. They simply couldn't connect Qin Yao with the dragon among men that everyone had just been talking about. Qin Yao was just a loser from an ordinary family and had even been to prison. Wasn't he just here in Sichuan to freeload? The Martial Arts Alliance shareholders, as everyone calls them, are wise, powerful, well-connected, and have profound backgrounds. They are the kind of people they dream of currying favor with and climbing up to. At that very moment, reality played a cruel joke on them. The person they had been criticizing, despising, and looking down on just a few minutes ago was actually the outstanding person praised by everyone, the future true leader of the martial alliance, Mr. Qin, whom even the head of the Hong family treated like a slave. Such an impact was so intense that it was completely unbearable. Qi Xuanqing watched Qin Yao walk up, completely unaware that the wine glass in his hand had fallen to the ground. A chill running through their bodies as they recalled what they had done to Qin Yao upon entering. So, even my uncle will have to beg from him from now on. Qi Xuanqing's body trembled, and his mouth was dry. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he knew that the reason his uncle's position as president had not been abolished was entirely because the martial alliance needed a puppet. The thought that even his uncle had to fawn over and flatter this person, who had been repeatedly harassed and suppressed by him, filled him with a sense of despair. Luo Tao didn't speak, but his hands were already trembling. I thought Kaohsiung was just messing with him because of the internal strife, but now I realized that the person I offended was actually the future true leader of the Sichuan Martial Arts Alliance. He suddenly realized that he couldn't save his hands, and he might not even be able to save his life. He now hates Qi Xuanqing to death and wishes he could kill him on the spot. How could this be? How is this possible? Zhao Karen snapped out of her daze, her pretty face turning deathly pale, her lips trembling uncontrollably. Qin Yao, isn't he just a gigolo? Didn't he only get in by clinging to Chen Liuli? How could he possibly be a shareholder of the Martial Alliance? He should be penniless, used up and then kicked aside, and continue to fawn over others. How could he possibly be Mr. Qin, whom even the Hong family has to curry favor with? Chun Huayu's eyelids twitched wildly, and she almost had to hold onto the table to stand up. It must be Chen Liuli. Yes, it must be Chen Liuli who supported him. Otherwise, he could never have achieved his current status on his own. But her words were met with scorn from the others. If he's just a pretty boy supported by Chen Liuli, what face does he have to attract bigwigs like Zheng Hanjiang to show up and support him? Even Chen Liuli herself probably doesn't have that kind of face. Chapter 430, A Petty Person's Success. After Qin Yao went on stage, he said a few words casually, not considering himself the main character of the day. After he finished speaking, he stepped aside, and a group of big shots all raised their glasses and came over to chat with him. Chen Liuli stood obediently beside him, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration and joy as she looked at him. Previously, a group of people viewed things with prejudice, assuming that Qin Yao was currying favor with Chen Liuli. But now they realized it was clearly Miss Chun who was secretly flirting with Qin Yao. Zhao Karen watched this scene from below, feeling extremely depressed as she drank one sip after another, her heart heavy with sorrow. She always believed that Qin Yao came to Sichuan just to freeload, and even if he had some skills, he was destined to work for others his whole life, far inferior to her, Zhao Karen. As for his repeated successes, it was all because he curried favor with Chen Liuli and lived off her. But things didn't go as she expected. Qin Yao didn't try to climb the social ladder by marrying Chen Liuli. Instead, Chen Liuli was trying every means to seduce Qin Yao. This was something she found hard to accept. In her eyes, Qin Yao should be a loser, someone she should trample on, someone she should look down on, someone who can only look up to her and see her glamorous side for the rest of his life. Instead of being like this, he is above her and enjoys the glory she never had. That's not fair. It's all right, Kuran. Chun Huayu noticed her daughter's displeasure and quickly patted her back to comfort her. Didn't you hear what Luo Xiao and the others were saying? Qin Yao looks glamorous and successful right now. But don't forget, he offended quite a few people during his trip to Sichuan. Besides, look at the bigwigs present today. Aren't they all profit-driven businessmen? They're on good terms now, but who knows when they might turn against each other. You could just grab any one of them and crush him. Besides, who says we'll be trampled under his feet forever? Don't forget, you're being heavily promoted by Huang Ying now, and you'll be a superstar in the spotlight. What kind of big shot can't you meet? By then, you'll have hundreds or even thousands of fans greeting you at the airport wherever you go, surrounded by handsome men and beautiful women. Won't you be much more glamorous than him? Shin Huiyu became more and more excited as she spoke. Everyone knows that the entertainment industry is a place of fame and fortune, and Zhao Karen has now obtained a priceless ticket to enter. If I can make a name for myself in the industry in the future, I might be able to get to know any kind of big shot. Besides, the Zhao family is now thriving and their assets have exceeded 100 million. They don't need to look up to anyone. They are already members of high society. To cheer Zhao Karen up, Qi Xuanqing withdrew his sour gaze and said with a smile, "Yes, Karen, you don't need to think too much. Your starting point is much higher than Qin Yao's. Afterwards, I will put in a good word with my acquaintances at Huangying and ask them to take good care of you and strive to make you a top-tier female star within a year." He puffed out his chest with boundless pride. "In less than 3 years, you will be far more dazzling than Qin Yao." Luo Tao and the others nearby glanced at the three of them speechlessly, too lazy to chime in. Because they knew that Qin Yao's ability to garner such enthusiastic support from so many powerful figures meant that Zhao Karen could never hope to reach such a level in her lifetime. Even if she does become a female celebrity and meets important people, it will only be a fleeting moment of fame. No big shot would take a female celebrity from an ordinary background seriously unless she could bring them benefits. It's obvious that a woman like Zhao Karen, who's all looks and no brains, can't reach that level. However, after being comforted by her mother and Qi Xuanqing, Zhao Karen felt much better and her expression became arrogant. Qin Yao on the stage. "Qin Yao, you just wait. Sooner or later, I will become someone you can't even look up to." She tossed her hair, exuding arrogance. "Humph, don't think that your temporary success can attract me. I am still a woman you can't have." Just then, a beautiful figure walked in through the door, instantly attracting the attention of many men present. Shun Lioli's beauty alone was enough to make people linger, but the woman who walked in after her had a completely different aura. Her pretty face was exquisitely made up, and her long hair was tied into a high ponytail, revealing her smooth forehead. Her fiery red lips exude sexiness, while her red-fitted long dress is both hot and alluring. "Zheng Kui? What's she doing here?" Zhao Karen knew Zheng Kai. Before this, Zheng Kai was Huang Ying's favorite. "I took a break recently, which allowed me to transfer all the resources that originally belonged to Zheng Kai to Zhao Karen. Wasn't she supposed to be sidelined? How did she end up here?" Zhao Karen bit her lower lip as she watched Zheng Kai, dressed in an expensive evening gown, walk to Qin Yao's side and familiarly take his arm. Then Qin Yao even took her to meet Zheng Hanjiang. Chun Huiyu nervously tugged at Zhao Karen. Oh no. I just heard Qi Xiao say that Zheng Hanjiang is not only a big boss of the Zheliui, but also the founder of Huangying. Huangying is one of Zheng Lao's businesses. Could it be that Qin Yao contacted Zheng Kai and introduced her to old Master Zheng just to put you down? Zhao Karen tensed up, her gaze towards Qin Yao filled with resentment. Sure enough, after Qin Yao's introduction, Zheng Kai took Zheng Lao's arm, and they chatted happily together. At this moment, Qin Yao also came downstairs, intending to go to the restroom, but was stopped by Zhao Karen again. "What's up?" Chun Huiyu couldn't hold back any longer, and immediately stood up to rebuke Qin Yao. "Qin Yao, don't be so smug. Just because we looked down on you before and said a few things to you, do you have to retaliate like this? Can't you stand to see others doing well?" Zhao Karen's face was also icy. "Qin Yao, is there any point in you acting like this? What's gotten into this mother and daughter again?" Qin Yao's first reaction upon hearing their words. Seeing that he was pretending to be stupid, Zhao Karen pointed at Zheng Kui over there and said, "You know very well that Huang Ying is currently promoting me and has sidelined Zheng Kai, yet you deliberately brought Zheng Kui to this occasion to sell yourself for personal gain. How old is old Zheng? How can Zheng Kai still offer herself up like this? She's shameless. And you, just to get revenge on me, you actually brought her here, trying to steal the opportunity that originally belonged to me. Is that it?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yao's gaze turned rather strange. "I advise you to take back what you just said, if you don't want to get beaten up." What? Did I hit the nail on the head?" Zhao Karen sneered. "You really are a petty man. Even though you've gotten your way now, you can't change your inherently bad nature." Just then, Zheng Kai came to find Qin Yao, and overheard Zhao Qihu's next few words. Without saying a word, she picked up her wine glass and splashed it all over Zhao Karen's face. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart. Chapter 431 disappeared. Oh. Zhao Karen, dressed in a Givenchy suit, was soaked to the bone and became furious on the spot. Chun Huiyu rushed forward to protect her daughter, pointing at Zheng Kai and yelling, "How dare you hit someone on the Martial Alliance's territory? What? Did my daughter touch a nerve? Let me tell you, my daughter's background is not the same as that of a prostitute like you. She is a lady from a respectable family, born into a noble family, and she would never sacrifice herself for a little fame or fortune. Unlike you, who not only seduced a poor man like Qin Yao to climb the social ladder, but also hooked up with old Zheng. You'll do anything for money." Zhao Karen was furious and trembled all over. But in order to maintain her image as a well-bred young lady, she did not fight back, but just glared at Zheng Kui haughtily. That's right, people from humble backgrounds are shameless. They'll throw away their integrity for fame and fortune. I'm not like you. Qin Yao tried to stop them, but Chun Huiyu and her daughter were too quick-witted, firing off a barrage of words that caught him off guard. He had experienced Zheng Kui's temper firsthand. She was also a fiery person. To say she's shameless in front of so many people? To say she comes from a humble background? Zhao Karen's future in the entertainment industry will be difficult. Zheng Kui has always had a fiery personality. She had finally recovered from her injury and came to the party today, only to hear someone publicly slandering her. How could she tolerate that? She crossed her arms and glanced at Qin Yao, her voice softening considerably. "Brother Qin, I heard before that you and this mother and daughter have stopped having contact. Is that right?" Before Qin Yao could even speak, Chun Huiyu interjected. "Huh, we wouldn't stoop to associating with him." Zhao Karen, true to her nature, turned her head away haughtily. Zheng Kai smiled and nodded. "Very good. In that case, Huang Ying's resources will no longer need to be wasted on someone with no qualifications." Zhao Karen grew anxious, gritting her teeth. As expected, this woman came today to offer herself to the big boss, and then steal my resources. Steal it. Zheng Kai proudly tossed her hair, completely disregarding the disheveled Zhao Karen. "If it weren't for me, you wouldn't even be qualified to enter Huang Ying. Forget about the second female lead. With your looks, you wouldn't even be good enough to play my maid. If it weren't for Brother Qin's sake, you wouldn't even have gotten a background actor back then. You're nowhere near as wealthy as me." Zheng Kai raised her voice several octaves, completely humiliating Zhao Karen. The latter, indignant and unconvinced, retorted, "You're talking nonsense. I was personally selected by the top management of Huang Ying. What does that have to do with you? Who do you think you are?" Seeing that she was still stubborn, Qin Yao finally interjected, sighing softly. "Perhaps I should introduce you to Miss Zheng Kai, the eldest granddaughter of old Master Zheng, and also his only granddaughter, the little princess of the Zheng family, the apple of the eye of the entire Zheng clan. By the way, the reason why the Zheng family ventured into the entertainment industry and established Royal Entertainment was because Miss Zheng wanted to be an actress since she was a child. Old Zheng was worried that the entertainment industry was murky and that she would be bullied if she joined another entertainment company, so he founded Huang Ying for her early on." As Qin Yao introduced them, Zhao Karen and Chun Huiyu's expressions froze instantly, and their bodies grew colder and colder. Just now, Chun Huiyu used Zheng Kui's background to humiliate her, but in the blink of an eye, she told her that the other party was the apple of the Zheng family's eye. No, impossible. Zhao Karen couldn't believe it. Why was Zheng Kai not only beautiful, famous, and with many fans, but also of such noble birth? To prevent her from being corrupted by the entertainment industry, her family started their own entertainment company. This scenario, which Zhao Karen never dared to even imagine, actually happened to the person in front of her. Zheng Kui scoffed at her insanely jealous appearance and coquettishly took Qin Yao's arm. "Brother Qin, I only got Su Xin to sign her because of you, but now she's insulting us like this. I'll have Su Xin take back her resources. You won't blame me, will you?" Qin Yao glanced at Zhao Karen indifferently. "Do as you please." He hadn't originally instructed Zheng Kui to do this, so he naturally wouldn't stop Zheng Kui from taking it back. Zhao Karen was now completely panicked. She originally thought that Huang Ying's strong support was her springboard and a great help in her entry into high society. But now Zheng Kai wants to take back the contract with just one sentence. She seemed to see her bright and beautiful future shatter before her eyes, and her glamorous life being extinguished in an instant. She can't accept it. No, no, you can't take back my contract. She glared at Zheng Kai excitedly. I signed a contract with Huang Ying, and the brand has also signed a contract with me. Changing people now would result in huge losses for you, and the brand won't accept it. Zheng Kai chuckled softly and said proudly, do you think if they told the brands that I, Zheng Kai, am back, they would use you or me? Zheng Kai is now a popular A-list actress, and major brands are all vying for her. The previous collaboration with the brand was only possible because Zheng Kai was injured. She personally recommended Zhao Karen, and even lost some money before the brand agreed to the collaboration. The brand must be overjoyed to be able to get Zheng Kai back. As for compensation, Zheng Kai scoffed, casually raising her hand to reveal an expensive pigeon egg on her finger. Do you think I, Zheng Kai, am short of that little bit of money? Yes, the penalty for breach of contract is only a few million, which is a drop in the ocean for the Zheng family. Zheng Kai spends more than that on clothes and shoes in a year. Would she care? Chun Huiyu and Zhao Karen stared blankly at Qin Yao. Their expressions were beyond shock. It turns out that from the very beginning, Qin Yao was someone they could never reach. Qin Yao straightened his clothes and looked at the mother and daughter, saying, Uncle Zhao has been good to me. For his sake, the cooperation between the Martial Alliance and him will continue. However, I will have the Martial Alliance put in a good word for you too. We will not allow you to be involved in any part of the business between the two families. By the way, I was the one who found those 3 antiques back then. You guys aren't worth me lying to now. He picked up the wine glass on the table, drank it all in one gulp, and then turned the glass upside down on the table. Seeing his action, Zhao Karen instinctively tried to stop him. Qin Yao, look at my dad. It is only because of your father that you are allowed to stay here and attend the party. Qin Yao interrupted her directly. He had come to understand during this time that the mother and daughter had no feelings in their eyes, only interests and money. They were completely different people from Uncle Zhao, and there was no need for them to have any contact in the future. My patience with you has run out. From now on, you'd better watch yourselves. Just as we said that day, the world is vast, and we shall never meet again. Chapter 432 Killing is like beating a dog. No. After Qin Yao left, a burst of regretful sobs erupted from Zhao Karen's seat. When Chun Huiyu turned around, she saw that her daughter was in tears, not even bothering to wipe the wine off her clothes, and was sitting in her seat covering her face and crying bitterly. Chun Huiyu also collapsed on her seat, watching incredulously as Qin Yao moved among the big shots. The two of them were so shocked that they couldn't even react for a while. Qi Xuanqing disappeared into nowhere when Zheng Kai appeared, fearing that if he got involved with Zhao Karen and the others again, his future would be ruined. The mother and daughter are only now realizing how ridiculous they have been. Qin Yao et al. It would have been enough to invite him to their homes for a few more meals, or simply to greet him with a smile. Given the relationship between Qin Yao and Zhao Ming, they are sure to steal the spotlight today. Not only will Zhao Karen receive Huang Ying's strong support, but the Zhao family will also rise to a higher level. They will also be able to meet powerful figures and be the center of attention. But now, they have personally cut off such an opportunity, becoming a laughing stock in the eyes of others. How absurd. How laughable. They had a clear chance to rise to the top, but in the end, all they got was nothing. At this moment, they finally understood that Qin Yao would not lose face today. It was they who would lose face. Boom. Just as the atmosphere at the party was getting lively, the hotel door was suddenly kicked open. Then several security guards and martial arts disciples were thrown in, and they were already dead. The entire room fell silent instantly. Jiang Suelio's expression immediately turned cold. Who are you, daring to act so presumptuously in my martial alliance? Qin Yao looked up and saw 5 elegantly dressed men and women walk in, led by a woman in white with an extraordinary air. The 5 people swaggered in, the woman in white looking down on them. Where's Qin Yao? Get out here. 4 men and 1 woman. All of them were physically fit and radiant. with a look of disdain for everything in the world in their eyes. The woman in white had one hand behind her back and a long knife at her waist. It is worth noting the man following behind her. Although he was short, his muscles were taut, and he exuded a sinister, murderous intent. Most importantly, the knife at his waist, even before it was drawn, exuded a chilling aura. Several security guards and martial arts disciples stepped forward to stop them, but were kicked away. The short man, in particular, moved with unpredictable speed, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Jiang Suelio's eyes turned cold, and Qi Xiaodong immediately waved his hand. "Take them down." A dozen or so men immediately sprang into action, brandishing their weapons and surrounding the group. Bang! The short man remained still, while the other two men stepped forward, drawing their katana with a fierce motion. Two men actually managed to hold off more than a dozen Martial Alliance disciples. Luo Tao felt he had lost face, and now he had to get revenge and prove himself to Qin Yao. With a roar, he charged toward the woman in white. Coming to the Martial Alliance to cause trouble is courting death. Before he could even touch the woman in white, the short man kicked out. With just one kick, Luo Tao instantly coughed up blood and flew backward, crashing into 3 tables without any chance to fight back. The others were even more formidable, each capable of taking on 10 opponents and sweeping through the Martial Arts Alliance's disciples. Although there were only 5 of them, they fought with the momentum of 1,000 troops. After a series of punches and kicks, a large number of the Martial Arts Alliance disciples fell down. The woman in white exuded an imposing aura. Many guests quickly moved away, hiding in corners under the protection of bodyguards, and all looked at Qin Yao. The other party called out Qin Yao's name as soon as they arrived, clearly indicating that they were there for him. Upon seeing this, Chun Huiyu and Zhao Karen instantly regained their excitement. Great. Since they can't restore their relationship with Qin Yao now, they're happy to see him suffer, and they even hope that he'll lose everything again after tonight. Qin Yao didn't have what they couldn't have either, so they would feel better. Who dares to cause trouble for my Martial Alliance? Upon seeing this, Jiang Suelio's expression turned sinister, and he slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Today is not only a gathering of the Martial Alliance, but also the day when the Martial Alliance officially cooperates with the Zhang and Hong families. The purpose of this reception, besides fostering camaraderie among everyone, was primarily to demonstrate the strength of the rising stars of the Martial Alliance to these 2 senior figures. But now someone is suddenly coming to cause trouble. Isn't this a slap in the face to their Martial Arts Alliance? He intends to handle the situation personally. Qin Yao reached out to stop them and stepped forward, saying, "Let me handle this, Elder Jiang. I'm the one they're looking for." On such a fine day, he didn't want to provoke a full-blown war. The woman in white gave him a stern look. "You're Qin Yao?" "That's right. I am Qin Yao, the one you're looking for." Qin Yao stood calmly with his hands behind his back. "Tell me, are you from the Ling family or the Zhu family?" "My name is Ishihara Kiko, and this is my senior brother, Miyamoto Du." The woman in white was stunningly beautiful and arrogant. She pointed her chin at Qin Yao and said, "I heard that you not only killed the eldest son of the Ling family, but also our senior brother Murakami Wild Dog, and injured my junior sister Sakurai Kogure. We're here today to demand an explanation from you." The short man known as Miyamoto gave a cold snort, his face exceptionally gloomy. "Today, you only have one path to take. Sever your own hands and feet, and let us take you back to Yang Kingdom to see my master, Takahashi Kawawa, so that he can personally decide your fate. Perhaps then you can be left with a whole corpse. Otherwise, we could have massacred this place tonight, and then torn you to pieces to appease my junior brother." Qin Yao with arrogance, completely disregarding the others. From the entrance to here, they were unstoppable, killing everything in their path. Dozens of Martial Arts Alliance disciples were routed by them, and they killed people like dogs. Not only did they encounter no resistance, but they also did not consider themselves to be running wild on the land of the Dragon Kingdom. Upon hearing the name Takahashi Kawawa, Jiang Suelu, Zhenghan Jiang, and the others' eyes visibly turned cold, indicating that they knew of this person's name and became more wary of these young people. "Qin Yao, come out and give us an explanation." Ishihara Kiko snorted coldly, her gaze sharp. Qin Yao stood with his hands behind his back, looking nonchalant. Huh? Explanation? A few dogs from this tiny place barked on my Dragon Kingdom's territory. If we killed them, so be it. What's the big deal? But you, trespassing on the Martial Alliance gathering, vandalizing and injuring people, and even threatening to kill and set fires on my Dragon Kingdom's soil. You need to give me a satisfactory explanation. Seeing the hotel doors close, Ishihara Kiko snorted coldly and drew her long sword from her waist. You're not worthy to give me an explanation. Chapter 433, What is meant by crushing? Ishihara Kiko paid no attention to Qin Yao, because she had just arrived and learned that Qin Yao was in the Martial Alliance. Therefore, she subconsciously believed that he was able to kill Murakami Nobita entirely because of the help of the Martial Alliance, and because Murakami Nobita underestimated his opponent. She didn't think that China could produce any good talents. Therefore, she scoffed at Qin Yao's words, raised the katana in her hand, and shouted angrily at Qin Yao. I'll say it again, before our patience runs out, you cut off your own hands and legs, come back to Yang Kingdom with us, and await my master's judgment. Her pretty face grew even colder. Otherwise, if my fellow disciples and I get angry, you will all die here. As she spoke, she arrogantly raised her chin. Perhaps I should remind you of our identities. Since you seem to be ignorant and have never heard of my master's name, let me tell you. My master, Takahashi Kawawa, is one of the top 10 grandmasters in Yang Kingdom today, and also the president of my Sakura Divine Society. He is at the peak of the Profound Realm, and 3 years ago he stepped halfway into the Earth Realm. My fellow disciples and I are all at the late stage or peak of the Profound Realm. Whether her words were an exaggeration or not is unknown, but it's clear that she and the short Miyamoto-do were of comparable skill. Both of them were ruthless and fierce in their attacks, and it was clear that they had trained together, their coordination was excellent, and they must have been practicing a two-person martial art. If the two of them were to join forces, perhaps even that Murakami stray dog would be no match for them. Moreover, the katana in Miyamoto's hand was quite strange. Even though it was not yet drawn, it exuded a bloodthirsty killing intent. It didn't come from Miyamoto-do, but from the longsword itself, which is quite intriguing. If the two of them were to attack together, the threat would be immense. Moreover, they have Takahashi Kawakawa behind them, whose name is so famous that even Zheng Hanjiang and Jiang Suilu turn pale at the mere mention of it. Since they entered from the door, they haven't seen many disciples at the peak of the Yellow Realm, so they naturally assume that Qin Yao is just a show-off. This is why they are so arrogant, even though they are standing on the Martial Alliance's territory. The arrogance of this group secretly excited Chun Huiyu, who was hiding in the corner. She held her daughter's hand tightly, almost ready to cheer. Kill him, kill him. Let him be so smug. Tonight, we'll make sure he has nothing left. Zhao Karen also gently bit her lower lip. Although she hated Qin Yao now, she didn't want to see him die. But she also hopes that Qin Yao can be brought back to his original form in one fell swoop, so that she will have another chance to trample Qin Yao under her feet in this lifetime. Therefore, her gaze towards Ishihara Kiko was filled with expectation, hoping that he would be spared and then crippled. Faced with Ishihara Kiko's provocation, Qin Yao dismissed it with disdain, even smiling faintly. How foolish. Ishihara Kiko flew into a rage, raised her katana, and pointed it at Qin Yao. You're making me very angry right now. I'll give you 5 more seconds. You'd better think it over carefully. Cut off your own arms and legs, and I can let you live for 2 more days. Otherwise, if my senior brother and I were to make a move, you wouldn't even have a chance to live. Ishihara Kiko spoke proudly. Qin Yao shook his head, his expression cold. You think you're worthy of fighting me? These words completely enraged Ishihara Kiko, who glared at him with her beautiful eyes. You're courting death. I'll grant your wish. She leaped into the air, covering a distance of 7 or 8 meters in one step. It was fast and powerful. Upon seeing this, Jiang Suilu instinctively exclaimed, Mr. Qin, be careful. Qin Yao didn't even bother to look, and casually slapped him. Smack! Bang! Ishihara Kiko rushed in front of Qin Yao and was slapped squarely across the face. Then her figure rushed over like a bullet and was thrown away like a tattered sack. Half of his face swelled up instantly, and when he opened his mouth, a large tooth came out. He fell onto a table, smashing the solid wood table to pieces. The cold dishes and drinks on the table shattered and spilled all over her, leaving her in a very disheveled state. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Several martial arts alliance disciples who had been overturned earlier sat slumped on the ground, staring at the scene in horror. They had fought against Ishihara Kiko before, and they couldn't even withstand a single move from her, so they knew how formidable she was. Now, when Ishihara Kiko attacked Qin Yao, she didn't even have a chance to draw her sword before being slapped away. And he used his left hand. They initially thought this shareholder was just someone with some money and connections, and that Zhang Lao and the others' praise of him was nothing but flattery and empty boasting. He himself had no real ability. But now it seems, this shareholder is too ruthless. Ishihara Kiko was filled with grief and indignation. She had thought she could kill Qin Yao in an instant, but she was unexpectedly sent flying by a single slap. This instantly destroyed the expert image she had just created. She was truly humiliated. She felt angry and frustrated. She glared at Qin Yao and said angrily, "You despicable scoundrel! How dare you ambush me?" Everyone in the room saw it just now. She was the one who suddenly launched the attack, and Qin Yao was only on the defensive. How dare she say that Qin Yao ambushed her? However, Qin Yao was too lazy to explain anything, and stepped forward to slap him again. Smack! Kiko Ishihara was thrown into the air again, and her body was dragged 7 or 8 meters after landing. If she hadn't hit the stage steps, she probably wouldn't have stopped. Her pretty face was swollen high from the slaps, revealing large patches of blood, and several teeth had fallen out of her mouth, making her look incredibly pitiful. A sneak attack. Qin Yao didn't stop. He walked over and grabbed Ishihara Kiko, forcing her to stand up, and then slapped her again. "Do you have the right to let me launch a sneak attack?" "Oh." Ishihara Kiko struggled with all her might, even trying to swing the katana in her hand, but she had no ability to dodge and could only watch helplessly as another slap came down. If Qin Yao fought her for dozens of moves before defeating her, she would look less disheveled. But this still won't convince her. Qin Yao treated all those who wanted to kill him the same, choosing the most humiliating methods to make them realize the gap between them and him. Only when you make a move that leaves your opponent with no chance to fight back can you truly achieve a swift kill. Ishihara Kiko screamed in agony as she was slapped, her body spinning like a top, rolling several times in midair before landing. His face was unrecognizable. Even his basic features were barely discernible, and his skin was torn open and bloody. In the corner, Chun Huiyu and her daughter stared wide-eyed, their expressions a complex and fascinating mix of emotions. They barely managed to stifle their screams by covering their mouths. Chapter 434 Divine Weapon in Hand. Ishihara Kiko was in a terrible state. The image of a master she had cultivated was completely ruined, and in the end, she didn't even have the strength to stand up. Just a minute ago, she was aggressively taunting Qin Yao, threatening to make sure he didn't live past tonight, and even declaring that she would massacre the Martial Alliance today. As a result, he didn't even touch a hair on Qin Yao's head before being beaten to a pulp and turned into a spinning top. This ending was not only hard for her to accept, but also for Miyamoto, who came with her. He was stunned to see his junior sister being beaten and rolling around. This is his junior sister, one of the most talented disciples in the Divine Society. How could she be trampled on like a dead dog? Have we become so fragile? Luo Tao, Qi Xuanqing, and the others were also incredulous. Although they had heard about Qin Yao's deeds, seeing it with their own eyes was still incredibly impactful. That's too domineering. You're also a peak-level expert in the profound realm? At that moment, Miyamoto walked up from behind. Despite his short stature, his taut muscles filled out his originally loose clothes, giving him an intimidating aura. Those eyes had a ruthless quality that showed no regard for life or death. One look and you could tell they had been tempered by countless deaths. Peak of the profound realm? How is that possible? Not to mention Takahashi Kawawa, who came with them. Even Ishihara Kiko stared wide-eyed in surprise. This kid is actually at the peak of the profound realm. Ishihara Kiko stared at Qin Yao in disbelief, unable to believe her ears. but trusting her senior brother, she had no doubts. Moreover, she had just been slapped by Qin Yao several times and was powerless to fight back. If she hadn't been at the peak of the profound realm, she wouldn't have been in such a sorry state. A small realm can be a vast chasm. Qin Yao with hatred. I thought I would definitely kill him instantly, and I knew I would kill him instantly, but I ended up killing myself. Perhaps in other people's eyes, his harsh words just now seemed more like a joke. Qin Yao glanced at Miyamoto indifferently. Peak of the profound realm? If you think so, then so be it. After being released from the netherworld prison, he realized that in today's society, both inside and outside the martial arts world, everyone is busy pursuing fame and fortune, and the true path of martial arts has withered away too much. This makes it even more difficult for people in the world to pursue the path of martial arts. At his age, reaching the profound realm is already a genius achievement. The tallest tree in the forest is bound to be felled by the wind. He doesn't need to reveal his trump cards to others, nor does he need to be too flamboyant and make himself a thorn in their side. Moreover, he needs to improve and cannot be complacent about his current level. It is said that 100 years from now, martial arts in the Dragon Kingdom will have withered away. Then he will have to carve out his own path on this road. Therefore, he needs experience and opponents. No matter who the other party is, just do it. Treat yourself as a sharp blade and the other party as your whetstone. I underestimated you before. No wonder Murakami and Sakurai both stumbled because of you. Miyamoto sneered, his murderous aura radiating from him, his words filled with contempt. I thought that the martial arts of your Dragon Kingdom, apart from a few reclusive old fogies, had long since died out. I didn't expect to see someone your age at the peak of the profound realm appear. It seems we need to update our data on the Dragon Kingdom. Information about the Dragon Kingdom? Qin Yao raised an eyebrow slightly, sensing something unusual. He had been curious for a while about why Ling Yuhai was hanging out with the Yang people, what their purpose was in entering the Dragon Kingdom, and what their ulterior motives were. Now that I've heard Miyamoto say this, it turns out they've been investigating China all along, or more accurately, observing the development of martial arts in China. It seems these Japanese pirates still harbor designs on China. However, Miyamoto smiled smugly, toying with the katana in his hand. Judging from your age, you must have just recently advanced to the peak of the profound realm, right? It's a pity, even among those in the profound realm, there's a difference between 1 year in the profound realm and 10 years in the profound realm. You and I are both at the peak of the profound realm, but I've already been at the peak of the profound realm for 5 years out of 10. If you go up against me, you're doomed. After all, there's a 10-year gap between us. Even if you're a genius, this is all you can achieve. Miyamoto suddenly drew his sword. Tonight, let me use your blood to nourish my sword. Qin Yao's gaze fell on Miyamoto's katana, and his eyes narrowed slightly. This knife has a very unique design, with red and black colors interwoven, and the dividing line is not obvious, making it look as if it has been stained red with blood. Moreover, after being drawn from its sheath, the red color on the blade becomes even more vibrant, as if it were alive, exuding a bloodthirsty aura. Seeing the katana drawn, Ishihara Kiko's face lit up with excitement. Great, senior brother. Master actually gave you the Shircha sword. The Shikado is a sacred object enshrined within the Shunhui, a religious organization, and only the head of the organization can control it. Because it is not only a precious sword that can cut through iron like mud, but also a sword that has drunk its fill of blood and war, and is stained with the blood and souls of countless people. Legend has it that once the Shircha blade is drawn, one can hear the wailing of the dead, filled with resentment, and its bloody aura can even affect the spirits of its opponents. It stirs up the killing intent deep within the user's heart, allowing them to unleash their full potential. Ishihara Kiko was extremely agitated, looking at Qin Yao almost frantically. You're finished. You're all doomed. The Shircha sword is nourished with fresh blood. The more fresh blood it drinks, the greater its power. Although Qin Yao is quite capable, ruthless, fierce, and powerful, he is capable of fighting Miyamoto. But now that Miyamoto has the Shisha sword in hand, even 10 Qin Yaos would be no match for him. The fellow disciples who came with her immediately became excited. Their initial apprehension about Qin Yao's peak profound realm strength vanished instantly, as if they could already see Qin Yao's head rolling. As a seasoned veteran, Jiang Suilu immediately noticed that something was wrong with the knife and whispered a warning. "Mr. Qin, be careful. This knife is not right. You must be cautious. Boy, today I'll show you what it means to be outmatched and to be a mountain beyond a mountain." Miyamoto gripped his long sword, his murderous aura and fighting spirit rapidly rising. Even his pupils dilated slightly, the whites of his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, and he let out low growls, as if he were about to descend into madness at any moment. Veins bulged on his head, muscles stretched his clothes so much they ripped, and the exposed skin was slightly reddish, his blood tinged with red. The aura emanating from him was extremely intimidating. "The last time I drew this sword, I killed a full 20 people before it was satisfied. Today, I will use your dog's life to cleanse my blade." Chapter 435. I'll slap you in the face. Miyamoto exuded arrogance and confidence, his aura surged, and the blood energy emanating from his body was even more intense than before. Qin Yao narrowed his eyes slightly, observing the changes in him, but did not make a move immediately. He wasn't afraid of Miyamoto's murderous aura, but rather very curious about the knife in his hand. "When I was with my master, the old man mentioned that some weapons in martial arts can enhance and improve the user's strength, and even affect a person's aura and stimulate their potential. Furthermore, weapons forged by master craftsmen can be infused with one's own essence and spirit, thus influencing opponents to a certain extent. If a person at the peak of the Yellow Realm obtains a divine weapon, they may be able to directly raise their cultivation level to the profound realm or above." However, Qin Yao once asked the old man why he hadn't taught him any divine weapons or magical artifacts, which would have greatly improved Qin Yao's cultivation level. The old man rolled his eyes in exasperation and told him, "Only those who lack ability themselves would think of relying on external forces to improve themselves. If I gave you such a powerful weapon, it would only do you harm, not benefit you. Because when your strength is insufficient to suppress the divine weapon, you will only be led by the nose by your own weapon, become dependent on it, and eventually be harmed by it. You must have the strength to suppress the divine weapon, and then find your own divine weapon. Only in this way can you control it and make them complement each other." The Shurcha sword in Miyamoto's hand was the first divine weapon Qin Yao had ever seen that could enhance a person, and he was curious about it. To others, Qin Yao was frightened by the bloody aura emanating from the Shurcha blade. Jiang Suilu stepped forward and blocked Qin Yao's path. "Mr. Qin, this knife is somewhat strange. You are still young, let this old man deal with it." He feared that Qin Yao was too young. Although he believed in his strength, he worried that the blood energy emanating from the blade might cloud his judgment. Qin Yao shook his head slightly. "No need. I'll send you to the Yellow Springs right now." At this moment, Miyamoto roared and shot out, unleashing the first strike at Qin Yao. In an instant, the sound of blades slicing through the air rang out, the shadows of blades flying wildly, blood energy surging, and all the clanging sounds were ear-piercing. At the same time, a mournful cry emanated from Shikado, filled not only with murderous intent but also with deep resentment. The sound of the blade striking the ground affected many of the martial artists present. It felt as if a hand reached into my chest and gripped my heart tightly. My hands and feet turned icy cold, as if thousands of vengeful ghosts were claiming my life before my eyes. Everyone present was horrified. How much blood had this Shurcha blade drunk to be so full of killing intent and resentment? That's terrifying. Then they discovered that Qin Yao was still standing there motionless, staring intently at the Shurcha sword, as if he had lost his mind because of the sword. Zheng Hanjiang and the others' expressions changed drastically upon seeing this. They wanted to warn Qin Yao to dodge, but found that they too were being tightly gripped by the blade's force, unable to speak. Their bodies felt as if their ankles were being held by two hands, pulling them into the icy water, leaving them completely unable to move. Only then did they realize that they had been deeply influenced by the Shikado and were trapped in it, unable to extricate themselves. Are we just going to let ourselves be slaughtered like this? Seeing this, Ishihara Kiko smiled smugly and contemptuously. Tonight, Everyone here will face a deadly ordeal, including Qin Yao. They are all doomed. How dare they oppose the God Society? Death is their only fate. Miyamoto-do proudly held his sword, laughing wildly. Remember, my name is Miyamoto-do. Today, you will all die by my blade. There are too many lines. Just then, a cold voice froze Miyamoto's smile on the spot. The voice showed no sign of struggle or being affected. In fact, it carried a hint of mockery and impatience. Then, Qin Yao disappeared from his original spot and appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye, stepping on the 7-star lotus steps. Too fast. Miyamoto looked horrified. It wasn't just because of Qin Yao's speed, but more so because he was completely unaffected by the Shurcha blade and could still move freely. This shouldn't be happening. Even though his strength had already approached the Earth realm after he drew the Shurcha blade, why couldn't he suppress Qin Yao? Smack! Before he could figure it out, Qin Yao's slap was already in front of him. He didn't use any fancy or ingenious moves, but instead used the simplest and most damaging method, a slap in the face. Bang! Before Miyamoto could react, his sturdy body shuddered, and he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Her entire body flew backward, even farther than Ishihara Kiko, and when she landed on the ground, she even smashed 2 floor tiles. A deafening roar followed, accompanied by the sound of bones shattering. He gritted his teeth, trying to stand up, but before he could react, Qin Yao's figure was already in front of him again, like a ghost. Smack! Another slap sent Miyamoto flying as he was about to get up. A divine weapon at your disposal? Qin Yao showed a disdainful look, and then slapped her again, even harder than when he slapped Ishihara Kiko. Just as Miyamoto looked up, he was slapped so hard that his head almost twisted behind his back. A stream of blood spurted out, blooming in the air, showcasing the raw beauty of violence. Smack! Does your knife cry? Qin Yao swung his hand with one hand, slapping Miyamoto Doji so hard that he rolled over repeatedly. Smack! There's a bonus? Blood bloomed like flowers, splattering everywhere. Ishihara Kiko and the others stared at Qin Yao in utter horror, their pupils trembling violently. Gong Bentang is at the peak of the Xian realm, and he also has the Shurcha blade as an added advantage. How could he be slapped by Qin Yao one slap after another without being able to fight back? A sneak attack? Underestimating the enemy? They themselves didn't believe it when they said that. After all, Miyamoto couldn't even dodge a few slaps, so how could he talk about underestimating the enemy and launching a sneak attack? You bastard, you dare to insult me. Miyamoto was forced to retreat repeatedly after being hit, but he was still angry, shocked, and ashamed. A mere nobody, yet he managed to slap him repeatedly in front of so many people, forcing him to retreat. He would rather fight Qin Yao for 300 rounds. Even if he was defeated in the end, it would prove that he, Miyamoto, was still honorable in defeat. He now represents the Sakura Divine Society and holds the society's most precious treasure. But Qin Yao did not do as he wished, and used this most inferior and simplest method to make it difficult for him to fight back. At the same time, he was also surprised by Qin Yao's strength. Simply by slapping him, he was able to retreat step by step, without even a chance to dodge. No matter where he hides, Qin Yao's slap will arrive as expected the next second. This person's strength is truly terrifying. Chapter 436 still left. Seeing the humiliated look on Miyamoto's face, Qin Yao stopped attacking. Instead, he took a few steps back and beckoned to him with a flippant gesture. Come on, I'll give you a chance to turn the tables. Miyamoto struggled to his feet, only to feel even more humiliated. With a roar, his aura exploded, and he unleashed his full power. How dare you insult me? The Shurcha sword in his hand emitted streaks of bloody light, with multiple sword shadows, and one could even vaguely hear the howling of ghosts and wolves. At the same time, he moved like lightning, appearing before Qin Yao in the blink of an eye. Watch out, the crowd instinctively warned. Bang! Before Miyamoto could even touch Qin Yao, his figure vanished like a ghost. With a series of 7 lotus steps, his figure moved erratically, his speed sometimes fast and sometimes slow, giving people the illusion that Qin Yao was constantly disappearing and reappearing. Just as Miyamoto was trying to catch a glimpse of Qin Yao kicked out and struck Miyamoto's wrist. A sharp pain shot through him, accompanied by Miyamoto's scream, and the Shurcha sword slipped from his hand and flew out of his hand. Before he could chase after the knife, Qin Yao's next kick came close again, this time landing directly on his chest. Using the momentum, Qin Yao leaped high into the air, actually placing Miyamoto under his feet. With a leap, Qin Yao stomped on Miyamoto, and with a loud crash, Miyamoto was instantly trampled underfoot. Who is Miyamoto do? He is at the peak of the profound realm and possesses a divine weapon. Having reached his level, his physique and strength must have been forged to be incredibly powerful, if nothing else is mentioned. But Qin Yao could easily crush him with a single kick, and under Qin Yao's feet, he didn't even have a chance to turn over. There's no way to avoid it, and we can't withstand it. Miyamoto felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, and no matter how he turned over, he couldn't move. His internal organs were being crushed by the foot, and a bloody smell surged up from his chest. Qin Yao gave him a chance to turn things around, but unfortunately, he didn't seize it. For a moment, Ishihara Kiko and the others gasped in astonishment, speechless. Originally, it was thought that Miyamoto could turn things around, but in the end, he could not escape the fate of being trampled under Qin Yao's feet. I gave you a chance, but you didn't do it. Qin Yao looked down at Miyamoto, then stomped on him, crushing Miyamoto's last resistance and causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Kid, don't be so arrogant. I'm outmatched today, I admit defeat. With blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and bloodshot eyes, Miyamoto stared hatefully at Qin Yao, still refusing to relinquish his dignity. If you have the guts, then kill me. But let me tell you, if I die, my master and the members of the Divine Society will all avenge me. Not only you, but everyone here will die at my master's hands. His words carried a threatening tone, unchanged from his previous vicious style. If anything happens to me, none of you will have a good time. At this moment, the Shurcha sword had already fallen. As expected, it was a precious sword that could cut through iron like mud. After landing, it lightly pierced into the marble floor, actually burying half of the blade directly into it, as cleanly and neatly as a hot knife cutting tofu, and landed right next to Qin Yao. He casually pulled out the precious sword, placed it in his hand, and with a flick of his wrist, a series of dazzling blade lights flashed out. Then a scream came from Miyamoto, and his body began to tremble violently. Blood gushed from his limbs on the spot. The cuts at the joints between his limbs and body were clean, and if Miyamoto hadn't struggled, there would have been no sign of them coming off. Oh! Screams filled the air, but Qin Yao had already plunged the Shurcha sword directly into the ground in front of him. A mere martial artist from Yang Kingdom dares to run wild on my Dragon Kingdom's land? Well then, I'll make you crawl away instead of come standing up. Qin Yao took 2 steps back to avoid blood splattering on himself, and casually grabbed a tablecloth to wipe the blood off his hands. Without even glancing at Miyamoto, he said calmly, I'm not afraid to kill you, but I want to use you to give certain people a warning. I don't care what ambitions and schemes your gods may have toward the Dragon Kingdom. If I didn't know, that would be fine, but now that I do know, I will not stand idly by. Whether it's you or your master, just stay in Yang Kingdom obediently, and everyone will live in peace. But if they dare to invade, we will punish them no matter how far they are. After saying that, he waved his hand lightly. I won't touch the others. Someone cut off their hands and feet. Anyone who resists will be killed without mercy. Qin Yao's words were cold-blooded and ruthless, but also quite inspiring. When Ishihara Kiko and her group first entered the martial alliance, they were incredibly arrogant. With just 5 people, they utterly defeated the martial alliance disciples, which made the disciples present feel extremely embarrassed. Now, Qin Yao, all by himself, not only rendered the most arrogant Ishihara Kiko powerless, but also directly crippled Miyamoto's limbs. How domineering. Seeing this, Luo Tao volunteered and picked up an axe and walked over. Mr. Qin, let me do it. Seeing his ingratiating expression, Qin Yao grunted and waved for him to go. Just as Luo Tao was about to walk up to Ishihara Kiko, the latter turned pale and screamed in fright. Wait a minute. She shakily pulled out a fine jade slip from her bosom, on which a string of Yang Kingdom characters were written with a brush. I'm here today to deliver a challenge to you on behalf of my master. In half a month, my master will personally come to the Dragon Kingdom and invite Mr. Qin to fight him to settle the feud between our two families. She timidly handed over the jade slip. Luo Tao glanced back at Qin Yao, who nodded, before he took the jade slip and presented it to Qin Yao. Mr. Qin, please take a look. Qin Yao had no knowledge of the Yang Kingdom script, so naturally he couldn't decipher what was written on it. However, the Yang Kingdom script itself was inherited from the Long Kingdom script, and Qin Yao could understand a few characters: battle of life and death. My master said that 3 of my disciples have died at your hands, and as the leader, he naturally has to avenge them. Therefore, in this duel, there is no winner or loser, only life or death. Are you willing to accept this? Seeing Miyamoto's miserable state, Ishihara Kiko completely lost her previous arrogance and spoke to Qin Yao with respect and fear. Qin Yao glanced at the jade slip indifferently and nodded. Yes, I accept the challenge. Kazuko Ishihara breathed a sigh of relief. It is said that when 2 armies are at war, messengers should not be killed. As a messenger, she was at least able to return unharmed. In that case, we'll take our leave now. With the help of her companions, Ishihara Kiko stood up, while the other 2 planned to carry Miyamoto away. But just then, Qin Yao's cold voice came. I didn't say you could leave. Since he is a messenger, his life can be spared. Hands and feet, you'll keep them too. Chapter 437 shouldn't have been accepted. As Luo Tao brought down his knife, the banquet hall was filled with blood and screams. The group of 5 people were dismembered and thrown out of the hotel. At this point, no one in the entire hall dared to say another word. Shun Huiyu and her daughter covered their mouths tightly, huddled in the corner, and looked at Qin Yao as if he were a devil. It wasn't the first time they had met Qin Yao, but it was the first time they had seen him like this. Bloody, violent, domineering. Even though they didn't know anything about the Cherry Blossom God Society, they could tell from the clothing of the group of men and women that they were no ordinary people. But Qin Yao raised his knife and struck without blinking, without the slightest hesitation. Such bloodshed made them grateful that they still had Zhao Ming's connection to them. Otherwise, based on the insults they had hurled at Qin Yao, they would already be corpses. Shun Huiyu, in particular, was so terrified by the thought of how she had once mocked Qin Yao as a jinx that she trembled all over and fainted. After the party ended, Su Mingkong directly invited a group of bigwigs to a small gathering in the presidential suite on the top floor of the hotel. Despite it being a good day, the group of bigwigs had furrowed brows, and the atmosphere was far from relaxed. It's unusual for Takahashi Kawawa to personally come out of retirement. Zheng Hanjiang, a seasoned veteran with extensive experience and a certain understanding of Takahashi Kawawa, took the initiative to speak first. As far as I know, Takahashi Kawawa has nearly 100 disciples. For the sake of the deaths of 1 or 2 disciples, he actually chose to personally step into the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. It seems that Murakami Wild Dog's business in the Dragon Kingdom this time is no small matter. As he spoke, he looked at Su Mingkong. After all, he was the only one present who turned against Ling Yuhai, and they had always worked closely together. Ling Yuhai has entangled with the Murakami siblings, so he might know some inside information. Su Mingkong shook his head bitterly. Old Zheng, please don't look at me. My Hong family is considered a big family in Sichuan, but in Ling Yuhai's eyes, we are just a small family. I recognized that the brother and sister were from Yang country before, but I didn't know what they were there for. I just thought they were bodyguards hired by Ling Yuhai. I really have no idea what they're up to. Upon hearing this, Old Zheng didn't say anything more. He believed that Hong Mingkong wouldn't dare to lie to Qin Yao now. This makes it even stranger. Takahashi Kawawa was, after all, a renowned expert in Yang Kingdom, with more than a dozen Xian realm disciples under his command. Besides, he is a senior martial arts master. If he didn't have a deep-seated hatred, why would he issue a challenge to a junior like Qin Yao? Qin Yao smiled faintly and casually tossed the jade slip onto the table. I thought the old guy from Yang Kingdom was just bluffing, but I didn't expect him to actually come to Long Kingdom to challenge me to a duel. Qin Yao suddenly realized that Murakami had killed the stray dogs too quickly, and that he was completely unaware of their schemes. Jiang Suilu hesitated for a moment, but still sighed and said, "Mr. Qin, you shouldn't have accepted this tactic." Qin Yao laughed. "What? Are you afraid I'll die at the hands of Takahashi Kawakawa? It's not that I look down on Mr. Qin's strength, but Takahashi Kawawa has been in seclusion for many years and hasn't made a move in a long time. When he went into seclusion, he already had 1 foot in the Earth realm, and now his cultivation is even more unfathomable." Jiang Suilu analyzed. "Moreover, he also has a divine weapon tailor-made for him, which is inseparable from him. He has long since reached the point of becoming one with the sword, which must have greatly improved his cultivation. If you fight him barehanded, you'll be at a disadvantage. He might already be at the lesser completion stage of the Earth realm." At this point, his tone became more cautious and worried. For martial artists, advancing to the Earth realm is a completely different realm. Below the profound realm lies the path to martial arts. Entering the profound realm means having gained some understanding of martial arts. Upon entering the Earth realm, one is on the path of martial arts, where one can leave their own footprints and officially step into the status of a grandmaster. It's no exaggeration to say that in the eyes of ordinary martial artists, the late stage of the profound realm is already an unattainable level. Take Jiang Suilu as an example. As a martial artist who is close to the perfection of the profound realm in the late stage, he is already able to guard a martial alliance and stand on equal footing with Zheng Hanjiang's brotherhood. If there were a master at the Earth realm, they would be able to establish their own sect. Looking across the entire Dragon Kingdom, apart from those reclusive old monsters, there are only a handful of Earth realm experts who are truly out in the open, and that's based on the Dragon Kingdom's population of over 1 billion. Even in an organization like Hengdian, there are only 2 Earth realm warriors in charge of a region. These 2 Earth realm warriors are generally not seen making a move. They only appear when there are major missions involving national interests or when Hengdian is in danger. This demonstrates the rarity and terrifying power of experts at the Earth realm. Chen Xiaosheng was not a martial artist, but he knew something about the Cherry Blossom Divine Association. His face was full of worry. Over the years, our Dragon Kingdom and Yang Kingdom have gradually put aside their long-standing feud. Although there are still undercurrents behind the scenes, there have been many collaborations, large and small, on the official front. This Cherry Blossom God Society had invested heavily in China in its early years and had dealings with many members of the royal family. At that time, the Sakura Shinkai was just a small organization, but because of Takahashi Kawawa, it managed to integrate dozens of underground organizations in Japan that were fighting each other at the time, and formed the Sakura Shinkai we know today. Not only does it have a huge influence in the underground organizations in Manhwa, but its investment and financial resources in the official are also considerable. As far as we know, their organization and the Ling family have been exchanging flirtatious glances. They weren't trying to discourage Qin Yao. They were seriously analyzing the situation. Qin Yao understood the meaning behind Chen Xiaosheng's words. He had already offended the Ling family, and quite badly at that, but the Ling family was in a mess and couldn't spare the resources to deal with him. Afterwards, Takahashi Kawawa personally came to Dragon Country, and the Ling family will inevitably try to interfere. If they cooperate from the inside and outside, Qin Yao's situation will only become more difficult. However, he quickly slammed his fist on the table and said, "If all else fails, I will personally go and beg Elder Dong to mobilize the people from Hengdian. Anyway, we can decide the location of the final battle ourselves. It will be in Sichuan. With our own manpower, we can definitely turn Sichuan into an impregnable fortress. We will definitely make sure that old scoundrel Takahashi never leaves alive." Great idea. As soon as Chen Xiaosheng finished speaking, Lin Huaiqiu immediately slammed his fist on the table in agreement. Qin Yao's skills tonight were truly amazing, which greatly encouraged Lin Huaiqiu, an elder of Panlong Hall, making him believe that the revival of Panlong Hall was promising. Naturally, he couldn't bear to hear such discouraging words as Qin Yao being no match for Gao Kaichuan. He turned to Qin Yao and said, "Don't worry, Dragon Lord. No matter how skilled Takahashi Kawakawa is in martial arts, he can't withstand our overwhelming numbers, right? Chapter 438 Death Battle. With Qin Shaoxing and Lin Huaiqiu opening the door, Hong Mingkong and others readily agreed. That's right. Even if the Ling family is related to the imperial family, this is Sichuan. Our word still carries weight. In an attempt to impress, Hong Mingkong quickly declared, at worst, I'll just plant some more serious threats at the duel. Qin Yao won't even need to show up. I can send that old guy to his doom, land and all. Others also felt that the matter would be easy to resolve and echoed their agreement. Zheng Hanjiang said in a deep voice, if you do this, Qin Yao's future development will come to a standstill. As a veteran who once followed the old Dragon Lord, his words carried considerable weight, immediately intimidating the others. Qin Yao remained silent, exchanging glances with Elder Zheng. The latter looked at him and said, first of all, Takahashi Kawakawa has officially issued a challenge to you, which means that this matter will definitely spread throughout the martial arts world afterward, given Takahashi's reputation. If Qin Yao hadn't accepted the challenge, it would have been fine. But after he did, we used other unconventional methods to deal with Takahashi. If word got out, it wouldn't affect us, but Qin Yao would definitely be ridiculed by the entire martial arts world. To say he's a coward, accepting the challenge and then hiding behind others to make us do the work for him, is despicable and vile. And if you're going to ambush that old thief Takahashi, won't he have some kind of countermeasure? How many lives do you need to pay for a mere Earth Realm expert? Zheng Hanjiang's words silenced everyone else. Yes, Qin Yao's life is life, and so are everyone else's lives. The fact that they want to use a large number of people means that the people they can send out are not highly skilled. Below the peak of the profound realm, in the hands of an Earth Realm expert, they are no different from slaughtering pigs or dogs. Don't end up suffering heavy losses yourself instead of getting Takahashi to fail. If we end up being slaughtered and bloodshed is rampant, it won't just be a matter of losing face. Qin Yao nodded at Zheng Hanjiang and smiled slightly. As expected of a seasoned veteran, his insights into people and things were indeed different. Seeing that he had no objections, Zheng Hanjiang continued, furthermore, let's talk about asking Elder Dong for help. Qin Yao, you are no longer alone. You also carry the hope of revitalizing Panlong Palace. Elder Dong is the former palace master of Hung Palace. What do you think? Old Zheng's words have already made it very clear. Now, Qin Yao represents not only himself, but also the Panlong Palace and the old Dragon Lord. He is just getting started and hasn't even been able to fully integrate the disorganized Panlong Palace yet. If you were to ask Elder Dong for help, it's hard to say what outsiders would think, but the veterans of the Panlong Hall would definitely think that Qin Yao was afraid, cowardly, and inferior in skill. For those veterans, this was even more humiliating than Qin Yao losing to Takahashi. You, the Dragon Lord of Panlong Palace, actually turned around and asked Hung Palace for help. Isn't that just handing your face over to them to slap? This will only create greater obstacles for Qin Yao in his subsequent efforts to consolidate control of the Panlong Palace. Actually, I think the best way would be for you to refuse this duel outright. Zheng Hanjiang said seriously. That old scoundrel Gao Qiao is already quite old, let alone reaching the Earth Realm. He's been at the peak of the Profound Realm for 20 years. The disciples he's trained are all at the peak of the Profound Realm. For him to challenge you, that's just disrespectful to his elders and shameless. You're new to the martial arts world, and you've only been practicing for 5 years. It's perfectly fine for you to refuse his challenge. On the contrary, if you accept the challenge, some people will say that you are overestimating yourself. Although his relationship with Qin Yao was the closest among those present, he still didn't know what level Qin Yao had reached. Just considering Qin Yao's age, reaching the peak of the Profound Realm already makes him a prodigy. He believed Qin Yao could surpass Takahashi Kawakawa, but certainly not now. He needs time and needs to grow. Reaching the peak of the Profound Realm is already quite remarkable for someone his age. But ironically, this level is just the lower limit of Takahashi's skill. Jiang Suilu, also a veteran of the martial arts world, nodded in agreement. That's right, Mr. Qin. If you can't swallow your pride, then let me write it for you, declining this duel. Qin Yao sat up slightly and smiled faintly at Zheng Hanjiang. Mr. Zeng, I understand your good intentions, and I am also aware of everyone's feelings. But as you just said, Elder Zeng, if I refuse this battle and become a coward, how many of the elders in Panlong Hall will understand me like you do? My master sent me out of the mountains not to cause trouble, but he also didn't expect me to be so afraid of trouble. He glanced around at the crowd and said solemnly, I represent the Panlong Palace, and at the same time, I also represent the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom. Takahashi Kawakawa is a Japanese warrior. Now, in front of so many people, he has issued a challenge to me. He has already stepped on our heads. If I refuse, how will I conduct myself in the martial arts world of the Dragon Kingdom in the future? He knew that this battle was attracting a great deal of attention, especially among martial arts practitioners in China. Few knew him, and he knew almost none. But Takahashi Kawawa's reputation alone is enough to attract the attention of countless martial artists. That Qin Yao is the new generation dragon lord of Panlong Palace will eventually spread. But when he tries to win back his old followers, they find that he is a coward who chooses to cower in the face of provocation from Japanese pirates. Will they still trust him? Of course, he could also attack directly, just like he did with the Chu and Sun families, and force them to submit. But would they truly be convinced? Even if he eventually returns, he will only talk behind people's backs about how this new dragon lord is fierce in civil wars, showing no mercy when fighting his own people, but cowering when faced with provocations from outsiders. If this continues, the people of Panlong Palace will only become more and more disunited, and then those with ulterior motives will take advantage of the situation. Winning or losing doesn't matter, but if you become a coward, you'll never be able to hold your head up high again. Qin Yao said sternly, I, Qin Yao, am not someone who lacks the courage to even fight a battle. Otherwise, my master would not have entrusted the Panlong Palace to me. Some of you are elders of the Panlong Hall, while others have just chosen to follow me. But no matter which one it is, if I, Qin Yao, back down today, then I am not qualified to be your leader. So I accept this battle. After saying that, Qin Yao crushed the jade slip on the table. This small gesture instantly excited everyone present. Despite the concerns, who wouldn't want a leader with unparalleled courage and bravery? Even a seasoned veteran like Zheng Hanjiang showed immense admiration after hearing Qin Yao's words. His passion reignited. Qin Yao scattered the crushed powder on the ground, his tone firm. I've made up my mind. I accept this battle. Fight to the death. Chapter 439. Why aren't they back yet? Qin Yao had accepted Takahashi Kawakawa's challenge spread like wildfire the next morning. The news caused an uproar throughout the martial arts world. Almost no one had ever heard of Qin Yao, let alone knew anything about his cultivation level. But they knew one thing. This Qin Yao was just a newcomer. For a time, martial arts circles from all sides were talking about this matter with great interest. Some say Qin Yao is like a newborn calf unafraid of tigers, while others speculate that he might come from a prestigious martial arts family. However, most people believe that this young man named Qin Yao is either crazy or overestimating his abilities. Although Takahashi Kawakawa is from Yang Kingdom, he is quite famous in the martial arts world of Long Kingdom. Many people speculate that he has already reached the lesser completion of the Earth realm and can be regarded as a martial arts grandmaster. And this Qin Yao is just a young man in his early 20s who has only been practicing martial arts for a few years. 90% of people gave the same assessment. How dare he? Immediately, mocking and questioning voices such as ignorant of his own mortality and overestimating his abilities spread. Some people also began to wonder, who exactly is this Qin Yao? It's incredible that an old monster like Takahashi Kawawa, who hasn't left the mountain for years, would personally issue a challenge. The outside noise did not affect Qin Yao. There were still half a month before the day of the challenge, which was also what Takahashi Kawakawa called giving the young man some time to prepare. So the next day, Qin Yao packed his things and returned to Qingqing. Although he accepted the challenge, it doesn't mean he wasn't prepared at all. If Takahashi Kawakawa is truly at the lesser completion of the Earth realm and also possesses a divine weapon, then he would indeed pose a significant threat to him. Since leaving the Netherworld prison, he has been preoccupied with trivial matters and should indeed continue to consolidate and improve himself. This challenge from Kawawa Takahashi is not only an opportunity for him, but also a test. After returning to Qingqing, he first went to his aunt's shop. A fire destroyed the shop, but with the Sun family involved, there's no need to worry about reopening. When he arrived, the shop was undergoing renovations, and his aunt was helping out as the supervisor. "Auntie, do you need my help?" Upon hearing Qin Yao's voice, Qin Shufang turned around, her previously furrowed brows immediately relaxing. "Oh, Qin Yao is back." Seeing Qin Yao still carrying a package and looking travel-worn, she habitually scolded him. "Why are you helping out when you just got back? Why don't you get some rest? How did your business trip go?" Faced with his aunt's loving scolding, Qin Yao was not angry at all, but rather very happy. "Judging from my aunt's appearance, she's been doing well lately, with fewer worries, except for that fire. It's all right." To avoid being exposed, Qin Yao specifically asked, "What happened to the store? It's only been open for less than a month, and it's already being renovated? And I just saw that the neighbor is also renovating. Did they all do it at the same time?" Qin Shufang originally wanted to keep it from Qin Yao, fearing that he would be distracted while he was away on business. But seeing that he was back and his family was all right, I told the truth. Qin Yao was greatly surprised and complained, "Why didn't you tell me about something this big sooner? You brat. What's the point of telling you? It's already burned." Qin Shufang sighed. "It was our carelessness that caused trouble for the neighbors and injured a few people. I originally thought I would have to pay a lot of money, but fortunately the Sun family stepped in and covered all the compensation and renovation costs. They also found the renovation team, so it didn't take much of my effort." Upon hearing this, Qin Yao simply said, "This amount of money is just a drop in the ocean for the Sun family." "Hey, you can't think like that." Qin Shufang slapped his thigh. "The Sun family has helped us a lot. They're our benefactors. If it weren't for the Sun family, I wouldn't have been able to open such a big shop, and Kirsten wouldn't have been able to go to a top high school to repeat her senior year. We must remember their kindness." Qin Yao wanted to say that it was hard to say who would remember whose kindness, but he held back and didn't say it. After chatting with my aunt for a while, she asked about Zhao Ming's family. "How was your Uncle Zhao's trip to Sichuan? Did you trouble him?" Qin Yao couldn't bear to let Qin Shufang know about Chun Huiyu and her daughter, so he casually said, "Uncle Zhao is doing quite well now. He also asked me about you, and said he would come to see you when he has time." "Don't worry, I didn't bother him. I was too busy with work at the company after I went there, so we didn't keep in touch much afterward." Qin Shufang nodded, quite moved. Everyone's busy making a living. It's good that they're all busy. The aunt and niece chatted for a few minutes. Since the shop was under renovation anyway, and Qin Shufang couldn't offer much help, she decided to go back with Qin Yao. On the way, she remarked that the store was doing very well, and even the marketing manager of the Sun family had nothing but praise for it. They said that in less than 2 years, the noodle shop will be able to open several more branches. "Once we make some money, let's buy a house and move out as soon as possible. We can't keep bothering them." Qin Shufang still felt unsafe staying in other people's homes. Qin Yao did not refuse and nodded with a smile. "Okay, I will get my aunt a bigger house then." Feeling that her nephew was just trying to amuse her, Qin Shufang still smiled and patted him, saying, "Why do you need such a big house? It's too tiring to clean. A 3-bedroom apartment is fine." Although the noodle shop was doing well, and Qin Yao had a stable job, it was still a long way from buying a villa. Qin Shufang thought Qin Yao was joking. The two went home together. Tang Kirsten hadn't finished school yet, so Qin Shufang went to cook first. Qin Yao was really looking forward to eating his aunt's home-cooked meals, which hadn't been in a while. By the time the food was served, it was time for Tang Kirsten to get out of school, and she should have been back soon. But the aunt and niece waited until the food was completely cold, and still no one showed up. Qin Shufang immediately became anxious. This child, has he gone off somewhere to play? He's not answering his phone and isn't coming back yet. Qin Yao reassured her. "Don't worry, Kirsten is all grown up now. She's always been obedient and sensible. Maybe the teacher went over time." Qin Yao trusted his cousin quite a bit. She had always been very focused when she was studying and rarely played around. After waiting for more than an hour, Qin Yao felt something was wrong, but when he called Tang Kirsten, her phone was switched off. "Aunt, don't worry, I'll go out and look for her." Qin Yao grabbed his coat and was about to go out to look for someone when the doorbell rang. He had barely sat up from the chair when the doorbell rang. Qin Shufang couldn't help but complain. "Curson, where have you been? Why didn't you send me a message if you were going to be home late? I was so worried about you." Tang Curson came in with her head down and walked straight upstairs without looking to either side. "It's nothing. The teacher went overtime." "You silly child. You wouldn't stay up this late even if the class was supposed to be overtime, would you?" Qin Shufang wanted to say a few more words of reprimand, but Qin Yao stopped her. Qin Yao stared at Tang Curson's retreating figure as she went upstairs, his gaze suddenly focusing on a footprint on the back of her school uniform trousers. Chapter 440. Something's definitely happening. Qin Shufang didn't notice this and was still muttering about what was wrong with the child, saying that he was always absent-minded lately and always came home late. Upon hearing this, Qin Yao asked another question. "Aunt, has Curson been coming home late often lately?" "Yes, it's only been a short time since school started, and this child is always coming home very late," Qin Shufang muttered. "And she was quite happy when school started, but lately, I don't know why, she's always quiet and doesn't like to talk. She just runs upstairs as soon as she gets home." Qin Shufang was busy with the noodle shop, so she couldn't keep an eye on her all the time. Since Curson was obedient and sensible enough, Qin Shufang didn't think much of it. Qin Yao frowned and patted her shoulder. "Aunt, why don't you go heat up the food first? I'll go call Curson down for dinner and chat with her while I'm at it." "You?" Qin Shufang hesitated, knowing that Tang Curson was still very resistant to Qin Yao. Qin Yao smiled and said, "Don't worry, Curson has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. I'll talk to her nicely." "Okay, you're not that far apart in age, so there's no generation gap. It's easier for you to communicate with me than with me." Qin Shufang had no choice but to go heat up the dishes first, while Qin Yao went upstairs and knocked on Tang Curson's door. The door was very soundproof, but Qin Yao had amazing hearing and could hear Tang Curson sobbing even through the thick door. "Curson, come down for dinner." The door was locked from the inside, but Qin Yao didn't force his way in. After a rustling sound inside, someone responded, "I'm not eating anymore, you guys eat." Qin Yao didn't leave, insisting, "People need to eat. How can we live without food?" Knowing that she was filial, Qin Yao mentioned Qin Shufang. "Your aunt has been worried about you all afternoon. If you don't go to eat soon, she will be even more anxious." Sure enough, after a moment of silence, Tang Curson opened her door. The girl's hair was not tied up, but loose, and her head was lowered, almost covering most of her face. She was already much shorter than Qin Yao, so from Qin Yao's angle, he couldn't see her face at all. Moreover, the door wasn't opened too wide, leaving only a narrow gap that half a person couldn't pass through. "Tell my mom that I don't want to eat. I'll go downstairs and get something for myself if I get hungry. I need to study." After saying that, she was about to close the door, but Qin Yao stopped her. "Who is it?" Hearing Qin Yao's cold voice, she was stunned for a moment, then said in a flustered manner, "What do you mean? Who is it? I don't know what you're talking about." After saying that, she tried to close the door again, but Qin Yao didn't let her succeed. His strong arm made the door panel not budge. "Are you going to tell me yourself, or should I go to your school and ask you in person?" Seeing that she remained unmoved, Qin Yao continued, "I've already asked so bluntly. Is there any need for you to hide it anymore?" When Tang Curson went upstairs just now, Qin Yao noticed that there was still half a footprint on her school uniform pants. She must have dusted it off before she came back, but the school uniform still had a lot of dust on it. The location of that half footprint would not be easily noticed without taking it off to check, and Tang Curson overlooked it. When she went upstairs just now, although she looked no different from an ordinary person, Qin Yao noticed that she put a lot of force on her left foot when she walked, and her right foot would unconsciously rise onto her tiptoes, which meant that she was injured. As for now, before Tang Curson could answer, Qin Yao directly lifted her long hair. The action was so sudden that Tang Curson couldn't dodge in time, and Qin Yao saw the whole thing. Tang Curson has a sweet and delicate appearance. Her youthful face is full of collagen, and her skin is fair and radiant. This makes any blemish on her face particularly noticeable, not to mention that what she has on her face can hardly be considered a blemish. Several handprints were intertwined, half of his face was swollen, and even his nose was red, clearly indicating that he had been beaten. Qin Yao's eyes immediately turned icy cold, his face darkened completely, and a murderous intent surged forth. Tang Kursin is the younger sister he watched grow up. Because of him, she suffered a lot at a young age. She had been an excellent student, but dropped out of school for 2 years. After finally returning to school, she was treated like this. How could he tolerate it? It is certain that the cause of this was not someone from outside the school. Because whenever Tang Kursin left school, the Zhang family would secretly watch over her. Since they didn't report this situation to me, it means that Tang Kursin's ordeal likely happened on campus. School violence. Qin Yao immediately thought of this. Seeing that Qin Yao had exposed her, Tang Kursin immediately tried to slam the door shut. It has nothing to do with you. It's none of your business. But Qin Yao was too strong, and she couldn't close the door at all, so she had to turn around and go in herself. As I sat down, tears streamed down my face. Qin Yao walked over, trying to suppress his anger and soften his tone. He squatted down in front of Tang Kursin and said softly, "Kursin, listen to me. You don't want your aunt to worry about you, right? Tell me who did it, and I'll help you resolve it. I'll keep it a secret from your aunt, okay?" Qin Yao's last words finally broke Tang Kursin's composure. She was so sensible, because she understood that her mother had finally achieved a peaceful life and was afraid of upsetting her. She didn't go home to tell her even though she was being bullied. Qin Yao said he would help keep it a secret from his aunt. Tang Kursin didn't expect him to solve the problem for her, but she still honestly confessed. "There's nothing you can do. Those people, we can't afford to mess with them." Tang Kursin's tears flowed more and more as she spoke. "It's a few girls from our class, all of whom come from very wealthy families. One of them has a family worth over 100 million. When the topic of school came up, Qin Yao didn't interrupt, but just listened quietly. It turns out that Tang Kursin's appearance has attracted a lot of attention since the day she enrolled in school. One of the girls was very popular in the class because she was beautiful and rich, so she had many suitors. After enrolling in school, Tang Kursin focused solely on her studies, maintaining a calm attitude towards others and not wanting to cause trouble. But even though she doesn't cause trouble, people always seem to provoke her. The girl couldn't stand that Tang Kursin's appearance stole half of her limelight, and she also couldn't stand that a poor girl always acted aloof and unapproachable, so she repeatedly picked fights with her. At first, they tore up her books and homework. Later, they put glue on her chair, put dead rats in her drawers, and poured water on her, and locked the door while she was in the bathroom. In short, their methods have become increasingly vicious, and today they have even escalated to the point of physical violence. Several girls blocked Tang Kursin in the classroom and wouldn't let her leave. They forced her to kneel on the podium and slap her, and some even recorded and took photos. He also warned her that if she dared to steal the spotlight again, he would strip her naked, take photos, and post them at the school gate. These are all young girls in the prime of their lives, yet they are so ruthless towards their peers, it's chilling. Chapter 441 Humiliation. After listening to Tang Kursin's account, Qin Yao did not immediately get angry. Instead, he frowned and asked, "Does the teacher know about this?" If something happens to a student at school, the first thing people will ask is the teacher. Tang Kursin bit her lower lip and nodded. "I know, but knowing doesn't help. Those girls all come from wealthy families. They like to play around and cause trouble in class, and the teachers usually turn a blind eye." At this point, she seemed to realize something and quickly grabbed Qin Yao's hand. "Brother, you mustn't tell Mom." Qin Yao's heart softened immediately when he saw her pleading look. This was the first time he had heard Kursin call him brother since he came back. He placed his large hand on Tang Kursin's head and comforted her with a smile. "Don't worry, I'll keep it from your aunt. I'll also handle this for you. I'll take you to school tomorrow and ask your teacher first." When she heard that Qin Yao wouldn't tell Qin Shufang. However, he also shook his head bitterly. She didn't think Qin Yao could help her solve anything. Although she didn't know what Qin Yao did now, he had just been released from prison, while the families of those girls were all powerful and influential people. She didn't want Qin Yao to cause trouble for her. "Let's just forget about it. Our family has finally reunited and is living a peaceful life. I don't want to see you cause any more trouble." She wiped away her tears and said, "At worst, I'll apply for a transfer tomorrow. I believe I can get good grades, even if I go to a regular high school. I believe it too. Knowing that she was doing it for his own good, Qin Yao smiled, but then became serious again. But Kursin, you have to understand that some things can't be solved by simply avoiding them. You can transfer schools now if you're being bullied, but what if the school is still like that in the next moment? Will you transfer again? Also, the way they treated you must have left a significant psychological scar on you, even if you didn't say it. You did nothing wrong, yet this shadow will follow you for the rest of your life. Meanwhile, those who do evil can live a life of peace of mind. Is that fair? Tang Kursin listened to Qin Yao's words in a daze. But she still felt extremely hesitant, afraid that Qin Yao would act impulsively. But, my family background is too different from his. At least for now, I don't have the ability to resist. Kursin, being born into poverty is never a mistake, and being poor does not mean you can be bullied. Qin Yao patted her head and laughed. Anyway, leave this matter to me. I'll handle it well. Trust me, okay? At that moment, Tang Kursin suddenly felt a sense of security. It feels so good to have an older brother. Okay, I believe you. Tang Kursin didn't know what Qin Yao was going to do, but she knew that even if Qin Yao went in person, it probably wouldn't change the outcome of the transfer. While it's true that we are poor, in this world, aren't the poor and honest people always the ones who get bullied? But she still felt reassured knowing that Qin Yao would stand up for her. After agreeing to Tang Kursin's request, Qin Yao went out, only telling Qin Shufang that the girl was too tired from studying and didn't want to come down for dinner. He served her some food and secretly prepared an ice pack for her. The next morning, when Tang Kursin went out, he didn't follow immediately, but left a little later than her. He wanted to see just who this person really was. Despite it being her long-awaited return to school, Tang Kursin was sullen and even seemed somewhat heavy-hearted the whole way. Qin Yao followed her from a short distance away, watching without going up to disturb her. After entering the school gate, Qin Yao registered at the security booth. But as soon as she finished filling out the form, Tang Kursin looked up and was stopped by several well-dressed young girls and boys. One of the girls was clearly their leader. She wasn't wearing a school uniform, had dyed blonde hair, and her nails were beautifully manicured with half-centimeter-long nail tips, making her stand out among the students. She wore light makeup, and her clothes from head to toe were all designer brands, including her Chanel backpack. She even wore 2 or 3 centimeter high heels. They were too far away to hear what they were saying. The girl used her long fingernails to lift Tang Kursin's chin, said a few words in a mocking tone, and the boys and girls around her burst into laughter. Tang Kursin hung her head in embarrassment, remaining silent. There were many students passing by, but after seeing that it was this group of people, no one dared to interfere, and they all kept their heads down and walked away. At this moment, the girl put an arm around Tang Kursin's neck and walked with her into the depths of the playground. Qin Yao's eyes narrowed slightly, and he followed. There was a toilet deep inside the playground. A group of men and women actually dragged Tang Kursin into the men's toilet and even kicked the others out. Qin Yao moved nimbly, standing at the door listening to the sounds inside. The elegantly dressed girl spoke first, grabbing Tang Kursin by the collar and saying, "Have you forgotten what I told you yesterday? I told you to transfer schools today. How dare you still come? What? You really think young Master Zheng would be interested in you? Don't dream about it." A group of teenagers surrounded Tang Kursin and forced her to stand in the corner of the toilet. Even in the face of so many threats, Tang Kursin did not show any humility. She simply said with a cold face, "I have no relation to Zheng Yuan, and I will not transfer schools." Her last sentence was completely ignored, and the girl scoffed. "You want to have something to do with young Master Zheng? You think you're worthy? That's right. She doesn't even look at herself. She looks like a poor maid standing next to young Master Zheng. You, who came from humble beginnings, dare to join the student council with young Master Zheng? I think you don't know your place. You're already throwing yourself at people at such a young age. What? Did your mother work as a prostitute, and you've been influenced by her? Only Sister Yang is allowed to stand next to young Master Zheng, understand?" A group of teenagers spoke very rudely, pretending to be seasoned veterans when they were clearly not mature enough. Tang Kursin could endure being humiliated herself, but she would never allow them to insult her mother. She, who had originally planned to keep quiet and bear it, suddenly became furious. You can say whatever you want, but you're not allowed to say anything about my mother. The girl in the lead scoffed. Oh, you're not allowed? She poked Tang Kursen's forehead with her long fingernails, leaving a mark. What can you do if I tell you? I heard your mother just runs a rundown noodle shop. She's a low-class person. What right does she have to tell me what not to do? Looks like you haven't learned your lesson from yesterday. Today, I'll teach you how to talk to me with that filthy mouth of yours. Chapter 442. To catch the thief, first catch the king. As soon as the girl raised her hand, Tang Kursen quickly shrank her neck, instinctively trying to protect her face. The other boys and girls rushed up and grabbed Tang Kursen's hands, making her unable to move. Seeing this, Qin Yao did not rush in, but stood at the door to observe first. He talked to Tang Kursen yesterday, saying that if you keep tolerating some people, they will only become more and more unreasonable. He could certainly protect Tang Kursen immediately, but if she developed a dependence on him, she would only avoid and rely on him if she encountered the same situation again in the future. He had to teach Tang Kursen to resist. Previously, Tang Kursen always accepted things passively, believing that as long as she endured it once or twice, or transferred schools, these people would let her go. The same was true today. But just as the girl's slap was about to land, she suddenly remembered what Qin Yao had said to her last night. You did nothing wrong, so why are you bowing your head? Don't worry, I will protect you. She gritted her teeth and suddenly felt a surge of power. Resist. We must resist. With a heavy heart, she kicked the girl directly before the slap could land on her face. No one expected Tang Kursen to suddenly make a move, since she had only been covering her head and taking hits before, so her legs hadn't been restrained. The kick came suddenly and was both fast and vicious. Originally, Tang Kursen was also a pampered young lady, but in the past 2 years, she has been running a noodle shop with Qin Shufang and has done all kinds of physical work, so she is naturally stronger than these pampered young ladies. The girl was kicked in the stomach without realizing it, and she stumbled back several steps before falling to the ground. The kick was so hard that the girl immediately bent over and vomited. Because of her falling posture, she vomited directly on herself, ruining her exquisite Chanel suit. Moreover, she always considered herself a noble beauty, and vomiting all over herself in front of so many people was even more uncomfortable than being kicked in the body. The girls were terrified and rushed over, crying, Sister Yang! Sister Yang, are you alright? You bitch, how dare you fight back? The girl surnamed Yang struggled to raise her head, glaring hatefully at Tang Kursen, her eyes bulging, her expression contorted, and her mouth still smeared with filth. She doesn't look like a rich heiress. She looks more like a crazy woman. Tang Kursen, you bitch, how dare you lay a hand on me? I'll kill you. Do you know that with just one phone call from me, dozens of people can be waiting for you at the school gate after school? You believe I'll have someone gang rape you, you filthy bitch. The girl screamed hysterically and uttered wild words. She had never been so humiliated before. This was the first time. Go, strip her clothes off. I'm going to film this. I want the whole school to see what kind of bastard you really are. I'll make sure you never have the face to stay in Qingxing again. The shrill female voice was extremely irritating to the eardrums, and the boys and girls turned around again to deal with Tang Kursen. However, in this brief moment, just as Qin Yao was about to go in, he saw Tang Kursen, like a little leopard, not only not dodge, but instead pounce on the girl. She arrived so suddenly that no one expected her to pounce on the girl on the ground, and they were all caught off guard. Then, without saying a word, Tang Kursen straddled the girl's face and slapped her repeatedly across the face. If you dare call me a bastard again, I'll tear your mouth apart. The girl suddenly looked up, still wanting to curse, only to see Tang Kursen's face, completely different from her usual quiet demeanor, right in front of her. Her beautiful eyes widened slightly in anger, her gaze icy, and there was even a hint of murderous intent in them. It was precisely because of this murderous aura that the others were momentarily stunned and didn't react. After all, they had no idea why Tang Kursen would suddenly become so fierce. The girl on the ground, however, reacted. Her face stung, and blood was streaming from her nose, but she still remained defiant. How can you not be a bastard? I've heard that your brother is a gigolo, and he even got himself locked up in jail for being a gigolo. If you dare touch me today, I can send you to jail for 10 years. How dare you lowly commoners ride on my back? Hearing her roar, the others finally reacted and rushed forward while cursing, trying to pull Tang Kursen away. Some even started slapping and kicking her. But Tang Kursen didn't dodge or evade. Instead, she grabbed the girl's hair with one hand and choked her neck hard with the other, and then bit her directly. Ah! The girl screamed in pain, yelling, "What are you all standing there for? Pull her away. Pull her away. It hurts so much. This woman is insane. She's going to kill me." The others rushed up and pulled Tang Kursen away, no longer caring about hitting her. But Tang Kursen was truly like a mad woman, biting the girl tightly and refusing to let go. She ignored everyone else's slaps and punches. Even when someone pulled her hair, she didn't let go. Qin Yao, watching from outside, was even somewhat surprised. This girl is quite clever and ruthless too. The girl had threatened to strip Tang Kursen of her clothes and take pictures, so Tang Kursen targeted only her because she was the leader of the group. The more others hit her, the harder she bit, until her neck bled, causing the girl to scream in pain. Moreover, since she was so close to the girl, even if others wanted to take her clothes off to take pictures, they wouldn't have a chance. Because if Tang Kursen is to be photographed, then the girl's disheveled appearance will also be captured in the shot, which is something no one else dares to do. In the midst of a fierce battle, Tang Kursen's hair was disheveled, but the girl beneath her was in no better shape. Not only was she being slapped by Tang Kursen, but she was also being bitten on the neck, and even the hand pulling her hair didn't rest, pulling out several clumps of hair. For a moment, it was impossible to tell whether she or Tang Kursen was in a worse situation. After a while, she even lost the will to resist, and simply lay on the ground crying and screaming, cursing incessantly. But this time, she dared not call Tang Kursen a bastard anymore, nor did she dare to insult her mother. At this moment, a boy noticed that the situation was getting out of control and actually looked at the mop in the corner of the toilet. He rushed over, grabbed the mop, and with a bloodshot look in his eyes, raised it to smash it down on Tang Kursen's head. Just then, he realized that no matter how hard he tried, the mop wouldn't go down. Turning around, he saw a tall figure standing behind him, his cold eyes glaring at him. "Do you want to die?" Chapter 443, You're Not Human. The boy whose mop Qin Yao was holding turned around and met a pair of icy, bone-chilling eyes. He immediately shuddered and subconsciously asked, "Who are you?" Qin Yao glanced at Tang Kursen on the ground. Then his gaze swept over the group of bewildered boys and girls. "I am her brother, who has been to prison." Upon hearing that Qin Yao was actually Tang Kursen's brother, the girl on the ground screamed, "Kill him!" Unable to push Tang Kursen away, she gave an order for several teenagers to surround Qin Yao. When Tang Kursen saw Qin Yao arrive, she subconsciously let go of his hand. "Brother, what brings you here?" The girl took the opportunity to push Tang Kursen away and was pulled aside by several other girls. At this point, she looked completely unrecognizable. Her face was swollen like a pig's head from being slapped. Blood was still flowing from her neck, and her clothes were covered in vomit. Qin Yao didn't even bother to look at her, but simply waved to Tang Kursen. "Come here, stand behind me." In that instant, the sense of security that Tang Kursen had been missing for so long returned to her body. She was stunned for a moment, then quickly ran to Qin Yao's side. Qin Yao pressed his large hand on her head, glanced at her new wounds with heartache, but offered no words of comfort, only saying, "You did very well." Tang Kursen didn't know how to react for a moment, so she awkwardly turned her head away and whispered, "So embarrassing." "Don't worry, you won't be the one embarrassed today," Qin Yao reassured her. At this moment, the girl surnamed Young finally recovered. Looking at her disheveled appearance, she shouted at Qin Yao almost frantically, "You're her brother, right? You've come at the perfect time. Let me tell you, I am Yang Qian, the daughter of the owner of Huaxing Company. Do you know how much money my dad donates to the school every year? Do you know how much our family's assets are? You peasants dare to lay a hand on me? Have you considered the consequences?" Yang Qian was furious. Before Tang Kursen arrived, she was definitely a prominent figure in the class. At school, not only her classmates, but even her teachers dared not point fingers at her. But then she ran into Tang Kursen, who not only stole her thunder in class, but also dared to rebel today. Despite her young age, she already felt as if her authority as a superior was being challenged by her inferior subjects. I'm very unhappy. Tang Kursin was only focused on protecting herself and hadn't considered this aspect at all. Now that Yang Qian had mentioned her family background, she suddenly became frightened and tugged at Qin Yao's clothes. Brother, let's go. She didn't want to get involved with Yang Qian, and she was even more afraid that Qin Yao would have a conflict with Yang Qian because of her. If it were an ordinary person, it would be fine, but Yang Qian's background is too good for them to mess with. Brother, shall we transfer schools right now? She lowered her voice and said to Qin Yao, don't make a move. We can't afford to offend her. The toilet was small, and although Tang Kursin had lowered her voice, Yang Qian and the others still heard her, which made them even more arrogant. Oh ho, so you know you can't afford to offend me, huh? Yang Qian sneered, raising her head and tapping her with her chin. Since you know who I am, you should know your place in my eyes. Don't think that just because your brother is here you can take you away. You're dreaming. Your brother is just a wage earner. He's a lower-class person in front of me too. Let me tell you, if you want to have a better life in the future, you two siblings should kneel down and slap yourselves 100 times. Otherwise, I have enough power and means to make it impossible for your whole family to stay in Qingcheng. She crossed her arms and turned her nose up. If it weren't for the fact that she looked rather disheveled, she would indeed appear quite arrogant. Unfortunately, the expression on her face now is not only not intimidating, but also makes people laugh. Qin Yao glanced at her and said indifferently, in my opinion, you are still a bunch of children. I will not lay a hand on you. But it seems your parents didn't teach you how to be good people. So I'm going to ask them whether they should take care of you themselves, or I should take care of you for them. Qin Yao really didn't need to take action against the group of children. Tang Kursin had already avenged part of her own grievances, and Qin Yao planned to seek revenge on the parents of these children for the rest. After saying that, he prepared to pull Tang Kursin away. But how could Yang Qian let them leave so easily? You want to see my dad? Do you think a peasant like you has any chance of meeting my dad? Even if you meet them, all you can do is grovel and fawn. None of you siblings are leaving here today. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. In her view, the brother and sister were just ordinary people from ordinary families. These kinds of people's lives are worthless. Even if you beat them to death here, you'd only get a few 100,000 yuan in compensation per person. Dare to cause trouble? Then we'll make sure no one in their family can cause trouble again. With a single glance from Yang Qian, several tall male students grabbed mops, and one even picked up a fire extinguisher, rushing towards Qin Yao. Go to hell. Brother, watch out. Tang Kursin instinctively tried to protect Qin Yao, but Qin Yao pulled her into his arms. Then, as Qin Yao turned around, he launched a spinning kick. Even an ordinary student, even one who is tall, couldn't withstand Qin Yao's kick. With one kick, the student didn't even have a chance to groan before flying out and crashing into the urinal. The remaining students, Qin Yao, finished even more cleanly and efficiently. In the small men's restroom, only Qin Yao's figure could be seen moving about like a ghost. The group of teenagers who usually followed Yang Qian around and acted arrogantly were completely scattered. One of them had his head shoved into the toilet by Qin Yao, causing the toilet to shatter on the spot. The group of girls were terrified at the sight, but because they were positioned further inside, they had no chance to escape. Yang Qian was stunned, completely unprepared for Tang Kursin's brother to be so powerful, and her face turned deathly pale. Seeing that Qin Yao was busy tidying up the others, she quickly took the opportunity to run outside. But as she passed by Qin Yao, a large hand pressed down on her head. A cold voice sounded behind her. I don't usually hit women, but you're not even human. Oh. Yang Qian screamed in panic, then felt a tremendous force coming from above her head. Then Qin Yao grabbed her head and lifted her up, her feet off the ground, as she struggled continuously. Let me go? Let me go. My dad is Yang Long. You can't touch me. You'll die if you touch me. Qin Yao ignored her completely, grabbed her head and shoved it into the toilet bowl of the next stall. The man looked down at the screaming girl and said coldly, you should stay with your own kind. Chapter 444. I'll ask you if it's loud or not. In the cramped toilet, The scene was completely destroyed in just 2 minutes, with screams echoing everywhere. Qin Yao didn't even bother to look back and left with Tang Kursin. After coming out, Tang Kursin's pretty face was pale, and she looked like she was still in shock. You were too impulsive. You were really too impulsive just now. Qin Yao's arm tightly, her heart pounding, and said, "Let's go quickly before they come out. Call the police." "Yes, let's call the police first." It was clear that she was very wary of the group of rich kids' identities and was extremely anxious. Qin Yao simply patted her head and smiled. "Don't worry, I'll handle it. Let's go see your homeroom teacher." Hearing that Qin Yao wasn't going to run away but actually wanted to see the homeroom teacher, Tang Kursin was terrified and quickly grabbed him, saying, "Are you crazy? They dared to treat me like this because they have the homeroom teacher backing them up. Do you think I didn't think about talking to the teacher at first?" But the homeroom teacher said that it was just a minor incident and there was no need to make a big deal out of it. What's the point of you looking for her? Qin Yao knew that Tang Kursin was repeatedly bullied at school, and the homeroom teacher naturally turned a blind eye. If these children are the main culprits in causing this situation, then this homeroom teacher is an accomplice. So he didn't listen to Tang Kursin, but firmly grabbed her hand and said, "Trust me, come with me." For some reason, seeing Qin Yao's calm expression, Tang Kursin suddenly felt much more at ease and forgot to refute him and followed him blankly. Qin Yao led her across the playground and headed straight for his office. As I entered, a female teacher in a suit was chatting with her colleagues, and the group was laughing heartily. Upon seeing Tang Kursin enter, the female teacher immediately stopped smiling, her face hardening as she slammed her hand on her desk. "Tang Kursin, what's wrong with you? Why are you late? You've only been in school for a few days, and you've already learned what sooner or later means. Do you think you can disregard school rules just because you have good grades? You're so young, and you're already not learning anything good. With the way you are now, I don't think you'll amount to anything when you grow up." Before Tang Kursin could even speak, the female teacher launched into a tirade of criticism. At this moment, everyone in the office looked at Tang Kursin with indifferent eyes, as if this kind of thing often happened in the office. Qin Yao walked into the office, his tall figure immediately attracting everyone's attention. The female teacher even frowned, looked at Qin Yao holding Tang Kursin's hand, and rolled her eyes. "Well, I didn't expect you to be late and even have a puppy love." Sure enough, children from ordinary families lack manners. Girls are so young and already not learning good things. Someone like you, with your background, is beyond saving. "No, teacher, this is me." Tang Kursin quickly tried to explain, but was rudely interrupted by her homeroom teacher. All right. Don't bother explaining to me anymore. I don't have time to listen to your excuses. Go out yourself and hand me a 1,000-word self-criticism. You should seriously reflect on your behavior of being late today." Tang Kursin didn't speak, bit her lower lip, lowered her head, and tugged at Qin Yao. Her meaning was clear. "See? What did I tell you? Let's go." But Qin Yao didn't move. Instead, he stepped forward and said, "You're Kursin's homeroom teacher, right? I'm her brother." Upon hearing that the parents had arrived, the homeroom teacher's expression softened slightly, but after observing Qin Yao's ordinary attire, she still showed considerable impatience. "Oh, you're Tang Kursin's parent? You've come at the right time." She walked to her desk, sat down, took a sip from her thermos, crossed her long legs, and tapped her red-nailed fingers on the table. "Your child has a very big problem. I'm not trying to be mean, but don't be fooled by her good grades now. If this continues, she won't amount to much. I know you parents aren't highly educated, but you can't just spoil them. They still need to learn some basic manners, right? We're a top-tier high school. Look at those students from prestigious families. Even if they're not academically gifted, their character and conduct are absolutely outstanding." Before she could continue her long-winded lecture, Qin Yao interrupted her directly, pushed Tang Kursin in front of her, pointed to the injuries on her face and the footprints on her clothes, and asked, "This? Teacher's song." He glanced at the sign on his desk, which read Song Row. "Excuse me, didn't you see Kursin's injuries?" "How could I not see it?" Tang Kursin's injuries and dust were so obvious that everyone noticed her as soon as she entered the office, including Song Row. Moreover, Tang Kursin had complained to her before, but she did not take any action. This time, She thought Tang Kursin had come to complain again. So before Tang Kursin could speak, she scolded her and left Tang Kursin speechless. Now that Qin Yao had pointed it out, she was not only embarrassed, but her face also looked even uglier. His arrogance rose again, and he slammed his hand on the table, saying, I also want to ask you parents, what's wrong with your kids? They're fighting with other classmates every day. Their manners are terrible. I saw the injuries on her body, but why did they only bully her and not others? I think it's because your child is not likable. You parents should go back and reflect on your actions. Upon hearing these words, Tang Kursin silently lowered her head, her eyes brimming with tears. Qin Yao glanced at her and said, So you mean my sister was bullied because she brought it on herself? Song Ro was very firm. What else? Flies don't land on eggs without cracks, and it takes two to tango. You should take her home and educate her properly first. Don't let her interfere with my work. Upon hearing this, Qin Yao nodded. I think you have a point. After saying that, he suddenly stepped forward. Smack! A loud slap rang out in the office, landing directly on Song Ro's face. The unexpected slap knocked Song Ro off her office chair and made her fall to the ground. Everyone was stunned, completely unexpected that Qin Yao would suddenly make a move. Song Ro was stunned by the beating and looked at Qin Yao with uncontrollable rage. What are you doing? Hitting someone in the office. I'm calling the police. Qin Yao looked down at her and slapped her again. Smack. Teacher Song should reflect on herself. There are so many people in the office. Why did I not hit anyone else but you? Of course, it's your own problem. Smack. After all. Smack. Flies don't land on eggs without cracks. Smack. With the final slap, Song Ro's nose bled profusely. One slap. I'm just asking you, did it ring? Chapter 445 Poor Quality. Song Ro was so dizzy from the beating that the two male teachers in the office quickly stood up as well. However, seeing that Qin Yao was tall and strong, he didn't dare to make a move, but quickly helped Song Ro up from the ground. Hey, what's wrong with you as a parent? Why can't you talk things out instead of resorting to violence? Exactly. What kind of manners do you have? What kind of good child can a parent like you raise? No wonder your Tang Kursin is being bullied. It's because of parents like you. A group of teachers repeatedly berated Qin Yao, and some even planned to call the police. Because the commotion was quite loud, many curious students gathered at the entrance to watch. Song Ro felt extremely humiliated. When had she ever been treated like this before? She's the homeroom teacher of the top class, and every year countless wealthy businessmen and nobles try every means to send their children to her. As for the children from ordinary families, which parent didn't treat her with utmost respect, fearing she wouldn't accept their child? Unexpectedly, Tang Kursin's brother was so rude that he attacked her right away. With the help of others, Song Ro regained her balance, nearly driven mad with anger. Pointing her finger at Qin Yao and Tang Kursin, she cried out, You too. How dare you hit people in the office? With your level of quality, you don't deserve to be in my class, much less in our high school. I've made up my mind. I'll apply to the school to expel Tang Kursin and also have her fight with classmates at school recorded in her file. No matter which school she goes to in the future, she can forget about receiving special attention. Tang Kursin has excellent grades, so she should be very popular no matter which school she attends. But if such a record is added to the file, then things are hard to say. Furthermore, if she takes the college entrance examination in the future, some key universities will also examine her records. If there is such a record, they may give up the admission. So when Song Ro said that, Tang Kursin was startled and quickly tugged at Qin Yao's clothes. Brother, forget it. Stop messing around. If it really gets recorded in my file, I'll never be able to go to Peking University again. From childhood, her dream was to attend Peking University, the top-ranked university in China. But Peking University has no shortage of talent, and it examines students' qualities in all aspects. Tang Kursin's file must not have any blemishes. Seeing that Tang Kursin was scared, Song Ro became arrogant again, her fierceness masking her inner weakness. Whether it counts or not is not something you can decide for yourself. Tang Kursin, I used to turn a blind eye to your disagreements with your classmates because I thought your grades were okay. I never expected that instead of reflecting on your own actions, you would actually dare to bring your parents to the school to show off your power. Fine, I won't tolerate you this time, and neither will your brother. I'm not only going to apply for your dismissal, but I'm also going to call the police. I heard your brother has been to jail before. Looks like he's going to be back in jail this time. Song Ro's tone was cold and hard, showing no intention of letting Tang Kursin off the hook. Tang Kursin quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Teacher Song. My brother was just angry because he saw me being bullied. Please don't hold it against him. The young girl bowed repeatedly, afraid that Song Ro would really go to the police. My brother finally got a stable job. He really can't have another criminal record. Please, give him a chance. Qin Yao was deeply moved upon seeing this. Upon hearing that Song Ro was going to call the police, the girl forgot all about her own file and was actually afraid that he would be imprisoned again. But Song Ro wasn't buying it. Instead of softening her heart, she showed a disdainful expression. She conducts background checks on all students before they enroll. Tang Kursin originally came from a decent family, and her family was relatively wealthy. But 5 years ago, her father went bankrupt and committed suicide, leaving her and her mother behind. They opened a small noodle shop with a meager income. I recently heard that the noodle shop received investment from the Sun family and expanded its scale a bit, but it is still just a small business and not up to par. Besides, her brother was just a recently released convict. What good is it if a child from such a family has excellent grades? It is almost impossible to change one's fate. In this society, without money or Beijing, even if you graduate from a prestigious university, your chances of changing your fate are extremely slim. You'll just end up working for someone else after graduation. So she didn't give this future factory girl a friendly look, and she had no patience for her. Bullying you? Who bullied you? Song Ro rolled her eyes impatiently, turning black into white, and said, I heard that you're just a young person who's not learning good things, actually trying to seduce the student council president. Yang Qian and the others just couldn't stand your behavior, so they warned you a few times. Does that count as bullying? She glossed over the actions of Yang Qian and others, and spread rumors in front of so many people that Tang Kursin was of bad character. For a girl, reputation is the most important thing. She spread rumors without a second thought, never considering the impact her words would have on Tang Kursin in the future. No, teacher, there's really nothing between Zheng Yuan and me. I just wanted to sign up for the student council. Tang Kursin quickly explained when she saw that there were many students watching. But Song Ro didn't stop. She waved her hand and said, all right, stop trying to cover it up. Only you know what you're thinking. You don't need to explain to me. Her words made it seem as if the rumors about Tang Kursin were true. I'm going to discuss this matter with you. Today you brought your brother to the office and assaulted someone. So many people saw it. I'm going to get a medical examination later. If apologies were enough, there would be no police. I will have a lawyer come and talk to you. Song Ro was very tough. She didn't take Qin Yao seriously at all, but if she didn't get her revenge, how could she maintain her authority in front of the students in the future? It's incredibly audacious of a migrant worker from an ordinary family to dare to point fingers at her. Tang Kursin was frantic and quickly pulled Qin Yao. Brother, you have to explain to Teacher Song. Tell her you were just too anxious and acted impulsively. Apologize. She knew that Qin Yao had acted for her sake, so she didn't want to blame him. However, if Song Ro really pursues the matter, Qin Yao will definitely not be able to handle it. He was only released from prison less than 3 months ago. If he goes back in, Qin Yao's sentence will definitely not be lenient. Seeing her anxious expression, Qin Yao remained calm, patted her small hand, and smiled. Don't worry. Now that I'm here, I will definitely solve your problem, so you have no worries. Instead of apologizing, he walked to Song Ro's original seat, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Because Qin Yao had been too ruthless, several teachers, including Song Ro, quickly backed away when they saw him approaching. Qin Yao sat back in his chair, squinted at Song Ro, and said, If you're going to cause me trouble, that's great. After all, even if you don't contact me, I will contact you. Chapter 446, They Came to Our Door. Qin Yao tilted his head back, leaned back, and unleashed his full aura, exuding immense pressure. Having endured 5 years of ordeal in the Netherworld prison, and after his release, he interacted with powerful figures like Zheng Hanjiang, giving him a completely different temperament from ordinary people. In addition, he was already a martial artist at the Earth realm, which gave him a special aura. So even when he's sitting, he gives off a sense of being superior. He raised his hand and pointed to Tang Kursin beside him. You must have seen the injuries on her face, right? I'm sure she has many similar injuries on her body. She's only 18, and you keep accusing her of seducing male classmates. I want to ask you, what's the evidence? Have you seen it yourself? With so many people and so many students in front of her, Song Ro couldn't lie through her teeth. She completely ignored the first half of Qin Yao's sentence and said righteously, although I didn't see it with my own eyes, some classmates said so. Qin Yao smiled and stood up slightly. Hearing it means you saw it, right? So, does seeing you, teacher Song, going to a hotel with a student's parent after school yesterday count as true? You're talking nonsense. Song Ro roared. If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll sue you for spreading rumors. Isn't that right? But I asked a lot of people before I came, and they all said they had seen it. Qin Yao said calmly. Since someone says so, it must be true. Otherwise, how could someone as young as you become the homeroom teacher of an honors class? As soon as Qin Yao finished speaking, the students watching outside immediately started discussing it, and even the teachers in the office were exchanging glances. Song Ro is indeed young and beautiful, and she often tries to curry favor with some wealthy students' parents. Moreover, within 2 years of entering the school, he became very close to the principal, and was even seen by students outside the school. However, the matter was quickly suppressed. Qin Yao hadn't actually investigated it, but his mention of it made people unconsciously think of the matter. Song Ro's face flushed red with anger. You're talking nonsense. Don't think everyone is as shameless as your sister, seducing men at such a young age. Don't try to change the subject with your lies. Don't think that by framing me, your sister won't get fired. Let me tell you, I've already called the police. We'll settle all the old scores later. You're finished. If Qin Yao had apologized, compensated for medical expenses, and then persuaded Tang Kursin to drop out of school, she wouldn't have called the police. But now Qin Yao is going too far, and she can no longer tolerate it. Qin Yao would be more cautious after I mentioned calling the police. But to my surprise, Qin Yao nodded and said, I think it's fine. It's good to settle both the old and new scores together. But don't rush. There are more people coming later. You can calculate it together. Song Ro assumed Qin Yao had brought in someone to help him, and snorted coldly. Heh, I don't care who you brought in. The fact is you hit someone today. Don't try to clear your name. As soon as she finished speaking, the first person to enter was not a policeman, but a middle-aged man with a large belly. The man looked to be in his 40s, dressed smartly, and wearing a Rolex on his wrist. He entered with an assistant and 2 bodyguards behind him, looking very impressive. As they pulled Yang Qian inside, the bodyguards pushed several school students who were watching the commotion at the door to the ground. Upon seeing him, Tang Kursin bit her lip and frowned. Oh no, Yang Qian's father really came. Qin Yao lifted his eyelids slightly. You're here? Not bad. Upon seeing Yang Long enter, Song Ro, who had been arrogant, immediately broke into a wide smile, even bending her straight back slightly. President Yang, what brings you here? I was just about to report to you about Qianqian's recent situation. She didn't care about Qin Yao, this country bumpkin, and hurriedly went to greet him, rubbing her hands together. Even other teachers rushed forward to greet him, but a few ignored them, instead showing disdain for their colleagues' obsequious manner. Yang Long pulled Yang Qian in, his nose in the air. He snorted coldly as he saw Song Ro. Heh, that's perfect. Come on, tell me what's going on with our Qianqian. As he spoke, Yang Long pulled Yang Qian in front of him. Yang Qian had changed her clothes, but she still looked very disheveled. A lot of her hair was pulled out, and there were even several bald patches on her scalp. Her face was even more swollen than Tang Kursin's. The most outrageous thing was the neck, which had a string of teeth marks. Although the bleeding had stopped, you could still tell that the person who bit her had bitten her very hard. Song Ro was terrified. Yang Long is the owner of Huaxing Company, which is considered a well-known construction company in the area. But Yang Long started out as a contractor. He was very ruthless when he was young, and after he became successful, he always kept a group of people under his command. Most importantly, Yang Long donates 2 to 3 million yuan to the school every year, and he also sends people to give Yang Qian, her homeroom teacher, red envelopes on a regular basis. all in order to ensure that the school takes good care of Yang Qian. But now Yang Qian has actually been beaten up by her. How could Song Ro not be afraid? She covered her mouth in surprise, heartbroken as if the girl were her own daughter, her voice trembling. Qian, what happened? Were you bullied by your classmates? Who is it? Teacher will teach her a lesson right away. The principal rushed over at this moment, and as soon as he saw Yang Qian's face, he understood what had happened. He was furious. I'm so sorry, Ms. Yang, that such a thing could happen in our school. It's infuriating, shocking, and unbelievable. Our school has always been one of the top schools in Qingcheng, and our students are known for their excellent character and academic performance. But now such a terrible incident has occurred. Rest assured, we will definitely give you an explanation, Mr. Yang. Song Ro nodded repeatedly, her face contorted with heartache. If someone who didn't know the situation saw this, they would think that Yang Qian was her and Yang Longxing's daughter. Yang Long snorted and said domineeringly, an explanation is a must. I have pampered my daughter since birth and never even touched her. Now that I've been sent to your school, I've been treated like this. Not only does your school need to give an explanation, but the parents of the student who assaulted me also need to give me an explanation. What are you all standing there for? Call the student who hit her and her parents here. Today I'll see who dares to touch my daughter, Yang Long's daughter. They're really asking for it. Yang Long glared at her and slammed his hand on the office table, making a loud bang, bang sound. At that moment, Yang Qian spotted Qin Yao and Tang Kersen sitting to the side and immediately tugged at Yang Long's sleeve. Dad, he's the one who hit me. With someone backing her up, she regained her confidence. His young face was filled with malice. And that Tang Kersen, she also attacked me. You absolutely cannot let her go. Chapter 447, Don't Struggle. As soon as Yang Qian spoke, everyone's attention turned to her. Yang Long followed the gaze of others and immediately spotted Qin Yao. He first saw Qin Yao. He was stunned for a moment. He felt that this person had a somewhat intimidating aura, and it seemed that he had seen him somewhere before. He frowned, not immediately launching an attack, but instead asked Song Ro beside him, who is this person? Song Ro had just been slapped by Qin Yao and was still full of resentment. Unexpectedly, he even hit Yang Qian, so he quickly added fuel to the fire. President Yang, this is the parent of one of our students. His family owns a noodle shop, so he comes from a rather ordinary background, but his manners are just not up to par. This parent had just been released from prison and came to my office to cause trouble. Look, he even hit me. Song Ro squeezed out a few pitiful tears and shifted all the blame onto Qin Yao. The principal quickly stated his position, saying sternly, this is absolutely outrageous. As a parent, instead of setting a good example for your child, you actually came to the school to beat people up. What kind of place is a school? It's a sacred place for teaching, nurturing, and cultivating the next generation. How can you do whatever you want here? Mr. Yang, what do you think? Yang Long waved his hand, telling him to step back, and walked towards Qin Yao himself. He initially thought Qin Yao looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before, and wondered if he was some rich second generation. But when Song Ro told him that he was a recently released convict, he immediately became arrogant. As soon as he walked over, two bodyguards immediately separated and stood on either side of Qin Yao, surrounding the brother and sister. As soon as Yang Long reached out, his assistant immediately handed him a cigar and respectfully lit it for him. Thick smoke billowed into Qin Yao's face. Kid, you're the one who hit my daughter? Qin Yao didn't immediately start a fight. Instead, he asked, that's right, I hit her, but aren't you going to ask me why I did it? Yang Long waved his hand impatiently to interrupt. I don't care what the reason is. If you lay a hand on my daughter, then you have offended me, Yang Long. I haven't chopped off anyone's claws in years. Looks like you're going to make me break my vow today. Standing to the side, Yang Qian straightened her back and looked at Tang Kersen defiantly when she heard her father's domineering tone. Dad, and this woman too. Not only did she steal my boyfriend and seduce young Master Zheng from the Zheng family, she even dared to hit me. Upon hearing that Tang Kersen had actually made a move against the young master of the Zheng family, Yang Long was even angrier than before. The Zheng family is considered a major client of Huixing. Although they are far from being on par with the four major families or figures like Zhang Sanqing, They are definitely a big shot to Yang Long. He strongly supports his daughter's relationship with Zheng Yuan, and he will even step in to resolve any obstacles. After all, if their daughter were to date Zheng Yuan, the relationship between the two families could be taken to the next level. So he waved the cigar in his hand at Tang Kursen's face and sneered. At such a young age, instead of learning good things, you've learned to flaunt your charms. Is someone like young Master Zheng someone you girls from humble backgrounds would even dare to dream of? It's a good thing I came today. Otherwise I wouldn't have known that you dogs from small-town families were so bold. Stop saying anything. You two siblings are coming with me. Today I'm going to teach you a lesson about who you should and shouldn't mess with. There are plenty of eyes and ears at school, so he definitely wouldn't make a move here. So once he takes the person away, he can do whatever he wants with them. The principal, instead of stopping them, turned his head away as if he hadn't seen them. He even gave some teachers a meaningful look, telling them to chase away the students who were watching outside, because there were too many people and too much chatter. Seeing their reactions, Qin Yao chuckled and nodded. So this is what a place for teaching and nurturing people is like, teaching them to only recognize money and not people. Upon hearing this, the principal immediately put on a stern face. This parent, please don't talk nonsense. Our school has always been among the top in Qingcheng, and both the teachers and students are of very high quality. But you can't even manage your own child, and you come to the school to cause trouble and insult our school's reputation. I think you don't need to send your child here anymore. Our school won't accept a child with such poor manners. In addition, I will also speak to the principals of several other schools, saying that your child's behavior will not be welcomed anywhere. The second half of the sentence was a blatant threat. If Qin Yao dares to talk nonsense, he dares to make sure Tang Kursen can't go to school in Qingqing. Qin Yao glanced at him. You want to kick me out? He turned to look at Yang Long again. Are you going to take me away? Yang Long took a puff of his cigar. Kid, I advise you not to struggle. Come with me now, and I might spare your life. Since you've already been inside, you should have heard from the people inside how easy it is for people like us to take your dog's life. Yang Qian and Song Ro, standing behind, were filled with pride and exclaimed in admiration at Yang Long's domineering presence. When you have money and power, you speak with authority. Unlike some poor bastards, what else can they do besides showing off? Yang Long puffed on a cigar, exuding a thuggish air. As for your sister's schooling, don't even think about it. Since she's so young and already likes to seduce men, I'll just send her to have some fun with men. Upon hearing this, Tang Kursen's pretty face immediately turned pale, and she quickly moved closer to Qin Yao. The police will be here soon, and you were clearly in the wrong first, so why are you being so shameless? Why do you disregard the law? After she finished speaking, Yang Long and Yang Qian laughed. Yang Long, in particular, pointed at Tang Kursen and laughed. Oh ho, you've got quite a set of lyrics. Police? Do you think I'm afraid of the police? So what if the police come? Who heard what I just said? Did you hear that? He turned to ask the principal and several teachers, and the principal quickly shook his head. Song Ro also hurriedly said, Mr. Yang, you're clearly here to ask for an explanation because your daughter was bullied at school. Did you say anything bad? The other teachers, not wanting to get into trouble, could only keep their heads down and remain silent. The police are coming today, so you and your brother might escape unscathed. But what about after today? Yang Long narrowed his eyes slightly and threatened. I advise you not to struggle. Just come with me and find a quiet place so we can sit down and talk about what happened today. Otherwise, your whole family will have to sleep with one eye open every night. Tang Kursen had witnessed the terror of such people in society firsthand, having experienced it firsthand when she was being harassed by loan sharks. I'm terrified of reality right now. Sigh. Qin Yao sighed softly, slowly standing up. He was a head taller than Yang Long, looking down at him with an indifferent expression. I originally just wanted to teach your child a lesson, but now it seems I have to teach you a lesson too. Chapter 448 Violence can solve your problems. Yang Long exhaled a puff of smoke, but instead of getting angry, he laughed. He turned to the principal beside him and pointed at Qin Yao with the hand holding the cigarette. Did you hear what he said? He was going to lecture me. The principal quickly put on a smiling face. I'm so sorry, Mr. Yang. It's really our fault for admitting a student of such poor character. If a student is of such poor character, her parents probably aren't any better. Yang Long nodded with great satisfaction. That's what I think too. As he spoke, he turned around and spat on the ground. Trying to lecture me, huh? Fine. Kneel down and lick it clean. I can not only get you to talk to me and teach me a lesson, but I'll even give you time to prepare your last words. How about it? Yang Long waved his hand, and the two bodyguards beside him stood up and stepped forward, making a move to hold Qin Yao down. The others watched in terror. Although Qin Yao could see this clearly, the two bodyguards accompanying Yang Long were both over 1.9 meters tall, with explosive muscles that were very intimidating, and both of them had large and small scars on their bodies, obviously indicating that they had been through the wrestling world. Tang Kerson's face turned pale. Even though she was just a young girl who had just come of age, she instinctively wanted to protect Qin Yao. She felt that she was a girl, and the other person wouldn't lay a hand on her in front of so many people. But Qin Yao is different. He is a man, and when facing another man, the other party will be more ruthless. Song Ro became excited and would have cheered if not for the people watching. That damn brat. Those slaps he gave her just now made her lose all face. She has to get her revenge today. But before they could even make a move, Qin Yao had already stood up. The moment he stood up, the two tall bodyguards felt as if a gust of wind had passed before their eyes, followed by a sharp pain in their heads. Yang Long is the kind of person who has risen through the ranks in fights and killings, and the bodyguards around him are mostly people who have experienced bloodshed. Unexpectedly, in front of Qin Yao, the two 1.9-meter-tall security guards looked like two half-grown children. Qin Yao pressed one hand down on one of the men's heads. The man tried to resist and threw a punch at Qin Yao, but Qin Yao retaliated with his own fist. Bang! Oh! Their fists collided, and everyone in the office heard a scream, followed by a crisp crack sound. Everyone thought Qin Yao would be overwhelmed in an instant, but unexpectedly, his punch shattered the bodyguard's hand bones. He kicked the bodyguard he had grabbed away, and then was met with a kick from another bodyguard. He didn't dodge or flinch, but met the attack directly with his foot. Bang! Click! This time, the sound of bones breaking was even more obvious than before, because it was a leg bone that broke, but the person with the short leg was not Qin Yao. With one kick, the bodyguard fell to the ground, clutching his leg and screaming in pain. Qin Yao showed no mercy. Even after the other person had fallen, he still stepped on him. This kick slammed the bodyguard's head onto the spot where Yang Long had spat earlier, causing a loud bang and leaving him bleeding profusely from his head. Everyone in the office stared in disbelief, their faces filled with shock, including Yang Long. What does this kid do? Why is he so amazing? Yang Qian had witnessed Qin Yao's prowess before, but she never imagined he could be this powerful. At first, dealing with a few male high school students was nothing, but now that she could easily defeat the bodyguards her father brought, it really terrified her. Yang Long, with a cigar still in his mouth, was stunned. These two bodyguards were handpicked by him from among his brothers. They were men who had lived on the edge of a knife. How could they have lost so quickly? And the other party was only one person. Then Qin Yao clapped his hands, shook off the dust, and walked towards him. Yang Long didn't move. Although he also rose through the ranks in such places, after more than a decade of success, he was no longer capable of resorting to violence. However, he still displayed his domineering nature and said coldly, "Not bad. Kid, you've got some skills. But let me remind you, this is not the same era as it was a decade or two ago. You can't solve everything with your fists. If you want to live a peaceful life in the future, you'd better behave yourself." Before he could finish speaking, a hand reached out and took the cigar from his mouth. After taking the cigar, Qin Yao put it in his mouth and took a small puff. Standing in front of Yang Long, he blew thick smoke directly into Yang Long's face with an indifferent expression. Fists can't solve problems, but fists can solve you. After saying that, Qin Yao stopped wasting words and directly put the cigarette butt of his cigar on Yang Long's forehead. Oh! The smell of burning flesh filled the air, and Yang Long had barely let out a scream when Qin Yao grabbed his hair. He lifted her head down with his hands while simultaneously pushing her knees up. Bang! Yang Long's head slammed into Qin Yao's knee, breaking his nose on the spot and leaving him completely disoriented. Dad! Yang Qian couldn't help but scream. She couldn't accept that her usually arrogant father was being treated like this by an ordinary person, especially since this person is Tang Kursen's brother. Tang Kursen didn't expect Qin Yao to be so violent, attacking her without saying a few words, especially since the other party was the boss of a large company. At that moment, only 3 words came to her mind. I've gotten myself into trouble. Qin Yao, the person involved, remained calm, as if he had no idea what he was doing. After kneeing him down, he grabbed Yanglong's hair and dragged him to the desk. He then picked up a paper cutter from the desk and pinned down one of Yanglong's hands, saying, I gave you a chance, but you were useless. It was originally a matter between children, but you insisted on bringing it up to the level of adults. I told you, if you can't educate your child, I'll do it for you. If you can't educate yourself, I can educate you for you. Seeing Qin Yao pick up the knife, Yanglong wasn't intimidated at all. His mouth was full of blood mixed with a few fallen teeth as he glared fiercely at Qin Yao. Kid, you're finished. Your whole family is finished. I'm the boss of Huaxing. One phone call from me and hundreds of people will be waiting for you at the door today. You, a peasant, dare to lay a hand on me? Have you thought about how you'll bear my wrath? Qin Yao looked down at him, his expression indifferent. I haven't thought about it, because right now I just want to vent my anger. Without a word, Qin Yao plunged a paper cutter into Yanglong's hand. After the paper cutter pierced the back of the hand, it went directly into the table, causing blood to splatter immediately. Only the back of the paper cutter remained exposed. Yanglong screamed in agony, nearly fainting from the pain. But before he could utter many harsh words, Qin Yao picked up another paper cutter. Chapter 449, Unrepentant. Without a doubt, the 2 paper cutters sank deep into the back of Yanglong's hand before he even had a chance to struggle. Another scream rang out as Yanglong's hands were pinned to the desk. Yang Qian, who had originally planned to return to seek revenge, was stunned. She covered her mouth tightly, her face pale, her body trembling, and tears streaming down her face. Dad. Qin Yao turned to look at her and said calmly, You should have been treated the same way you did if you messed with my sister. Although you are still a child, I can forgive you, but he is your father, so he will take responsibility for the mistakes you made. If Yanglong can talk to him calmly after he comes today, or admit that he has not disciplined him properly, apologize and make compensation, and guarantee that the same thing will not happen again, Qin Yao is still willing to give him a chance. Unfortunately, Yanglong failed to seize this opportunity. Yang Qian was too terrified to speak when she saw her father's miserable state. You must know how dignified, imposing, and arrogant my father was on ordinary days. My family is a billionaire with assets exceeding 100 million. Why should someone who is nobody be bullied like this? She originally thought that after her father arrived, he could not only tyrannize Qin Yao at will, but also make the brother and sister disappear completely from his sight. But what is the truth? Not only were the bodyguards my father brought beaten up, but my father himself was also beaten to a pulp. What gives Qin Yao the confidence to be so arrogant? The principal and teachers standing nearby were also stunned, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Qin Yao. They didn't think much of it, only that Qin Yao was too arrogant. After being released from prison, he became reckless. Did he really think the outside world was a lawless place? He's not afraid of going back to jail for striking in front of so many people. Song Ro was the first to react, pointing at Qin Yao and angrily shouting, You're finished. Do you know that Mr. Yang's family has assets of over 100 million yuan? He has money and connections whenever he wants. If he wants to find someone to abuse you, he can do it with just a flick of his finger. You still dare to lay a hand on him? Aren't you afraid of being locked up in prison for life? Song Ro had hoped that Yanglong would stand up for her, but now, the person who was supposed to stand up for her has also been beaten. Since violence couldn't suppress it, they brought up Yanglong's background and identity. I heard you just got out of prison and just found a job, right? How dare you, a mere wage earner, challenge the boss of a big company? If someone wants to ruin you, they don't even need to use violence. They have 100 ways to make you wish you were dead. Song Ro could not accept it. In her eyes, Qin Yao was just a laborer, a peasant, and a lower-class person. How can a nobody like him flaunt his power in front of a big boss like Yanglong? Even a social elite like her has to bow and scrape to Yanglong. So why is Qin Yao so arrogant? The principal, regaining his composure, quickly launched into a tirade against Qin Yao. That's outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, how could you resort to violence in such a sacred place as a school? I said before that children from very poor families tend to have poor character, and it seems that this is indeed the case. This matter must be reported to the police. I think you should go back in and receive a proper lesson. As for your sister, I don't think there's any point in her going to school anymore. No school in Qingqing will accept her in the future. Tang Kersen didn't care whether she could go to school or not. Her face was pale as she ran over and grabbed Qin Yao's sleeve, saying with exasperation, "What are you doing? Do you know that doing this could land you back in jail? 5 years have passed. Why are you still so impulsive? What am I supposed to do about my mom?" Her face was covered in tears. She was utterly disappointed in Qin Yao. Qin Yao's every move, both then and now, had a reason. She even felt that if she didn't intervene, she might be bullied for the rest of her life. But their status dictated that they had no choice but to endure it. This society is so cruel. The rich are always superior, and a society controlled by the rich is so unfair. Qin Yao goes back to jail this time for assaulting someone. Qin Shufang might really not be able to withstand the blow. We've finally gotten to live a peaceful life. Why can't you be a little more calm? Do you have to break it with your own hands? Tang Kersen cried her heart out, as if she could already see her peaceful life being shattered once again. Seeing her crying so hard, Qin Yao quickly comforted her. "Kersen, don't worry, and don't be sad. I told you, I'll handle this for you. Trust me, nothing will happen to you today, and nothing will happen to me either. They're the ones in trouble." His fingers swept across the office, pointing to everyone, including the principal and Song Ro. The principal immediately became displeased. "This parent, don't go too far. Are you going to lay a hand on me? I'm telling you, if you lay a hand on me again today, I'm going to sue you on behalf of the school. Even though we're a school, we're not afraid of trouble." The principal was very generous and had enough confidence in his background. Over the years as a school principal, how many parents of students with assets worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions have he come into contact with through his relationships with students? His network of connections might even be no worse than Yang Long's. That's why he's so confident. Yang Qian finally came to her senses and said to Tang Kersen with red eyes, "You're all finished. You're all dead. Let me tell you, this time I will never forgive you and your brother, no matter what. Believe it or not, my dad can bring misfortune to your whole family with just a little bit of his strength." The principal stopped arguing and simply waved his hand, saying, "All right, that's enough. I've already called the police. You can talk to them when they arrive. Furthermore, you will be solely responsible for the school's losses and Mr. Yang's losses today. Get ready to go to jail." Just then, several uniformed police officers walked in through the door, immediately attracting everyone's attention. When the principal saw the police arrive, he was a little surprised. He had just called the police, so how come they were here already? Song Ro, who was standing nearby, quickly said, "It's probably because I just called the police." "Oh, that's just in time." The principal straightened his clothes and quickly went up to them, saying, "Officers, you've come at the right time. We have a violent thug who broke into the school and started assaulting people. We have witnesses and evidence, and you've all seen it. Please take him away quickly to avoid disrupting the students' classes." However, the police officer who was leading the way ignored this scene and simply asked, "Who is Yang Long?" Chapter 450 is finished. Yang Long snapped out of his pain and instinctively turned his head, stammering, I am." Despite his formidable reputation, he was still somewhat intimidated when the police came looking for him, and his demeanor softened considerably as a result. The police officer in charge nodded and immediately produced a search warrant. "We have received a report that you committed fraud in your construction projects, have multiple unfinished buildings, and are accused of assaulting and imprisoning others, as well as defaulting on workers' wages. Please come with us." With the help of his bodyguard, Yang Long regained his footing. He hadn't had time to pull out the dagger in his hand, nor did he dare to. He could only pull the knife out from under the table. But he didn't even care about his still bleeding hand, and exclaimed in astonishment, "Impossible. This is a rumor, slander. Who dares to? I don't believe it. Which team are you from? Where is your captain Chin? I want to see him. The police officer leading the team gave him a cold look. Captain Chin? Heh, you might see him after you come in with us. He was also involved in this investigation into the charges against you. Upon hearing this news, Yang Long was immediately horrified. No, impossible. You can't arrest people without evidence. Lawyer, yes. I need to see my lawyer. The police officer seemed impatient with his reaction and said directly, you can hire a lawyer, but I can tell you that the evidence against you is conclusive. And I'm not afraid to tell you that the person who reported you in this case is Mr. Zhang Sanqing. Zhang Sanqing. The moment the name was uttered, everyone in the office was stunned. Even Tang Kerson's eyes widened slightly. Everyone knows that Zhang Sanqing is the richest man in Qingqing. In Qingqing's real estate industry, if he dares to say he's second, no one dares to say they're first. Despite Yang Long's swaggering and arrogant demeanor in front of these people, when it comes to Zhang Sanqing, he wouldn't even be worthy of carrying Zhang Sanqing's shoes. In the Qingqing real estate and even construction industry, if Zhang Sanqing got the lion's share of the profits, then people like Yang Long only got a little bit of the leftovers. What do we have to compare ourselves to? Yang Long was stunned. His mind went completely blank. That's even more impossible. When have I ever offended Mr. Zhang? Even at this point, he didn't dare to utter a single bad word about Zhang Sanqing. He just found it strange that he had never even had the chance to curry favor with someone like Zhang Sanqing. So how could he have offended him? The lead police officer did not answer him. That's a question for you to answer. We don't know why Mr. Zhang is targeting you, but we do know that the evidence he provided is very complete. We advise you not to hire a lawyer and to talk to your family more. Now that things have been said, it's pretty clear. Yang Long has offended Zhang Sanqing. If Zhang Sanqing wants to get rid of him, does he have any chance of making a comeback? Everyone else looked at each other in disbelief. Even the principal and Song Ro, who were initially the most flattering to Yang Long, were stunned. What exactly did Yang Long do to offend someone like Zhang Sanqing? Yang Qian's face was deathly pale, and even her lips were bloodless. Although she was still a student, she knew who Zhang Sanqing was. The richest man in Qingqing. Their family is really doomed. Yang Long was still in shock. Everyone had completely forgotten about Qin Yao and his sister, and watched helplessly as Yang Long's injured hand was handcuffed. Tang Kerson was somewhat surprised. She had been worried that Qin Yao would be retaliated against by Yang Long, but in an instant, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse, and Yang Long was arrested. But she didn't relax. Although Yang Long had been arrested, the principal was still there. The principal's connections are no less than Yang Long's, and he just threatened to sue Qin Yao, so he'll still suffer a terrible fate. But at that moment, a group of men in suits and ties suddenly entered. Just by looking at their faces, you could tell they were elites. When they saw them come in, everyone was even more confused. What were these people here for? After entering, the young man looked around and then asked, "Who is the principal?" The principal instinctively replied, I am the principal here. You must be Principal Lu Chang, right? The young man glanced at him, then said, I am Sun's lawyer. I was asked by my client to come and inform you today. My client previously donated a teaching building and 10 million yuan in cash, but now my client has decided to take back this donation. This is the donation agreement that was signed previously, and it is hereby void. Upon hearing this, Principal Lu Cheng's expression was even more shocked than when Yang Long was arrested, and he was extremely flustered. Needless to say, the value of a teaching building is considerable, but of the 10 million yuan donation, at least half of it will end up in his own pocket. Moreover, putting everything else aside, the donor's background alone is enough for him to fawn over. The Sun family is one of the 4 major families in Qingqing. Song Ro and the others were stunned again, never expecting that these 2 events would happen on the same day. How can it be invalidated? Lu Cheng quickly ran forward, not daring to challenge him, and tried his best to suppress his temper, saying with a smile, Sir, is there some mistake? Mr. Sun Chung personally came to give us the donation agreement before. How can it be invalidated? The young man looked down at him and said, you don't need to ask. I'll tell you the reason. Mr. Sun Chung made the donation because he valued your teaching quality and wanted to send Ms. Tang Kerson to your school. But seeing what Ms. Tang Kerson experienced at your school, Mr. Sun has serious doubts about whether your school can properly educate children. So we've decided to withdraw. Tang Kursin, not only Lu Chong, but even Song Ro and Yang Qian, who were standing to the side, were shocked when they heard this name, their pupils dilating in surprise. Tang Kursin herself was somewhat surprised. My admission to university was actually thanks to Sun's influence? She subconsciously looked at Qin Yao, only to find him completely calm and unsurprised. Could it be related to him? Upon hearing that Tang Kursin was actually sent in by the Sun family, Song Ro couldn't sit still any longer. She quickly ran up and asked with a forced smile, "Sir, are you sure you're not mistaken? Tang Kursin's family just runs a noodle shop. How could she be related to the Sun family?" The young man looked up at Qin Yao and then said, "Tang Kursin's family are all honored guests of the Sun family." This news was like a bolt from the blue for Song Ro, causing her to lose her balance and fall to the ground with a thud. The Sun family was a powerful family on par with Zhang Sanqing. Even if Song Ro were 100 of them tied together, the Sun family wouldn't even glance at her. But now she is being told that the student she helped Yang Qian bully as soon as he entered school is actually a distinguished guest of the Sun family. And she not only allowed Tang Kursin to be bullied, but also threatened to expel her from school and verbally abused her multiple times. It's over, it's all over. Chapter 451, Unforgivable. No one paid attention to Song Ro's distraught state. Everyone was shocked by Tang Kursin's identity, and even the students who were secretly watching outside started gossiping about it. At first, everyone thought that although Tang Kursin's mother received investment from the Sun family, who exactly is the Sun family? The leading company in Qingqing's catering industry. Even if a noodle shop is doing very well, it shouldn't be worth the attention of the Sun family. But things turned out differently than anyone expected. How much did the Sun family spend to invest in a noodle shop? At most a few million, definitely not more than 10 million. Yet, out of respect for Qin Shufang, they actually sent Tang Kursin here to study, at the cost of 10 million yuan and a school building. Now she's willing to turn against the school for her sake, and the promised donations just vanished. Yang Long and his daughter were completely dumbfounded. They didn't even care about the pain in their bodies and looked at Tang Kursin as if they had seen a ghost. A little girl who was thought to be easy to manipulate turned out to have the powerful Sun family as her backer. Although the Sun family and Huaxing are not in the same field, the title of one of the 4 major families is enough to crush several Huaxing families. Yang Long's face turned deathly pale, and his eyes were twisted and ferocious as he looked at his daughter. "Is this the trouble you've caused me?" He finally understood why someone like Zhang Sanqing would suddenly want to deal with him. The problem lay here. Although Zhang Sanqing was previously known as the richest man in Qingqing, the 4 major families actually looked down on him. However, for some reason, the Zhang family has been working with the Sun and Nangong families for the past 2 months. It seems that it is all because of the same person, namely the boss of Xingxing Group, the newly rich man in Qingcheng who spends money like water. "Dad, I don't know. I really don't know." Yang Qian burst into tears, knowing she had caused a terrible disaster, and didn't know what to do except cry. Seeing the terrifying look in her father's eyes, she retreated repeatedly, saying, "I really didn't know she had the Sun family behind her." Yang Qian was both angry and regretful. What's infuriating is that, despite having such a powerful background, Tang Kursin was always so low-key, leading me to mistakenly believe she came from an ordinary family, which ultimately caused this terrible disaster. As for regret, it's too late to regret it now. To prevent her father from going in, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and rush over, grabbing Tang Kursin's hand. "Kursin, oh, Miss Tang, I was blind before and made a terrible mistake. Please give me a chance, please forgive me. You can hit me or yell at me however you want. Please give me a chance, my dad can't go to jail." Tang Kursin tried to shake off her hand, but found that although she was crying very badly, she was holding her hand very tightly, as if she was really panicked, and she couldn't shake her off at once. Tang Kursin was actually shocked by this result. She never expected that the Sun family, her mother's big boss, would support her so much. However, faced with Yang Qian's plea, she still subconsciously looked at Qin Yao. Qin Yao smiled, patted her head, and said gently, "You've grown up. This is your own business, and you can decide for yourself whether or not to forgive them." Upon hearing Qin Yao's words, Yang Long's eyes lit up. He quickly ran over, holding up his bloodied hands, his face contorted in a terrible state. "Miss Tang, it was all my fault for not disciplining my daughter properly, which led her to commit such a heinous crime. Don't worry, I will definitely discipline her strictly after we get back this time, and send her abroad directly. She will never be an eyesore to you again. Also, I will definitely compensate you double for the damages I caused you before. 10 million. How about 10 million? He saw that Tang Kersen was young and a girl, and much easier to talk to than Qin Yao. Qin Yao didn't interrupt, just stood aside and watched. 10 million is indeed a considerable sum, at least for a child like Tang Kersen. It's an astronomical figure. Moreover, Yang Long and his daughter are indeed in a terrible state right now. They don't even care that their hands are still bleeding, and they are even bowing and scraping to her, a student. She is indeed easily moved to pity. But Qin Yao still felt that Tang Kersen's own ideas should be respected. After all, the matter originated from her, and it's her business what she does. All I need to do is stand up for her when it matters. I thought Tang Kersen would agree to forgive me, or be tempted by the 10 million. But unexpectedly, after a long silence, she decisively shook off Yang Qian's hand, shook her head, and said, "No, I can't forgive you." Yang Long was greatly puzzled. "Is the amount I'm paying not enough? I can add more." "No." Tang Kersen shook off her previous timidity and fear, took a deep breath, and said, "The reason you apologized and made compensation today is not because you really realized your mistakes, but because you are afraid of being retaliated against. If the Sun family hadn't stood up for me today, the Zhang family wouldn't have suddenly targeted your company. Someone like me, from an ordinary family, would probably have been bullied to death by you long ago. If you make a mistake, you have to pay the price. 10 million may not be much to your family, and it's not enough to teach you a lesson." After speaking, she looked at the principal and Song Ro, who were also there to plead for leniency, amidst the astonished expressions of Yang Long and his daughter. "And you all too." Tang Kersen straightened her chest without being humble or arrogant, and mustered her courage to say, "I respected you before because you were my teachers. But I came to school to study, not to learn how to flatter and fawn over students from wealthy families. So you want to fire me, fine, but all I want today is to clear my name. I hope you will write the truth into my file." Looking at Tang Kersen's resolute back, Qin Yao's face showed a slight smile. He had been in prison for 5 years. In those 5 years, the girl who used to hold his hand and beg him to take her to the amusement park had grown up. Finally, Tang Kersen even turned to look at Qin Yao and said, "Also, my brother came here today to stand up for me, not to extort money, so I won't take your money. Even if it's 10 million, even if it's money she might have to work her whole life to earn." Others looked down on her because they thought she had the Sun family backing her up. Only Qin Yao knew that the reason she was so disdainful was not because her family was so rich, but because her integrity wouldn't allow her to forgive the people who had hurt her. After saying all that in one breath, ignoring the wailing and howling around her, Tang Kersen walked over and tugged at Qin Yao's sleeve, seemingly a little embarrassed. "Brother, let's go home." Qin Yao was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "Okay." Chapter 452. What new girlfriend? Qin Yao took Tang Kersen home first, without going to the noodle shop to find Qin Shufang, so as not to worry her. After returning home, Qin Yao first treated the injuries on her face to prevent Qin Shufang from noticing. But after her initial bravado, the little girl became worried. "Brother, do you think the principal will really sue us? If I get expelled, how am I going to tell my mom?" Seeing her only now realizing her worry, Qin Yao playfully pinched her nose and laughed. "Don't worry, just take a normal rest day today, and go back to school tomorrow." "Continue with school?" Tang Kersen shook her head bitterly. "Even if I don't know why the Sun family suddenly intervened, the principal probably won't let me off the hook, especially since the donations have been withdrawn." As Qin Yao put away the first aid kit, he casually said, "If the principal is replaced, you'll be able to go to school normally, right? As for him suing us, don't worry, he's too busy to care about anything else right now. Tomorrow, just go to school, and you'll find that everything will be much quieter, from top to bottom." Tang Kurson opened her eyes wide with disbelief. Although she didn't understand where Qin Yao got his confidence from, she still decided to go to the school to try it out tomorrow. After all, even if she had to drop out, she would still have to go back and retrieve her records. Brother, thank you. Although she felt that Qin Yao was trying to comfort her, she still expressed her gratitude. However, her small face quickly turned serious. But I'm not trying to criticize you, but you were really too impulsive today. She stood up, sighed, and said, I know, you must have gone to ask the Zhang family for help, right? Had heard from Lin Zhixiao at the hospital that Qin Yao seemed to have some connection with the Zhang family. Qin Yao neither denied nor admitted it. Are you also going to advise me to stop associating with the Zhang family? Tang Kurson shook her head and said with her head down, although you can be impulsive at times, I know you're not the kind of person who fawns over others. I don't know what your relationship with their family is, but I know you won't be taken advantage of. At this moment, Qin Yao was somewhat moved. He was prepared to explain or confront Tang Kurson, but he didn't expect that she would choose to believe him even though she didn't know the whole story. Only in moments like these does he suddenly realize the difference in his family. True family, no matter if you are a god, a Buddha, a pig, or a dog, will always be a safe haven you can rely on. Qin Yao didn't say anything more, but just smiled and patted her head. Don't worry, I won't let you and your aunt worry anymore. Tang Kurson didn't seem quite used to such close contact with Qin Yao, and unconsciously shrank her head a little, but in the end she didn't refuse. She said with a very proud air, that would be best. Just as the brother and sister were having a heart-to-heart talk, Qin Yao's phone suddenly rang, and he answered it without thinking much about it. The room was quiet, but the sound of the phone suddenly broke through. It was a woman's pleasant but clenched voice on the other end. Qin. Phone. Qin Yao was taken aback. Chu Qing? Hee, you still remember me? I thought you'd completely forgotten about me after you left Sichuan. Chen Chuqing's voice sounded quite resentful, and her words were rather ambiguous, making it sound as if Qin Yao had done something shameful to the woman on the other end, and then left. Tang Kurson had been arrogantly turning her head away, but upon hearing this voice, her eyes immediately lit up. She turned around and stared at Qin Yao with sharp eyes, making Qin Yao feel embarrassed. Ahem, how could I? I remember telling you before I left. You think sending me a text message is enough to say hello? Chen Chuqing's resentful voice rang out. Are you saying that the time we've spent together isn't enough for you to have a meal with me before you leave? Qin Yao was now completely embarrassed. Because of Takahashi Kawakawa, he left Kawakaka in a hurry, only thinking about how to improve himself in half a month. I originally wanted to meet Chen Chuqing and invite her to dinner, but then I realized that we weren't really related, so I decided against it. Now that things have stabilized in Qinghai, and the Song family has calmed down for the time being, he has completed what he promised Qindong. Logically speaking, the two should have simply forgotten each other and gone their separate ways. But during this time, this woman surprised him several times. Despite having no blood relation with him, she gave him enough trust, especially when no one else believes him. However, looking at Tang Kurson's gossipy eyes, Qin Yao still said dryly, this time it's on me. Next time I go to Sichuan, I'll definitely treat you to a meal. I originally wanted to get rid of Chen Chuqing first, and the other side was about to agree. But at that moment, Tang Kurson couldn't hold back any longer and asked, who is it? Tang Kurson had a sweet voice, but she didn't control her volume well, and her voice leaked out. Qin Yao could even hear the sound of someone gasping for breath after the momentary silence on the other end. I think we don't need to do it next time. Sure enough, the next second a woman's cold voice came from the other end, leaving no room for argument. I'm going to Sichuan in the next couple of days. You'll have to treat me to a meal. Oh, and by the way, it would be best if you brought that woman with you too, so we can have a proper meal together. Even through the screen, Qin Yao could feel the murderous aura emanating from the other end of the phone. After speaking, he hung up. No, let me explain. Before he could explain, there was a busy signal on the other end, and Qin Yao was stunned. He can navigate a group of men with ease and dominate the scene. He's completely at a loss when it comes to women, especially Chen Chuqing. Only after the call ended did he realize. Wait a minute. Why did I explain to her? Coming to his senses, he saw that Tang Kurson's big eyes were already shining, and all traces of her previous anxiety had vanished. Her gossip spirit was burning brightly. Brother, why does that sound like a woman's voice to me? And it's not Lin Jixiao. Could it be that you know someone else in Sichuan? Seeing her gossipy look, Qin Yao waved his hand and said, Go away, you little kid. Why are you being so gossipy? She's just an ordinary friend. Tang Kurson looked like she knew everything, crossed her arms, and shook her head. That doesn't make sense. Why would a regular friend get so angry after hearing my voice? Don't talk nonsense. Go to class tomorrow and do your job properly. I'm going now. Fearing he would be entangled, Qin Yao quickly tried to run away. But Tang Kurson rushed up and grabbed his arm. Although she had just come of age and had injuries on her face, she had already shed her childishness and grown into a graceful young woman. It was easy to see that she would grow up to be a great beauty. She winked mischievously at Qin Yao. Brother, although I have no experience, judging from your expression just now, you have a new girlfriend, right? Chapter 453, Give Me Support. Qin Yao felt somewhat ashamed. After returning, he had been very careful around Tang Kurson and had to do a lot of things to get the chance to break the ice with her. But just one phone call from Chen Chuqing was enough to make her pester him for the entire morning. Finally, he said, I heard you. They want you to take me with you. If I don't go, you won't be able to explain yourself. And I also need to go and see what kind of woman she is. If it's another Lin Jixiao, I absolutely disagree. Left with no other choice, Qin Yao had to agree. But that afternoon, Qin Yao received another call from an uninvited guest, Zhang Hang. As soon as the call connected, the person on the other end started wailing and crying, like a wronged little wife. Brother Yao, why didn't you tell me you were coming back? I was going to come and give you a welcome dinner. Qin Yao had little patience for dealing with him. Spit it out. No way. Yao Ji, I've been running myself ragged for Xing Sheng's sake lately. Are you really going to be this cruel to me? I'm so heartbroken. Although Zhang Hang is a spoiled brat, he's not a bad person at heart. He's just arrogant to the core, which doesn't make him too annoying. Moreover, the villa was a gift from him, and after returning, he asked Zhai Lu about it. Zhai Lu had indeed been working hard for Xing Sheng during this time, and had almost gotten into fights with government officials several times. Later, when the people sent by the Hong family withdrew, he was still the one who helped with everything and got Xing Sheng back on track. Construction has now begun, and Zhang Heng deserves a lot of credit for it. This is why Qin Yao patiently spoke to him. Speak. What do you want from me, kid? Brother Yao, you're being too polite. I consider you my older brother. Now that you're back, how can I, as your younger brother, not throw you a welcome back party? Zhang Heng's words clearly sounded a bit guilty, and Qin Yao was too lazy to waste words with him. All right, I know you too well. You don't come here without a reason. Just say what you have to say. If you insist that you're here to welcome me, then I'll really just bring my mouth. No. I'll talk, okay. Zhang Heng panicked when he heard this. Qin Yao better after spending time with him. He was a man of his word. He said he would only bring his mouth, which meant he wouldn't interfere with anything that happened. Speak. Zhang Heng then became honest. Actually, it's nothing. I have a party these days, and a rich young master from the industry is coming. I'm under a lot of pressure, so I asked you, Brother Yao, to help me keep things under control. Qin Yao chuckled upon hearing this. You're the son of Qingqing's richest man, a top-tier second-generation rich kid. Is there anyone who can put pressure on you? Zhang Heng said helplessly. There's nothing I can do. Even top-tier rich kids come in different levels. This guy's background is definitely more impressive than mine. This person has a great influence in Nanling, and his family's power is at the very top of the pyramid in Nanling. Originally, their family and our family didn't have much interaction, but recently a piece of land is going to be auctioned off, and their family seems to be very interested in this land. If it were their parents, my dad would definitely be the one to step forward. But if it's him, I'll definitely be the one to step forward. Hearing this, Qin Yao roughly understood what it meant. The other party has considerable influence in Nanling, but recently their business dealings have become somewhat intertwined. So the other side sent their own junior member to contact the Zhang family. Both sides wanted to find out each other's background before the auction. If they could reach an agreement before the auction, then whichever side won the land would save a lot of money. When two tigers fight, one will inevitably be injured. Even if the other tiger wins, it won't fare well either. So when you go to discuss business, what kind of prestige can I bring you along to make? Zhang Heng said awkwardly. Brother Yao, you don't know? Ever since I did a few things with you, now whenever there's something important to deal with, you're the first person I think of. Just think of it as going to cheer me on. This person has official connections. If he uses his power to bully me, I'm afraid I'll get a leg cramp if I don't have a powerful backer. Qin Yao finally understood that this kid could no longer be a lazy playboy. He had been kicked out by Zhang Sanqing to do something important, and he was unsure of himself. Witnessing Qin Yao's domineering presence, he wanted to find someone to cheer him on. Qin Yao thought for a moment and did not refuse. I remember you helped me once before, and I still owe you a favor. Let's pay it back this time. Although Zhang Heng said he didn't need it, Qin Yao couldn't refuse to return it. He didn't like taking advantage of others. Zhang Heng didn't care how valuable this favor was. Once he heard Qin Yao agree, he immediately felt confident. Indeed, this was a task assigned to him by Zhang Sanqing. He was used to being idle and lazy, and his father always had his back for him no matter what he did. But this time, his father bluntly told him, if you can't get this land, or if you embarrass me, you can expect your father and mother to have a second child. The Zhang family wasn't a large clan. He was their only son, which is why he was able to live so carefree before, knowing that everything would eventually be his and no one would compete with him for it. But this time Zhang Sanqing had made a strong statement, so he didn't dare to delay. But things are different now that Qin Yao is around. His father treats Qin Yao like an ancestor. As long as Qin Yao goes along, even if it doesn't work out in the end, as long as he says a few good words to his father, the matter will be over. So Zhang Heng hung up the phone with a smile, not caring whether it would work out in the end. After receiving Zhang Heng's call, Qin Yao called Chen Chuqing several more times, but she hung up on him every time. When a woman gets angry, she's more terrifying than a flood or a ferocious beast. Left with no other choice, Qin Yao went to the company first, but he didn't see Zhai Lu. His secretary was busier than him now. I was about to leave when the receptionist called to say that a gentleman was looking for the company owner but had no appointment. Having nothing else to do, Qin Yao went down to take a look. The man who came was a young man in his 30s, wearing a pair of scholarly black-rimmed glasses. His face was neatly groomed, and his suit and leather shoes were impeccable. Seeing Qin Yao, his attitude was cold and arrogant. You must be Qin Yao, the boss of Xingsheng? Seeing the newcomer's attitude, Qin Yao gave a curt, Who are you? Who I am is not important. What matters is the people behind me. Without saying a word, the man handed over a business card. My boss has his eye on a project under Xingsheng and wants to invest in it, buying 50% of the dividend shares from several plots of land. I hope you'll consider it carefully. The plots of land under Xingsheng's name are indeed lucrative, but construction has been fraught with setbacks since it started, attracting the attention of many. Before Qin Yao could respond, the man added, Also, my boss said that if you don't want to sell your dividend shares, he can buy your company's shares as well. A newly established company is already being offered shares by someone with quite an arrogant attitude. This made Qin Yao think of the kind of tactic that Ling Yuhai used to employ, picking melons. Chapter 454 You Can't Leave This Door. Having considered this possibility, and given that Qin Yao himself didn't have this idea, he directly refused. I'm sorry, Xingsheng has just undergone a transformation and has no plans to invite anyone to invest at the moment. Even though I knew the other party had ill intentions, this kind of thing is normal in the business world. So Qin Yao ignored it, but still gave a polite reply. This was practically tantamount to dismissing the guest, but the other party stood up arrogantly, pushed up his glasses, and snorted as he put the business card back. It seems that President Qin is indeed young. Qin Yao smiled, but remained silent. The man surveyed the Xingsheng lobby, his sharp gaze revealing a hint of disdain. I heard that Xingsheng doesn't have any powerful backers right now. It's a new company that was taken over from the Zhang family. Mr. Qin probably doesn't know this, but the business world is very complex and not something someone like you, from a humble background, can handle. If Xingsheng wants to grow and thrive in the future and doesn't want to get soaked in the rain, it needs someone to hold an umbrella for it. And the person behind me is the one who can hold the umbrella for Xingsheng. Although the other party did not say it explicitly, their tone was full of threat. Qin Yao understood his unspoken meaning and smiled calmly. I, Qin Yao, have come through storms and rain. This little bit of rain is nothing to me. Please take care. After saying that, he waved to the receptionist who had been watching closely. Show them out. The latter understood his meaning, hurriedly stepped forward, and bowed very politely. Excuse me, gentlemen. This is a restricted work area. Please move aside. Before the girl at the front desk could finish speaking, the young man's eyes sharpened, and the bodyguard behind him immediately understood and slapped her across the face. The receptionist was a delicate girl, wearing high heels. One slap sent her staggering and falling to the ground, her face instantly swelling up and even her nose bleeding. Tears immediately streamed down her face, but the receptionist dared not utter a sound. After all, she was a capable receptionist and had a keen eye. These people clearly came from extraordinary backgrounds. Qin Yao with trepidation, fearing that he would fire her because she had offended a customer. The young man didn't care at all. He put away the business card and straightened his clothes without looking at anyone else. What a despicable thing. I'm talking to you because I respect you, but you have no right to kick me out. I know my own identity and status. Otherwise, the next time I see you, it won't just be a slap. Let's go. After saying that, he left without even saying goodbye to Qin Yao, taking his men with him. His slap was aimed at the receptionist, but it was also aimed at Qin Yao's face. His last words were even more of a veiled attack. He's done countless favors for his superiors. Not to mention a small place like Qingcheng. Even in Nanling, he can easily join any big company, and the other party will be extremely respectful and fearful. Xingsheng, on the contrary, not only refused to let him go upstairs, but also rejected his request in the end. Since you're going to be tough, don't blame me for being ruthless. Just as they were about to step out of Xingsheng's gate, Qin Yao's icy voice rang out. Stop. Did I say you could leave? The young man turned around and looked at him mockingly. What? Change your mind. The female assistant who came with him was tall and had an exquisitely made-up face. When she looked at Qin Yao, her face was full of contempt. You can regret it now, but the terms I can offer will be different from what they were before. The young man arrogantly fiddled with his Rolex on his wrist. After all, my time is very valuable. To his surprise, Qin Yao ignored him and instead bent down to help the receptionist up, asking gently, Are you all right? The receptionist had witnessed Qin Yao's ruthless methods before, and she knew that big bosses like them were all high and mighty. She never expected Qin Yao to take the initiative to help her up, and she was momentarily stunned. After realizing what had happened, he shook his head repeatedly. I'm fine, Mr. Qin. I really didn't mean to do it. Please don't fire me. The salary for a receptionist at Starbucks isn't particularly high, but it's a livelihood for a girl. That's just how ordinary people are. She was the one who got hit. Wouldn't she be angry? Her face was swollen, her shoe heel was broken, and she had a nosebleed. How could she not be angry? But she dared not, and could not, so she could only keep apologizing. Qin Yao, who also came from an ordinary background, knew the difficulties involved. So he gently shook his head and patted her shoulder. Don't worry, this isn't your fault, and I won't blame you. As she spoke, she looked up at the young man opposite her. The latter was already getting impatient, and frowned as he said, Are you going to talk or not? I've told you my time is very precious, and I don't have time to waste on you. Qin Yao then pulled the receptionist over to the young man, pointed at her, and said, The girl's face is bruised, her heel is broken, and she's quite frightened. The young man was somewhat puzzled. So? His female assistant rolled her eyes. So, apologize, and then compensate her for the shoes, medical expenses, lost wages, and emotional distress. Then you can leave, Qin Yao said calmly. Apologize. The young man's expression was exaggerated, as if he couldn't believe his ears. He was sure Qin Yao was serious. He was even more overjoyed, pointing at the receptionist and laughing. Do you know who I am? You want me to apologize to a receptionist and even pay compensation? Are you kidding me? The receptionist panicked, never expecting Qin Yao to stand up for her. While happy, I was also extremely apprehensive, since the other party didn't seem like someone to be trifled with. She quickly said to Qin Yao, Mr. Qin, I'm really fine. The heel broke because of poor quality. Just now I didn't know the rules, so... You're not ignorant of the rules. You're just obeying my orders. Qin Yao ignored her and kept his cold gaze fixed on the young man. In your own company, you don't need to follow other people's rules. By this time, many employees had gathered around and were impressed by Qin Yao's unwavering support for his employees. With others watching, the young man's face darkened when he saw that Qin Yao was actually serious. His face was ashen, and he said in a cold voice, "Do you know what you're saying? I, Yuan Pingshan, am a member of the Bai family of Nanling, and I am Bai Jingtian's manager. You actually want me to apologize to a lowly receptionist? Do you think she can accept that?" His female assistant also glanced at Qin Yao with disdain and shook her head slightly. That's how these self-made peasants are. They clearly have little knowledge, yet they want to act like heroes. Should we offend people we shouldn't offend just for the sake of being a receptionist? Qin Yao ignored his self-introduction and didn't care about the Bai family. I'll say it one last time. Apologize, and then offer compensation. I'm not talking about equality for all. But here, no matter where you come from, if you hit one of my people and don't apologize, you won't leave this room. Chapter 455. If you won't kneel, I'll teach you. Ha! Upon hearing this, Yuan Pingshan burst into laughter. Not only him, but even his female assistant and bodyguard who came with him burst out laughing. The female assistant covered her mouth and giggled, her eyes filled with hopeless longing as she looked at Qin Yao. This kid, if you give him a little face, he'll really start thinking he's the boss. Yuan Pingshan smiled, pointed at Qin Yao, and said to his female assistant beside him, "See? This is the difference between those from humble backgrounds and us. Despite not being very capable, they always want to pursue equality for all. Have you ever seen someone from a high-ranking family apologize to a lowly servant?" The female assistant responded cooperatively, "Mr. Yuan, you have to understand. That's just how these kinds of people are. They have an inferiority complex deep down. So once they have a little money, they want to feel important in front of us. They've only just escaped poverty themselves, but they're already acting like they're on top of the world." Qin Yao with arrogance. "Kid, I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Having some money and starting a company doesn't mean you've entered high society. There are many people in this world you can't afford to offend. If I give you credit, you're President Qin. If I want to crush you, you're nothing but a fart, understand?" Qin Yao's expression was icy cold, and his gaze seemed to freeze one's blood and bones instantly. Seeing that look in his eyes, Yuan Pingshan was extremely displeased. He came today without ever expecting to be turned away. Now, not only did he get to eat, but he also has to apologize to a lowly receptionist. To put it nicely, these kinds of people follow the nobility, but to put it bluntly, they're nothing more than dogs in their eyes. But this dog insisted on showing off outside, proclaiming that it was a gatekeeper for a wealthy family, and it was proud of it. Qin Yao had seen it all before. He hadn't wanted to pay any attention to it before, but things changed when the other party hit his people. Yuan Pingshan snorted and gave him a vicious look, already planning to go back and exaggerate the kid's arrogance to Bai Shao. But as soon as he turned around and lifted his leg, before even half of his foot had gone out, he felt a blur before his eyes, and a shadow instantly appeared in front of him. She had barely seen Qin Yao's face when a slap landed on her face. Smack! I said I would apologize. The resounding slap echoed throughout the hall, and all the employees of Xingxing saw it. The slap sent Yuan Pingshan staggering backward, his face swelling to a point where he looked even worse than the receptionist, and blood shot out of his nose in an arc. 1 second he was a seemingly refined and cultured manager. The next he was beaten so badly that his hair was disheveled, and he looked completely pathetic. Mr. Yuan. The female assistant screamed and rushed over in her high heels to support Yuan Pingshan, while 2 bodyguards surrounded Qin Yao. Seeing that Yuan Pingshan's lip was cut, the female assistant's expression became even more exaggerated. "Mr. Yuan, your lip is bleeding." Yuan Pingshan slumped to the ground, his mind momentarily blank. After regaining his senses, he touched his face and saw that his hands and expensive suit were covered in blood. His anger surged instantly. "You bastard! How dare you hit me? You're finished, and your company is finished too. Haven't you heard of the Bai family of Nanling? They're relatives of the emperor, first-rank officials in Nanling. They're not people you can afford to offend. Even when beating a dog, You have to consider its owner. If you dare to touch me, aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Bai family? To be publicly humiliated by a commoner from humble origins was an absolute disgrace for Yuan Pingshan. You should know that he used to be the center of attention wherever he went. Just because of his status, Bai Jingtian valued him so much that even the boss of a company worth over 10 billion would respectfully address him as Mr. Yuan. This Qin Yao actually dared to lay a hand on him. He's simply courting death. Qin Yao walked up to him without saying a word, looking down at him. Kneel down, apologize, and make compensation. I'll kneel before your grandpa. Get him. As soon as Yuan Pingshan opened his mouth, blood and saliva flew everywhere. 2 bodyguards rushed forward, attacking from both sides. Without saying a word, Qin Yao delivered a spinning kick, sending the bodyguard, whose body was as bulky as a rock, flying. The heavy body crashed to the ground, making others feel the ground shake. Even the receptionist couldn't help but cover her mouth when she saw this. I always thought my boss was all bark and no bite, that he only got the chance to sit on the CEO's throne because of gifts from others. Unexpectedly, his superhuman strength was terrifying. Before the bodyguard could even make a move, he was kicked 7 or 8 meters away, weighing at least 200 pounds. The other bodyguard fared even worse. His fist had barely been thrown when Qin Yao grabbed his wrist. With a quick twist of the wrist joint, the bodyguard's hand made intimate contact with his arm, causing a scream. Then Qin Yao kicked him again, and with a crack, the man landed 5 or 6 meters away in a parabolic arc. The 2 bodyguards, in less than 5 seconds combined, were both lying on the ground groaning in pain. The security guards who came to help were stunned when they saw this scene. Does a boss like this need their help? Yuan Pingshan finally managed to stand up with the help of his assistant, and was dumbfounded when he saw what was happening. He had never seen a company boss be so violent. Qin Yao had already walked up to him. Kneel down, kowtow, apologize, and compensate. The words were simple, but then they were amplified. With powerful backers, how could Yuan Pingshan easily submit to Qin Yao? He stared at the blood-covered face, baring his teeth, and said, "Kid, have you considered the consequences of doing this? If my young master finds out that I'm kneeling down and apologizing to a receptionist, he'll think you're slapping him in the face. If I kneel today, you will have to pay 100-fold price tomorrow. Do you dare?" Despite his threatening words, Qin Yao remained calm and composed, his eyes as cold as an unmelting glacier, a single glance from him capable of unleashing a blizzard. "You don't know how to kneel? Then I'll teach you." After saying that, Qin Yao reached out and grabbed Yuan Pingshan's hair. The female assistant screamed in fright. She wanted to stop him, but seeing how Qin Yao treated the 2 bodyguards, she didn't dare to make a move. Yuan Pingshan struggled desperately, but he was completely powerless against Qin Yao. Slap! Slap! 2 more slaps landed, blood splattering everywhere. Yuan Pingshan's eye was bloodshot, and he felt as if Qin Yao had slapped the brain matter out of his head. They were powerless to fight back and could do whatever they wanted to him. Then, Qin Yao grabbed his hair, dragged him to the front desk, and stomped on his leg, breaking one of his bones. "Do I have to teach you how to do the other leg too?"